Chapter 1 Rebirth Han Sudden Enlightenment. The Divine King Sect, the Grand Hall, an atmosphere heavy with tension. In the house to deity, pallid in complexion, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, surrounded by dozen so filders and cur disciples, their murderous intent palpable, like wolves integers poised to pounce. Reporting to the sect master, the disciple has discovered that lekanking brazen lion intruded into the forbidden area in an attempt to stealth the divine dragon king's cauldron, triggering the restrictions therein and nearly bringing Gruent to the sacred round. A disciple pointed accusing lightly changing, loudly denouncing him while presenting the evidence of his investigation. Li Changqing, is this matter true? From the throne of sect master o women of exquisite grace, yet with a countenance as cold as frost, cast a killing as upanum. Below, amidst he cacophony of accusations, Li Changqing comito hissenses. Am I a Leviathan? Hemmer muret to hilf, his expression on of utter bewilderment. Thesina before heimwese vivid replay oft moment he had been wrongfully accused in his past life. Just moments ago he had been defending himself, striving to prove his innocence, when suddenly his mind went blank, flooded by iterantof memories. The current them was no longer the person he had been in his previous life. He had traversed time, his soul transported back into this body due to a rare and extraordinary opportunity, thus achieving rebirth. Indeed, you have returned to life, you have succeeded, ha. Of wise each in his consciousness. It belonged to a man, transmitted through some mystical communication technique, summoning him to certain objects upon the sacred sun peak. Let us not forget, it was the Ahoadeo Yuri incarnation Yun Sprama said to assist me with three tastes. The Mijiofab witching woman draped in red silk, curvelessly exposed, surfaced in Li Changqing's mind. I have not forgotten and sigh resolve at the current matter, I shall seek ye out. After dismissing her, Hezervate Thiel, taking in the predatory expression soft hose around him. During Hissel's journey, he had witnessed many incredulous scenes, as if a spectator provided truths unknown in his former life. These included teen risky method that led to his framing. Li Changqing furrowed disbrow in anguish, wishing those harrowing images were mere fabrications. Yet the bloody truth was undeniable, real. Why the evidence of both the crime and the criminal, do is still the retocable, do uprule believe cane of a death sex punishment, such delusions. The speaker was Shinchingtone, his third senior sister. Once, they had shared a bondakin Tatatoff siblings. Now, her face bore a trace of camaraderie, as appointed an accusatory finger at Li Changqing, berating him sharply for a sheeted rebuttal. His fourth senior sister, Sumushuing, was equally disillusioned with him. Li Changqing, in Marillier, you have fallen to this state. Once you, the sacred son, led the disciples off battle hall in conquest site oak pride in having such a brother. Now not only have all esti our cultivation, beauty o have also forsaken I o your very heart off thou. I am ashamed to have was a me junior sect ashamed to have a sacred son such as it would be better for I to have perished. See a upon sect master's throne, his mentor Wadiwu remained as indifferent as in his previous life, allowing the tide of souls to engulf him. Harry lids drooped, and disgust practically overflowed from Ergaze. She must have forgotten that Li Changqing had ventured lonely into a perilous realm to save his sect from annihilation, resulting in Hishaderdrut's list cultivation. She, like a that was senior sisters, believed Hesh would have perished that beteratherthan sale these ex fortunes with his crippled existence. In his past life, Li Changqing had felt pain and guilt. Habelievd had disappointed his mentor ran sneer sisters, feeling gunner theoft he sex nurturing. Upon his rebirth he had brief light experience d'anguish, due to Maria surged forth, the story of this realm grew clearer. Heb a healthy truth enthus gamatoshed and realization, abandoning thought foolish naivety. Thiso kaledthoft off divine dragon king's cauldron was Moriakesa being drugged, causing him town witting listum blind to the forbidden area. The Veritwos and your sisters accusing him were complicit. Their motives were transparent o strifimo fistidely sacred sonandaliva tethiun junior brother, Jinfeng Topower. The numerous flaws in thyroaccusations were ill evident. How cold the crippled brain ithesial soft to forbidden area and manipulate the restrictions within? Even if he had triggered the restrictions, how could Dahmer cripple emerge unscathed? Any would hamadicum of sensa would comprehend the impossibility of such a scenario. Yet, none of that mattered. What was important was that he had list his roots and cultivation even no injid ways of frame up, cold he still resist? In Thebling Cophania during his transmigration, Li Changqing felt as if he had undergone countless years of tribulation, his emotions gradually calming. He realized just how laughable his former self had been, vehemently arguing against these flimsy accusations to prove his innocence. In Ruth, Wadi had long been aware of her reality. It had been her clandestine machinations. Even if evidence of his innocence were relayed before her, she would feign ignorance. Was it worth seeking justice from the mastermind? Was it wise to awaken a new hope pretend dead to sleep? Master, the divine dragon king's cauldron is a sacred artifact of the sect, crucial to her survival. The first tenet of the sect forbids an unauthorized entry into the forbidden area. Li Changqing must face severe punishment. Shen Qingtong spoke earnestly for the sect, her tone irresolute. Master, the currently Changqing arbors intention sandus and worthy of the tight leaf sacred son. I implore you to revoke sacred son to Kananda Point Junior brother Chin Fengas the new sacred son. Su mux sweknal twithid. Hestily sacred santo canada fealisi for fengerstalant, durinto take risks, hoping to rival Fenger with the power of a sacred artifact, all while disregarding the sect's future. Li Changqing have considered how a cripple can bear the responsibility as of sacred son, even if I net the sacred artifact, how could you possibly compete with Fenger? You have truly disappointed me. Wadi will meant to dislack of ambition with his eye very well, the sectus wadet of gratitude for his current state if I would midi a wrongdoing, imiate your leniency. Li Changqing lowered his head, smiling bitterly. With ample evidence against me, what difference does it make what her I admitted on it, if I deny it, will I reopen the investigation, why engage the scarade? Hearing Gisvold's sarcasm, Wadi Wu's pression darkened. Egrentu accounts for repentance yet je spec me off from inju, disobedient disciple, war a truly obstinate harsh punishment is warranted. Wadi was patience wareth and as he coldly announced the verdict. You shall no longer bear the tide leaf sacred sungatoth reflection cliff, facetho all 14 days, and reflect from the when you shall service a menial laborer. At this proclamation Shen Qingtong gan sumuksu exchange glances, their lips betraying gan uncontrollable joy. Li Changqing, however, remained unperturbed. He felt neither rancor nor grievance, only a sensiopathy, absurdity, and worthlessness. The reflection cliff was bitterly cold and during 10 days there would cost him half his life. Toba relegated to menial labor was into Monta murder of his spirit, a pure act of humiliation. In the divine king sect, human hearts were even colder than the reflection cliff in his previous life. He had failed to settle what a fool he had been. Li Changqing had been discovered as a child with a previous sect master, brought back to the sect, and become a disciple of Wadi Wu. Torpe the sect he had diligently practiced and excelled, quickly rising to become the banner of his sect duet of his extraordinary talent. 2 years prior, when he last dangerous real Mof divine king mountain merged, the sect was set annihilation. Li Changqing, armed with nothing but his word, gallantly ventured forth. After enduring unimaginable suffering through over a year of combat, he had ultimately vanquished the threat. The sect was saved from peril. Thoth had preserved his life, his roots were shattered, his cultivationless they had become a cripple. The eradication of the dangerous real had been like removing a mountain obstructing the sect's advancement, fully revitalizing the divine king sect. In just air, the surging spiritual urge and blessing shed propelled the sect from the brink of collapse to a revered sanctuary for cultivation. As a result, they had acquired countless treasures of heaven and earth, allowing his mentor and near sisters to greatly enhance their powers. Human hearts are often willing to share in hardship, yet cannot endure prosperity. Together as the sect flourished, Wadi Wu and the senior sisters status soared within the cultivation world, leading them to become increasingly oblivious. Not long after Li Changqing's fall from grace, he was met with disdain. Her spec the held for him had vanished. Especially the injured junior brother, with his silver tongue, sowed discord and rumors against them, further tarnishing his reputation. Everyone cast blame upon him, claiming he had lost this cultivation and could no longer advance, yet clung to thetally of sacred son, unwilling to relinquish it. Some even said occupying the latrine without doing in his business. The younger junior brother, Chin Fong, rose explosively, breaking through to the real most divine ability as to engage, further exacerbating Li Changqing's plight. Wadi Wu the senior sisters unanimously believed that Chin Feng was the future of the sect that unlit deserved the tide leaf sacred son. Wadi Weaven remarked, Chongqing, the sect that just gained the name of Holy Land must forge ahead. If you cannot cultivate being goyal the idle person is not so bad I see that Fenger's talent is no less than yours. Li Changqing felt as though he had been pierced by needles at that moment. In the days that followed, he practiced diligently, yearning to find a way to restore his cultivation. The sect that nurtured him imparted teachings to him now that the name of Liland was still tenuous, he despised himself for having lost his powers and being unable to contribute further to the sect. When he approached his mentor Rand's near sisters, however, it was twisted into a narrative of his unwillingness to accept obscurity and desire to vie for power against the junior brother, leading to coldness and ridicule. Despite title in his previous life, when he was wrongfully accused of stealing divine dragon king's cauldron, he was punished at reflection cliff for 10 days, near Lilo Singha's life. Yet still beareth the humiliation of being a menial laborer, diligent lidowing his utmost for its sect. The saddest part was 2 years later, when Reem Nansoft had dangerous realm resurfaced, he, a man bereft of cultivation, was pushed to the forefront. Li Changqing chose to self-destruct, perishing alone idiot. When Henid Chin Fong having inherited the tight leaf sacred son, broke through, and the entire sect erupted cares. Yet nooni morna this passing. Noon should have enazing tear for his demise. A simple mat sufficed for his burial, with no divine gravestone to mark his resting place. These ungrateful individuals could scarcely have anticipated that Iron Spampir Jr., after attaining formidable prowess, would ultimately annihilate the entire divine king sect, demanding the sacrifice of the entire sect to forge his own path to greatness. His rise was solely attributed to inheriting the malevolent legacy of kin familian insight gleaned during his soul's transmigration. In time, Thetruth Beckham known and regret floodden, was it of any consequence, their blindness to loyalty and righteousness should lead them to envy wolfen to Thirmidst, and the deserved therefit. Li Changqing served Thiel, whereon's beloved Kino Blair death him wither, less injured with the accusations each onim body in righteousness as if they viewed him as civilly entity. Since he were no aware of the complete truth, we shall tread the same path in my past life, sacrificing Mijel for the people, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Is it worth remaining in such a heartless sect? It would be far better to depart, activiteth and paralleled opportunity as she had brought from his previous life and reclaim his concealed identity. In due time he would undoubtedly make a name for himself across around the ruins, no need to be ensnared within the filth of divine king sect. This life would no longer be lived for Rainy O'Neill's, but for himself. Li Changqing grew manisida boot ever read a tale of divine king sect, casting thema sid like her fuse from his mind. Hethan exhaled deeply, as if really a sing a burden. There is no point in further discussion. Really wish to strip me off mistacha sand reclaimed holy sunstoken. Harryitis. Histonera main kamash a deft liar moveth holy sunstoken from his waist, deliberate like cutting his finger telleth his blood rapuntoit. Chapter 2 Today, I depart from sect, severing all bonds. The holy sunstoken was bound be a blood contract, establishing the connection between here bloodlines. Once the contract was hattered, hew'ld no longer be holy son. Whadia when Theother senior sisters, up and witnessing his actions, could hardly contained here delight. You should have donethis them a menti ubecami pariah. You was to therefore the sect all while putting on a facade of righteousness however trying to impress, Shin King Tong scoffed. Indeed, Iarego, hemer get from Theobes, tainted by darkness died we not see that, now histro and naturus laid bare during to stealth divine dragon king's cauldron. Breaking the blood contractitious bestoption if Hera mainst holy son, the sect is doomed, su mukshachimadan, her word scudding deep. Li Changqing had long since to care of and smiley gracing his lips. Even if the darkness should originated from the abyss, waste it not forth as a coft he sect, moreover, the twas not the sola truth of the revan shad transpired. Over thepastir ha hayden duret the torment of being cast aside, consuming his essence to suppress the darkness within him. Ha had never acted against the sectan had an ill within his power twofold it, only to be met with such slander. It mattered not that he had been cast. There was no need to explain himself to them, they were free to interpret as they wished. The previously Chankin borna shama towards the sect, repaying debts of gratitude. The Li Chanking thought follows all severaltius with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Hegrapeth holy sunstoken tightly, white teenagers were linger around him like a tidal wavy before plummeting into oblivion. With the blood contract severed, Li Chanking felt as though he had been hollowed out, his demeanor wilting. Ire turned holy sunstoken toyu. Whoever desires to be the holy son may do so we have an interest. Hanan kalently to seti do wadiawu. You possess a modicum of self-awareness returning holy sunstokenis because he worry unworthy. Yo will still face punishment for our transgressions gotteth a penitence cliffidence. Given I your voluntary dissolution of the contract, your punishment will behold. Wade wa caught the token, her expression softening considerably. The process of stripping him of holy santidol was proceeding smoothly, and had initiated the termination. Yo will face 5 days of wall facing Geth penitence cliff, and from now on you shall bear a ligue teto menial role. Allow and jotala vice these ex mercy. Li Chanking sealed lifted slightly, his expression is I do not require Iona's mercy for no on deserves it. Since the Sarah severed, do you think I will remain in this sect? Hitori a piece from Miss Lievi and, using Gisbitten finger, inscribed words. A letter of resignation from the sect? Huadio Escounten and Cedar Condessa read the 3 bloodied characters, yo wish to resign from the sect? Indeed, this is a resignation as well as a severancio for bond. Li Chanking's voice, though calm, was resolute. On this letter is signed Ishal severaltius with the sect, and there will be no lingering connections with divine King Holy Land Eloin Giauta pretended never existed. Huadio when Theotherson the hall were struck with disbelief. While it a notion of resignation from a sect existed, few would undertake such an action even if relegated to menial position, they would seldom choose a torsign. At most, they would signal a letter of departure, preserving the camaraderie of fellow disciples even if they established their own paths, they could still refer to a Kotharas comrades. Torsign waste a several bonds, a far cry from early departing. Shin King Tong's excitement was palpable. She had initial belly of it that merely stripping Hymofist idol would suffice, but now the ruasena of en greater word. Apparia like him way se discrecy to the sect's resignation would severinity doth divine king sect excellent. Huadoa frowned, dissatisfaction evident in her eyes. Are you attempting to retreat to say means of advancing to coercim? Coerce, ha, do you think I will stoop to such tactics? I simply find this place a distasteful. Li Chanking shan moved swiftly, completing the resignation letter and signing isnam. The crimsoning qua striking. In his eyes, this place had become a decade beyond salvation. You must believe that I am imposing excessive a punishment this strategy of retreating is a means of advance in just clever. Huadia was expression turned scornful. If I were indeed retreating, you must avman speak, you wish to see what tricks you can conjure. Do you truly believe I am negotiating conditions with the Althromi resignation? Li Chankin graced the blood-written resignation letter to show Harry twas not a bargaining tactic. Is that even necessary? Huadia will believe it understood Li Chanking schemes. The holy synesis or discipline of T sect destined to inherit the position of sect leader, as is the case in all sects of the cultivation world. If you your reason, it will undoubted lycos styron the cultivation real mal will criticize the divine king sect, claiming we're dismantling our own bridge after crossing. You presume I will fair public opinion thus using Marie's ignationist leverage against me, is that not correct? Master, how could ha harbor such malicious intentions, it is utterly despicable. Sumyun's understanding blossomed, her gazette outwardly Chanking filled with loathing. She, along with Shinchingtong, had initially thought that Li Chanking was resigning out of Shama. They were taken aback to discover such a venomous mindset. Evena Saperia, he read to threaten thest. Had deserved top richtrily headed. Upon hearing this, Li Chanking felt as though his worldview had shittered. He had written the resignation letter in blood, and Huado immediately presumed he was attempting to negotiate. What did she take him for, a lowly scoundrel? Ridiculous, ha, ridiculous. Li Chanking laughed heartily 3 times. If I believeth this is a threat, then derito signet. Impudent, is this notable tanthriat? Hua Dai Usure surged, pressing down upon Li Changqing's shoulders. Thesandoff grinding Bonsakode, Asifa mountain Berdownenham, causing Li Changqing to stagger, near lolosing his footing. Hegrited his teeth standing tall, his expression terrifying Lycom. Flower sect leader, Sinsiautium Thesathriat Then be all means, signet. What, are you embarrassed and angry? You wretched child, do you truly believe you can threaten me, do you think I am afraid to sign? Hua Diawu, incensed by his defiance, intensified her pressure, unleashing her pent-up frustration. Li Changqing since I destined, darkness clouding his vision hespitamoth fuel off blood, yet press a dispalm against this and stood again. His demeanor remained dirila tranquil. Flower sect leader, signet thesis notathriat. After all, Wisheri Mr. Disciple Binlita Spartamicably each taken Garon path offense forth. You. Very well, very well. Hua Diawu, infuriated, revealed Eglinmerof murderous intent in her eyes. Li Changqing's resignation mattered little to her, nor did she care for public opinion, but the prospect of something beyond their control was intolerable. Have you considered carefully, once you resign, you will become a Marero cultivator, and no sect will diretto accept you. Previously, you battled across the lens, making countels anemius the cultivation world will seek to zetala course with you. Now thought he wore a strip edifio your powers, even an insignificant cultivator cudi silis leia. At the time, do not blame me for not providing you with opportunities. Li Changqing shrugged, continuing to toss the resignation letter toward her. After resigning, whether relivi ordi I soft no concern to you. Regardless of the hardships ahead, I shall not seek your aid. Should I so art agrees, I will ensure you receive a notice liver of fortune. Huadia was fast a turned pale with rage. If she continued to force him to stay, it would appear as though she were desperatito keep him since he was resolute in his departure, she will let him go. If a perished outside, it would be tough she had never taken on his disciple. Stealing her heart, Hua Dai was ignetter name. In that instant, the Divine King sexium to sense a disciples resignation, as a golden light swept across Divine King Holy Land. Li Changqing distinctly felt the sense of belonging to Divine King sectrapidly strip away and dissipate from his body. The twas the fortune bestowed upon disciples bith Holy Land. Especially for him, a disciple had played a pivotal role in the creation of Holy Land, the funabled to cultivate had enjoyed an abundance of fortune, which was no vanishing into thin air. No wonder Shin King Tengan Sumigs had been so eager to see the most holy son his resignation would bring them immense benefit. As this fortune dissipated from him, did it not mean it would be transferred to them? In theories, he was relinquishing fortune, yet in Li Changqing's view, this marked the commencement of his new life. As the fortuna detached from him, half to of weakness was shover him, yet an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within. He no longer bore any burdens from this momentum word, he was soon encumbered, free to soar across tivist skies at will. When then paralleled opportunity is activated, one shall reclaim their extraordinary identity, and the divine dragon shall soar forth from the shallows, destined to ascend to the heavens above. Amidst the furious gaze of Wadawu and the joyous expressions of his in your sisters, Li Changqing spoke with a calm demeanor, I shall make a brief arrangement before departing from the sect. From this moment forth the name Li Changqing shall no longer exist within the divine king sect. Xingtong Mushwet accompany him. He shall not lay claim to evanazing tria sur bestowed by the sect. I wonder how hein tends to survive on sleevest divine king sect, Hua Dai you declared through gritted teeth. If wish stowed part, he must alave thesig tutter empty-handed, not a single hair to take with him. A personageously Sasha will soon find himself begging her to return to the sect. At that point, it shall no longer be matter of mere reservitude. Rest assured, master. No tunly will hanateki anitriasaries, butevanazing spirit stone shall not be allowed to leave his possession, shin kingtongan sumubs acknowledged thirders. Li Changqing did not spare Haraglance, turning away a shemade highs way towards sacred sun peak. Non ofti material possessions matter a desoften lator claimed the belthathungub above his day and night. It was Cyrillic from mother, a woman he had never truly known. More importantly, it was the Kaitan locking is in parallel destiny. Up and reaching sacred sun peak, he did not take any items with him, direct lyre moving Thebo from its place. Wehaveon just arrived, I've been waitin' for you for ages. The voice of that woman reverberate Donsmarie, emanating from the bull. Li Changen remained silent, fastening git o his waist. What is this, master hastate athadio kanatiki any belongings from divine king sect, Shin King Tung obstructed ispathy. Li Changen gremovid the belfromies waist and raised a thigh. Lu close lithicizerilla cleftomebi mamother, notanite moth divine king sect. Oh dear, senior brother, Ari outrali renouncing the sect? At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from outside, followed by Thentrancio Feunman, his visage resemblling that of a Haiti crown exuding generofolence. It was none other than his beloved former junior brother, Qin Feng. Chapter 3, No More Endurance. What, young Master Qin is about to take residence on Saint Sun Peak? Li Changqing cast a fleeting glance at him, no longer referring to him as junior brother, but addressing him as young Master Qin.my dear junior brother, you misunderstand. I heard you have withdrawn from the sect, and I was genuinely concerned, hence I made a special trip to see you. Qin Feng feigned concern, his handsome visage was drenched in worry, yet an unmistakable delight flickered in his brows, faintly revealing a hint of celestial rhythm. But Li Changqing was acutely aware that this aura of Tao was merely a fade crafted by Qin Feng through nefarious means, successfully deceiving even the dance of flowers and butterflies. Your goodwill is appreciated, young Master Qin. Congratulations on achieving your desires, Li Changqing responded with a playful tone. What he cherished like a treasure was, to himself, akin to a tattered shoe. Qin Feng appeared harmless, but he was not oblivious to the fact that when he had unwittingly trespassed into forbidden grounds, the restrictions had been set off by him. Surviving was a test for Qin Feng to ascertain whether his cultivation had truly been rendered null, and to pin the crime of theft of the divine dragon cauldron on Li Changqing, thereby justifying his claim to the position of the saint's son. Now that he had indeed withdrawn from the sect, all grievances were to be set aside. Li Changqing had no intention of dwelling on past matters. As he had his own future to consider, Qin Feng had achieved his goal and brazenly approached to curry favor, all in hopes of witnessing his downfall. Li Changqing harbored a profound disdain for him. One who aspires for greatness yet lacks patience is unlikely to achieve anything of significance. Junior brother, why bother with him? He is but a waste, Shin Qingtong chided, her tone laced with a teasing affection. The air thick with flattery. His withdrawal from the sect demonstrated his awareness of the circumstances. With him around, he could potentially drag the sect down with him. Now the entire sect was aware that he had been envious of you and had stolen the divine dragon cauldron, leaving him utterly shameless. Sister, one cannot speak so harshly. He was once my senior brother, having lost his cultivation and now withdrawn from the sect. How pitiable, Qin Feng lamented, his words laden with emotion, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him, nearly bringing him to tears. Those who are pitiable often possess their own detestable traits. Junior brother, such a waste is not worthy of your sympathy, Su Muxue retorted, unwilling to be outdone, her tone earnest. You are simply too kind-hearted. Remember, indulging evil is a desecration of goodness. Be wary lest you find yourself at a loss. Li Changqing found it unbearable to listen to those who had slandered him discussing kindness, as if they were pouring excrement into his ears. Qin Feng even dared to perform, thank you sister, for your guidance. Qin Feng shall take your words to heart, though I cannot seem to shake off this flaw of being soft-hearted. Upon finishing, he shifted the topic. Are the two elder sisters interested in seeing this bell? Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the golden bell in Li Changqing's hand, brimming with suspicion. With so many treasures on Saint Sun Peak, why would he choose a mere bell? Could there be some hidden significance? It was merely a bell, which he claimed was a token from his mother, and it did seem to hold some truth. Shin Qingtong glanced at Su Muxue. That wretched mother of his abandoned him, and yet he clings to a broken bell, feigning filial piety. I recall that when the last sect master picked him up, this bell was already with him. Su Muxue responded with disdain, yet she was unaware that this bell was one of Li Changqing's fortuitous encounters. When his soul reincarnated, a spell had entered his ear, informing him that he could activate the bell's power through the incantation. This bell was originally a magical artifact, known as the Shattered Space Bell, its attributes sealed and requiring the incantation to be unlocked. May I have a look? Qin Feng extended his hand. This is my mother's relic, not a possession of the Divine King sect. No one is allowed to touch it. Li Changqing coldly refused. Those filthy hands of his would tarnish his mother's heirloom. Qin Feng hastily explained, "Senior brother, you are overthinking it. The master forbids you from taking items from the Divine King sect. I merely wish to examine it closely to avoid future troubles." Li Changqing, hand over the bell. If it is not a possession of the Divine King sect, I shall return it to you. The sect possesses countless treasures. Why would we covet a mere bell? Shin Qingtong, seeing that Qin Feng desired to inspect it while Li Changqing refused, immediately grew irate. "It is my possession. If I wish to show it to you, I shall. If I do not wish to show it, you cannot simply snatch it away." Li Changqing shot her a sharp glance, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If junior brother wishes to see it, he must be allowed to, even if force is required." "What can you do? Hand it over obediently," Shin Qingtong shouted angrily. Li Changqing, how do you prove it is not a possession of the Divine King sect, if you merely carved a magical artifact into the shape of a bell? Would we not have been deceived? Su Mushua wielded her authority like a weapon. "The master has instructed us to keep an eye on you to prevent any treasures of the Divine King sect from leaving the sect." Li Changqing found their antics laughable. This situation was akin to them accusing him of wrongdoing while spouting nonsensical claims. Any magical artifact that is damaged loses its efficacy. If you were to carve a magical artifact into the shape of a bell, how could it still function? They were truly shallow and arrogant, not even bothering to find a decent excuse, spouting foolishness without a thought. Junior brother, just following protocol, do not take offense. Qin Feng continued his charade of being the good guy. A string of revolting actions left Li Changqing desperate to flee, wishing to avoid entanglements with them any longer. Let us carefully examine whether this is indeed a possession of the Divine King sect. He turned his head, extending the bell toward them. Qin Feng certainly knew this was not an item of the Divine King sect, but merely an ordinary bell intended to vex him. When he reached out to receive it, he deliberately missed, causing the bell to fall into the mud. "Oh dear, junior brother, look, I couldn't catch it." He stepped on it with feigned alarm, repeatedly apologizing. "Qin Feng, do not push your luck." Li Changqing's expression darkened at his audacity. This was the first time since his rebirth that anger surfaced within him. "Junior brother, it was not intentional. Why are you still angry?" Qin Feng pretended to be innocent, yet pressed down harder with his foot. "Qin Feng, remove your filthy foot." Li Changqing's voice turned grave, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness akin to blades. This bell had accompanied him for 20 years. It was the only remnant of his mother, and he would not allow it to be sullied. Li Changqing, it is just a broken bell. Why are you shouting? Are you bullying the kind-hearted junior brother? Shin Qingtong jumped in to defend. Su Mushua's disdain deepened. A waste dared to harbor murderous intent towards a junior brother, without even considering his own worth. Li Changqing's fury swelled, nearing the breaking point. No matter how broken, it is still mine. You trample on my bell and speak of it so lightly. How shameless can you be? Under Li Changqing's piercing gaze, Qin Feng felt a chill race down his spine. Although Li Changqing's cultivation was diminished, the murderous aura forged in the crucible of fierce battles still managed to suppress his momentum. Qin Feng's face turned cold, revealing a vicious glint. Could he not even handle a waste? "Junior brother, whether it belongs to the sect must be tested. This is the only way to ensure I have a valid explanation for the master later." Qin Feng shamelessly declared, having looked and trampled. "Now return my item." Li Changqing, suppressing his anger, shoved him away and retrieved the bell from the mud, wiping it incessantly on his clothing. In that moment, he felt the urge to activate the shattered space bell. Yet he held back, wishing to leave matters cleanly without complicating them further. From this point onward, he would keep his distance from the Divine King sect. Qin Feng stumbled back several steps from the push, catching a glimpse of the sect's magical artifact, the dragon banner, and secretly exerted force, snapping the flagpole with a crack, causing the dragon banner to fall to the ground. "What, junior brother, are you trying to frame me on your way out?" "The dragon banner is a magical artifact of Saint Sun Peak. How shall I explain myself to the master?" He wore an expression of grievance, nearly brought to tears. Li Changqing was left incredulous at his shamelessness. "You, a being of the divine transformation realm, could be toppled by a waste like me, who is truly framing whom? You are my senior brother. How could I dare to use my powers against you? If senior brother wishes to push me, I can only endure." Qin Feng feign innocence. Li Changqing, you are going too far. Do you think the junior brother is easy to bully? The dragon banner was toppled by you, and both Su and I can attest to it. Shin Qingtong interjected loudly, "You are no longer a disciple of the Divine King sect. Damaging our sect's magical artifact is tantamount to infringing upon our sect And it must not be forgiven. Sumushua escalated the situation. Someone go report to the sect master and let the law enforcement hall adjudicate his crimes, a bunch of shameless individuals, in just a couple of hours. He had witnessed the utmost depravity and shamelessness in the world. With a curse, he turned to leave St. Sun Peak. Even a glance at them felt like a stain on his eyes. Halt, you think you can just walk away after damaging the dragon banner? No way, unless you kneel and apologize to the junior brother, the law enforcement hall will hold you accountable. Shen Qingtong obstructed his path. The dragon banner was not some remarkable magical artifact. It was merely a symbolic item planted at St. Sun Peak, with little actual efficacy. She was determined to avenge Qin Feng. You are truly ridiculous. I have withdrawn from the sect, and yet you still wish to make things difficult for me. I am leaving now. Let us see who can stop me. Li Changqing gazed at the sky. His eyes hollow, and when he looked down, they resembled an unfathomable abyss. I say again, I am leaving now. As long as I am here, do you think you can leave? Shen Qingtong, utterly oblivious to the danger, sneered, leaving behind an imposing aura upon Li Changqing. Kneel and apologize to the junior brother. Li Changqing bore the immense pressure, his chest aflame with anger. A tiger does not show its teeth out of disdain, but provoking it comes with a price. He had come to realize that in the presence of these people, excessive forbearance would only encourage their relentless encroachment, since a peaceful resolution was impossible. He might as well tear the facade apart, since he could endure no longer. There was no need for further restraint. Li Changqing's throat trembled as he silently recited the incantation, and suddenly the bell rang, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 4, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The body of fortune. Li Changqing has defiled the dragon banner of the Holy Sun Peak. Upon hearing the report from her disciple, Hua Jiwu hesitated for a moment, then immediately deduced that this must be the work of Qin Feng. The lad is indeed mischievous. He knows Li Changqing has defied me and wishes to avenge me. A dutiful child indeed. A smile crept upon her lips as she decided to indulge Feng's filial intentions, instructing the law elder to intervene. As for the charges, she would heed Feng's words. If he declared guilt, then guilt it was. If he claimed innocence, then so be it. Understood, sect master. The reporting disciple accepted the command and departed. Hua Diawu had been greatly angered moments before, eagerly anticipating the sight of Li Changqing's humiliation, and even more so, she yearned to witness Qin Feng's filial heart from afar. Bring me the Yushu mirror. As the leader of the sect, it was inconvenient for her to intervene directly, nor did she wish to afford Li Changqing such favor. Moments later, the Yushu mirror was in place. With a flick of her sleeve, the image of Holy Sun Peak appeared within the mirror. She reclined slightly, her brows and eyes like a painting, truly enchanting. As she savored the reflection within the mirror. At Holy Sun Peak, Li Changqing set aside any thoughts of parting amicably. Since they were so aggressive, why should he hold back? He would settle both new and old scores together. After all, wild dogs only learn their lesson when they receive a beating for biting the wrong person. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Changqing's eyes as he silently recited an incantation. Ding ding ding, the bell that had remained silent for 20 years finally rang, its sound as clear as if it had descended from the heavens. This bell, known as the Broken Void Bell, harbored terrifying power. Breaking through the void, it was through incantations and the broken void bell that he could soul transcend and traverse from the void. Li Changqing's lineage destined him with a unique bloodline. Only he could invoke the incantation and activate the broken void bell. Moreover, he had gained this opportunity only after facing death and rebirth. Since his childhood, he had diligently studied the broken void bell, yet had never been able to unravel its mysteries. To others, such a bell seemed commonplace, easily found at any street vendor, but he had always sensed that it was anything but simple, feeling a certain connection to it that he could never quite grasp. It wasn't until the moment of his past life's demise that he finally understood the heavenly secrets, and the vague images he glimpsed during his soul's transition shattered the resentment that had long been buried within him. He was not abandoned by his mother. The images revealed his mother, in her final moments, casting him into the river, where he was swept away and discovered by the previous sect master of the Divine King sect. This bell was a token left by his mother for his survival. As the bell tolled, Li Changqing's eyes reddened, as though he could feel the profound love of his departed mother. At that moment, the bell fused with him, and the skies above the Divine King sect suddenly roiled with ominous clouds, forming a gigantic vortex. The Yushu mirror was affected by this phenomenon, beginning to shake violently. What was happening? Why was the sect's fortune being absorbed? this resembled the wrath of the heavens descending as punishment. Hua Diawu, who had initially been in a state of passive observation, suddenly sat upright, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to stabilize the Yushu mirror. Fixating her gaze upon it, the anomaly persisted, and in the distant sky, a darkened hue emerged, accompanied by ominous clouds and rolling thunder. Hua Diawu's suspicions deepened. Something was amiss. Such a celestial phenomenon could only be triggered by an extraordinary talent or a powerful figure breaking through to the Emperor realm. But why was it manifesting above the Divine King sect? Could it be that Feng had obtained the favor of the heavens? Elated by this prospect, Hua Diawu hastily employed the 6 Xiao technique to perform divination. As a sage, although she couldn't predict the intricacies of heavenly fortune, basic fortune-telling was well within her grasp. At Holy Sun Peak, the moment the bell tolled, Li Changqing felt as if he had entered another realm. Countless energies surging into his body. A thunderous sound echoed within his 5 organs. Moments later, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, unleashing a brilliant golden light that spiraled high into the heavens. As if searching for something, what it sought was none other than the boy grasping the broken void bell. Li Changqing, the broken void bell shattered the void, seemingly bridging the ancient world with this realm. As torrents of spiritual energy transcended time and space, converging upon Li Changqing's body. It was akin to nourishing parched earth, revitalizing his meridians. Like withered trees awakening in spring, the previously shattered meridians swiftly began to restore under the influx of spiritual energy. And the damaged roots sprouted anew, even stronger than before, resembling a certain kind of Taoist bone. The meridians were being repaired but did not cease, rather, they continually expanded, radiating waves of energy. Was this the blessing of fortune? In a daze, Li Changqing was astonished. If blessed by fortune, he would surely develop an unparalleled physique. The saying "no destruction, no establishment" held true in this moment. His meridians and roots birthed anew. The spiritual energy summoned by the broken void bell seemed boundless. Until, at last, a new cultivation physique was born, the body of creation. Li Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. In his early years, to enhance his cultivation and better contribute to the sect, he had perused myriad texts, learning of an extraordinary physique known as the body of creation. Initially, it was the body of creation for mortals, which would undergo transformation as one's realm ascended, evolving into the body of creation for saints. Then the body of creation for immortals, culminating in the strongest body of creation in the universe. What he was forming now was indeed the body of creation for mortals. This foretold that the path he was to tread would be one of supreme dominance. With the body of creation for mortals established, the residual spiritual energy began to flow incessantly into his Dantian's Qi. The reason Li Changqing had been unable to cultivate after emerging from the perilous realm was not merely due to his shattered roots. Though broken roots would at most prevent him from breaking through realms, basic cultivation could still be pursued. The crux of the matter lay in the damage to his Dantian's Qi, which rendered him incapable of gathering spiritual power, thus stalling his cultivation. After returning, he had sought methods to restore his Dantian numerous times, yet this realm offered no such elixirs or healing arts. Especially when Hua Diawu led him to seek divine healers, they had informed him that his path to cultivation was severed, leading the sect to abandon him. At that moment, Li Changqing felt as though the sky had fallen. Now, however, the broken void bell had summoned ancient power, completely restoring his utterly damaged Dantian and expanding its capacity to a width unimaginable to ordinary cultivators, vast as the great rivers and seas. Li Changqing could sense that his Dantian was now merely in its initial stages. It would continue to expand, the extent of which he dared not even contemplate, but one thing was certain: it would undoubtedly surpass any existence in the world. Overcome with joy, Li Changqing understood that the broken void bell would bestow upon him unparalleled opportunities, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. As his Dantian's Qi continued to expand, the joy that had just risen within him gradually faded, and his expression turned grave. In fact, he felt a tinge of trepidation. Such immense opportunity often bore an overwhelming sense of inaccessibility. A Dantian of such magnitude, while capable of enriching the spiritual energy, would certainly require extraordinary methods or rare treasures to sustain it. A wave of fear washed over Li Changqing, akin to the dread of sudden wealth. Could it be that the devilish technique was also a form of opportunity? He realized that after reshaping his physique, the demonic essence that had once been suppressed within him broke free from its seals. Flooding into his body, initially a flush crept across his face, as if recalling some unspeakable memories, but he soon mustered the strength to repress the demonic essence once more. In that instant, he found himself in a state of confusion. The demonic essence he had once suppressed as a useless body had now become an opportunity. Hua Jiewu observed the changes in Li Changqing's body through the Yushu mirror, a wave of unease swelling within her. Initially calculating through the 6 Xiao technique, an unexpected surge of power from the heavens shattered her copper coins into fragments. Could this phenomenon be triggered by Li Changqing? No, it was impossible. How could a mere waste accomplish such a feat? Hua Jiewu was reluctant to believe this and resorted to the turtle shell technique and the suspended star technique for further calculations, yet all were inevitably shattered by this force. Suddenly she felt a tumult in her 5 organs. As if experiencing some sort of backlash, sect master, a nearby maid noticed her pallor and hurriedly inquired. I am fine. Hua Jiewu waved her hand, sitting up again, though chills coursed down her back. Had she not possessed high cultivation? She might have suffered a severe blow. I am a sage. Can I not even calculate the fate of a mere waste? In her shock, Hua Jiewu employed the secret techniques of the Divine King to peer deeper into the Yushu mirror. Within the mirror, Li Changqing was shrouded by a layer of illusory shadow behind him, and while she could not see clearly, her shock intensified. This was evidently a form of protection by some law. Repelling external detection, did Li Changqing possess an opportunity? A fierce determination flickered in Hua Jiewu's eyes. No wonder you were so eager to withdraw from the sect. I shall not grant you your wish. Summon the Law Elder at once. He must be detained within the Divine King's sect. Should he dare to resist, there shall be no mercy. She issued a decree. I shall see what secrets you conceal. Hua Jiewu's gaze returned to the Yushu mirror. At Holy Sun Peak, having damaged the sect's artifacts and yet daring to leave forcibly, did he truly believe that withdrawal from the sect would shield him from retribution? Shen Xingtong, filled with rage, struck out with a palmed boom. Just as Li Changqing had just forged his body of creation for mortals, his power was abundant. Shen Xingtong rushed forward, only to be sent flying by this surge of strength. He was supposed to be a waste. How could he possess such formidable power? Shen Xingtong's face turned ashen in astonishment. Third senior sister, we must inform master at once. Li Changqing must be carrying something belonging to our Divine King sect. Sumu Shue, witnessing Li Changqing's explosive power, dared not advance. Moments later, the reporting disciple and the law elder arrived, and the sect master commanded that Li Changqing must be retained. If he resisted, he was to be executed without mercy. Chapter 5, Breaking the Void. All-encompassing, the law elder, Leng Qiuyan, led by the sect master's order, approached Holy Sun Peak. Li Changqing, today you shall not escape. Come with me to the punishment hall. Were they intending to kill Li Changqing? In a hidden corner of Holy Sun Peak, a man concealed himself, gripping a gleaming silver spear. Hearing Leng Qiuyan's words, he furrowed his brow, inadvertently leaking a trace of his aura, which he quickly suppressed. He hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. The man hesitated for a moment, still indecisive, repeatedly raising and lowering the gun in his hand. Perhaps it was best to observe the situation. If he were indeed killed, he could use the excuse of having failed to locate Li Changqing, conveniently shifting the blame onto the Divine King sect. Such reasoning would hold water. He had been sent to assist Li Changqing. Yet someone was intent on ensuring he did not leave the Divine King sect alive, and that person was someone he could not afford to offend. After much contemplation, the man finally set down his silver spear. Resolutely making up his mind to conceal himself once again, several hundred miles away from the Divine King sect lay the northern province, where General Lin Pofan held a letter, lost in thought after reading it. Li Changqing, the Divine King sect. The letter Lin Pofan received instructed him to go and assist the holy son of the Divine King sect. Li Changqing, is this person truly real? How splendid. It seems that the balance maintained for many years may indeed be disrupted by this individual. General, should we send troops? An aide inquired, aware that the Divine King sect had recently risen as a sacred ground, gaining considerable notoriety. It would likely be no easy feat to escort the sect's holy son away. Lin Pofan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. No need, I shall go personally. What if the Divine King sect refuses to release him? He dares, Lin Pofan declared with an air of dominance. If they dare not let him go, I shall flatten their Divine King sect. With that, he tucked away the letter and departed from the general's residence. At the Divine King sect, on Holy Sun Peak. Li Changqing stood before the punishment hall. The punishment hall, he stated that if one were to enter, not even a ghost would emerge unscathed, just because Qin Feng wishes to see my bell, and I refuse. He intends to drag me to the punishment hall. Li Changqing was both amused and exasperated. Having already severed his ties with the sect, he felt that any injustice he faced was now inconsequential. Aimed solely at a clean break for mutual peace, did the Divine King's sect truly consider him a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? First, the likes of Qin Feng harassed him over a mere bell. And now Hua Daiwu sought to take him to the punishment hall, resorting to torture. Did they wish for a complete and utter destruction? Cold Shoyun's expression turned frigid. A fool, you do not even comprehend your crime. Who told you about the bell? It was you who damaged the dragon banner, and thus you ought to be taken to the punishment hall for judgment. Are you blind? It was clearly Qin Feng who broke it himself. As the elder of law enforcement, you should recognize the fracture at a glance, yet you insist on lying with your eyes wide open. Li Changqing retorted angrily. I have already severed my ties with the sect. Does it obstruct Qin Feng's succession to the Holy Sun? Why must you invert right and wrong in such a manner? Enough nonsense. Whether or not you did it, you will go to the punishment hall. And as the elder, I have ways to make you confess. Just come along quietly, Cold Shoyun insisted, attempting to forcibly take him away. And if I refuse to go? Li Changqing's presence exuded a low-pressure aura. His gaze sharp as a blade, a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Did they wish to beat a drowning dog? Little did they know they had provoked a lion. Let them not blame me for my ruthlessness. Cold Shoyun summoned a surge of momentum, enveloping Li Changqing. Elder Lang, allow me to have a word with my junior brother. You are the elder, with superior cultivation. If by any chance you were to accidentally kill him, what would we do? Qin Feng interjected, feigning concern. The sect master has decreed that should anyone resist, they shall be killed. Fenger, his life or death is of no consequence. Cold Shoyun glanced at him, instantly understanding. Since you wish to carry out this order from the sect master, I shall hand it over to you, but I must warn you first. She was well aware of Qin Feng's animosity toward Li Changqing and knew he intended to use Li Changqing to establish his own authority. Then let it be done, Qin Feng replied respectfully. Elder Lang, please proceed. If he resists, there will be no mercy. Cold Shoyun reiterated Hua Daiwu's command. Junior brother, do not show any mercy. If he resists, kill him directly. This is the sect master's decree. You know the consequences of defiance, Shen Qingtong reminded them, still seething from her earlier embarrassment, harboring a deep hatred for Li Changqing, wishing for his immediate demise. Her words struck a chord with Qin Feng. Junior brother, you should accompany Elder Ling to the punishment hall. I do not wish to fight you, but with the sect master's decree in place, I dare not defy it. Qin Feng's words seemed like counsel but were designed to provoke Li Changqing, providing him with a reason to act. Hypocritical, Li Changqing scoffed. Qin Feng had long wished to kill him. Did he think he couldn't see through it? You shall have to kill me first, Qin Feng stammered. I did not intend to kill you, junior brother, but with the sect master's order, I have no choice. With that, he drew his sword. A fierce energy surged forth, revealing his initial stage of divine abilities. Contrasting sharply with his earlier feigned fear, now brimming with murderous intent. Junior brother, please give me guidance. A sinister smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. Having schemed for so long, how could he allow Li Changqing to simply sever his ties with the sect? Oh, do you need assistance? The voice from the broken sky bell echoed, seductive yet bloodthirsty. Not necessary, return, Li Changqing commanded sharply, his expression changing suddenly. The broken sky bell contained a spirit, as he activated the incantation. It tore through the void, accompanying him through the transition. The woman, Bai Ji, was a formidable demoness. According to her, she had once been an ancient fox deity, slain by a long-standing enemy. As she perished, she witnessed the void tear open and, using her soul's power, slipped into the rift, reincarnating alongside Li Changqing. You ungrateful wretch, were it not for me, could you have safely reincarnated? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Bai Ji berated him for his ingratitude. In their previous life, remnants of a fierce land retaliated, and Li Changqing, having had his cultivation crippled, found his soul weakened post-mortem. Recklessly tearing through the void nearly resulted in him being torn apart by overwhelming forces. It was Bai Ji's assistance that enabled his successful reincarnation. Without the broken sky bell, would your soul have found a resting place? You would have long since dissipated, let alone speak of such grandeur. It was for your own sake. Li Changqing had no time to bicker with her. I promise to fulfill the 3 things I owe you, but I hope you refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to employ the soul whip. Just don't come begging me later, Bai Ji retorted, her enthusiasm abruptly waning. During the soul transition, what appeared to be a mere moment to the outside world felt like an eternity to them. Li Changqing understood Bai Ji's deep-seated resentment. After reincarnation, she sought to control him in order to reconstruct her physical form, utilizing the broken sky bell to shatter the void, returning to her era for vengeance. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Changqing would not allow himself to be controlled by anyone, regardless of Bai Ji's identity as a fox deity. During the soul transition, he had also acquired a soul whip. Specifically designed to deal with souls, Bai Ji's obedience stemmed from her fear of the soul whip, but he had formed a karmic bond with Bai Ji during the soul transition. She aided him in reincarnation, and he would assist her with 3 tasks. This was merely a transaction. It did not grant her the right to dictate his actions. As he repelled the fox deity, he noticed Qin Feng, filled with hostility, summoning an overwhelming sword force that surged toward him like a tempest. Fenger has made progress. Hua Daiwu, observing from the jade void mirror, breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Li Changqing had gained some fortuitous opportunity, it was unlikely he could survive beneath Qin Feng's sword force. Li Changqing is finished. Cold Shoyun, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of triumph. Having ingratiated herself with the future Holy Sun, her own prospects seemed assured. The aura emanating from Qin Feng caused everyone on Holy Sun Peak to change countenance. They sighed in awe. Truly, he was a top-tier genius, and after Li Changqing, he was undeniably the foremost among them. Li Changqing, confronted with the dense sword force, remained unperturbed, for the broken sky bell not only summoned ancient spiritual energy to forge his creation body but also attracted a profound technique, the myriad forms sword art. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Changqing's eyes. He had not anticipated that the broken sky bell would summon the myriad forms sword art. Is this a form of humiliation toward the Divine King sect? A thought crossed his mind. Let us see just how formidable this technique truly is. Li Changqing closed his eyes and mentally traversed the technique. In his mind, countless symbols emerged, and his dantian surged with the movements of the sword arts. Rising like a tsunami, rapidly coursing through his meridians. As Qin Feng's sword force approached, he opened his eyes, unleashing 2 beams of radiance. With a casual grasp, he summoned a disciple's sword, taking hold of it, and immediately unleashed a wave of sword force. Countless beams of sword light unfurled, forming an expansive web, akin to the net of heaven. Although he was merely a novice at this technique, his creation body was unparalleled, combined with his extraordinary talent, allowing him to swiftly grasp its essence. This, Shen Qingtong, who had just cheered for Qin Feng, suddenly stuttered. She and Su Mu Shui recognized the power contained within the sword force. Third senior sister, is this merely coincidence? Su Mu Shui spoke tremulously. At first, there had been celestial phenomena, and then Li Changqing, in a seemingly crippled state, summoned a formidable sword force. Doubt crept into her mind. Surely it is a coincidence. Someone capable of provoking such phenomena must be extraordinary. Does he even qualify? Shen Qingtong offered a word of comfort, though her heart raced with anxiety. Could it truly be, confronted by Li Changqing's advancing sword force? Qin Feng set aside any condescension and prepared to meet it with all his might. Upon contact with the sword force, an immense force surged through him, causing him to panic. What sort of technique is this? All-embracing manifestation. Cold Shoyun, as the elder of law enforcement, recognized Li Changqing's sword move at a glance. Indeed, it is the all-embracing manifestation. Li Changqing raised an eyebrow. This is a technique from the myriad forms sword art. Where did you learn it? Speak the truth. Cold Shoyun's expression shifted to one of fury. The sight of the sword move caused Hua Daiwu before the jade void mirror to rise in shock. Chapter 6. Another phenomenon arises. Half-step divine travel. Where did he learn the myriad forms sword art? Hua Daiwu recognized Li Changqing's sword move, her pupils constricting in astonishment. In the world of martial arts, techniques are categorized into the 4 realms of heaven and earth, and beyond them lie sacred, immortal, and imperial ranks. The myriad forms sword art is an ancient technique of high sacred rank. It possesses immense power and is inscribed within the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. If mastered, one could wield the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. However, no one within the Divine King's sect, including the greatest geniuses of past generations, had ever mastered the myriad forms sword art, due to the fact that the Divine Dragon King's cauldron of the Divine King's sect is but a remnant artifact. The inscription of the Wushang sword technique upon it is incomplete, possessing only the sword moves without the accompanying cultivation methods. Although the Divine Dragon King's cauldron is a sacred artifact, its utility in harnessing the celestial Dao's fortune is but a fraction of what is documented. Thus, upon witnessing Li Changqing wield the powers of the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, Hua Daiwu displayed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that his fortune lies within the Wushang sword technique? Hua Daiwu settled down, redirecting her gaze to the Yushu mirror. Keen to observe how much of the wuxiang sword technique he had truly mastered, she resolved to watch the unfolding events, ready to intervene only if the situation spiraled out of control. The earlier insistence of Leng Qiuyun to retain Li Changqing was intended to humiliate him, compelling him to pay the price for defying the sect master, and now, upon realizing his comprehension of the wuxiang sword technique, there was no way she could allow him to leave. Hua Daiwu was eager to uncover the origins of Li Changqing's fortune and its connection to the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. Elder Lang, is this truly the wuxiang sword technique? Shen Qingtong expressed skepticism, questioning how a discarded individual could possibly employ the powers of the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. It was simply too absurd. Leng Qiuyun remained fixated ahead, the fear in his eyes deepening, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His wuxiang sword technique had evidently transcended the entry-level realm, reaching a minor accomplishment, which must have taken years of cultivation. Elder Lang, this cannot be. After Li Changqing was rendered incapable, his master had taken him to visit renowned physicians. If he had practiced the wuxiang sword, how could it have gone unnoticed? Shen Qingtong hastily refuted. With Sumu Shua echoing her sentiments, Leng Qiuyun's doubts multiplied. The wuxiang sword technique was of high sacred rank. Even a genius would require 3 to 5 years to break through a single realm. How could one possibly leap across 2 realms in an instant? Even if Li Changqing had regained his once monstrous talent, accomplishing such a feat was utterly impossible. Facing the torrential assault of sword intent, Qin Feng was taken aback, his mind buzzing with the same question. How could he wield a technique whose lineage had long been severed? No, it is simply inconceivable. He felt a surge of frustration, unwilling to accept this reality, and promptly unleashed all his latent potential. The ring of ethereal passage on his finger radiated a ghostly light in an instant. Sacred One, are you aiding me? Qin Feng rejoiced, having already acquired the Qin family's legacy embodied within the very ring he wore. Its origins were as enigmatic as the Qin family itself. It was through this ring that Li Changqing had swiftly risen to prominence while battling for the sect in perilous lands, subsequently usurping the position that originally belonged to Li Changqing after his fall from grace. Even if you have mastered the wuxiang sword, what of it? Qin Feng tore away the thick facade, revealing a menacing countenance. As his words fell, the ghostly light from the ring melded into his body, triggering an extraordinary phenomenon above the Divine King's sect. Upon witnessing the manifestation, Shen Qingtong was elated. Casting a look of admiration towards Qin Feng, I told you, Li Changqing is a discarded individual. How could he possibly invoke the heavens? It is clearly due to the prowess of my junior brother. Sumu Shue's face flushed with excitement, proclaiming our unwavering support for junior brother was undoubtedly correct. He possesses extraordinary talent, and we will surely rely on him in the future. While the two were engulfed in unbounded joy, the law enforcement elder Leng Qiuyun's expression grew solemn, lost in contemplation as he observed the phenomenon. Hua Daiwu, before the Yushu mirror, began to discern the underlying truths. This does not align. Although the phenomenon invoked by Qin Feng was indeed formidable, rivaling that of Li Changqing, the intricacies contained within were distinctly different. The phenomenon triggered by Li Changqing was shrouded in mystery, seemingly belonging to a time beyond this era, while Qin Feng's was evidently derived from the very essence of this realm's fortune. After prolonged observation, Hua Daiwu grasped certain hidden truths, exhaling a breath of realization. Wind and Li Changqing are destined rivals. However, Wind is far more fortunate. This world cannot accommodate 2 top-tier geniuses. No matter how great Li Changqing's fortune, it will ultimately serve as mere embellishment for Wind. She perceived the peculiarities within Qin Feng's legacy, perhaps capable of offering Li Changqing as a sacrifice. On the sacred Sun Peak, Li Changqing's murderous intent intensified. This former junior brother had shed his usual refined demeanor, striking with unparalleled ferocity, evidently intent on seizing his fortune. Before the Yushu mirror, Hua Daiwu, however, revealed a hint of a smile. This is fortuitous for the Divine King sect. With Wind harnessing the fortunes of this realm, it appears that the future ascendance or decline of the Divine King sect shall rest upon his shoulders. Hua Daiwu could not help but sigh. A mix of regret for Li Changqing, who had been under her tutelage for 20 years without revealing such remarkable fortune, which was truly a pity. Simultaneously, she valued Qin Feng's legacy even more. Relieved to have made the right choice, Qin Feng's legacy possessed the power of dominion. On the sacred Sun Peak, the resounding echoes within Qin Feng surged, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine power realm in an instant. The realms of cultivation are divided into 9 tiers: innate, spiritual platform, spiritual void, acquired, divine repository, divine power, divine wanderer, mortal, earthly, heavenly realms, entry into the sacred, minor sacred, major sacred, and the emperor realm. For one of Qin Feng's age to reach the divine repository realm is already a remarkable feat. The divine power realm is even more extraordinary. In Hua Dai Wu's eyes, the pinnacle of the divine power realm is akin to a divine miracle, for below the divine wanderer realm, one is merely considered immortal. And only upon reaching the divine wanderer realm can one comprehend the laws and cultivate the path of heaven and earth. Qin Feng, standing at the pinnacle of the divine power realm, is essentially half a step into the divine wanderer realm, already placing him among the ranks of significant cultivators. In contrast, Li Changqing's fortune is indeed astonishing, yet he remains at the 5th layer of the divine repository realm, a full realm behind Qin Feng, rendering him utterly outmatched. When truly brings honor to his master, Hua Dai will recline once more in the sect master's chair, observing quietly. After today, Qin Feng would solidify his standing within the divine king sect due to this battle. Even the disciples of the war hall who had previously clashed with Li Changqing, discontented with the sect's injustices, would henceforth yield to Qin Feng. This shift would effectively eliminate the internal strife within the divine king sect. Contemplating this, Hua Dai Wu felt a sense of satisfaction. The divine king sect had nearly reached a state of completeness. As its sect master, she would accomplish what no predecessor had managed. On the sacred sun peak, with a mere gesture, Qin Feng directed his sword forward, forming an arc of azure light, resembling an impregnable barrier. While its rank may not surpass that of the Wuxiang sword technique, it still belonged to the upper echelons of sacred techniques, likely of lower sacred rank. Moreover, he effortlessly perfected this sword technique. Leng Qiuyun trembled at the sight. The reputation of a swordsmanship genius was indeed well deserved. The lower sacred rank sword technique reached its pinnacle with a mere flick of his wrist, a sight never before witnessed. The sword technique employed by Qin Feng is known as the Tianlu sword, and it effortlessly countered Li Changqing's myriad manifestations. Junior brother, I eagerly await your guidance, he openly provoked. No longer considering Li Changqing as a worthy opponent. Li Changqing remained composed, yet unbeknownst to him, his body underwent a transformation. The spiritual energy within him surged abruptly, carving out a broad pathway of qi, elevating his realm from the 5th layer of the divine repository directly to the divine power realm. Hua Dai Wu observed this unfold clearly through the Yushu mirror. Her complexion paled. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. As Li Changqing's realm ascended in an instant, now standing against Qin Feng, Hua Dai Wu gripped the table tightly, recognizing that the Wuxiang sword technique was merely supplementary. Li Changqing's fortune extended far beyond that. Who on earth is he? Hua Dai Wu began to question Li Changqing's identity. A discarded individual could not possibly possess such a world-shattering fortune. Her expression turned frosty, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Yushu mirror. On the sacred sun peak, Leng Qiuyun trembled. With Li Changqing's newfound cultivation, it would not be easy for Wen to triumph. Shen Qingtong remained unconcerned, possessing immense confidence in Qin Feng. Li Changqing was merely at the initial stage of divine power, while junior brother stood at half a step into the divine wanderer realm. Historically, righteousness has always prevailed over evil. He would merely be crushed by junior brother. Speaking of righteousness prevailing over evil, her heart raced. Not at all. Leng Qiuyun, experienced and wise, shook his head repeatedly. Li Changqing's Wuxiang sword was of high sacred rank, while Wen's Tianlu sword was of lower sacred rank. Even I cannot predict who shall emerge victorious. However, Sumu Xue was unperturbed. Elder Lang, while junior brother's sword technique may be slightly inferior, his realm is overwhelmingly superior. Coupled with his unparalleled chaotic physique, by all accounts, victory is assured. Upon hearing this, Lang Qiuyun's expression softened somewhat. That is indeed a valid point. Wind possesses an innate sword bone, a prodigy of the sword path between heaven and earth. Should he fully unleash his technique, his chances of victory are 7 to 8 out of 10. He shifted his gaze once more. Chapter 7, A Change of Heart. Suffering a resounding defeat, with a resounding crash, the clash of two sacred sword intents unleashed a tempestuous wind. Qin Feng's body trembled, as if his unleashed momentum had been devoured by some mysterious force. Have you cultivated demonic arts? Li Changqing's expression shifted as well. The devouring heaven demonic art, this ancient demonic technique had come to him by chance during a bloody encounter in perilous lands. Owing to his righteous identity, he had forcibly suppressed it within his body for over a year. After reshaping his constitution, the demonic art broke free from its original seal and returned to his being. Just as he had managed to suppress it, it unexpectedly activated in response to his invocation of the Wusheng sword. The divine transformation body that Li Changqing possessed required extraordinary materials and unparalleled techniques to satisfy the vastness of his dantian. He had contemplated that the devouring heaven demonic art might be an opportunity, as it could consume the physiques and bloodlines of cultivators, enhancing his own body, thus serving as a shortcut for rapid transformation. Realizing the devouring heaven demonic art was at work, Li Changqing hurriedly urged the spiritual energy in his dantian to repress it once more. Firstly, this was not the moment for revelation, and secondly, he was not well versed in this technique. Using it recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. He was wary that cultivating demonic arts might awaken demonic tendencies, which he wished to avoid. Meanwhile, in the distant human marsh demonic realm, Yilinger sat with her legs submerged in a crystal-clear stream, her exquisite countenance illuminated by eyes as bright as stars. She laughed like a silver bell, yet suddenly, her body shivered, and her brows furrowed. "Ha, he is still alive. He has actually acquired my sect's demonic arts. Holy maiden, what has transpired?" A timeless beauty, whose age is indiscernible yet still exudes a captivating charm, gracefully approaches, her face adorned with astonishment as she inquires. Night Spirit, resting her chin on her hand, offers a playful smile, remarking on the peculiarity of the individual before her. "Shui, I implore you to visit the Divine King sect and investigate on my behalf." The woman acknowledges the command, her form shimmering before vanishing into the heavens. The sacred sun peak of the Divine King sect, Li Changqing and Qin Feng's sword energies collide fiercely, both retreating a step as they reach a stalemate. The Tianlu sword, a slight improvement over refuse. Li Changqing twirls his sword with a mocking expression. In contrast, Qin Feng's hands tremble. Despite exerting his utmost, he finds himself in a somewhat disheveled state, having barely withstood Li Changqing's assault. Yet, to contend against a superior grade opponent with an initial grade technique and achieve a draw against the formidable all-devouring kill, is indeed a feat worthy of admiration. Before the Yushu mirror, Hua Daiwu observes the entire exchange. Falling into a profound silence, has her choice of Qin Feng been misguided? His displayed talent and comprehension of the sword path undeniably positioned him as the ideal candidate for the sacred sun in her heart. The prospect of him swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of divine power further impresses her. However, after witnessing the recent bout, her perspective has shifted. Li Changqing's realm has surged from nothingness to the divine, and his mastery of the all-devouring sword technique has progressed from the threshold to a budding success, a truly astonishing display. While both wield the sacred techniques, the initial grade Tenlu sword technique pales in comparison to the superior grade all-devouring sword technique. The difficulty Qin Feng faced to break through to perfection is vastly inferior to that which Li Changqing encountered to reach minor success. Hua Daiwu's face betrays her hesitation following the accusations against Li Changqing. He seems to have transformed, frequently defying her, inciting her ire. Unlike the obedient and clever Qin Feng, yet, his innate talent is undeniably superior. Though his disposition may be less than amiable, his lineage is exceedingly rare. Should both serve the sect, would the Divine King sect not become invincible in the world? As the sect leader, Hua Daiwu possesses foresight and begins to calculate her options, with a flicker of her silhouette. She arrives at Sacred Sun Peak. "Sect leader, what brings you here?" Lang Qiuyan greets Hua Daiwu with haste, her face flushing with embarrassment at the prolonged failure to subdue Li Changqing. "Greetings, master." Shen Qingtong and Su Mushua follow suit. Bowing respectfully, Hua Daiwu nods slightly, while the two rise, casting hostile glares as if Li Changqing had just slain their father. "Elder Lang, what is your perspective?" Hua Daiwu inquires directly. Disregarding the two women, Lang Qiuyan gazes ahead. Observing the fluctuating energies of Qin Feng and Li Changqing, locked in a stalemate. Li Changqing's cultivation has been entirely obliterated, yet he can instantaneously break through to the divine realm. This is extraordinarily suspicious. He must be concealing something from the sect, posing a potential threat. Indeed, Elder Lang speaks wisely. Hua Daiwu responds, echoing her concerns. She finds herself increasingly unable to discern the intentions of the disciple she has nurtured for 20 years. Shen Qingtong, fixated on eliminating Li Changqing, stirs the pot further by adding, "Master, Li Changqing has long been a warrior. Many disciples of the War Hall respect him. Should he remain, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment against the sect. What if it incites internal discord?" After a moment of silence, Hua Daiwu reflects. If Shen Qingtong can conceive of such possibilities, does she, as the sect leader, not also recognize them? In the past, Li Changqing fought valiantly, risking life and limb, thereby garnering a following, yet now he has become a source of trouble. Hua Daiwu is ungrateful for his past achievements, viewing them merely as attempts to curry favor. Su Mushua, one of the conspirators against Li Changqing, echoes Shen Qingtong's sentiments, urging Master, allowing Li Changqing to remain will incite internal chaos, potentially leading to disaster for the sect. We cannot afford to be lenient. Already torn by indecision, Hua Daiwu's thoughts spiral further into confusion. Are you suggesting that Li Changqing must be eliminated? Both Shen and Su nod vigorously. You master, eradicate the evil completely. No matter how gifted he is, he must not be spared. Hua Daiwu turns to Leng Qiuyun, seeking her opinion. Well, sect leader, he may harbor such intentions, or he may not. However, killing him guarantees he will pose no threat. The decision rests with you. Though Leng Qiuyun refrains from explicit statements, her stance aligns with Shen and Su. Hua Daiwu finds herself ensnared in a dilemma. She desires Li Changqing's demise yet covets his all-devouring sword technique. Today Li Changqing has undergone a profound transformation, vengeful and unyielding. Perhaps he will indeed heed your previous warnings. Leng Qiuyun immediately bows. Should I dispatch someone to eliminate him? Not so hasty. Hua Daiwu shakes her head in denial. If he masters the entirety of the all-devouring sword technique, he may yet summon the divine Dragon King Cauldron. For now, he must not be slain. Master, Li Changqing has only acquired a technique or two of the all-devouring sword. He cannot possibly invoke the divine Dragon King Cauldron. We cannot take such risks. This would dishearten our junior brother. Shen Qingtong expresses urgency. I am well aware. Hua Daiwu's reluctance to kill Li Changqing is solely for the sake of the all-devouring sword. She intends to pass it to Qin Feng in due course. Thus it would not dishearten him. This Shen Qingtong, the long-haired, is short-sighted. Both Leng Qiuyun and Su Mushua, upon hearing the sect leader's words, stand silently to the side, refraining from further input. Hua Daiwu sweeps her long sleeves, intervening in the standoff between Qin Feng and Li Changqing, her voice carrying authority. Li Changqing, I grant you one final opportunity. With a slight lift of her eyelids, Hua Daiwu articulates the terms of his pardon. The matter of the divine dragon cauldron is hereby dismissed. You may continue as my disciple, provided you serve in the war hall for 3 years. Should you achieve merit, you may return as the sacred son. She calculates that allowing Li Changqing to enter the war hall under a cloud of suspicion, leading a team of daredevils, would not only prevent him from controlling the war hall but also placate the rebellious sentiments of its disciples. With Li Changqing, 3 years would suffice to solidify the Divine King's sect's standing while extracting the all-devouring sword technique. As for the sacred son, they could discuss his fate after 3 years. Yet this would impose an additional burden on Qin Feng, who must now wait another 3 years. Li Changqing casts a disdainful glance at Hua Daiwu, filled with contempt. The sect leader is still calculating against her former disciple. Does she truly take him for a fool? If he cannot see through her stalling tactics, then his soul has been for naught. Sect leader, your mercy is excessive. Such leniency is indeed astonishing. Leng Qiuyun, attempting to read Hua Daiwu's thoughts, immediately berates Li Changqing like a jester. Li Changqing, why do you not kneel and express your gratitude? Li Changqing, this is your final chance. Kneel and give thanks, and we shall remain master and disciple. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hua Daiwu, uncertain of Li Changqing's current mindset, suppresses her anger and issues a veiled threat. A blend of benevolence and intimidation, an effective tactic employed by the sect leader. Li Changqing, however, has no intention of acquiescing. I am no longer a disciple of the Divine King sect. Do you believe I owe you a kneel? What an audacious Li Changqing! He does not recognize the favor bestowed upon him. Leng Qiuyun, filled with righteous indignation, feels as if she has been personally insulted. Silence, you old crow. A mere tail-wagging dog has no right to speak to me. Li Changqing spits at Leng Qiuyun. From the very beginning in the Divine King sect's Great Hall, this law enforcement elder has been a constant source of provocation, a true sycophant and troublemaker. Sect leader, Leng Qiuyun, struck by the harsh reality, seethes with rage. Li Changqing, I have given you repeated chances. Do not test my patience, for it has its limits. Hua Daiwu, witnessing his arrogance, suppresses her fury and speaks in a low voice. Do I need you to afford me opportunities? The resignation papers have been signed. Now you seek to have me serve the Divine King sect. How dare you utter such shameless words? Li Changqing has long harbored disdain for the Divine King sect, leaving no room for Hua Daiwu's dignity. The youth may be arrogant, but he must also bear the consequences of his words. Hua Daiwu feels as if her pride has been crushed, her chest heaving as she glances at Qin Feng. Understanding her intent, Qin Feng promptly assures her master, "Rest assured, I shall ensure he submits." With that, he thrusts his sword forward, the energy of his blade resonating like an indomitable bell, impenetrable, the pinnacle of perfection. Leng Qiuyuan gasps in admiration. Praising Qin Feng's prowess as a swordsmanship prodigy, his initial great technique has reached its zenith with a mere flick of his wrist. Empowered by the Tongyu ring, Qin Feng forcibly shatters the peak of perfection of the Tianlu sword technique. Eliciting a wave of admiration, Hua Daiwu's expression softens. Over the past 2 years, Feng'er has undergone a remarkable transformation, advancing at an astonishing pace, bringing her great comfort. Yet Li Changqing remains unimpressed. Do you truly believe your Tianlu bell can withstand my might? Qin Feng, confident in the Tongyu ring's superiority, asserts, "This is the Tianlu bell, the strongest defensive move among sword techniques. Even should your all-devouring sword reach perfection, it cannot pierce through." Li Changqing, confronted by Qin Feng's provocation, merely scoffs. "A mere Tianlu bell. If you wish to humiliate yourself, I shall indulge you." As soon as the words leave his lips, his aura surges. A prickling energy radiates from him, akin to the blazing sun suspended in the sky. Chapter 8. In the shadowy depths, fate awaits. As Li Changqing's sword energy surges forth, Qin Feng, on the verge of uttering a bold proclamation, swallows his words, his face betraying disbelief. He knows the Divine King sect's techniques intimately. Yet he has never encountered such a sword move. Could it perhaps be part of the all-devouring sword technique, piercing blade? An elder with more experience recognizes the move. Indeed, it is another absolute technique from the all-devouring sword technique. Renowned for its indomitable penetrative power, has he truly mastered this? Hua Daiwu can no longer maintain her composure, her conviction solidified. Li Changqing undoubtedly possesses another identity. Having learned the all-devouring sword's intricacies, he must have derived them from the remnants of the sword technique. Yet, no one has successfully reconstructed the entirety of the all-devouring sword technique from ancient times until now. Even with supreme talent, it is impossible. The only explanation must be his unique identity, granting him access to the legacy. As the piercing blade is unleashed, it seems to suspend time itself. All eyes widen, witnessing the dazzling light of the sword soar past, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that reverberates through their eardrums. Master, could it be that Li Changqing has mastered the entire set of the myriad forms sword technique? Such a notion is utterly perplexing, as the law elder, Leng Qiuyuan, understands the gravity of the situation. If this speculation holds truth concerning the future of the Divine King sect, even if she harbors a desire to see Li Changqing perish, she would dare not entertain such thoughts. Hua Daiwu felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The more the situation escalated, the more she needed to ensure his willing submission. Otherwise, should they forcefully retain him, he would inevitably harbor thoughts of rebellion in the future. This time, not only must they keep him, but they must also suppress his brilliance. Otherwise, controlling him in the future would undoubtedly pose a challenge to I in the arena. Qin Feng's pupils dimly perceived the galaxy, witnessing meteors fall, rendering him utterly dazed. In a flurry, he extended his sword, unleashing the Tianlu bell. As the myriad form sword made contact with the Tianlu bell, it emitted a series of cracking sounds that sent jolts of anxiety through Qin Feng's nerves. After a brief moment, with a resounding crash, the Tianlu bell shattered. No, Qin Feng was thrust away by Li Changqing's sword intent, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he was consumed by shame and indignation. Letting out a roar, and, in a fit of anger, coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the fragments of the Tianlu bell lay scattered, his sword heart shattered, his face ashen, standing there in a daze. In his eyes, Li Changqing was but a mere dog-like figure, yet, in an instant, his realm surged, his sword intent reached perfection, and he was arrogant enough to believe no one in his generation could rival him. Yet, he had been effortlessly defeated by this dog-like figure. Moreover, his prideful Tianlu bell had been destroyed. Such a blow was undeniably heavy for one who considered himself a genius. Alas, the Tongyu ring sighed. I once thought you a prodigy of the sword path, but it appears Li Changqing's talent surpasses yours. Saint, I cannot accept this. Qin Feng clenched his sword tightly, veins bulging on his neck. Today had been hard-earned, and he did not wish to let this monstrous talent ruin it. Meanwhile, Hua Daiwu trembled, her eyes filled with desolation, mixed with a tide of fury. The Lingfeng breaking armor technique required an immensely resolute mindset. He was determined not to turn back from Li Changqing's sword intent. She saw an unwavering courage and a resolve that would not waver even in the face of death. As a sage, She understood well that once a cultivator's heart and mind integrated with their chosen path, it became a fixed state, impossible to reverse. Her thoughts of retaining him were shattered by a single strike of the Lingfeng breaking armor. Elder Lang, if he has no intention towards the Divine King sect, then let it go, cripple him and force out the myriad forms sword technique. Wadiwu for once displayed a rare sense of powerlessness as she instructed Lang Qiuyun. A twinge of regret filled her heart. She had been too eager to elevate Qin Feng, not foreseeing that Li Changqing would acquire an unprecedented legacy. Her gaze flickered towards Qin Feng. The usually cultured and gentle Qin Feng now appeared disheveled and filled with malice. As if he had transformed into another person. Now that Li Changqing was beyond redemption, she could only protect Qin Feng. Wadiwu's attitude towards Qin Feng now mirrored her previous disdain for the utterly defeated Li Changqing. The difference was that, aside from Qin Feng, she had no other options. Hearing this, Li Changqing merely smiled. Wadiwu's actions were no longer merely cruel, they were sinister. After leaving the sect, all his cultivation was unrelated to the Divine King sect. Even if he could not be retained, a graceful parting should be the norm. Did she truly believe that possessing power granted her the right to view others as mere weeds in the affairs of the world? Perhaps it is often so, but he intended to be an exception. Upon receiving the order, Lang Qiuyun leapt forth. Li Changqing, it would be wise to surrender, otherwise, I shall kill you on the spot just now. You dared to spit at me, and now you shall find yourself unable to seek life or death. You wretched creature, how dare you presume to kill me? A surge of murderous intent welled up in Li Changqing's eyes. Not solely provoked by their shamelessness but also fueled by a conviction within him, even if it meant destruction, he would fight to the bitter end. You dare to look down on me? Seek death. Lang Qiuyun's fury erupted, a powerful aura emanating that nearly caused Li Changqing's internal organs to churn violently, almost causing him to spit blood. I am this life, even if I die, I will never live in servitude beneath tyranny. I would rather be shattered than live in disgrace. Li Changqing gritted his teeth and stood tall. The sounds within him roared continuously, as if summoned by this surge of courage and conviction. His Dantian's turbulent spiritual energy broke through the vast pressure, illuminating his mind like a flash of bright lightning. The myriad-formed sword was merely an introduction, this was his true opportunity. An image emerged in Li Changqing's consciousness, compelling him to instinctively raise his palm. At that moment, his mind went blank, as if possessed by some mysterious force. Suddenly, a flash of white light pulled him back to reality. Master, the Divine Dragon King Cauldron. Lang Qiuyun was the first to notice, her scalp tingling from shock. She turned in horror to Wadiwu, her eyes filled with questions. Isn't the Divine Dragon King Cauldron in the forbidden area? How did it come into Li Changqing's possession? Regaining his senses, Li Changqing saw a cauldron floating above his palm, surrounded by golden light, entwined with a massive dragon, lifelike and vivid. It was indeed it. A smile crept onto Li Changqing's lips. It was truly the Divine Dragon King Cauldron, identical to the one he had seen in the forbidden area. However, the aura of this cauldron was so powerful that it could overshadow the entire Divine King sect. Vastly different from the one in the forbidden area. Wadiwu was so shocked she seemed petrified, staring blankly for a long time before regaining her senses. Her throat suddenly parched. What on earth is happening? Amidst her astonishment, she appeared bewildered, then raised her hand to the sky, a phantom emerging, and shortly after, the Yushu mirror appeared in her grasp. Wadiwu waved her sleeve over the mirror's surface, revealing the scene within the forbidden area. Where the Divine Dragon King Cauldron rested peacefully on the Divine Dragon platform, undisturbed. Master, how can there be two Divine Dragon King Cauldrons? Lang Qiuyun, observing the image in the Yushu mirror, first gauged Wadiwu's expression. Then cautiously inquired. The cauldron within the forbidden area was merely a broken vessel, while the one in Li Changqing's possession was whole. Li Changqing, where did you acquire this Divine Dragon King Cauldron? Wadiwu demanded sharply. The sudden turn of events rendered the disciples of Saint Sun Peak mute, too frightened to speak. During his soul-crossing, Li Changqing had glimpsed many vague images of the past and future. Though not entirely clear, he could infer a rough outline. When the Divine Dragon King Cauldron appeared in his hand, he understood completely. It was the fragmented void bell that shattered the void, bestowing upon him the ancient legacy that predated the establishment of the Divine King sect. Moreover, acquiring the legacy of the Divine Dragon King Cauldron was inevitable. Throughout this realm, a saying had persisted: when the Divine Dragon descends, it shatters the void. The purpose of the Divine Dragon King Cauldron was not merely to attract fortune but to cultivate dragon energy. giving rise to dragon souls, thus facilitating the descent of the divine dragon. As for shattering the void, it was a relic left by his mother, the fragmented void bell, which finally activated after being placed in a perilous situation. All of this was predestined by fate. His unique identity had long since determined that only he could inherit this legacy, for only his bloodline could invoke the incantations, activate the fragmented void bell, and breach the void to summon the ancient legacy. The divine dragon king cauldron belonged to the divine king sect but had remained dormant for countless generations, becoming a broken vessel, awaiting the emergence of someone with his lineage. Sect master, do you see clearly now? This cauldron does not belong to the divine king sect. Must I inform you of this? Li Changqing retorted. He discerned the greed in Wadi Wu's eyes. While the holy artifact of the divine king sect was indeed the divine dragon king cauldron, the one in his possession was from ancient times, unrelated to the divine king sect. Even if there were a connection, having inherited the legacy, it should rightfully belong to the ancestors of the divine king sect. Someone as trivial as Wadi Wu had no right to question him. Wadi Wu was momentarily speechless. The sect's holy artifact had always resided within the forbidden area. The cauldron in Li Changqing's possession was not a property of the divine king sect. Lang Qiuyun's mind sparked with an idea. Sect master, Li Changqing has cunningly replaced the genuine divine dragon king cauldron with his own. He must be killed. Wadi Wu, stunned for a moment, quickly grasped the implication. Very well, Wadi Wu, have taken in such a monstrous aberration. Elder Lang, swiftly capture him and retrieve the sect's holy artifact. Hearing the two of them conspire, one a sect master and the other a law elder, utterly disregarding their dignity for the sake of the divine dragon king cauldron, Qin Feng, sensing an opportunity, sought to join the fray but was halted by the voice from the Tongyu ring. Fomer, do not intervene. The complete divine dragon king cauldron has emerged. Wadi Wu will never let Li Changqing escape. Once he is slain, the holy artifact will be yours, greatly benefiting your soul. Saint, I cannot accept this. I wish to kill him with my own hands. Qin Feng's face contorted, his pride as a genius trampled beneath Li Changqing's feet. He could not swallow this indignation. A small grievance may ruin a grand scheme. Remember this, the saint within the Tongyu ring admonished him. Fearing his impulsiveness, Qin Feng understood the stakes and suppressed his resentment, quietly stepping aside to await his opportunity. The other disciples were equally bewildered by this scene. Which was the sect's holy artifact, and what was the true nature of the other? Li Changqing, hand over the divine dragon king cauldron, and I might grant you a swift death. Lang Qiuyun's cold gaze fell upon the divine dragon king cauldron. Li Changqing laughed at her foolishness. A naive fool. He would show her the might of the divine dragon king cauldron. Chapter 9. The dream-building saint approaches. A low hum resonated as the divine dragon king cauldron, under Li Changqing's command, emitted an ancient and profound sound. The onlooking disciples erupted into a clamor, as if witnessing a miracle, unable to remain silent any longer. Li Changqing had truly activated the divine dragon king cauldron. Someone shouted, followed by a wave of astonished gasps, quickly escalating into a tsunami of excitement. This was their first glimpse of such a spectacle since joining the sect, filled with shock and exhilaration. As the humming of the divine dragon king cauldron intensified, it drowned out the noise, resonating in every heart, reminiscent of ancient prophecies. The scene swiftly fell into silence. No one dared to speak loudly under the influence of such sound. Li Changqing manipulated the divine dragon king cauldron, initially awkwardly, but as the incantations flashed through his mind, he gradually grew adept. The myriad forms sword technique and the divine dragon king cauldron were intrinsically linked. As he just executed the myriad forms sword technique, the seal within the divine dragon king cauldron gradually unraveled, and the method of control transformed into characters that flew into his mind. The transformation of the mortal body into an extraordinary vessel for understanding worldly techniques was profound. In an instant, Li Changqing grasped the essence of the technique. Moments later, a layer of golden light emanated from the divine dragon king cauldron. And within a few breaths, the myriad forms sword technique and the divine dragon king cauldron harmoniously fused. Saintly mid-tier, Li Changqing's emotions began to stir. The remnants of the cauldron in the forbidden land of the divine king were of the initial saintly tier, while the complete divine dragon king cauldron, once activated, was already of the mid-tier. Li Changqing deduced that as his realm ascended, the divine dragon king cauldron would also surpass the upper tier of the saintly level, perhaps even beyond. Lang Qiuyun stood in stunned silence, hesitant to act. Elder Lang, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue him. Wadi Wu chided. As a saint, her discernment was exceptionally acute. She instantly perceived the increasing might of the divine dragon king cauldron. Should he continue to merge, dealing with him would become exceedingly difficult. Lang Choyun, roused by the scolding, felt a jolt of adrenaline. With a thunderous shout, her aura of the mortal realm surged forth like a flood breaking its banks. Crashing toward Li Changqing, bang, a tremendous sound erupted. In just a single exchange, a scream pierced the air, and Lang Choyun spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. The surrounding disciples trembled, their bodies rigid with fear. The aura of the mortal realm was crushed as if it were mere paper by the might of the divine Dragon King Cauldron. Li Changqing, merely possessing supernatural cultivation, was a significant realm below Elder Lang. How had he achieved this? Was this the true power of the divine Dragon King Cauldron? Seeing this scene, Shen Qingtong and Su Muxue felt a surge of dread. Quietly inching closer to Wadiwood, but if Lang Choyun was no match for him, they would likely be unable to withstand even a mere finger from Li Changqing. Wadiwood's gaze flickered with hatred. She believed that Li Changqing wounding Lang Choyun was a blatant display of power. Thinking that having acquired the inheritance of the divine Dragon King Cauldron, he could disregard her as the sect leader. No matter how much he had contributed to the sect in the past, or how unjustly he had been treated, the sect must continue to uphold its obligations to him. Even if he wished to withdraw from the sect, he could not escape her control. Master, he is too arrogant. He is humiliating you in the sect. Shen Qingtong fanned the flames of Wadiwood's emotions. That depends on whether he dares to defy my strength. Wadiwood's eyes turned icy. While defeating a great cultivator of the mortal realm was indeed astonishing. Before a saint, he still lacked the capital to be arrogant. Just as she was about to strike, she saw Li Changqing approaching Qin Feng, and thus halted her advance. Li Changqing had experienced the inheritance. Now she would observe what legacy lay upon the Wind Child. She was not in a hurry to act, regardless of how the situation escalated. With her as a saint, she remained in control. Now it's your turn. Li Changqing, forced to unlock his inheritance prematurely, felt no reservations. He would repay grievances with grievances. You, Shen Qingtong and Su Muxue, conspired against me. I had no intention of pursuing this matter further, yet you press me so aggressively. Today, we shall settle this score. Nonsense, you attempted to steal the divine Dragon King Cauldron and failed. The evidence against you is irrefutable. You shall not pin this on me. Qin Feng stammered, clearly lacking confidence under the pressure of the divine Dragon King Cauldron. You all conspire together. I have no recourse to seek justice, so I must invoke the creed of the cultivation world. The strong are revered. I did not come here to reason with you but to settle accounts. Li Changqing had long since abandoned the absurd notion of reason. Before power, there was no truth, unless one was stronger than the opponent. Saint exalted. As Qin Feng watched Li Changqing advance, he realized that his peak cultivation in the supernatural realm could not withstand the might of the divine Dragon King Cauldron. He could only seek aid from the spirit within the Tongyu Ring. At that moment of desperation, Li Changqing swung the divine Dragon King Cauldron toward his head. An ominous shadow loomed over Qin Feng, reminiscent of death itself. Just as the divine Dragon King Cauldron was about to shatter his skull, the Tongyu Ring emitted a sudden surge of energy. Saint exulted. You finally deign to act. Ha! He sensed the spirit within the Tongyu Ring intervene and laughed heartily, reigniting his confidence. So what if I framed you? The strong are revered. Ha ha, well said. Let us see who is the stronger one. You shall die now. Qin Feng, in a fit of madness, displayed a deranged demeanor. He admitted to the theft of the divine Dragon King Cauldron, claiming it was his own fabrication. What of it, as long as you dare to admit it? Li Changqing sneered. Having admitted it, his actions became all the more justified. Who would dare question him? The divine Dragon King Cauldron began to hum under his command, the violent sounds akin to an explosion. With a startled cry, the energy emitted from the Tongyu Ring was abruptly shattered. Pfft! Qin Feng, struck by the shockwave, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with horror. Why is this happening? He mumbled, standing in a daze, as if he had aged 10 years. His visage became haggard. Not only had his faith crumbled, but his understanding of the world had also shattered. Could it be that the legacy within the Tongyu Ring could not withstand the recently activated divine Dragon King Cauldron, after being suppressed by Li Changqing for years? When he finally had a chance to rise, must he now be crushed underfoot? Qin Feng felt as though he were a phoenix stripped of its feathers, despondent. To attempt to block the divine Dragon King Cauldron from the Tongyu Ring was a futile dream. Qin Feng was plunged into doubt about the world, yet Li Changqing had no intention of halting. Instead, he raised his sword once more, unleashing another wave of sword intent. Witnessing this scene, everyone from the Divine King's sect was shaken. Momentarily lost in confusion, unsure of how to react. Li Changqing's transformation exceeded their comprehension. Wadiwo, having sensed the energy from the Tongyu ring, determined that the spirit within it was at a level above her own. Yet, she was still crushed by Li Changqing. Continuous misjudgments drove her to a frenzy. Failing to see through Li Changqing was what troubled and enraged her the most. Saint exalted, will you continue to hide within the Tongyu ring? Qin Feng cried out in despair, resenting the spirit within the Tongyu ring for being like a turtle withdrawing its head, refusing to show itself. Wait a moment, it is not yet time for me to appear. The Tongyu ring echoed, Wind Child, why are you always so impatient? Saint exalted. Qin Feng insisted on the Saint exalted's intervention. Since arriving at the Holy Sun Peak, he had lost all dignity, yet he could clearly feel that the previously reverent gazes directed at him had vanished. Replaced by questioning looks from those around him, they might be pondering whether he was worthy of succeeding the Holy Sun. Enough, Wadiwo bellowed, her saintly aura surging to overwhelming heights, having been humiliated repeatedly by Li Changqing. She had reached her limit. As a proud sect leader and a being of the saintly realm, personally dealing with a disciple who wished to withdraw from the sect might invite controversy. Yet, she could not care less. Today, even at the cost of her reputation, she would punish him. The divine Dragon King Cauldron was something she was determined to obtain, as her saintly aura descended like a cataclysm. Li Changqing felt a sharpness in his breath. Retreating several steps, the sword intent directed at Qin Feng was shattered, and he too was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the saint. Blood spewed forth, pain like needles stabbing at his chest. Li Changqing spat out blood, gritting his teeth to stand tall, his expression still defiant. It is an honor to have the sect leader personally intervene. Li Changqing mocked. Wadiwo enveloped herself in a potent aura, like a deity. Li Changqing, I have nothing more to say to you. I advise you to return the divine Dragon King Cauldron, otherwise today shall be your end. Return? How shameless can you be? The divine Dragon King Cauldron of the Divine King sect is well guarded within the Forbidden Land. What do you expect me to return? Li Changqing exposed her shameless intentions. How you treated me before, I would not hold against you. Today, even if I sever ties with the sect, as a sect leader, you dare to shamelessly seize my belongings. Do you not fear the ridicule of the world? Enough chatter. Will you act yourself, or shall I? Wadiwo's face was filled with murderous intent. The sordid deeds he had publicly revealed were a path to his own demise. I may not be your match, but I will not yield. It was foolish of me to fight for this worthless sect before. Today, I fight for myself. Li Changqing was resolute. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would never bow down. Good lad, you have spirit. A sudden voice resonated through the void. So many people bullying a junior. Truly the style of the sacred land. Wadiwo followed the voice, her expression suddenly changing. Was it a saint? Chapter 10. Past events, too excessive. In the void, thick clouds obscured the sky, as if trapped in a long, dark night. Then, a voice reverberated, breaking through the dark clouds, as light burst forth, revealing a delicate figure clad in blue gauze. Gracefully stepping through the air, saint of dream building, Wadiwo recognized the person and fixed her gaze on Li Changqing, coldly stating, Are you colluding with the dream building palace? Li Changqing ignored her, his eyes glistening with moisture. Had she sent someone to rescue him? The dream building saint before him, named Xin Shui, was indeed the holy maiden of the dream building palace. Dispatched by Yi Linger, she had sensed the presence of the devouring heaven demon technique while playing by the stream and specifically sent Xin Shui to investigate. Their first encounter had been at the perilous grounds of the Divine King sect, where the demonic energy and powers Li Changqing wielded originated from her. At that time, Yi Linger was cultivating the techniques of the Dream Building Palace and had detected the overwhelming malevolent energy in the Divine King sect's danger zone. She had soared through the air to harness the malevolent energy for her cultivation, but the intensity had overwhelmed her, leading to a backlash. At that time, Li Changqing had fought for months, sustaining grave injuries, and had been forced to assist Yi Linger in healing her wounds. Due to his unique bloodline, he had inadvertently helped her succeed in her cultivation. Why Yi Linger, being of the demonic sect, could not be defined by righteousness. She had merely taken advantage of Li Changqing's assistance. Observing the critically injured Li Changqing, she felt pity, yet knew that after using this method to heal, there would be no remedy left. If she saved him, Yi Linger would perish. After his injuries healed, she sighed, and departed. It was precisely during that encounter that Li Changqing obtained an ancient technique from the Dream Building Palace, the Devouring Heaven Demon technique. In the treacherous land, although he had suffered the complete destruction of his foundation and the obliteration of his cultivation, he managed to emerge alive, having vanquished the perilous domain through the power of this particular technique. He understood the dangers of demonic arts and, upon escaping from the treacherous land, he sealed it with his essence. In his previous life, Li Changqing had a second encounter with Yi Linger after being falsely accused and relegated to menial labor. On one occasion, tasked with procuring supplies, fate orchestrated a chance meeting with her. During this time, many absurd and laughable events transpired, yet amidst his anguish, he found a long-lost joy. Ultimately, Yi Linger developed genuine feelings for him and sacrificed her life for him. The memory of her death pierced Li Changqing's heart like a dagger, filling him with self-loathing for having lost his powers and being unable to save her. Is it disgraceful to be associated with my dream-building palace? Xian Shui was displeased. As a saint of the dream-building sect, she was at the peak of the minor saint realm, a half-step away from becoming a great saint. Her strength was such that among those present, only Hua Jiewu could contend with her. The rest were unworthy of even a single finger of hers. Senior Xian, I have long admired your reputation. Do you have any guidance to offer? Hua Jiewu, unaware of Xian Shui's age, knew that before she assumed the position of sect leader, Xian Shui was already renowned throughout the martial world as her predecessor. She spoke with utmost politeness and caution. For the aura descending from above indicated that this Xian Shui was indeed formidable. The dream-building palace was a demonic sect, powerful yet notorious for its poor reputation in the cultivation world. Often disregarding martial ethics, Hua Jiewu was uncertain of her true intentions. Seeing you bully a handsome young man, I simply cannot stand by and watch. What guidance could I possibly offer? Xian Shui descended through the void. Despite having cultivated for a millennium, she appeared as youthful as a maiden, her skin flawless, as if impervious to the passage of time. The techniques practiced at the dream-building palace indeed allowed one to maintain eternal youth. Senior Xian, this matter pertains to my Divine King sect. I hope you will refrain from interference. If you are merely visiting, I will gladly offer you fine wine and tea. Hua Jiewu's tone was serious. Allowing the dream-building palace to disrupt matters on her turf would be a considerable embarrassment. The saintess commanded my presence. I cannot defy her. Xian Shui paid no heed to Hua Jiewu's warning. Hua Jiewu's expression darkened. From Xian Shui's tone, it was evident she intended to meddle, which was peculiar for a demonic sect. It must be linked to Li Changqing, yet Xian Shui's level of cultivation was indeed intimidating. Hua Jiewu secretly activated her technique, as today's events involved the sect's sacred artifact, the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, and the reputation of the Divine King sect. Regardless of her identity, she could not afford to yield an inch. However, Xian Shui ignored Hua Jiewu entirely, instead scrutinizing Li Changqing with evident curiosity. Anyone who engages in dual cultivation with the saintess is typically drained of their essence. How did you manage to survive? All present, including Hua Jiewu, were taken aback by the mention of dual cultivation. Immediately recognizing it as something scandalous, Li Changqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His encounter with the saintess had been his first. Well, Li Changqing, you actually had an affair with the saintess of the demonic sect. Hua Jiewu found it too shameful to voice, questioning whether he had decisively severed ties with his sect to seek refuge in the dream-building palace. Li Changqing had his own path to follow and was not seeking refuge in the dream-building palace. Hua Jiewu's remarks only ignited his rebellious spirit. Sect leader Hua, I have already severed ties with my sect. Where I go in the future is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Even if I were to go to the dream-building palace, what of it? Master, he must have had dealings with the demoness of the dream-building palace. Surely he has stolen the Divine Dragon King's cauldron to curry favor with them and secure his future. Shen Qingtong exclaimed angrily, determined not to let him succeed. As soon as her words fell, Xian Shui shot her a glare and raised her hand to slap. The sound of two crisp slaps echoed in the air. Who raised such a rude child? When elders speak, it is not your place to interrupt. Shen Qingtong's face bore two handprints, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her grievance reaching its peak as tears welled in her eyes. You, she stammered, fearing another slap would follow, forcing her to swallow her indignation. Having previously intended to scold Li Changqing, Sumushu now cowered in silence. My disciple has offended, I shall administer punishment myself. Senior Xian, this is a bit excessive, is it not? First she disrespected her, then slapped her disciple in front of her. Hua Jiewu's anger simmered within. To insult our saintess without consequence is already a favor. What, does sect leader Hua wish to protect her? Xin Shui cast a sidelong glance at her, her formidable presence radiating power. Hua Diawu paused. Realizing that Shen Qingtong had been rude first, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. It is only right for elders to discipline juniors, while Xin Shui herself was not a great concern. The entirety of the dream-building palace stood behind her, a force not to be underestimated. Given the current uncertain situation, it was not the time to openly confront her, yet, to be humiliated before so many disciples of the Divine King sect was intolerable. If not for the sect leader, she would not have wished to swallow this anger and master. But she hit me, Shen Qingtong protested, seeking support from Hua Diawu. A silence. Hua Diawu rebuked sharply, the saint of the dream-building palace holds a revered position. How can you display such a lack of decorum? Having been chastised, Shen Qingtong felt her grievances mount, casting a resentful glance at Li Changqing. You shameless wretch, are you not afraid of being slapped? Li Changqing raised an eyebrow, deliberately touching his cheek. A face is a fine thing. Who knew it could make such a loud sound, having been set up by Qin Feng and bullied after leaving his sect? He found it hard to pity her. She was merely reaping what she had sown. Seeing his smug expression, Xin Shui shook her head. This lad, aside from his good looks, had little more than the ability to infuriate others. If you are being bullied, why not use the heavenly devouring demonic art? She looked at Li Changqing, her expression a curious mix of amusement and intrigue. Li Changqing's face flushed again. The process of employing demonic arts had indeed been overly passionate. Best suited for solitary reflection rather than public discourse, which made it somewhat embarrassing to admit. I have not practiced demonic arts, he explained. At this moment, Qin Feng, overwhelmed by a series of setbacks, became irrational. Consumed by madness and hatred, after Shen Qingtong had endured a few slaps, he leaped forth, shouting, Well, Li Changqing, first you consorted with the demoness and now you cultivate demonic arts. You are irredeemably wicked, a public enemy of the righteous path. Xin Shui frowned. Why did the people of the Divine King sect always interrupt others? With a light lift of her hand, she delivered 4 swift slaps that sent Qin Feng reeling, his vision clouded with stars. You wretched fool, Qin Feng spat in indignation, only to realize the danger too late, swallowing his words, but it was too late. 4 more slaps sent Qin Feng coughing up blood, rolling several feet before coming to a stop. And he dared not utter another word. To insult our saintess deserves punishment. Disciples of the Divine King sect are born with faces that beg for a beating. Xin Shui flicked her hand. Her expression unfazed. Li Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. Those from the dream-building palace were indeed wicked, yet there was a certain humor to it. Senior Xin, let us return to the matter at hand. Hua Diawu could no longer bear to watch and shot Qin Feng a glare. At this moment, Qin Feng, having been awakened by the blows, dared not speak. Xin Shui continued, If you survive dual cultivation with the saintess, you may obtain an unparalleled technique from my dream-building palace, yet, throughout history, there has been no one who survived after dual cultivation. You are the first, and you have acquired my dream-building palace's heavenly devouring demonic art. Thus, the saintess is exceedingly curious about the identity of one who could survive beneath her. Hua Diawu sighed in relief upon hearing this. If the saintess of the dream-building palace believed Li Changqing should not have survived, then Hua would gladly take on the task herself. There would be no need for Xin Shui to personally come. I could simply present Li Changqing's head to you. Who said I wanted to kill him? Xin Shui countered, This lad's appearance is indeed striking. He is unworthy of marrying into my family as saintess, but as a male concubine, he might suffice. If the saintess truly has no need for him, I shall take him. Upon this declaration, the room erupted in uproar. The dream-building palace was being excessively insulting, coming to the Divine King sect to seek a male concubine, should one choose not to engage in battle. It would merely suggest that the Divine King sect fears the dream-building palace. She ascended into the air, treading upon nothingness. The duel between the two saints, both at the pinnacle of their realms, was a rarity that instantly captivated the attention of all present. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning, the atmosphere charged with an overwhelming force that transformed the heavens into a tempestuous sight. In a clash of masters, the outcome would be determined in an instant. As Hua Diawu descended from the heights, her complexion paled, her eyes hollow with emptiness. She had lost. You may take Li Changqing with you, but mark my words, I shall surely visit the dream-building palace one day to converse with your palace lord. Her expression sagged, and after weighing her options, she reluctantly conceded, having lost the contest. Should she forcibly retain Li Changqing, she would become a laughingstock in the cultivation world. moreover, since he had already withdrawn from the sect, she had no grounds to keep him. Do as you please. But our palace lord may not have the time. With the dream-building palace's audacious demeanor, it would have been wiped out long ago had it lacked strength. Xin Shui was certainly unperturbed. She cast a glance at Li Changqing. Come with me, boy. Yet Li Changqing hesitated. He was indifferent to becoming a male pet for Yi Linger, for though she was willful, she would never truly regard him as such. He even yearned to see her sooner, but now was not the opportune moment. Li Changqing had more pressing matters at hand, whether from his past life or the vague images glimpsed during his soul's transmigration. He knew that the dream-building palace would face a calamity. Yi Linger would perish in this catastrophe. Li Changqing sought to reclaim his identity, to gather strength, and only when he became formidable enough could he aid Yi Linger in turning the tide. Perhaps he might even rekindle their past connection. Saint, is it possible for me not to accompany you? He wished to negotiate. Even if he desired to leave, it would not be so simple. An elderly woman emerged from a veil of mist. Her presence exuding an unspoken authority. Hua Daiwu's heart leaped with joy. Ancestor, you have emerged from your retreat. The figure stepping forth from the mist was none other than the Divine King Ancestor. The highest-ranking and most powerful member of the Divine King sect, and the last of Hua Daiwu's generation. It was said that she had reached the formidable Great Sage realm, rarely involved in sect affairs. She had spent years in seclusion. If she could successfully extend her life for another 100 or 80 years, she might very well break through to the Emperor realm, serving as the steadfast anchor of the Divine King sect. Upon seeing their ancestor's arrival, all the members of the Divine King sect knelt, exclaiming, "Disciples, humbly welcome the ancestor from her retreat. I speak the truth, do I not?" A voice emanated from the Tongyu ring. As if everything were under its control, the saint is remarkably prescient. Qin Feng, witnessing a turn of events, finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. The Divine King Ancestor had arrived. He was eager to see how she would respond. The Divine King sect had become increasingly inept, allowing others to ride roughshod over them, a source of great embarrassment. The Divine King Ancestor's fury was directed at their lack of ambition. Disciples are ashamed. Hua Daiwu, drenched in sweat, listened attentively to her admonishments. The Divine King Ancestor glanced past Hua Daiwu, her dark nostrils fixating upon Li Changqing. Leave the Divine Dragon King Ding behind, and take your own life. She regarded Li Changqing's existence as inconsequential, requiring no understanding of the circumstances. A person's life or death was merely a matter of her decree. You say die, and so you shall. Who do you think you are? You are merely a Divine King Ancestor, not the Supreme Sovereign. Li Changqing felt no fear of the Divine King Ancestor. However, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He turned to Xin Shui. Clasping his fists, Saint, I am willing to leave with you. In urgent matters, he had to prioritize. He would first go to the dream-building palace to explain to Yi Linger, trusting she would understand. Now that the ancestor has arrived, do you still wish to flee? Leng Qiuyun reasserted her dominance, jumping forth to sternly reprimand Li Changqing. You would do well to comply, if you possess the ability. Challenge the dream-building saint to a duel. To keep someone, one must gauge their own strength, Li Changqing retorted with scorn. Leng Qiuyun was left speechless. Had her mind not faltered, she would not dare to challenge him. Xin Shui, flattered by Li Changqing's praise, wore a proud expression. The saint only allowed me to come and take a look. Now that I have seen, I must return to report. Boy, may you seek your own fortune. With those words, she transformed into an afterimage, vanishing in an instant. Xin Shui departed too swiftly for him to react, and recalling the images from his past life, he shouted into the void, tell Yi Linger to beware of Dreamkill. Mind your own business and concern yourself less with the affairs of the dream-building palace. An echo resounded from above, fleeting as it vanished. When the Divine King Ancestor first arrived, her aura was markedly stronger than Xin Shui's. As long as one possessed a sound mind, it was only prudent to flee. Male pets could be found elsewhere. Li Changqing this time, let's see who will come to your rescue. Xin Shui departed, leaving Qin Feng feeling revitalized. Disciples request permission to capture the traitor Li Changqing. He was certain that even if he could not defeat him, the Divine King sect would not remain idle. He would reclaim the dignity he had lost at Li Changqing's expense. He needed a victory to restore his path of cultivation. Do you think you can best me? Li Changqing clearly looked down upon him, a fool who had not learned his lesson. Retrieve the Divine Dragon King Ding and kill him. The Divine King Ancestor, growing impatient, disregarded Qin Feng's challenge and issued a command to Hua Daiwu. She had no desire to waste time on mere ants, distracting her from her meditation. Disciples obey. Hua Daiwu bowed, for now, with the divine king ancestor commanding her actions, she was free from the burden of criticism for bullying the weaker previously. Her intent to retain him was to extract the myriad sword techniques and activate the remnants of the forbidden cauldron. But now it seemed unnecessary. The complete divine dragon King Ding was within reach, and once it was seized, Li Changqing could meet his end. The divine king ancestor had decreed, and today no one could protect him. Yet, given their past as teacher and student, she would grant him a swifter death. Hua Daiwu's heart turned cold with murderous intent. Li Changqing raised the divine dragon King Ding before him. His eyes filled with sorrow. In this rebirth, am I still unable to escape this place? Then I shall take us both down together, not letting this life be in vain. He pushed the power of the divine dragon King Ding to its limits, seeking to unleash all his potential, willing to obliterate the divine king's sect if it meant exacting vengeance. Your current strength cannot activate the full power of the divine dragon King Ding. To withstand a saint's strike, you are merely dreaming. Hua Daiwu scoffed, the aura of the saint expanding around her. The divine dragon King Ding responded with a resonant hum, striving to resist with all its might. But ultimately, it began to be devoured. The pressure on Li Changqing intensified, causing him to struggle for breath, his vision darkening. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted between them, and Li Changqing staggered back 7 or 8 steps. The lingering shock forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hua Daiwu's expression turned frigid. Who dares to intrude upon my divine king holy land? Show yourself. A man hidden in the shadows changed countenance. He had arrived. His gaze flickered as he pondered how to respond. Who dares to lay a hand on my great Zhou prince? From the heavens above, a commanding voice resounded like thunder, filled with murderous intent. General Lin Pofan of the Great Zhou Empire is here. Chapter 12, Identity confirmed. The Great Zhou Prince. The voice descending from the sky left everyone in a state of shock, all appearing bewildered. The Great Zhou Prince? Who is that? Li Changqing. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared confusion, and thus they turned their eyes toward Li Changqing. He is a prince. From Li Changqing's rise to prominence within the divine king's sect to his subsequent decline and abandonment by the sect, they had witnessed it all. To label him a tragic hero might be fitting, but to call him a prince seemed absurd. How could a prince be in such dire straits? Li Changqing remained composed amidst their astonished gazes, calmly observing Lin Pofan descend from the sky. An aura of the saint enveloped the scene, plunging it into an eerie silence. He had arrived. Beneath Li Changqing's tranquil exterior, a tempest swirled within him. His unparalleled fortunes lay in the broken sky bell and the divine dragon King Ding, while his extraordinary identity was that of the Great Zhou Prince. After 20 years of living as an orphan, he had come to the divine king's sect, believing he had found a home, only to be cast aside. Now he finally understood that he was not a mere drifter. He had parents, he had an identity. How could he not be moved? The vague information glimpsed during his soul's transmigration revealed that his mother had been a concubine in the palace, likely bearing the surname Jiang. As for the circumstances of her death and his abandonment into the river, the reasons remained unknown. Upon learning that the concubine had a surviving child, the Great Zhou royal family dispatched individuals to search for him. In his past life, Lin Pofan had received word that the holy son of the divine king's sect might be the Great Zhou Prince. It was during this time of deceit that he had arrived at the divine king's sect to retrieve him and bring him back to the imperial capital. Unfortunately, he had been deceived by Qin Feng's schemes, leading Lin Pofan to conclude that Li Changqing was not the lost prince, and he left in disappointment. At the time, Li Changqing had not taken it to heart. He too believed it impossible for him to be a prince. Following that, he accepted the sect's punishment, enduring 10 days at the Cliff of Reflection, and then became a menial worker, drifting through the years until his demise. Now, in this rebirth, the story was poised to repeat itself, and he would not allow the regrets of his past life to resurface. General Lin, Li Changqing struggled to maintain his composure, though his voice trembled slightly. Do you recognize me? Lin Pofan scrutinized Li Changqing closely, observing traces of the emperor and the concubine in his features. General Lin, esteemed commander of the Great Zhou, protector of the northern state, and a saint, of course, I am aware. Li Changqing suppressed the tumult of emotions swelling within him. Concealing the past, what brings the esteemed general to the divine king's sect? Hua Daiwu dared not act recklessly, bowing and inquiring, you just mentioned the Great Zhou Prince. Could you clarify who that is? Hearing the title of prince sent her heart racing, but she quickly regained her composure, eager for confirmation. Regardless, she could not believe that Li Changqing could be the prince. Had there been a misunderstanding? Lin Pofan pointed at Li Changqing. He is, General Lin, you must be mistaken. Hua Daiwu forced a smile, casting a sidelong glance at the Divine King Ancestor, yet the Divine King Ancestor remained silent. Within the Divine King sect, her word was law, but before Lin Pofan, she was compelled to temper her aura. It was not that her cultivation was inferior to Lin Pofan's, she was a great sage. While Lin Pofan was merely a lesser sage, rather, it was due to the might of the Great Zhou Empire that she had to exercise restraint. The Great Zhou dynasty stands as one of the mightiest nations in existence, rendering the Divine King sect a mere speck in comparison. Furthermore, with the Divine King sect bordering the northern state, Lin Pofan can, with a mere command, bring forth a formidable army, capable of razing the Divine King sect to the ground in an instant. Before General Shenwei, the ancestor of the Divine King is inconsequential. What's this? Does sect leader Hua harbor doubts about me? A fleeting displeasure crossed Lin Pofan's face. No, generally you misunderstand. Hua Diwu hastily offered her apologies. The earlier authority she held, intending to toy with Li Changqing, had completely vanished. Li Changqing has been nurtured within the Divine King sect since his infancy and has resided here for 2 decades. How could he possibly be a prince? As Hua Diwu spoke, the elders and disciples clustered around, fearful to breathe too loudly. Chen Qingtong and Su Mushue were engulfed in trepidation. The personal visit from General Shenwei could very well indicate the truth of the matter. Their hands clasped tightly together, praying that Li Changqing was not truly a prince. If he were indeed a prince, their slanders against him, if thoroughly investigated, would surely be met with the wrath of the Great Zhou. Xin Feng's eyes darkened further. Li Changqing is a prince. Although the situation remained unclear, there was at least a 50% chance it could be true. No, he must not be a prince. Qin Feng felt as though he might shatter. Ever since Li Changqing had begun his rampage in the perilous lands, he had soared within the Divine King sect as if aided by divine intervention, everything proceeding seamlessly. Yet now, at the final juncture, unforeseen complications had arisen, a veritable rollercoaster of events. Just when it seemed he would meet his demise, Li Changqing unexpectedly obtained the legacy of the Dragon King's cauldron. As Hua Diwu prepared to subdue him, before she could celebrate, Xin Shui interjected. And now, with the ancestor of the Divine King making an appearance, it would seem that Li Changqing was destined for a grave end. Suddenly, he had become a prince. Each twist in the tale elevated Li Changqing's status further. A prince of the Great Zhou, such an identity soared to celestial heights. I have received intelligence confirming that Li Changqing is indeed the 6th prince of our Great Zhou. Lost for 20 years, Lin Pofan responded to Hua Diawu's inquiry, then turned to Li Changqing, requesting, please extend your hand. Without hesitation, Li Changqing complied. Lin Pofan politely stated, I must apologize, but I need to collect your blood for verification. General Lin, please proceed, Li Changqing replied readily. Having already confirmed his identity during his soul's transmigration, he felt exceedingly confident. Wait, Qin Feng suddenly interjected, my lord, are you certain that there is a prince of the Great Zhou among us in the Divine King's sect? Lin Pofan raised his gaze, his expression unfriendly towards Qin Feng. Whether he is a prince will be revealed through the test. As Lin spoke, Qin Feng concealed his fingers within his sleeve, questioning Lin Pofan while deliberately provoking him. Simultaneously gesturing towards Li Changqing in the air, the faint sound was drowned out by the surrounding voices, unnoticed by anyone. If he is not a prince, surely General Lin would not interfere in the affairs of the Divine King sect. Would he? Qin Feng pressed on. Naturally not. Is there any further issue? Lin Pofan replied, growing impatient to realizing the need for discretion. Qin Feng quickly retreated. Should he press further, Lin Pofan's wrath would be more than he could bear. Lin Pofan snorted coldly and swiftly sliced open Li Changqing's fingertip. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a drop of blood fell into the jade pendant, swiftly spreading into fine strands that merged seamlessly. Within mere moments, the pendant erupted in radiant brilliance, dazzling to behold, its light imbued with imperial aura, imposing an indescribable pressure upon all present. It felt as though some force compelled them to submit. The bloodline is unmistakable. Lin Pofan's eyes glimmered as he knelt on one knee, addressing Li Changqing, Your Highness, the 6th prince. His kneeling struck terror into the hearts of the Divine King sect. The crowd, intimidated by Lin Pofan's presence, dared not breathe, their faces a mix of shock, envy, and even fear. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Clearly Li Changqing lifted a hand. Do you intend to use the Qin family's bone transformation technique to swap out my blood? In Qin Feng's lineage, there exists a bone transformation technique, somewhat akin to the devouring heaven demonic art. yet incomparable. He had once deceived Lin Pofan with this maneuver in a previous life. However, Li Changqing, having foreseen his treachery, would never allow him to succeed again. With that, he clenched his fist, shattering the true energy entwined around his palm, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen as he staggered backward. With Li Changqing's identity as a prince solidified, not only could they kill him, but annihilating the Divine King's sect would pose little difficulty. General Lin, there is no need for such formalities, please rise. Li Changqing nodded slightly. Only then did Lin Pofan stand, turning to Qin Feng with a roar. Do you dare interfere with my bloodline verification? Qin Feng stumbled back under the force of this presence. Blood seeping from his orifices, nearly fainting from terror, his mind briefly clouded. With Li Changqing's identity affirmed, should Lin Pofan take him away, he would have no chance left. All his resentment and humiliation surged forth, momentarily clouding his judgment. How could he be a prince? I perceive you are no true General Shenwei, merely here to bluff. Qin Feng spun in circles, questioning. Do you see him as a prince? He is nothing more than a thief who has stolen the Dragon King's cauldron from my Divine King's sect. Is this the conduct of the great Zhou royal family? After he spoke, no one responded. Every face looked more pained than if they had swallowed a fly. Had he lost his mind? Did he not comprehend Li Changqing's true identity to dare speak so freely? Lin Pofan coldly snorted and raised his hand, delivering 2 swift slaps to Qin Feng. Who granted you the audacity to insult my prince of the great Zhou, compelling me to mobilize an army just to prove my words true? Hua Diawu, upon hearing this, panicked, pointing at Qin Feng in outrage. Qin Feng, silence your tongue. The divine Zhouist General Shenwei has confirmed it, and you dare to question. Are you tired of living, or do you find the Divine King's sect too comfortable? Qin Feng, in a frenzy, was subdued by the ethereal light of the Tongyu Ring wind. What madness is this? Wake up, sect leader Hua. Is there any further issue? Lin Pofan fixed his gaze upon her. Can I take the 6th prince away now? This Hua Diwu forced a smile, her eyes darting toward the ancestor of the Divine King. After all, they were within the Divine King's sect, and the Dragon King's cauldron still resided with Li Changqing. Chapter 13, Lives can be taken, but the cauldron must remain. The ancestor of the Divine King remained silent. Though she held the title of ancestor, she was not the sect leader, and before Lin Pofan, representing the great Zhou dynasty, she found herself helpless. Her sole aspiration was to break through to the emperor realm, leaving the affairs of the Divine King's sect to the younger generations. Should she lose this foundation, it would be their failure. Once she transcended to the emperor realm, establishing another sacred ground would not pose difficulty. Yet Li Changqing had no intention of departing immediately. If he left now, he would return to the capital bearing the stigma of theft. Hua Diawu had previously stated that one must bear the consequences of their words and actions. Now it was their turn, or allow him to leave. Not so easily. How does the 6th prince wish to proceed? Hua Diawu's expression was mortified, wishing for a place to hide. Their positions had now reversed. She dared not assume the mantle of sect leader, nor claim to be Li Changqing's mentor, bowing her head in humility. She took on the demeanor of a subject. Li Changqing's gaze fell upon Qin Feng. The accusations of my theft of the Dragon King's cauldron must have some explanation, do they not? Qin Feng, disheveled and resembling a drowned rat, had lost all semblance of his usual elegance. You wish to kill me? To kill or not to kill, that is for sect leader Hua to decide. Li Changqing tossed the question back to Hua Diawu. Since she had instigated her disciples to betray him, it was her responsibility to resolve the situation. Hua Diawu ground her teeth in frustration. The thrown dagger must circle back to pierce her own heart. The matter bore numerous flaws. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall provide the 6th prince with an explanation. She attempted to gloss over the accusation. Li Changqing would not allow her to escape so easily. The Yushu mirror was in Hua Diawu's possession, and it was evident that the situation was quite troublesome, was it not? A mere Divine King's sacred ground, accusing my great Zhou prince, and still daring to evade responsibility. It seems the soldiers of the northern state should begin their drills. Lin Pofan bellowed angrily. Hua Diawu trembled, continuously swallowing hard, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. The Yushu mirror is unnecessary. The theft of the Dragon King's cauldron was indeed a false accusation by Qin Feng, and I shall impose severe punishment. With the Yushu mirror in play, the truth of her instigation against Li Changqing would be laid bare for all to see. She dared not proceed. Hua Diawu understood that Li Changqing was targeting Qin Feng and could only push him forward to take the blame for the entire sect. After a light cough, Leng Xiaoyan turned her head at the sound. Hua Diawu's gaze fixed upon her, and she immediately grasped her intent. Despite her reluctance, she braced herself and stood forth. General Lin, regarding Qin Feng's accusations against the sixth prince. The law enforcement hall will handle this according to sect regulations. She sought to curry favor initially, then shifted her tone. However, the Dragon King's cauldron is indeed a sacred artifact of the Divine King sect. We request its return from the sixth prince. Li Changqing regarded her with a hint of surprise. Looking at Hua Diawu, he found himself somewhat admiring her shamelessness. Even now, she still dared to covet the Dragon King's cauldron. Hua Diawu had her own considerations. Though she did not dare to offend the great Zhou dynasty, she had to think of the sect's welfare, with Li Changqing leaving the sect and Qin Feng being used as a scapegoat. The Divine King sect would lack successors. Relying solely on the Dragon King's cauldron to maintain its current standing, she had no other choice. Between two evils, she chose the lesser, while the Divine King sect was certainly no match for the great Zhou. Annihilating a sacred ground of cultivation was no simple task. Firstly, the Divine King sect did not lie within the borders of the Great Zhou, and secondly, wiping out the Divine King sect would likely provoke the wrath of the cultivation world. Stirring a tide of enmity, she was betting that the Great Zhou would not destroy the Divine King sect over the Dragon King's cauldron. Toa sect, a sacred artifact, often dictates its survival. But to a nation, its importance is not as pronounced. Yet she had miscalculated one point. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron in the context of the Great Zhou may seem trivial, yet it holds immense significance for Li Changqing. It is his opportunity and the foundation upon which his life stands. The shattered cauldron of the Divine King sect does not pique my interest. Surely you do not covet what I possess? Cold Shoyun's face flushed with embarrassment, her composure faltering. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron is a sacred artifact of the Divine King sect, known to all. How could the sixth prince dare to swap it deceitfully? Attempting to mislead the world, her confidence waned with each word. The Great Zhou may be powerful, yet it cannot bully the weak. The Divine King sect, as a holy place, is not to be trifled with. The venerable ancestor of the Divine King nodded in quiet approval, and Wadiwu expressed admiration for her words, recognizing that Cold Shoyun was not merely a flatterer but possessed some utility in critical moments. Lin Pofen, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, his aura surging. Since my arrival, you have bullied the prince of the Great Zhou. Now, before my very eyes, you slander him. How audacious! The explosive aura forced Cold Shoyun to kneel on one knee. General Lin, you may kill me, but justice exists in this world. The Great Zhou cannot blur the lines between right and wrong. Cold Shoyun feigned a tough exterior. Seeing Lin Pofen's murderous intent, Wadiwu stepped forward to intervene. Urging him to spare her, Elder Cold, concerned for the sect, spoke rather harshly. The sixth prince merely needs to return the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. There was no swapping of items. Her tone grew increasingly firm as she implied that the cauldron should remain with them. If the sixth prince wishes to voice his grievances, let him do so. If killing Qin Feng would appease you, then do it. However, the Divine Dragon King's cauldron pertains to the future of the Divine King sect. And I implore your understanding, it would not reflect well on the Great Zhou to seize a sacred artifact. Lin Pofen fixed his gaze on Wadiwu, questioning if she was threatening him to No, General Lin. You misunderstood. Wadiwu hastily denied it, asserting that the destruction of a holy place is a grave matter. The Great Zhou would not wage war over a single sacred artifact. She quickly shifted her stance, stating that since the artifact concerns the survival of our sect, she would be immensely grateful if General Lin would show leniency. Lin Pofen's aura softened slightly, understanding Wadiwu's clear intention. She could provide a satisfactory response regarding the sixth prince's slander. Li Changqing could exact vengeance on whomever he wished. This was the Divine King sect extending a courtesy to the Great Zhou, yet the Divine Dragon King's cauldron must remain, though he was a sage. Forcibly taking Li Changqing was simply impossible. Any attempt to suppress him with troops would lack justification. Thus, he turned to Li Changqing, allowing him to decide. Li Changqing remained silent, raising his hand as a flash of sword light erupted, severing Cold Shoyun's head, which rolled blood-soaked, to Wadiwu's feet. After the act, he sheathed his sword nonchalantly. Her words were defiant. He sought to test whether her neck was equally resilient. By the way, I shall not depart. I will repay grievances with grievances and vendettas with vengeance, and my resolve shall not falter. He fully grasped the privilege of the strong. In this world only the powerful could dictate the rules. Cold Shoyun's corpse lay on the ground, its vivid crimson hue causing all present to tremble. Was the law-enforcing elder slain so easily? A flash of the sword, a head rolling without a trace of hesitation. Was this the fate of those who dared to be resolute before Li Changqing? Shen Qingtong and Su Muxue trembled in terror. As accomplices to the slander, what would become of them if they were implicated? Just moments ago, they had been arrogant. Now, they found themselves utterly disheveled, regret gnawing at their insides. They even recalled the once devoted Li Changqing, who had sacrificed himself for the sect, remembering how they, his senior sisters, had once held him in high esteem, viewing him as a celestial being. Why had they fallen for Qin Feng's deceit and sought to frame him? After a brief moment of panic, Qin Feng regained his composure. The aura of the Tongyu ring cleansing his mind, leaving him dazed. He had long since been overwhelmed by Li Changqing, yet he did not wish to die if fear rendered him trembling. Wadi's face flushed red with indignation. To have the law-enforcing elder of the Divine King's sect slain before her eyes was an affront of the highest order. Since taking on the role of sect leader, she had never endured such a humiliation. Elder Cold merely spoke the truth, but the sixth prince's act of killing was a blatant abuse of power. Do you dare claim this is the truth? Li Changqing's tone was eerily calm. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron is but a remnant, currently housed within the Divine King's forbidden grounds. Are you certain this is merely that cauldron, since you allege that I have engaged in deceit? I invite sect leader Wadiwu to demonstrate its power. With that, he tossed the Divine Dragon King's cauldron before Wadiwu. She instantly became flustered. If she could not even activate the remnant cauldron, how could she manage a complete one? Li Changqing let out a few derisive laughs. Do not tell me you are incapable of activating it, and if that is the case, what face do you have to claim it as belonging to the Divine King's sect? Wadiwu cast a glance at the ancestor, who remained in deep meditation, seemingly indifferent to the outside world. Li Changqing pressed on. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron is inscribed with the myriad sword techniques. Sect leader Wadiwu might as well showcase a few moves, whether it be the all-encompassing or the cutting edge. Wadiwu grew increasingly flustered. Li Changqing was targeting her heart. The cauldron within the forbidden grounds bore the remnants of the myriad sword techniques. Lacking any actual cultivation methods, how could she possibly demonstrate them? Li Changqing erupted in laughter. You cannot activate the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, nor do you understand the myriad sword techniques, yet you dare shamelessly claim it as belonging to the Divine King's sect. Wadiwu, do you still have any dignity left? Li Changqing. Wadiwu was rendered speechless, her face flushed with anger. No matter how she tried to assert herself, she was the leader of a sect, and to have him point a finger at her in front of her disciples, calling her shameless, was intolerable. You can activate the Divine Dragon King's cauldron because you have cultivated the devouring heaven demon technique from the dream-making palace, allowing you to control it. Suddenly Qin Feng stepped forward to mediate. He was terrified of Li Changqing, utterly terrified, and he wished to avoid being sacrificed by the Divine King's sect. He sought a path to survival. If he could secure the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, surely Wadiwu would spare his life, allowing him to atone for his sins. Just moments ago, the dream-making sage had mentioned that he possessed the devouring heaven demon technique, which he could use as an excuse. Chapter 14. At the end of the road, the sacred presence emerges. Sect leader Hua, is this true? Facing Qin Feng's accusation, Li Changqing found it ludicrous, deliberately asking Wadiwu. Wadiwu froze momentarily, clearly taken aback by Qin Feng's boldness. Her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. This Qin Feng was more of a hindrance than a help. Typically clever and shrewd, he was now repeatedly making foolish moves that jeopardized himself. Xan Shui claimed Li Changqing could wield the devouring heaven demon technique, yet he had never employed it thus far. Even if he could, his mastery would surely be shallow. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily overwhelmed by her aura. Not even a sage could control the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. How could a mere devouring heaven demon technique achieve such a feat? Lin Pofan, also a sage, would not believe such nonsense. This was undoubtedly another layer of slander against Li Changqing, compounding his guilt. Wadiwu feigned ignorance. I am unfamiliar with the devouring heaven demon technique. Perhaps it is not so certain. Sect leader Wadiwu, can you truly pretend to be oblivious? As a sage, you must know whether the devouring heaven demon technique can control the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. Li Changqing exposed her ulterior motives, questioning her boldness and still asserting the cauldron as belonging to the Divine King's sect. Wadiwu found herself at a loss for words. Lin Pofan began to understand. Initially, he believed that the Divine Dragon King's cauldron in Li Changqing's possession genuinely belonged to the Divine King sect and that acquiring it would be ideal. However, if Wadiwu persistently refused, he would consider it otherwise. Now it was clear that the Divine Dragon King's cauldron was Li Changqing's and not the Divine King Sect's. Inciting his raged sect leader Wadiwu, "Do you truly believe my soldiers of the Great Zhou are mere fools?" With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch into the sky, reverberating like thunder and shattering the clouds. Moments later, the sound of thousands of soldiers' battle cries echoed from the northern borders, resounding through the heavens. This would prove that the Divine Dragon King's cauldron was Li Changqing's, justifying the Great Zhou's mobilization of troops. Even if it meant annihilating the Divine King sect, they would have ample reason. The disciples of the Divine King sect trembled in fear at the grand sound, casting pleading glances at Wadiwu, hoping she would not provoke Li Changqing further, while the Divine Dragon King's cauldron was undoubtedly vital. If their sect were to be destroyed, would they be able to safeguard it? Sect leader Wadiwu, "To slander the sixth prince is to slander the imperial family of the Great Zhou. We, the soldiers of the Great Zhou, vow to defend our dignity to the death." Lin Pofan's words were not a threat but a choice between life and death for her. No, General Lin, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention." Wadiwu was terrified, her complexion paling as she repeatedly apologized. She no longer had the capacity to contend for the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. The venerable ancestor, witnessing Wadiwu attempting to cling to the last glimmer of hope, felt frustration. "A bunch of useless fools." The ancestor of the Divine King's sect vanished into the sky in an instant. Wadiwu, feeling a surge of anger, thought to herself, "You are the ancestor, and if you are not useless, then return the Divine Dragon King's cauldron." Sect leader Wadiwu, "Do you still desire the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, or shall I take it away?" Li Changqing feigned generosity. No, how could I dare to claim the sixth prince's belongings?" Wadiwu lowered her noble head, speaking in a submissive tone, wishing she could simply vanish on the spot. "Then I shall reclaim it." With a gesture, Li Changqing retrieved the Divine Dragon King's cauldron before Wadiwu's eyes, declaring, "The matter of my slander shall be resolved by me personally. There is no need for sect leader Wadiwu to concern herself." He pointed his sword at Qin Feng. Li Changqing had withdrawn from the sect, and dealing with the disciples of the Divine King sect would be an interference in another sect's affairs. Yet Wadiwu dared not utter a word of protest. "Please, sixth prince." No, master." Qin Feng sensed that Wadiwu had completely abandoned him. His heart plummeting. He looked around, and his senior sisters, once eager to call him their dear junior brother, now avoided his gaze as if he were a plague. The fear of death loomed over him. "Sage, save me, this is what you owe me." With no retreat left, his only remaining ally was the spirit within the Tongyu ring, known as Luo Shida. "I must rely on the Tongyu ring to nurture my spirit. Yet I am still unable to solidify my corporeal form. Otherwise, taking you away would be no difficult feat. I shall give it a try." She felt utterly helpless, for her entire existence was entwined with Qin Feng. As she spoke, the Tongyu ring emanated a ghostly glow, filling the grand hall with a surging aura, and her spirit materialized before the onlookers in human form. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Luo, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her curvaceous figure radiating unparalleled charm, adorned in delicate veils that incited the imagination. She eclipsed even the renowned beauties of the cultivation sanctuaries such as Hua Dai Wu and Shin Tong, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Ling Er and Bai Ji. Luoxia's gaze fell upon Li Changqing. "The sixth prince, Qin Feng, is my disciple. Might you show him some leniency and spare his life?" Li Changqing's expression grew grave. He was aware of Qin Feng's secret heritage from the Qin clan but did not anticipate such formidable spirit within the Tongyu ring, rivaling even Bai Ji. Though she was but a spirit, her aura was overwhelmingly powerful, and merely lifting her gaze sent a wave of inexplicable unease through Li Changqing. "Show you leniency? Who do you think you are? Dressed as if for a fee, you may be willing to sell, but I have no desire to buy." Li Changqing scoffed. If he truly found himself at a disadvantage, he would have to seek Bai Ji's assistance. But that would leave him indebted to her. Lin Pafan silently gathered his energy, preparing to counter the woman and protect Li Changqing. As he reached out, he realized the strength of her spiritual power. Even exerting his full prowess, he could barely hold his ground. This was likely a terrifying level of the great sage, surpassing even the God King ancestor. Moreover, as a spirit, should she return to her physical form, her true potential would be unfathomable. This woman undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. The sixth prince was not to be trifled with. Lin Pafan's arrogance faded entirely, replaced by a rare look of trepidation. For a prince of noble birth to be intimidated by a mere spirit, Li Changqing brandished his sword, and the surrounding sword energy began to swirl, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Pafan's brows furrowed deeper. This sixth prince possessed such formidable sword energy, a vengeful nature, and a murderous intent that made him far from ordinary. Once he returned to the capital, he would surely stir a great tempest. From another perspective, his vengeful disposition would inevitably render their future endeavors in the capital treacherous, which royal offspring was not a force to be reckoned with. His 5 brothers were already troublesome enough. Luo Shi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Li Changqing and coldly remarked, "Do you truly dare to oppose me?" Li Changqing replied disdainfully, "Indeed, I must settle accounts with Qin Feng today, during the soul crossing." He had glimpsed the future deeds of Qin Feng and had no desire to add another relentless adversary to his list, especially one who would cling on doggedly. "You dare to speak so boldly?" Luo Shi, once of high status in life, felt her anger surge as a junior publicly challenged her. With a roar, a formidable aura surged towards Li Changqing. Lin Pufan moved to charge forward but was repelled by the force. Hua Daiwu focused intently. How could Qin Feng's ring harbor such a powerful spirit? Shen Qingtong shook her head, indicating she did not know, while Sumu Shui and the remaining disciples also expressed ignorance. Hua Daiwu felt a deep sense of defeat wash over her. Was she truly the leader of this sect? Li Changqing possessed the divine king's cauldron and was a prince. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that within Qin Feng's ring lay a great sage's spirit. After all this commotion, the true fool was herself, as she watched Luo Shi's aura grow to eclipse the skies. Her opinion of Qin Feng suddenly improved significantly. If she could defeat Li Changqing and reclaim the divine dragon cauldron, she would not hesitate to let Qin Feng continue as the Holy Sun. Li Changqing, wary of Luo Shi's approaching aura, summoned the divine dragon cauldron anew and struck fiercely. A powerful humming sound resonated. The divine dragon cauldron was specifically designed to combat spirits. It could even manifest dragon souls. So what fear did a mere spirit hold? Luo Shi's expression changed, recognizing the immense power. Gradually mastering the divine dragon cauldron, Li Changqing was able to wield even greater strength than before. Luo Shi silently rejoiced. Relieved that Li Changqing had just acquired the divine dragon cauldron and could not yet control its full power. If given more time, even she would find it challenging to contend with him. Taking advantage of his weakness, she resolved to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. "Today, let me show you the strength of the Holy Sovereign from Gaia." With a piercing scream, she summoned her full force to counter him. Li Changqing immediately felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, as if the mountains were crumbling and the earth was splitting apart, and he struggled to maintain his footing, although the divine dragon cauldron was powerful. His own cultivation level could not fully harness its energy, and he found himself overwhelmed by Luo Shi's pressure, his vision darkening. "Sixth Prince, I shall assist you." Lin Pufan, a sage in his own right, keenly sensed that the divine dragon cauldron could not unleash its true might due to Li Changqing's insufficient cultivation. He swiftly struck Li Changqing's back, infusing him with profound spiritual power. The myriad sword energies briefly broke through to the sage level, causing the divine dragon cauldron to glow with resplendence, emitting a sound of annihilation. A piercing scream echoed through the grand hall. Luo Shi clutched her ears, shrieking as the overwhelming force of the divine dragon cauldron diminished her aura by half. The sound from the divine dragon cauldron seemed to conjure thousands of whips that lashed at the soul. And she could not withstand it. Hua Daiwu's face turned ashen. Once again placing her hopes on Qin Feng, she was met with disappointment, and her hatred for Li Changqing only deepened. Seeing Luo Shi's spirit suffer damage, Lin Pufan swiftly lunged to ensnare her. "Leave this to me, Sixth Prince, and seek your own vengeance." Li Changqing understood and unleashed a series of fierce sword strikes aimed directly at Qin Feng. As he advanced, his sword technique surged ever closer to completion, and just mere feet from Qin Feng, he truly achieved mastery. Qin Feng's complexion turned pale as he caught a glimpse of the chaos. Luo Shi was being overwhelmed by Lin Pufan and could hardly spare him a thought. "If you wish to destroy me, then I shall take you down with me." Driven to the edge, Qin Feng sank into despair, contemplating a mutual demise with Li Changqing. Heaven-burning sword pavilion. Within the sword pavilion, the heavens collapsed, unleashing a move of utter destruction. Chapter 15. The excision of bones and seizing of bodies, just deserts. The thunderous sounds echoed relentlessly. Li Changqing beheld the overwhelming force descending upon him. As if mountains were collapsing and countless meteors rained down upon the earth, his sword strike transformed, and a milky white light flickered. My myriad sword technique has reached completion. Do you know of the move Heaven River Upside Down? Li Changqing remained calm, gently twirling his sword at the wrist, stirring the very cosmos, as the sword intent surged forth like rivers merging into the sea, rushing towards Qin Feng. The overwhelming sword intent shattered Qin Feng's heaven-burning sword pavilion, scattering it like drifting leaves upon the water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Am I truly unable to even achieve mutual destruction? Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with sorrow. If death was unattainable, then life became an agonizing torment. He fell into utter despair, devoid of even the will to die, overwhelmed by profound fear. Holy Sovereign, Qin Feng longed to call out to Luoshi but found her being ruthlessly subdued by Lin Pufan, who relentlessly pressed her down. A kick to her heaving chest nearly crushed her. With a scream, her spirit shattered, and she fled back into the Tongyu ring, undoubtedly gravely wounded, devoid of any intention to resist. Qin Feng only sought escape. Yet, with the heaven river upside down unleashed, he found himself surrounded by sword energy. Yet he was trapped with nowhere to turn. He knelt upon the ground, weeping bitterly, his humiliation laid bare. I have gained everything now, yet I have lost all compassion. I apologize, but I cannot muster an ounce of sympathy for you. Li Changqing paid no heed to Qin Feng's pleas, coldly raising his sword to the heavens. Unleashing another move of samsara. Of all things, the entire space became engulfed in an enclosed, murderous web of sword intent, ensnaring Qin Feng. No, Qin Feng trembled violently, realizing Li Changqing's intentions, his features contorted with anguish. It felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing at him, the pain forcing him to writhe on the ground like a beast. His revered master and sisters watched the scene from a distance. Lacking even the courage to plead for him, they felt nothing but disdain for the shameful display he exhibited. Relationships built on flowery words and self-interest were inherently fragile, and in times of peril, they merely watched with cold indifference. Master, what does junior brother Changqing intend to do? Shen Qingtong no longer cared for Qin Feng's fate, cautiously inquiring of Hua Daiwu, fearful that she might be next. He intends to extract Feng's sword bones and chaos body. Hua Daiwu felt a chill run down her spine, her voice trembling. Was this truly the Li Changqing she once knew? In the past, he had been utterly devoted to the sect, tirelessly laboring for it, caring for the disciples as if they were his own kin. What had turned him so cruel? The thought sent shivers down her spine, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Was she the one who had driven Li Changqing to this point? My sword bones, my chaos body. Qin Feng howled to the heavens, tears streaming down his face. Li Changqing, you cannot do this. You wish to destroy me. Li Changqing turned around, surveying the scene. He looked upon the complicit Hua Daiwu, the accomplices Yishin Qingtong, Sumu Shui, and the observing sisters. All were individuals for whom he had sacrificed his life in a past life. Today, he would make them understand that the former Li Changqing was dead, and before them stood the sixth prince of the Great Zhou. They had cast him aside like refuse. From now on, he would be someone they could never hope to reach. A sect master. Hua, do you mind? He pointed provocatively at Qin Feng, challenging Hua Daiwu. The figure lying on the ground was not the junior disciple she had painstakingly supported, nor the one she had turned a blind eye to. Now she showed no intention of saving him? Li Changqing aimed to shatter Hua Daiwu's dignity with brutal reality, to trample her pride into the ground. Hua Daiwu was so incensed by the humiliation that she nearly spewed blood. Li Changqing, she extended a trembling finger, her throat constricted as if blocked by some unseen force, rendering her speechless. Li Changqing let out a cold laugh. Let us consider that your acquiescence, Qin Feng, you hold my heavenly devouring demon art in contempt. So let me allow you to experience it firsthand, shall we? Well, for him, reincarnation is akin to a rebirth, and after a series of grotesque events on Saint Sun Peak, Li Changqing has completely overturned all the notions from his previous life. He simply yearns to become powerful and establish his own order. The once steadfast boundaries between good and evil have now crumbled. What of the demon arts, as long as they empower him? They are but tools for his use. Even if he becomes a demonic cultivator, what is there to lament? No, little senior brother, I was wrong. It was I who wronged you, and in a moment of folly. I beseech you to spare my life. In a desperate bid for survival, Qin Feng began to slap himself, the resounding echoes of his slaps reverberating across Saint Sun Peak. Li Changqing remained unmoved, his countenance as unyielding as granite. In the next moment, a chilling wail erupted once more. The humiliating memories of his past life resurfaced involuntarily, since he has been reborn and chosen by an unparalleled opportunity. To not reclaim something from Qin Feng would be a grave misfortune. His talent is commendable, and the heavenly devouring demon art possesses the ability to devour and enhance one's physique. Everything seems preordained. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? it is perfect to assimilate for his own benefit, and Bai Ji would surely appreciate it as well. Qin Feng clung desperately to his leg. Weeping with a heart-wrenching fervor, Li Changqing delivered a kick to his face, sending Qin Feng sprawling like a dog, pleading for mercy, but it was too late. Chaos incarnate, devour, Li Changqing, I curse you to cease your actions. Qin Feng's lower region was drenched, his pleas were futile as he resorted to vehement curses. To Li Changqing, they were merely the barks of a dog, igniting a sense of disdain within him. You claim to be a prodigy of the sword, so I shall excavate your sword bones. The agonizing screams echoed through the great hall of the Divine King sect. In everyone's minds a few words floated, too brutal. Yet, none dared to intervene. Lin Pofan stood in the hall like an insurmountable mountain named Dezhou. Li Changqing consumed the chaos body and sword bones. The thunderous sounds within him persisted, his physique advancing from mundane to divine. No wonder he wished to sacrifice the world, it truly was immensely beneficial. Li Changqing found himself growing fond of this sensation. In stark contrast, Qin Feng was engulfed in endless suffering and struggle. Holy Sovereign, my chaos body has been destroyed, my sword bones excavated, I cannot go on living. He had lost everything he possessed, the world around him collapsing. Qin Feng's visage morphed into one of madness and terror. Wishing for the entire world to perish alongside him, since you cannot aid me, I shall destroy this Tongyu ring, taking you down with me. Within the Tongyu ring, Luoxi's expression drastically changed. She loathed Li Changqing for reducing Qin Feng to this state. And upon hearing Qin Feng's curses, her heart plummeted. He intended to drag her down with him. Alas, my fate is intertwined with his. Luoxi's face bore a bitter expression as she sighed deeply. The brilliance of the Tongyu ring surged, and with no other choice, she reforged her spirit and invoked forbidden techniques. With a thunderous crash, the entire great hall of the Divine King sect began to quake as if the very earth were shifting. This sudden turn of events caused Hua Daiwu to glance over, her unease mounting. Could such a technique exist in this realm? She felt an unsettling anxiety. Sect Master, this is tearing through space. Even those of the Emperor realm can only shift 1,000 miles in an instant. Tearing space is an ability reserved for the legendary powers of ancient times, one elder exclaimed in terror. The ancient legacies also bear both good and evil. I observe that Qin Feng's legacy exudes great malevolence, far more than the heavenly devouring demon art. Hua Daiwu felt utterly drained. How could the two geniuses of the sect be so utterly flawed? In the midst of this, Luoxi used her secret art to tear open a rift in the void. She sought to escape. Li Changqing sensed it immediately. There was no room for consideration. He promptly summoned the divine Dragon King Cauldron, hurling it forth. Luoxi's eyes turned crimson, enveloped in a shroud of red mist, as if containing an unfathomable eerie power. Even her bare skin bore red markings. The divine Dragon King Cauldron resonated anew, its golden brilliance intensifying as the ancient patterns carved upon it seemed to awaken, unleashing a force even more ferocious than before. Luoxi cried out in despair. Her spirit had been shattered once, and tearing space consumed immense energy, leaving her unable to withstand the divine Dragon King Cauldron. She strained with all her might to mend the fractured void. As Li Changqing soared towards her, Qin Feng vanished without a trace. Traversing through the shattered space, Luoxi's spirit could no longer bear the strain and returned to the Tongyu ring, fainting in the process. Yet Li Changqing was drawn in by a powerful force, as if the collapsing space sought to consume him. The sixth prince, Lin Pofan shouted, but it was too late. A resounding crash echoed as a long spear descended from the void, creating a powerful gust that blocked Li Changqing's path. With a thunderous roar, the space Luoxi had torn apart collapsed. Li Changqing was swept back by the force, landing on the ground, gasping for breath. Lamenting, he actually managed to escape. Qin Feng possessed a legacy. Even if his sword bones were excavated and his physique taken, as long as he lived, he could rise again through his inheritance. He stood, gazing at his savior, furrowing his brow. Another saint, you wandering marquis, your timing is impeccable. Lin Pofan was drenched in sweat, panting several times to regain his composure, unable to resist a jibe. Chapter 16, Can this prince be relied upon? The visitor offered a symbolic fist salute, seemingly devoid of any respect for the prince. His name was Jing Hushi, a wandering marquis of Dezhou. He had been lurking in secrecy, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal himself. And now that the matter was resolved, he had finally emerged, without a hint of remorse upon his countenance. Jing Hushi was once a military general with a long-standing friendship with Lin Pofan. But as a wandering marquis, he was merely a figurehead. Though Lin Pofan had not been granted the title of marquis, he was a formidable military leader. The divine capital was aware of the sixth prince's presence at the divine king sect in Beizhou. and they had dispatched Lin Pofan to investigate, with the court intending to send reinforcements. However, the court was thoroughly divided among princes and high-ranking officials, and this suddenly emerging prince was a burden no one wished to bear. Assisting him was undoubtedly a perilous task, and given the circumstances, it fell to the powerless wandering marquis that he faced immense pressure, especially with hints suggesting that they did not want Li Changqing to survive. Jing Hushi found himself in a predicament. Thankfully, Lin Pofan's timely arrival provided him with a pretext. Wandering marquis, no need for such formalities. Li Changqing waved off the gesture, fully aware of his precarious situation. Yet he was unconcerned. With his identity and unparalleled legacy, he was confident he could carve out his own domain. Those wishing to submit to him would need to prove their worth. Jing Hushi turned to face the Divine King sect. Proclaiming, "I am the wandering Marquis of Dezhou, sent to escort the sixth prince back to court," Hua Daiwu understood the implication, her earlier authority as sect master evaporating, and she weakly stated, "Everyone, please feel free to depart." Her eyes were hollow as she watched Li Changqing depart, overwhelmed by endless desolation and resentment. She had intended to seize the Divine Dragon King Cauldron, but it seemed she had lost more than she gained. The two most powerful geniuses of the Divine King sect had either vanished or transformed into a prince, leaving her bereft of any hope for the sect's future. Who would bear the banner for the Divine King sect now? Li Changqing left with Lin and Jing, leaving behind those who had wronged him, including Shen Qingtong and Su Mushueg. Yet today's humiliation of the Divine King sect was sufficient. Any further retaliation might drive Hua Daiwu into a corner, leading to mutual destruction, which would only be detrimental. She considered herself fortunate. As Hua Daiwu observed the departing figures, her heart brimmed with melancholy. The Divine King sect had lost two prodigious disciples, and its standing in the cultivation world would undoubtedly plummet due to the lack of successors, particularly with the loss of Li Changqing, its mightiest warrior. A solution must be sought, exhausted in body and spirit. Hua Daiwu's gaze drifted toward Shen Qingtong. Perhaps forming an alliance with other sects could be a viable option. Shen Qingtong sensed the intensity of her master's stare, feeling a wave of unease. "Master, why do you look at me so?" "Qingtong, if the sect requires it, you would not hesitate to step forward, would you?" Hua Daiwu regarded her steadily. "Master, of course, I would willingly sacrifice everything for the sect." Shen Qingtong responded, uncertain of her master's intentions, yet the authority in her eyes left no room for refusal. However, she dared not inquire further. In that moment, she felt that despite being the sect leader's direct disciple, she was merely a pawn on the chessboard of fate, her destiny not her own. Hua Daiwu said nothing more and swept away. Meanwhile, on another mountain peak, disciples of the battle hall gathered. Comrades who had once fought alongside Li Changqing, the sect has been excessively cold-hearted. Oh, how I wish to leave with brother Changqing. Do not say such things. We are disciples of the Divine King sect. The sect is our heaven. Even in anger, we cannot rebel. Their faces were etched with sorrow. Though they were furious, the authority of the sect master loomed larger than life, rendering them powerless as mere ants. Watching Li Changqing depart, they felt profound guilt for their impotence. They could not assist Li Changqing in the slightest. They were unworthy even to enter the Great Hall had it not been for the gravity of the situation. Lin Pofan's intrusion would have gone unnoticed, and they might have been deprived even of the chance to bid farewell to Li Changqing. "Changqing!" Finally, one could not contain themselves and shouted down the mountain. Their voice choked with emotion, drawing tears from those who heard it. Li Changqing's heart stirred slightly, yet he did not turn back, raising his hand towards the peak in farewell. "Live well, do not be as foolish as I once was, laboring for those unworthy of your efforts. Live on, your life is your own." The crowd discerned the disappointment woven into Li Changqing's words and fell into a state of confusion. They began to question the purpose of fighting for the sect. Had anyone ever regarded the battle hall disciples with anything but disdain, considering them mere cannon fodder? Li Changqing's forced departure from the sect shattered their former faith, leaving them bereft of resolve. The crowd comprehended Li Changqing's words, and henceforth, it seemed that no one would be willing to sacrifice their lives for the Divine King sect. After departing from the sect, Jing Hushi scrutinized Li Changqing from top to bottom. "Did you have doubts about this sixth prince, Yufengho?" Lin Pofan, discerning his apprehension, jestingly inquired. "How could that be? General Lin has confirmed it. There can be no falsehood." Yet, Jing Hushi's expression betrayed him, seeing the two fixatedly gazing at him. He voiced his confusion. "The sixth prince is of royal blood. Why does he possess a mortal physique?" The remainder of his thoughts remained unvoiced. Li Changqing's mother, consort Xian, had perished 20 years ago, and there had been no word of her leaving an heir. Yet suddenly, a sixth prince appeared. Why was he not sought after earlier? Did it truly take 2 decades to find him? Moreover, why had the royal offspring not inherited the Li family bloodline? He only perceived that Li Changqing was a mortal body. Oblivious to the fact that he was the sole possessor of the ancient physique known as the creation mortal body, which had already advanced to the creation saint body a given time, he would evolve into the creation immortal body or even the creation emperor body. Embodying all existence in Gaia's realm, the physical traits of this world do not match my greatness. I shall possess something far superior. To Jing Heshi's ears, this sounded merely like empty boastfulness, and he smiled faintly. Offering no response. Li Changqing discerned that Jing Heshi did not regard him highly, yet he was no longer inclined to indulge anyone. Suddenly, he asked, Yu Fangho arrived quite early, did he not? He claimed to be a mortal body. It must have been when he activated the broken space bell that he was already on Saint Sun Peak, arriving even before Lin Pofan. He did not take action even when his life was hanging by a thread. This is highly suspect. Before he even returned to the Great Zhou imperial capital, someone had already extended their hand. Beneath the emperor's feet, it appears to be a den of dragons and tigers. This, Jing Heshi found himself flustered, a single question exposing his slip. No matter, Li Changqing was magnanimous. Yu Fangho would need to observe for a while that if he misidentified someone, he would bear the responsibility. Jing Heshi, finding himself on the defensive, expressed gratitude to the sixth prince for his understanding. Lin Pofan, seeing the situation, playfully interrupted, the sixth prince has already been received. We have not disgraced our mission. He patted Jing Heshi on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Brother Jing, you have witnessed everything regarding the Divine King sect. You might as well consider the sixth prince, lest you become a mere pawn. Perhaps this is the opportunity for your Jing family to rise. Jing Heshi glanced at him but remained silent, yet a tumult of thoughts surged within him. Li Changqing's ability to serve as the saint son of the Divine King sect attested to his extraordinary talent and intellect. His audacity to confront a sage head-on revealed his boldness, and now, possessing the Divine Dragon King Cauldron, he could instill fear even in the divine souls of the great saint realm. More importantly, this prince lacked a powerful background and was in need of allies. Should he join, it would be akin to receiving a lifeline, and if Li Changqing were to rise in power, he would undoubtedly be the first elder. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lin. After a long moment, Jing Heshi's expression was complex as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Such a significant matter could not be decided immediately, but he would ensure Li Changqing's safe arrival in the capital. Throughout the journey, Jing Heshi was lost in thought. He was a formidable sage, yet he felt an inexplicable fear towards Li Changqing. I need to find a place to rest for a few days. Li Changqing spoke with the authority befitting a prince. The physique that devoured Qin Feng needed a few days to digest. The sixth prince of the Great Zhou could not enter the capital with a weakling's cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of miles away, in a vast mountain range, Qin Feng sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his hollow gaze radiating boundless hatred. My physique has been seized, my sword bones have been extracted. My life is effectively over. From being the first choice for the saint's son, he had fallen to this state, fleeing like a wild dog, utterly destitute. All of this was due to one person, Li Changqing. One day, I shall repay all the humiliation 1,000-fold, stripping you of your flesh and bones, grinding you to dust. Qin Feng seated, his fingers clawing at the ground, blood oozing from beneath his nails, staining the earth crimson. Realizing that his sword-bone physique had been taken from him, he sank into despair, unable to extricate himself from the pain. But what can be done? You possess a legacy. Even if your physique is lost, it can be rebuilt. Without sword bones, they can be reborn. Do not lose hope. From within the broken space ring, Luoshi's weak voice emerged, as long as you are alive. You are the only one in this world. There will surely be a day of resurgence. Qin Feng glanced at his own form. The hatred that had surged within him dissipated, leaving him leaning against a stone like a lump of mud. A resurgence? Saint Lord, do you truly believe I still have a chance? Luoshi, seeing his dejected demeanor, felt anger at his lack of ambition. Fenger, you. Just as she began to speak, a piercing scream echoed, belonging to a woman. Fenger, go take a look. She tilted her ear, keenly sensing something amiss, and detected an unusual aura in the scream, far from that of an ordinary girl. Chapter 17. The scoundrel rescues the beauty, seeking a powerful ally. Forget it, there is nothing worth seeing. Qin Feng leaned against the stone, his expression one of utter despondency. The defeat at the Divine King sect had extinguished his spirit, rendering him disinterested in everything. Even his desire for revenge against Li Changqing had shattered. The latter was simply too formidable, a foe he could never overcome. A wild dog seeking vengeance against a prince, such a scenario did not exist in any play. Li Changqing, brimming with pride, was on his way to the Great Zhou imperial capital to assume his role as a prince, while he could only be a lifeless husk. Get up, even a wild dog can grow fangs. Is this the only worth of the Qin family's descendants? Luo Shi, frustrated with his lack of resolve, bore a beautiful face filled with coldness. Qin Feng flinched, reluctantly rising to follow the sound, hiding amidst some grass. What reckless girl dares to come out and hunt beasts with such meager cultivation? Not far away, a young girl was confronting a demon wolf, wounded, her clothes torn, revealing glimpses of her form. Heavy breaths resonated. And Qin Feng scoffed, preparing to leave. He understood Luo Shi's intention, to spur him to action, but at that moment, he felt even less worthy than a wild dog, wandering aimlessly in the vast mountains. Lacking the heart to meddle in others' affairs. Save her, the faint voice of Luo Shi echoed from the broken space ring. Spare me, save her. Who would save me? You should focus on restoring your divine soul. I still need you for my resurgence. Qin Feng brusquely refused. Asking him to save someone was akin to asking a pig to climb a tree. Worthless wretch, Luo Shi could not help but scold. How had she been so blind as to choose such a good-for-nothing? Witnessing Qin Feng's state at the Divine King's sect, she doubted her impulsiveness in becoming his protector. Since you are alive, do not wallow in despair. You possess the legacy of the Qin family, and you must reclaim all that belongs to the Qin family. She persisted in her encouragement. Qin Feng's displeasure was evident, and he recalled the torment he had endured at the hands of Li Changqing, his face twisting with hatred. If it weren't for your incompetence, would I have fled to this forsaken place like a stray dog? My failures are your fault. Luo Shi's face turned pale with anger, inadvertently aggravating her injuries. Her spirit wavering, she struggled to suppress her emotions, unwilling to quarrel with him. This girl has an extraordinary background. Are you certain you do not wish to save her? Do not forget, you once begged me to be your protector, to help you restore your physical form. I remember. Qin Feng spread his hands. So what? In this state, can I still assist her? Absurd. Luo Shi, witnessing his self-destructive attitude, felt her temper rising. Were it not for the fact that you inherited the bloodline of the Qin family, I would not want to be your protector. Luo Shi regretted her decision, yet it was too late. Even if he was like mud, she had to find a way to lift him up. That girl possesses a sword path legacy. She must hail from a top-tier sect. This is your opportunity. A glimmer of light crossed Qin Feng's hollow gaze as he pondered Luo Shi's words. Is what the Saint Lord said truly valid? He turned his attention back to the girl, seemingly grasping the significance of the situation. I shall trust you one more time. Qin Feng's heart was filled with hatred, not only towards Li Changqing but towards the Divine King sect as well. Reduced to this state, he harbored resentment towards the entire world. Cast aside by the Qin family like refuse, having his sword bone extracted by Li Changqing, and betrayed by the Divine King sect, his spirit had twisted to the extreme. The people of this world all deserve death. They must all be sacrificed for me. Seeing that this girl might indeed be his chance, he no longer hesitated and leaped into action. A flash of sword light passed, and the demon wolf let out a howl before crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly lifeless, despite his fall from grace and the extraction of his sword bones, Qin Feng still retained his bloodline and legacy, and he dealt with the demon wolf effortlessly. The girl gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she beheld the handsome young man who had come to her rescue. Are you all right, my lady? Qin Feng cast her a warm gaze, his voice gentle and refined. He had a way with women. At the Divine King sect, he had captivated the hearts of his master and senior sisters. And in the secret realm, he had won Luo Shi's allegiance as a protector, gifted and capable of thriving on the fortunes of others. He was truly a scoundrel. Thank you for saving me, young master. The girl's face flushed, and she bowed in gratitude, stealing another glance at him, her cheeks growing even redder. Qin Feng turned his head, eyes forward. My lady, there is no need for such formality. Aiding those in peril is the duty of a cultivator. The girl lowered her head, noticing her disheveled attire, her face turning as red as a monkey's backside, shy as a white lotus flower. Qin Feng, considerate, removed his outer robe and gently draped it over her. One must gauge their strength when slaying demon beasts. Recklessness is unwise. As he helped her adjust her clothing, he accidentally brushed against an inappropriate area, sending a wave of heat throughout her body. Her eyes becoming hazy. My name is Mou, a disciple of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. May I ask for your esteemed name? The girl introduced herself, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Qin Feng. Heavenly Water Sword Sect. Qin Feng paused momentarily. This location was the extreme east of the Shumi Mountains' eastern realm, and he was unfamiliar with the sect, having never heard of it before. Qin Feng. He replied gravely, like a drifting leaf in the cosmos, free and unrestrained. Mou was entranced. Under the sunlight, Qin Feng's profile was strikingly handsome, with a broad forehead, a high nose bridge, and star-like eyebrows framing his piercing gaze. One cannot help but be captivated by such a remarkably handsome man. Young Master Qin must surely be a wandering hero, wielding a sword as he traverses the world. Mou, with her naive heart, is infatuated, a love-struck fool, unwavering in her devotion once she has set her sights on someone. It seems her fate is to encounter a top-tier man who thrives on the fruits of others' labor. A scoundrel both crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Thus, she extends a heartfelt invitation to Qin Feng to join the Heavenly Water Sword Sect. Upon arrival, he discovers that the Heavenly Water Sword Sect is the largest swordsmanship sect in the Shumi Mountains' eastern region. Within its grounds flows a river of swords, where sword-bearing stones lie submerged, nurtured by the river's essence, giving birth to unparalleled swords. Moreover, countless swordsmanship legacies are housed within. Mou insists on hosting her guest. While Qin Feng, with a mixture of reluctance and acceptance, finds himself comfortably settled in the Heavenly Water Sword Sect, not only has he found a place to stay, but he also learns that Mou is the daughter of the sect's leader. Mo Junlin not by winning Mou's heart, he could leverage the sect's power to rise again, ultimately returning to subdue the Divine King sect and confront Li Changqing, not far from the foot of Divine King Mountain. Li Changqing has absorbed Qin Feng's chaotic body and sword bones, spending several days in contemplation as he integrates them. As a novice in the heavily devouring demon art, he is yet to master its intricacies. After all, this is not his own legacy. Despite his exceptional talent, grasping this ancient technique in a short time proves to be quite a challenge. Bai Ji, however, holds this technique in high regard, after countless millennia. Few ancient arts have survived the test of time, and the heavenly devouring demon art is one of them. Young man, I am the ancient fox sovereign, and I can guide you, she declares. Li Changqing, sensing something amiss in her tone, questions her intentions and brandishes his soul whip, but he remains constantly wary of Bai Ji, aware that she might spring a surprise at any moment. Bai Ji, incensed by his threats with the soul whip, retorts sharply. Li Changqing, I am the illustrious fox sovereign, not a mere maid. Can you speak to me with a modicum of respect? I am merely reminding you to know your place and to refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Li Changqing responds, retracting the soul whip, having only intended to issue a warning. After your soul was displaced, you sustained damage, forcing you to reside within the shattered space bell. Do not act with airs. You are no longer a fox sovereign, you are nothing, but do not forget, since the moment my soul was displaced, I have been bound to you by fate. Are you not afraid I might sever this bond? Bai Ji counters, possessing her own leverage against Li Changqing. Should the bond be severed, the shattered space bell would lose its efficacy, leaving his soul trapped in the void, devoid of any chance for reincarnation. And if that were to happen, if I were to be trapped in the void, would the shattered space bell still have a host? Your soul would soon dissipate. Li Changqing remains unfazed by her threats. We are mutually dependent, do not attempt to use that against me. Then why do you constantly threaten me with the soul whip? Bai Ji replies, indignant. Is it permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners cannot even light a lamp? Because those without shoes fear not those with them. I would rather remain eternally unable to transcend than be under your control. Would you dare? Li Changqing's fierce determination catches Bai Ji off guard. She dares not challenge him. Make no mistake, I wish for you to master the heavily devouring demon art, to grow stronger, for you still have 3 tasks to assist me with. Bai Ji softens her tone. The heavily devouring demon art possesses the ability to consume and fortify the soul. You desire me to become a demon, providing the nourishment needed for your soul. Li Changqing sees through her intentions. He can absorb the essence of cultivators to enhance his own power, and the heavenly devouring demon art can equally consume soul energy, solidifying Bai Ji's spirit. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not seize the opportunity? Bai Ji seems perplexed. I only eliminate those who deserve it. I do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Though I practice demonic arts, I am fundamentally different from true demons. Not all who cultivate the dark arts are demons. Li Changqing states solemnly, true strength does not instill fear through slaughter but commands submission through absolute deterrence. Share with me your 3 tasks. I shall not go back on my word. Bai Ji shrugs with a smile. The tasks I assign you will be monumental, but with your current strength, you cannot accomplish even one. Return swiftly to the divine city and stabilize yourself before we proceed, although urgency glimmers in her eyes. Millennia of experience have taught her that many matters require patience. Haste leads to failure. Even if Li Changqing could manage to fulfill her requests, without a stronger spirit, it would be in vain. And he would still be unable to restore his physical form or return to the ancient times. Now, I will instruct you on the practice methods of the heavenly devouring demon art. Beg me. Li Changqing's response is nonchalant. Bai Ji, however, finds herself losing composure. You expect me to plead with you for guidance on a technique. Li Changqing, you insult me. I remain calm, but you are the one who is anxious. What does it matter if I insult you? Li Changqing revels in the power he holds over Bai Ji, a smile creeping onto his lips. Bai Ji's eyes gleam coldly. Sixth Prince, I implore you. Hearing her gritted teeth, Li Changqing feels a rush of satisfaction, yet he knows when to draw the line and speak. What comes next? Chapter 18, Fusion of Sword Bones, fifth layer of divine ability. Bai Ji's expression darkens as she imparts the necessary incantations to him. Her fierce intent nearly spills over. Had it not been for their fateful bond, she would have refrained from instructing him. With her status and identity in ancient times, she had thought it would be a simple task to manipulate Li Changqing. But she never anticipated such humiliation. Following her methods, Li Changqing begins his practice, and in moments, a powerful sword intent radiates from him as he seamlessly fuses with Qin Feng's sword bones. An overwhelming sword energy emerges, swiftly elevating the myriad sword techniques to perfection. Your body of transformation truly astonishes me. Bai Ji's anger remains, yet she cannot help but express her admiration upon witnessing his rapid progress. As an ancient saint, she has encountered countless geniuses, but one like Li Changqing is exceedingly rare. I must thank the Fox Sovereign for your guidance. Li Changqing responds with unexpected politeness, hoping to ease the earlier tension while genuinely appreciating her knowledge. Bai Ji's vast reservoir of information is indeed impressive, especially her familiarity with various techniques. The heavenly devouring demon art, which had eluded him for so long, she discerned the essence of with a mere glance. Earning his respect, now fused with Qin Feng's sword bones, he effortlessly elevates a top-tier sword technique to its pinnacle. The entire process flows seamlessly without any hint of stagnation. Li Changqing relishes the long-lost sensation of exhilaration. The nurturing force of the unparalleled sword bones proving extraordinary. Qin Feng, possessing such formidable sword bones, squandered their potential on misguided paths. What a pity, he cannot help but lament. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, his sword bones have enabled Li Changqing to break through his realm. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. Nevertheless, he has garnered attention within the Heavenly Water Sword sect. Mo Junlin, recognizing his rare talent and Mo's infatuation, has even considered taking him as a son-in-law, especially over the past few days. Having effortlessly grasped the Heavenly Water 13 swords, Mo Junlin feels that perhaps the sect will have a successor because of him. In a few days, I will take you to the Sword River, where you can comprehend the swordsmanship legacy within. Who knows, the sword-bearing stones might indeed give rise to one or two extraordinary swords and legacies. Qin Feng is overjoyed and promptly kneels in gratitude. His horizons have expanded. The Shumi Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, concealing numerous elite sects, and the Heavenly Water Sword sect's strength far surpasses that of the Divine King sect. If he were to acquire their legacy, he could return one day as a king unafraid of even the sixth prince. Meanwhile, Li Changqing, not far from the foot of Divine King Mountain, continues to familiarize himself with and solidify his practice of the heavenly devouring demon art. Just as he begins to find his rhythm, an unbidden vision of Yi Linger crosses his mind, reminding him of the beautiful moments they shared in their past life. In this life, there are few he cares for, and for their sake, he must grow stronger. Do not lose focus. Bai Ji, noticing his flushed complexion, warns him, when practicing, the greatest taboo is to let your mind wander. Do not let desire lead you astray. Li Changqing feels slightly embarrassed and quickly regains his concentration. He then merges with Qin Feng's chaotic body, feeling an overwhelming surge within him, a tide that seems endless. In no time, not only has he solidified his transformational body, but he has also broken through to the fifth layer of divine ability. He feels invigorated, as if undergoing a cleansing of his very essence. Li Changqing's cultivation momentum surges like a rainbow. Somewhere amidst the misty peaks, an elder with white hair and beard sits atop a mountain, gazing intently at the clouds above, uttering a soft exclamation. He has witnessed two extraordinary phenomena. One appears to be in the eastern realm of Shumi Mountain. Likely the heavenly water sword sect, while the other seems obscured, its details shrouded in mystery. Master, what troubles you? Two beautiful maidens stand beside him, one named Li Shang and the other Wu Li Shang. Noticing her master's uneasy expression, steps forward to inquire. The elder strokes his beard, a look of perplexity in his eyes. What could be so unusual? The heavens manifest anomalies when an extraordinary being is born. Why then, are there two opposing phenomena? Moreover, the obscured one emanates a demonic aura, which is concerning. He senses that the demonic energy possesses a devouring force, not aligned with righteous methods, and a worried expression crosses his face. Li Shang questions, Master, what shall we do now? The elder has previously stated that when celestial anomalies occur, it heralds the time for their emergence. However, now that strange events have unfolded, whether they should emerge becomes a dilemma. I must meet this individual to discern our next steps. With that, he descends the mountain, accompanied by Li Shang and Wu Ai. This elder is named Gu Donglu, the leader of an exceedingly secretive sect known as the Nine Songs. The Nine Songs sect traditionally has but one leader and two disciples. Each generation's leader is named Gu Donglu, and the disciples are always called Li Shang and Wu Ai, not far from the foot of Divine King Mountain. Li Changqing completes his training and steps outside. Lin Pofan and Jing Hushi stand quietly, having waited for a long time. With the sixth prince, Lin Pofan immediately notices Li Changqing's remarkable progress over the past few days. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he glances at Jing Hushi. Jing Hushi, equally taken aback, lowers his head in shock. Once again, he has been astounded by Li Changqing. He cannot fathom what legacy the sixth prince has acquired. But his meteoric rise is truly unprecedented. Recalling Lin Pofan's words to him, Li Changqing perhaps saw an opportunity in the sixth prince, which only deepened his struggle. When departing from the capital, he had received hints that there was no desire for the sixth prince to return to the divine city. With Lin Pofan's appearance, he found himself with a rationale. After all, a General Shunwei was a man of real power, and Li Changqing had been brought out of the Divine King sect by him. It was likely that few dared to voice dissent against him, yet, as a fallen wandering marquis, he held neither power nor backing in the court, and in the common world, he possessed not an ounce of influence. Enemies loomed like a mountain, and no noble would dare to accept him. Could this sixth prince truly be a lifeline? Lin Pofan stepped forward with cupped fists, remarking that the sixth prince had made great progress and that this journey to the divine city would surely lead to boundless prospects. You've jested, General Lin, Li Changqing replied politely, though he did not refute the statement. Jing Hushi's powerful frame trembled. Lin Pofan's words seemed directed at him, but he could not ascertain Li Changqing's future, but from another perspective. Even a fallen prince was still a prince. If he offered assistance during his lowly times, and Li Changqing were to ascend in the future, he too might be reborn. If he were a fool, he would lose nothing. General Lin speaks wisely. The sixth prince is undoubtedly a prodigy destined for greatness. If you do not mind, Jing would be willing to offer my humble assistance. Jing Hushi clasped his hands, kneeling in earnest reverence. You are too modest, wandering marquis. In the future, as we serve in court together, I shall not hesitate to seek your counsel. Li Changqing responded courteously, not picking up the thread. Having spent his youth within the Divine King sect, he was not well versed in the court of the Dazhou dynasty. A wandering marquis pledging loyalty to him, a prince who had neither seen his father nor mother, and had been lost for 20 years? He had just faced betrayal from friends and family and would not easily trust anyone. Moreover, Jing Hushi was a sage. Although there were dozens who reached the sage realm in Dazhou, he was nonetheless a figure of significant stature. When Li Changqing was in peril on Saint Sun Peak, Jing Hushi had been present yet did not extend a helping hand. He had reason to suspect that this man was merely opportunistic and might not be wholeheartedly loyal to him. Sensing Li Changqing's cold demeanor, Jing Hushi felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing he had indeed been too hasty. Time reveals a horse's strength. Only through the passage of time can one discern a person's heart. He thought. Li Changqing's calmness instead instilled in him a greater sense of confidence. Your Highness, your timing for returning is quite fortuitous. Next month marks the grand assembly of the Dazhou royal family, and you shall arrive just in time. Jing Hushi deftly changed the subject, conveying some news. What is this grand assembly? Li Changqing inquired, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lin Pofan, seemingly placing greater trust in the esteemed general. Let the Marquis explain. Lin Pofan chuckled, yielding the opportunity to Jing Hushi. The two had shared life and death experiences as comrades and understood each other well, though Lin Pofan could not personally champion him due to his position. He wished for Jing Hushi to seize any promising opportunity. Jing Hushi expressed gratitude and proceeded to elucidate Dazhou as a nation forged through martial prowess, and every royal offspring is a master of cultivation. The current emperor is a formidable figure of the great emperor realm. The so-called assembly involves ascending the Caxian Tower, where all exceptional members of the royal family may participate, aside from the princes. The Caxian Tower comprises 9 levels, and those who reach the 9th level are truly extraordinary individuals. The 9th level houses a dragon wall, which conceals the ancient dragon's roar. Ancient dragon's roar, Li Changqing interjected. Are you saying the dragon's roar is hidden within the dragon wall of Caxian Tower? Is that dragon wall a sacred artifact? A flash of insight struck him, though it remained unclear. The sound of the dragon's roar, having endured through the ages, seemed to await someone. Jing Hushi scratched his head. Whether it is a sacred artifact, I cannot say. It is said that the dragon wall is condensed from dragon energy. A blessing bestowed upon royal heirs, Li Changqing nodded, signaling him to continue. To ascend the 9th level is to undergo a trial of dragon's roar, which may awaken a special bloodline or forge a unique physique. The assembly occurs once every decade. Success is akin to being reborn, and many royal descendants have perished in the pursuit of ascent. Jing Hushi spoke candidly. Li Changqing's expression brightened. It seemed fortune was favoring him. As he had just confirmed his identity and was presented with such a grand opportunity. However, Jing Hushi cautioned, do not be overly optimistic. Those who reach the 9th level are exceedingly rare, and there may be those who resort to deadly measures. Dare they truly harm a prince? Li Changqing tilted his head in inquiry. Not necessarily, but when personal interests are at stake, even if they do not dare to kill, they may not hesitate to injure a prince. Jing Hushi paused. Your Highness currently lacks a foundation. Whether anyone dares to strike you with full force is uncertain. Lin Pofan, aware of Jing Hushi's caution, added, including you. The emperor has 6 sons, each backed by their own factions. Though the crown prince is the eldest, as long as he has yet to ascend the throne, numerous uncertainties remain. The death of one lessens the number of rivals. Li Changqing grasped the situation. So if one must perish, it would undoubtedly be me. Essentially, yes. Lin Pofan spoke candidly. The strengths of the other princes vary, but they are relatively equal. None dare to harm one another. Your Highness, however, is different, having wandered for 20 years. Lacking both power and influence, should anything untoward happen, it could be as if you were never found. Li Changqing fully comprehended his predicament. Thank you, General Lin, for your unreserved insights. However, since I have dared to return to the Divine City, I am prepared to face any challenges. Lin Pofan smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. As the group walked and conversed, they spotted a gathering by the roadside. Huadiawu and various elders from the Divine King sect, alongside core disciples, they appeared to have waited for quite some time. Chapter 19. Interception. On the way, kneeling to request rejoining the sect, Li Changqing halted, standing still. In the picturesque scenery, the atmosphere was undeniably delicate. The faces of the Divine King sect disciples were marked by shame and awkwardness. These individuals, once fierce like wolves and tigers within the grand hall of the Divine King sect, now appeared as meek as lambs. Huadiawu seemed to struggle for words, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had personally come lowering herself for the sect leader's sake, but to beseech Li Changqing was a task she found impossible to voice. Standing at a distance, she hesitated to approach. Su Mushua noticed and discreetly nudged Shin Qingtong's senior sister. This is your chance to speak. Shin Qingtong, though unwilling, steeled herself for the sake of her future and walked over. As the sect leader, Huadiawu followed behind her disciples, determined yet apprehensive. Their purpose was straightforward: to win Li Changqing back, having obtained the inheritance of the Divine Dragon King's cauldron and confirmed his royal identity. His status had transformed dramatically. Moreover, after his departure, the sect had erupted in controversy. The master and elder sisters deeply regretted their actions. The departure of 2 prodigies, especially Li Changqing, who had seized the Divine Dragon King's inheritance, had drained the sect of its fortune. Currently, the Divine King sect found itself in a perilous situation. Without the Saint's son, the sect's legacy could not be sustained. The fortune and blessings of the Divine King sect had been usurped, leaving their cultivation efforts in jeopardy. The consensus was to reclaim Li Changqing. If that failed, they would seek a new path. In the southern realm of Shumi Mountain, there existed a sect of alliance-level status called Qinjianmen. The sect leader, Chai Wang's son, Chai Yunfei, had once sought a marriage with Su Mushua only to be rejected, and now that the Divine King sect was in dire straits, the contingency plan was to marry Shin Qingtong to Chai Yunfei. Forging a union with Qin Jianmen for protection. In the past few days, they had established contact with Qin Jianmen, intending to send Shen Qingtong there if they could not win Li Changqing back. Shen Qingtong was utterly unwilling. Cai Yunfei, while not grotesquely ugly, was certainly not remarkable, and rumors suggested he had a peculiar and eccentric personality. For an ordinary woman to marry Cai Yunfei would be a nightmare, let alone for Shen Qingtong. Renowned as a beauty among the saints, junior brother, as Shen Qingtong approached, tears welled in her eyes, her demeanor pitiful. Shen Daoyu, what is the meaning of this? The current Li Changqing was no longer the Li Changqing of his past life. He felt no compassion upon seeing a woman weep. Coldly, he addressed her as Daoyu. To his surprise, Shen Qingtong suddenly knelt, confessing that her earlier accusations against him were the result of her elder sister's folly. And she earnestly implored him to return to the sect. Li Changqing was taken aback for a moment. He had not anticipated that Shen Qingtong would kneel to plead with him, and Hua Duwu showed no sign of embarrassment. Her eyes filled with expectation, as if urging him to reconsider. Just days prior, on Saint Sun Peak, he had humiliated Hua Duwu and the other elder sisters. Now, with Shen Qingtong kneeling, he was rendered speechless. Were they truly this desperate? Shen Daoyu, I genuinely admire your audacity. You accused me and forced me to leave the sect, and now you kneel and beg me to return. Do you possess any sense of shame? Li Changqing expressed his disdain. Their willingness to bend and stretch was both ironic and ludicrous. The disciples behind Shen Qingtong wore expressions of shame. This third senior sister, once a goddess in their eyes, had been so humiliated, kneeling before the very traitor who had left the sect. They dared not utter a word, feeling utterly stifled. Junior brother, I beseech you as your elder sister, please return to the sect. If you do not, my life will be ruined. Shen Qingtong disregarded her dignity, crawling closer on her knees and embracing Li Changqing's legs. Weeping inconsolably, she implored him, revealing that if he did not return to the sect, she would be forced to marry that eccentric Cai Yunfei. The more she cried, the more repulsed Li Changqing felt. At this juncture, Shen Qingtong's regrets were merely self-serving, stemming from her need for his assistance. He kicked Shen Qingtong away, sending her sprawling. Scram! You think a few tears can absolve your sins? Does that mean all the wicked in the world can escape their fate by simply crying? I have long severed ties with the Divine King's sect and shall never return. As for your happiness, it has no bearing on me, he coldly declared. In this vast world, the Divine King's sect is but a mere speck in the ocean. I, Li Changqing, seek to pursue my own grand path. The Divine King's sect is far too small for my ambitions, and I hold it in utter disdain. Li Changqing, even if you do not wish to return to the sect, is it truly necessary to humiliate your former senior sister in such a manner? Hua Duwu could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Li Changqing cast a chilling glare towards Hua Duwu. Have you forgotten how you once humiliated me, sect master Hua? Under his piercing gaze, Hua Duwu's confidence waned. If you are willing to return, you will still be the holy son. I can draft a decree from the sect to announce to all that you are the next successor. And you shall wield the sacred artifact, the divine dragon cauldron. Not interested, Li Changqing decisively rejected her offer, nearly laughing at the absurdity of it. A prince of the Great Zhou would find no allure in the position of holy son of the trifling Divine King sect. Besides, the divine dragon cauldron is already in my possession. Do I truly need you, Hua Duwu, to grant me authority over it? Such a notion is laughable. Li Changqing, have you thought this through? Though you are the sixth prince of the Great Zhou, you possess neither power nor influence, and you will undoubtedly struggle to make any headway. Seeing that their past camaraderie could not sway him, Hua Duwu began to negotiate terms. If you return to the sect and become the holy son, the sect will be your stronghold, aiding you in establishing a foothold in the Great Zhou. Prior to this, Hua Duwu had used the Yusu mirror to ascertain Li Changqing's whereabouts and prepared two plans. The first was to appeal to their former camaraderie, which had evidently failed. The current Li Changqing was a stark contrast to his former self. The second was to strike a deal with him. She believed that the support of the Divine King sect would be a compelling reason for him to accept her offer. After all, he lacked power and influence, and she had learned of the current dynamics within the Great Zhou court. Each prince was backed by formidable forces. The Divine King sect could serve as his support, a timely boon. Sect Master Hua, are you truly so shameless? Is it the Divine King sect that seeks to bolster itself through the Great Zhou? Or is it I who needs your sect to secure my footing in the Great Zhou? Li Changqing bluntly exposed her intentions. You should understand that it is you who need me, not the other way around. It would be wise to clarify this. Hua Duwu's complexion shifted dramatically. Li Changqing's response caught her off guard. in the tumultuous capital of the Great Zhou, did he truly not desire a support? Changqing, do not act impulsively. Even if the Divine King sect has wronged you in the past, why not set aside old grievances and work together? It would be beneficial for both you and the sect. Hua Jiewu endeavored to analyze the situation's pros and cons. Not every demon or monster is worthy to collaborate with me. The Divine King sect is insignificant in my eyes. What worth does Hua Jiewu have to warrant collaboration? Li Changqing retorted harshly, leaving her pale and trembling. Though he was indeed alone upon entering the capital, Li Changqing's only pillar of support had always been himself, not any external force. Hua Jiewu felt her pride stripped away by Li Changqing's words. Her emotions flaring. Li Changqing, have you truly forgotten your roots? Who nurtured you when you entered the Divine King sect as an infant? Who taught you the techniques and elevated you to the position of Holy Son? Sect Master Hua, it would be best not to dwell on the past. Li Changqing's expression darkened at her words, memories long buried resurfacing with a vengeance. The former sect master picked me up and entrusted me to you. Did you ever regard me with the slightest respect? My treatment was even inferior to that of ordinary outer disciples, and as for the techniques you taught me, were they not those I painstakingly deciphered in the library? His face gradually reflected sorrow and indignation. You saw my rapid advancement in cultivation and sent me to the battle hall to fight for the sect. I was merely 14 at the time. And you only sought to exploit my talents for the sect's gain. Hua Jiewu felt a wave of shame wash over her, rendered speechless. Li Changqing took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Every time I returned from battle, you offered mere perfunctory praise, regardless of the severity of my injuries. Did you ever express concern for my well-being? Even when I was gravely wounded, you insisted I march into battle. Had it not been for my good fortune and abundant blessings, I would have perished countless times. Your Highness, the Divine King sect treated you in such a manner. Lin Pofan, upon hearing his account, realized the Holy Son had endured such treatment, and his expression darkened. Li Changqing's countenance grew tranquil, as if recounting another's tale. On the eve of the last malevolent sight appearing in the world, Hua Jiewu sensed it and thus appointed me as the Holy Son. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with gratitude, believing my master had finally acknowledged me. Little did I know, she merely wanted me to eradicate the malevolent sight. How foolish I was to interpret her concern as genuine. Charging into the sight with nothing but a sword, only to lose my cultivation and suffer ignominy. Seeing me rendered powerless, my former master and senior sisters rejoiced, taunting and humiliating me for over a year, even plotting against me to strip me of my Holy Son title. Hua Jiewu, do you dare claim you have nurtured me or imparted teachings? Li Changqing's voice thundered, causing Hua Jiewu to tremble. Wishing to sink into the earth, yet you have lived within the Divine King sect for 20 years. Do you truly wish to witness its decline and destruction? Hua Jiewu's eyes reflected desperation. Chapter 20, Moral Coercion. Forgive me for my inability to comply. Li Changqing shrugged, displaying indifference. I will not stand idly by, for I cannot even perceive it. The Divine King sect is but a speck of dust to me. Why should I care? Are you truly so heartless? Hua Jiewu, even with the slightest glimmer of hope, refused to relent. Upon witnessing her devout expression, Li Changqing could not help but laugh. Shen Qingtong married Chai Yunfei, and the Divine King sect received protection, yet it still manages to barely survive. Why must you demand my return to the sect? He seized the opportunity to unveil Hua Jiewu's hypocrisy. The Divine King sect's alliance with the Qingshan sect has resulted in becoming a subordinate. Living under their roof, Sect Master Hua, you surely do not desire such an outcome. Taoist Chen married against her will, harboring resentment. Should she seek to hinder you in the future, you will have to appease her. A scenario you would rather avoid, would you not? Hua Jiewu's face flushed with shame and anger. It felt as though she had been publicly stripped bare, and she longed to flee rather than endure Li Changqing's relentless humiliation. Yet every word he spoke struck her deeply. Reason told her that enduring temporary humiliation was preferable to a lifetime of it. If I were to plead with you as your master, would you return to the sect? You may set any conditions. Hua Jiewu lowered her noble head. She acknowledged Li Changqing's strength and submitted. A marriage alliance could resolve their current predicament, yet it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. If the sect were to become a complete vassal, she would be branded a traitor for eternity. After all, this marriage was not a union of equals. The Divine King sect had lost its sacred artifacts and fortune. Seeking refuge instead, the Qingshan sect would never grant them the treatment befitting a holy land. No matter how much Li Changqing despised the sect, once he returned, he would undoubtedly consider the sect's interests. Greatly improving his own circumstances, sect master Hua, you do not intend to kneel before me, do you? A hint of a smile graced Li Changqing's lips. Hua Diewu found herself momentarily dazed, desire and urgency clouding her mind. Could it be that Li Changqing merely sought to vent his frustrations while still harboring concern for the sect? He had once been a compassionate individual. What if a single kneeling could sway him back to the sect? After much contemplation, Hua Diewu truly knelt before him. Changqing, are you satisfied now? With this bow, can it persuade you to return to the sect? Her face was etched with pain as she endured the greatest humiliation since assuming the role of sect master. Tears streaming down her cheeks, the disciples behind her wore expressions of outrage. No longer caring about Li Changqing's status as a prince, Hua Diewu's kneeling was an affront to their dignity. Li Changqing, what more do you desire? The sect master has humbled herself for the sake of the sect. If you still refuse to return, what more can be said? Sect master, if he is unwilling, why must you plead with him? Li Changqing, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. Witnessing the sect's degradation, you possess not a shred of compassion, even forcing your former master to kneel before you. How utterly reprehensible. Enough, Li Changqing bellowed, do not attempt to morally coerce me. Just because she kneels does not obligate me to fulfill her requests. If she were to kneel and demand my death, should I comply? You are all nothing but hypocrites, spouting righteousness while forgetting how much protection I once offered you. How many resources did I expend for your growth? Which of you spoke a word in my defense when I was wrongfully accused? In my past life, when I perished, you wretches rejoiced more fervently than anyone. Yet now you seek to bind me with guilt. Truly, you have reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. I led the disciples of the battle hall through countless perils while you feasted and frolicked within the sect. Now that you find yourselves in dire straits, you remember me. I can only offer you one response. Begone, Li Changqing declared fiercely to Hua Diewu, even if you kneel until your knees are bruised. I will not return to the sect. Save your tricks for someone else. Hua Diewu trembled with rage and humiliation, rising abruptly. Li Changqing, do not overstep your bounds. My willingness to kneel is a tremendous favor to you. If I truly wished to retain you, do you think I would be unable to do so? Haha, Li Changqing laughed heartily. What happened to your humility? Why the sudden change of heart, if you cannot persuade me? Will you resort to force? He turned to General Lin. How long until the troops from Beizhou can reach the Divine King's sect? Less than half an hour. Lin Pofan replied with pride. Very well. You and the wandering envoy are saints, while I am merely at the 5th layer of the divine realm, yet I still possess the divine dragon cauldron. Can we hold out for half an hour? More than enough. Lin Pofan fixed his steely gaze in that direction, and Jing Hushi raised the gun in her hand. Li Changqing spoke in a deep voice. If the flower sect master wishes to forcibly retain us, she may certainly attempt it. However, I believe you to be a wise individual, and thus would not engage in such foolish actions. Jing Hushi remarked to Lin Pofan, they were already quite foolish to intercept us on the road. General Lin, it should not be difficult for the Northern State Army to annihilate a mere Divine King Holy Land, should it? A faint smile graced the corners of Lin Pofan's lips as he glanced at Hua Diewu. That trifling Divine King Holy Land can be obliterated with just a contingent of troops, without so much as breaking a sweat. Li Changqing lowered his eyelids, refusing to even spare her a glance. Flower Master, have you heard? If you intend to use force, you lack the strength to do so. I solemnly inform you, I shall not return to the sect. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have severed ties with the Divine King sect long ago. It would be wise for you to act accordingly from now on. With that, he and the two others turned and departed. Hua Diewu stood frozen in place, as if in a daze, pondering why Li Changqing was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. She had been humiliated for nothing, yet he did not dare to retort a single word. Master Shen Qingtong gazed at Li Changqing's retreating figure, her heart filled with anguish. I do not wish to marry into the Qingyun sect. Hua Diewu looked at Shen Qingtong with a fierce glint in her eyes. If you were to be wed to the Qingyun sect, would you bear a grudge against me as Li Changqing suggested? Shen Qingtong trembled in fear. Disciple is but a student under the master. How could I dare show disrespect? Hua Diewu helped her to her feet. Qingtong, the master knows your reluctance, but you are aware of the current state of our sect. And this is a decision I am forced to make. However, if you marry into the Qingyun sect, you will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Only by aligning with the Divine King sect can you gain some leverage. What will you do if that Chai Yunfei is not only ugly but also a libertine, and has no family to support you? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingtong trembled even more. Whatever the master instructs, Xingtong shall comply, you cannot abandon me. Hua Jiwu chuckled as she patted her shoulder. Xingtong, you must remember, it is Li Changqing's refusal to return to the sect that forces you to marry Chai Yinfei. When you gain power in the future, you must take your revenge on him, and the master will assist you. Xin Xingtong's complexion turned ashen. Master, since Li Changqing turned a blind eye to my plight, I shall not let him off lightly. Hua Jiawu's expression twisted. Li Changqing is a prince, yet he has wandered the rivers and lakes for 20 years, only to be sought out by the royal family now. It is clear that some do not wish to find him. This prince is nothing more than a useless figure. Do not regard him too highly. What you say is indeed true. Xin Xingtong felt like a marionette, devoid of her own will, merely following whatever Hua Jiawu dictated. Although the great Zhou dynasty is powerful, this world is not solely dominated by them. As long as it is detrimental to Li Changqing or the great Zhou, we may collaborate in the future. A sinister glimmer flickered in Hua Jiawu's eyes. This grudge has been deeply ingrained. Let us proceed to the Qingyun sect. Li Changqing, accompanied by Lin and Jing, traveled toward the divine capital of the great Zhou. With all three soaring through the air on magical artifacts, both Lin Pofan and Jing Hashi were saints. Even without magical tools, they could traverse the skies, but they did so merely to conserve their spiritual energy. Although Li Changqing, being at the level of divine powers, could not fly unaided, operating magical artifacts was no challenge for him. Jing Hashi, inclined to join Li Changqing's faction, shared much about the various forces in the divine capital during their journey, leaving Li Changqing somewhat overwhelmed. He had previously thought of the divine capital as a den of dragons and tigers, but her words painted it as even more perilous than he had imagined. There were even many unseen blades capable of taking lives without a trace. As they journeyed halfway, the three descended to rest by a riverside. A mist hovered over the river's surface from the fog. Li Changqing vaguely discerned a figure, gradually approaching to reveal an elderly man fishing by the water's edge. Sensing something unusual about the old man, he walked over. Elder, are there any fish in the river? The old man did not turn around, leisurely gripping his fishing rod. Must there be fish to fish? Li Changqing perceived a profound meaning in his words and chose to sit beside him. Chapter 21, The Fishing Old Man, whose intent is not for fish. The old man remained unfazed by his presence, still gazing at the river, his expression serene, exuding an aura of inscrutability, not daring to disturb him. Li Changqing also focused on the river's surface, where the wind stirred the water, yet the fishing rod remained motionless. He felt intrigued and turned to observe the old man more closely. The elder's face was weathered, embodying a calmness akin to a great mountain. Though he spoke little, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from him. Elder, you are not fishing for fish, are you? Li Changqing's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an imposing presence that had compelled them to land here to rest. He then tentatively inquired, it appears you have no bait or line, thus your purpose is not for fish. Oh, then what are you fishing for? Li Changqing's tone grew worried. He attempted to project some of his own aura, but it dissipated in the river's mist, confirming that the old man was indeed a formidable figure. The old man's gaze was profound as he declared, I fish for the essence of heaven and man. Not for fish, but for the sake of enlightenment. Li Changqing seemed to grasp his intent, teasingly remarking, this place is desolate, 180 miles devoid of human presence. Is it mere coincidence that you fish here while I happen to pass by? The old man chuckled awkwardly, do you think I am waiting for you? Then I shall take my leave, Li Changqing retorted, rising to depart without a hint of hesitation, shattering the old man's dignified composure. Elder, do you have business? Li Changqing feigned a desire to leave, having confirmed that the old man awaited him, thus seizing the initiative. Since fate has brought us together, why rush away? Please, have a seat, the old man, his pride stung, forced to smile that he was none other than Gu Donglu, the leader of the Jiug sect. Li Changqing took advantage of the moment, returning to sit down, and directly stated, I have no interest in being an enlightened one. I merely wish to be a hegemon. Elder, could you offer some guidance? He was well aware that whenever an enlightened one descended to the world, there were invariably mysterious sects claiming to be guides, wandering the rivers and lakes under the pretense of supporting the enlightened ones. Gu Donglu likely belonged to such a category. With your fortunes, becoming the hegemon of this small realm should pose no challenge. Is your ambition confined solely to this limited sphere? Gu Donglu, sensing an abnormality, was astonished to discover that the supposed paragon was, in fact, a demonic cultivator, prompting him to descend the mountain for inquiry. Li Changqing, however, wore a mocking expression. My ambitions do not require others to speculate. Since you await me, there must be something you wish to convey. Please speak plainly. Gu Donglu's earlier preparations for ancient and modern maxims were rendered useless. leaving him feeling awkward and wishing to retreat. He especially could not tolerate Li Changqing's demeanor. The Jiug sect had supported numerous enlightened ones throughout the ages, yet none had displayed such arrogance upon encountering a master. Seeking to overshadow him, young master, you possess fortune, but do you know that in this world there are 7 paths of inheritance, each capable of leading to the apex of emperorship? Gu Donglio's dissatisfaction with Li Changqing's attitude was evident. Yet he had come this far and must clarify his message, as that was the purpose of the Jiug sect. I would like to hear more. Li Changqing relaxed, inquiring at a leisurely pace. Gu Donglu felt his own imposing aura suppressed, swallowed hard, and began to explain. The 7 paths are deceit, spirit, illusion, slaughter, strength, weapon, and divine. The path of deceit is one of cunning, its practitioners are ruthless and full of schemes. The path of spirit is one of the ethereal, capable of commanding the spirits of all things. The path of illusion is the dream-weaving path, which can be cultivated in the dream-weaving palace located in the Yunjun Marsh. A place where good and evil blur, adept in illusionary arts, possessing the power of devouring. Upon hearing the mention of the dream-weaving palace, Li Changqing's interest was piqued, and he inquired with a puzzled expression. The dream-weaving palace is situated in the demonic lands of the Yunjun Marsh. Is it not a part of the demonic path? Gu Donglu chuckled heartily. The path of illusion indeed branched off from the demonic path in ancient times. It could be considered both a part of it and not. However, the techniques you acquire from the dream-weaving palace are undoubtedly demonic techniques. Am I correct? Li Changqing's cautious demeanor revealed that Gu Donglu had discerned the heavily devouring demonic art he practiced. You seem to see quite a lot. Gu Donglio's expression turned proud, and he remained silent, effectively confirming the observation. The true demonic path is the Azura path, which is the path of slaughter. It is said that the demonic path is bloodthirsty. Yet they have their own doctrines and cannot be crudely categorized as righteous or evil. Li Changqing nodded in agreement, having gained profound insight from his past life, noting that the Divine King sect, which touted itself as a sacred place for cultivation, often engaged in actions far less virtuous than those of demonic cultivators. And what else? He inquired further. Gu Donglu stroked his beard. There is also the Heavenly Gang path, which emphasizes strength. Those who cultivate this path focus on their physique, becoming immensely powerful. When mastered, one can withstand blades and axes without injury. Furthermore, there is the Golden Spear path, which pertains to weaponry, characterized by loyalty and decisiveness in battle. The 2 individuals accompanying you are both practitioners of the weapon path. Li Changqing glanced back, confident that Lin Pofan was indeed a practitioner of the weapon path, given the intense aura of slaughter he exuded. However, Jing Hushi seemed to waver in her resolve. And the final path? He asked. The last path is the divine path, which is the path of divinity. Gu Donglio's expression grew solemn. Should one inherit the emperor's legacy, they can transcend the void and become divine, making it the strongest path. Li Changqing's gaze flickered. Then, what do you perceive I am cultivating? Gu Donglu fixed his gaze upon him, no longer displaying the benevolent demeanor he had earlier. Instead, an air of authority enveloped him, imbued with reproach. Having acquired the divine path's fortune, why then do you harbor a demonic nature within? Why have you chosen the path of a demon cultivator? Li Changqing felt his true nature laid bare under that penetrating gaze. The old man's implication was clear. My cultivation is of the path of slaughter, that which you refer to as the Azura path? Indeed, the old man await here, ready to impart 4 words. Gu Donglu spoke solemnly, revealing that this was the true purpose of his visit. He must not allow the one destined for Tian to stray onto the demonic path. Please enlighten me. Li Changqing was indifferent to the opinions of others, nor did he seek guidance. Since the elder had spoken, he casually inquired, rein in your reckless behavior. Gu Donglio's words concluded, and a formidable aura emanated from him, aiming to caution Li Changqing against wandering astray. Li Changqing's expression darkened as he subtly channeled his spiritual energy, pushing back against Gu Donglio's imposing presence. The elder's countenance shifted slightly, sensing that his own aura was being devoured. It was crucial to note that he was no ordinary strongman. After a moment, Li Changqing felt the pressure mount, as though he were being countered, prompting him to hastily retract the devouring heaven demon technique. Gazing at Gu Donglu in shock, the elder remained composed, yet he effortlessly dismantled Li Changqing's demonic technique. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was likely that even his most basic moves would be thwarted. The elder had come to provide guidance or to purge the demons. Why not state it plainly? Li Changqing scrutinized him, reasserting his own formidable aura. The elder's expression changed, realizing that Li Changqing's power was leagues beyond his own. Yet his aura bore the oppressive weight of bloodline heritage, thus he withdrew his own aura, fearing that a forceful confrontation might harm Li Changqing, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. Very well, you may leave. Gu Donglu remained silent for a long while, letting out a deep sigh, realizing he could not sway Li Changqing. Whether his future held fortune or calamity was, after all, a matter of fate. Li Changqing stood up, declaring, "I shall live my life according to my own will, and I shall not regret it, even if it leads me to death." "Your golden words may not apply to me." Gu Donglu regarded him, momentarily taken aback, and lamented, "Young master, you are far too stubborn. Perhaps I have been overly hasty." Li Changqing responded solemnly, "I appreciate your goodwill, elder, but the paths of this world are not singular. You may comprehend the ways of heaven and earth, but you cannot fathom my path. Do not place your hopes upon me." The elder shook his head, offering a resigned smile. "This is not a matter for you to decide, young master. If fate has decreed it thus, you can only follow the will of heaven. Then let us await the outcome. Let us see if I follow the will of heaven or if heaven follows my will." With that, Li Changqing strode away. Gu Donglu watched him depart, feeling a complex mix of emotions as he stood alone in the wind. This Li Changqing was indeed a puzzle he could not unravel. "Master, he is far too arrogant." Unbeknownst to him, Li Shang and Wu Ai appeared by his side, Li Shang's face etched with indignation. Having endured in silence, Li Shang could hardly contain himself, had it not been for prior instructions forbidding their appearance. He would have surely taught Li Changqing a lesson. The Nine Song sect was the most mysterious faction in the world. Once they emerged, they would astonish all. To be noticed by the Nine Song sect was a stroke of fortune from his past life. Yet here he was, failing to recognize the opportunity. Forget it. This child is unlike any of the extraordinary figures from previous generations. I cannot yet ascertain if he is worthy of trust. Gu Donglu raised his empty staff and flicked it upwards, parting the great river with a massive chasm, white waves crashing. "Let us see how great a storm he can stir." As the words fell, Gu Donglu, accompanied by Li Shang and Wu Ai, vanished into the rift of the river. Meanwhile, Li Changqing, having left the riverbank, fell deep into contemplation, realizing that there existed 7 paths of inheritance in this world, each possessed by a wielder of great imperial legacy. Chapter 22, by Ji's Temptation. Devouring the 7 paths, Li Changqing departed the riverbank, the words of Gu Donglu regarding the 7 paths of inheritance echoing in his mind. "You wish to devour the 7 paths of inheritance with the devouring heaven demon technique, thereby becoming a wielder of their combined power, do you not?" After a long silence, Bai Ji suddenly spoke. "Are you reading my thoughts?" Li Changqing furrowed his brow, producing the soul whip. "I in the external world. A soul traversing was but an instant, yet, within the void, they had experienced countless years, allowing for a certain degree of mental communion." Bai Ji's blatant probing of his thoughts undoubtedly ignited Li Changqing's ire. Sensing she had overstepped, she hurriedly explained, "Your thoughts are so intense that I need not read them." Li Changqing retracted the soul whip, causing Bai Ji to break into a cold sweat. "Do you believe I can accomplish this?" he inquired bluntly of Bai Ji, an ancient fox sovereign and a formidable ruler emerging from the realms of humans. Demons and monsters possessed profound knowledge of the various sex techniques and formidable skills. Perhaps she could offer some guidance. "Of course, it is possible. By devouring Qin Feng's physique, your cultivation would see significant advancement. Does that not illustrate the point?" Bai Ji replied, her tone laced with depth. "When the chaos first unfolded, it gave rise to 3,000 great paths. Your transformative physique is the ancestral form of all cultivation bodies. Merging the 7 paths of inheritance is far from a daunting task." After speaking, she quietly gauged Li Changqing's reaction, observing his genuine intent to devour the 7 paths. She incited, "If you were to consume the one who possesses the 7 paths of inheritance, their soul could ascend to the divine Dragon King Cauldron, and their flesh would nourish my divine soul. Would that not be a double victory?" "Your words seem rather exaggerated." Li Changqing, indeed intrigued by the notion, remained vigilant against Bai Ji, the fox sovereign. "If foxes are notoriously cunning, especially one as alluring as you. We are fundamentally one entity. Your strength is beneficial to me as well. I will undoubtedly speak candidly and exhaustively." Bai Ji's reasoning was sound, yet Li Changqing scoffed. "To possess a single body while simultaneously holding 7 paths of inheritance, many of which are inherently contradictory, is that not a recipe for chaos? You want me to devour the 7 paths, rapidly enhance my strength to fulfill your desires, while my own survival is of no concern to you, is that so?" Bai Ji panicked. "How could you think of me in such a manner? You experienced firsthand the effects of devouring Qin Feng. why doubt me now? Given Qin Feng's character and his secret techniques, it seemed likely that he possessed the inheritance of the deceptive path. As for the puppet demon technique, although acquired from Yi Linger, it was not of the illusion path but rather the demonic path. Li Changqing was not swayed by Bai Ji's seduction but instead analyzed her words meticulously. The deceptive path, illusion path, and demonic path seemed compatible. The elder's assertion that I had obtained the divine path inheritance likely referred to my transformative physique, which could indeed harmonize and encompass the compatibility of the deceptive, illusion, and demonic paths was logical. The transformative physique's capacity for integration was also understandable. However, the remaining paths, force path, weapon path, and spirit path, were entirely different, clashing with the others. Li Changqing was uncertain about the repercussions of devouring these paths of inheritance. Yet Bai Ji continued to press. Preparation is key. You have entered the divine capital, lacking power and influence, with only yourself to rely on. Swiftly locating and consuming the wielder of the 7 paths of inheritance is the best course of action. The divine Dragon King Cauldron nurtures dragon souls. Regardless of the path's inheritance, any that dares to oppose will be suppressed. Li Changqing's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as irritation surged within him. He raised the soul whip and struck. The more you prattle, the more it reveals your insecurity. Mind your own business and refrain from meddling in my cultivation. Bai Ji cried out in pain. She, after all, was a fox sovereign and never imagined she would be subjected to such humiliation. Furthermore, it was Li Changqing who had first sought her counsel. Even if he chose not to heed her advice, it was not his prerogative to strike her. Was there no sense of reason left? Li Changqing, I offer you my goodwill, yet you repay it with ingratitude. Her eyes brimmed with resentment as she saw the soul whip emanating a chilling black light. Swallowing her indignation, your affairs are of no concern to me. Yet you must fulfill the 3 promises you made. Do not perish too soon. Bai Ji's voice dripped with malice. Once those 3 matters are resolved, I shall shatter the void and depart, no longer remaining in this broken bell. You tricked me into agreeing to 3 tasks, yet you refuse to divulge the truth. I suspect that once I accomplish them, your divine soul may not withstand it, nor will you breach the void. Is your spirit truly that formidable? Li Changqing mocked. Remain in the shattered void bell. I agreed to assist you, but I never specified when patience is beneficial for both of us. Bai Ji's expression darkened. The whip marks on her exposed skin slowly healing, while she teetered on the edge of rage. Li Changqing sensed her emotions. After all, they both hailed from across realms and could not afford to be too extreme. Moreover, while Bai Ji had motives to incite him to take risks, she had also reminded him that the divine Dragon King Cauldron could suppress divine souls. If utilized properly, it might serve as a viable solution. Ah, Fox Sovereign, can the divine soul of Qin Feng's Tongyu ring break through the void? Can it reveal any origins? Bai Ji noted the softening of his tone, displaying a reconciliatory attitude, and ceased to dwell on the earlier incident. Li Changqing, being assertive, offered her a chance to save face, otherwise she would suffer even greater humiliation. What is so surprising about that? She retorted, that divine soul can only breach the void of this realm. Unlike the shattered void bell, which can rupture the void and reach the ancient past, however, her divine soul is merely of the great sage level, and her ability to traverse the void suggests she is an ancient being. Li Changqing was left utterly speechless. How could a scoundrel like Qin Feng have acquired an ancient divine soul for protection? How had a single divine soul survived from ancient times to the present? How had she managed it? Was she perhaps even stronger than you? In that era, only a handful of top-tier figures could defeat me. I do not recognize that divine soul. It must have risen after my time. The reason it could survive until now is likely due to being sealed within that ring, and later breaking free through some secret method. Otherwise, after such a long span of time, it would have long since dissipated. I sense her aura. She does not seem to be of an alien race but rather a human cultivator. To reach such a realm in the deceptive path while possessing a human form is perhaps related to that ring. Or she may even have alien blood. Li Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. The spirit, sealed since ancient times, astonishingly possesses the cultivation of a great sage, rendering it a formidable adversary. If what Bai Ji claims is true, that Luoshi's ability to cultivate stems from the Tongyu ring, which is a legacy of the Qin family, then the origins of the Qin family remain shrouded in mystery. Lord Jing contemplated for a moment, then turned his head. Jing Hushi hastily clasped his hands, unsure of what the 6th prince wished to convey. Li Changqing remarked that when Qin Feng tore through space to escape, he glimpsed a scene reminiscent of the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi. Having led the war hall in various campaigns to procure or seize resources for the sect, he possessed considerable knowledge of this realm, although the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi lies thousands of miles away. He had heard whispers of it in maps and texts, surmising that it must indeed be the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi. The sixth prince's intent was clear. He wanted him to venture to the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi to locate Qin Feng. And then he made a gesture across his throat. Li Changqing shook his head, suggesting that if the Lord found it convenient, he could ascertain Qin Feng's whereabouts and keep an eye on his movements. The eastern boundary of Mount Shumi is a separate world, making it no simple task for the Lord to eliminate him. Doing so might provoke the sects of that realm, and any information gathered would require careful deliberation. At that moment, he recalled the visions he had witnessed during his soul's transmigration. As a genius with a mysterious recognition, Qin Feng was not so easily vanquished and would undoubtedly pose significant challenges in the future. Li Changqing had just gained the identity of a prince. His wings were yet to be fully formed, rendering him incapable of confronting the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi and, for the time being, unable to act against Qin Feng. After escorting the sixth prince to the divine capital, his subordinates would immediately set forth towards the eastern boundary of Mount Shumi. Jing Heshi promptly accepted the order. Since Li Changqing had issued commands to him, it was evident that he intended to embrace this fallen nobleman. Perhaps it was a test. He resolved in his heart to carry out this task diligently. The group then soared into the air, drawing ever closer to the divine capital of the Great Zhou. Li Changqing gazed ahead, where the undulating mountain ranges resembled a colossal running giant, and at their end lay a bustling city. After 20 years of wandering, he felt utterly devoid of security. Anyone who treated him kindly was regarded as kind. In his past life, he had suffered enormous grievances within the Divine King sect, yet endured in silence, dedicating himself to the sect until death, all in pursuit of the familial affection he so desperately lacked. Now, the unfamiliar home of the divine capital drew nearer, though the divine capital held his flesh and blood relatives. Li Changqing felt no sense of closeness to them. His mother, who was Xin Fei, why did she die? Why did she not remain in the palace after giving birth to him but instead flee with him, ultimately casting him into the river when she was on the brink of death? Li Changqing wore an expression devoid of emotion. The divine capital was his home, not merely due to his blood relations but because it was the place where his mother had once resided. Now he had returned, after a 20-year absence. Chapter 23, the divine capital of the Great Zhou. Under currents of change, the office of the sect's justice in the divine capital received word from Lin Pofan that Li Changqing would arrive the following day. The return of a prince lost for 20 years was undoubtedly a significant event, yet the office seemed eerily calm. Ordinarily, upon a prince's return and verification of royal bloodlines, he would be inducted into the royal family tree. However, no one seemed to be attending to the matter. The deputy sect justice, who oversaw documents and records, couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering why a show of force was necessary before the prince even set foot in the divine capital. He then called for Li Gan to come forth. He was genuinely helpless. The induction of a prince into the royal family tree was part of his duties, and with no one else to oversee it, the task fell to him. He arranged for a minor official to greet the sixth prince the next day. At this moment, just past noon, Li Changqing was only 200 or 300 miles from the divine capital. So he decided to rest. Do you know about my mother? He suddenly inquired, as wild game roasted over the campfire. He had recently learned of his identity as Xin Fei's son, yet neither Lin Pofan nor Jing Heshi had mentioned it during their journey. Li Changqing had to ask himself, yearning to uncover details of his mother's past. Your Highness, 20 years ago, I was merely a captain in the army stationed at the borders. I am not privy to matters concerning the divine capital. Lin Pofan responded cautiously, evading the question. Li Changqing shook his head with a bitter smile, glancing at Jing Heshi but refraining from further inquiry, suspecting the outcome would be the same, regarding his mother. The entire divine capital likely maintained a profound silence. He decided against further questioning. Now that he had returned to the divine capital, he could seek answers on his own in a person's life. The most significant women were but 2 or 3. His mother was one, and Yi Linger was another. After some contemplation, he thought perhaps Bai Ji might count as half, with his mother deceased, and Bai Ji still at odds with him. While Yi Linger was the holy maiden of the dream-weaving palace, he remained a fallen prince. It seemed no one could protect him. This journey to the divine capital might be his opportunity to defy fate. To safeguard his loved ones, and to uphold the beliefs in his heart. He would grasp this chance firmly. On the other side of the world, in the demonic region of Yunmengs, at the dream-weaving palace. By the stream, white clouds mirrored on the water's surface were disrupted by two long, pure white legs, splashing pearls of water. The holy maiden Xin Shui had returned from the Divine King sect a few days prior and finally encountered Yi Linger today. "What's the matter, Shui? Is something amiss?" Yi Linger inquired, her bright eyes twinkling like stars, clear yet profound, as if capable of unraveling the world's secrets. "Not long ago, you asked me to visit the Divine King sect. Upon my return, you were out, and I didn't have the chance to report." Xin Shui stood behind her, arms at her sides. Though she was a saint, Yi Linger addressed her as Shui, and Xin Shui still adhered to the bounds of respect. Not daring to overstep. Yi Linger, accustomed to this, paid no mind. She withdrew her legs from the stream and slowly rose, her waterfall-like hair cascading freely. With just a glance back, all things around appeared dim in comparison. "What do you think of that saint who awakened the devouring heaven demon technique in the Divine King sect?" Yi Linger asked casually as she walked towards the pavilion, her ears subtly inclined towards Xin Shui. "He seems quite handsome, and his physique looks robust. He's a vigorous cultivator," Xin Shui replied honestly, following closely behind. "Robust? What do you mean by that?" Yi Linger seated herself, her expression playful, a smile gracing her lips as memories of the Divine King sect's perilous past flashed through her mind. Time had flown by, and she had nearly forgotten. "Let us discuss something else." Yi Linger, having caught the implication of robust, recalled her own experience. It was precisely due to that occasion that her cultivation had flourished. "And Li Changqing had acquired the devouring heaven demon technique. When I visited, he seemed to be under judgment by the Divine King sect. However, this fellow had quite a bit of backbone and did not yield. I intended to bring him back. If that didn't work, I would keep him as a male pet, but unfortunately the Divine King ancestor emerged from seclusion, and I was no match, so I returned." Xin Shui's expression bore a hint of regret. "A male pet?" Yi Linger burst into laughter before quickly returning to the topic at hand. "The saint was also judged. That's rather surprising. It seems he is not favored by the Divine King sect. Upon reflection, it's understandable. If he were valued, would they let him venture alone into such perilous grounds?" she mused. "He once helped me, but regrettably, I couldn't save him. Since he survived, he must not perish again. Shui, go check on him. I want him alive." Though he has not awakened the dream-weaving palaces technique, he has nonetheless awakened the ancient demonic technique from our sect, which I wish to study. Xin Shui acquiesced, yet added, "But with the Divine King ancestor involved, whether Li Changqing lives or dies remains uncertain. If he is to perish, then let the Divine King sect be destroyed," Yi Linger said nonchalantly. Brushing aside the matter, the dream-weaving palace had dominated for a millennium. Its power far surpassed that of ordinary sects. To extinguish a holy land was a matter she spoke of as if it were a triviality. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, she casually inquired, "Shui, why haven't I seen Mengsha recently?" She mentioned she grew weary of palace life and sought to indulge in the mortal realm. Xin Shui replied with a helpless shake of her head. Noting how Mengsha seemed to be getting rather close to certain rascals from the Hehuan sect, pondering whether she should caution her against reckless behavior. "Forget it, she has a good dream. Yet insists on renaming it Mengsha. Don't you know her temperament by now? I suspect she's been leading some cultivators astray." Yi Linger brushed it off, believing that Mengsha would naturally return once she grew tired of her escapades. Mengsha was an elder of the Dreamweaving Palace and a childhood companion of Yi Linger, so she was quite lenient with her mischief, allowing her to act freely without restraint. Xin Shui nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the Dreamweaving Palace. In the Great Zhou, the divine capital, the long-lost prince, rediscovered after 20 years, stirred little more than a ripple in the mortal realm, yet it caused a considerable stir within the royal family and court. After all, he was a prince, and moreover, the son of the late Xin Fei. It was impossible to remain indifferent, however, given the current circumstances. Even with his return, no one held high hopes for this prince's future achievements, let alone any prospect of gaining power. In a grand and opulent residence, the fifth prince Li Mo reclined in a chair, his demeanor slightly inebriated. "So, my suddenly appearing brother is returning to the divine capital?" Beside him, a woman named Fu Rong, draped in light gauze and possessing a delicate figure, served him wine with an air of both lavishness and caution. "A wild child. Why should your highness concern yourself with him?" Fu Rong cast a sidelong glance at him, smiling lightly. Limo, catching sight of her enchanting visage, playfully slapped her behind and then savored the scent of his palm. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. He thinks that just because he possesses royal blood, he can consider himself a dragon among men. How naive you! Fu Rong replied with a slight huff. Isn't he a dragon among men? What kind of place is the divine capital? A den of dragons and tigers. He should simply ask to remain outside, obtaining a fief for himself and living carefreely as a prince. Limo displayed a hint of disdain, having no regard for this half-brother. A child raised in the countryside, even with royal lineage, would never hold any standing and would only bring embarrassment. What a pity! He insists on entering the divine capital, a place that devours the very bones of its inhabitants. Can a mere country bumpkin like him truly belong here? Limo seized Fu Rong's arm and pulled her into his embrace. Does His Highness have something in mind? The autumn waves of the hibiscus flow gracefully, and this prince exhibits a capricious temperament, necessitating careful responses to his whims. The capital, draped in a facade of splendor, conceals countless perils. One must ponder whether he can resist the temptations of this dazzling world. Limo's smile is enigmatic and alluring. First, let wealth and beauty seduce him, allowing him to believe he has entered paradise, only to later strike him down into the depths of despair. That's where the true amusement lies. Observing his expression, Hibiscus is momentarily taken aback by the hint of sadism, nearly spilling her drink. Limo steadies her hand, placing the cup upon the table. In due time, he shall comprehend that some places are best left unvisited, and certain temptations are sins to even contemplate. Hibiscus's countenance stiffens before she quickly dons a smile. Does the prince harbor a deep-seated grudge against him, to resort to such malicious schemes? After all, he is your own brother. Limo brusquely pushes Hibiscus away from his embrace. In the royal family, there is no room for familial affection. Even the slightest mosquito poses a threat, and anyone who enters my line of sight must be eliminated. Moreover, he is the offspring of Xuanyi, bearing her blood, certainly not one to be trifled with. Hibiscus, reading the mood, refrains from pursuing the topic, instead continuously serving Limo dishes and pouring wine. Limo raises his cup, his eyes glinting with menace. Hibiscus, once he settles in, let us present him with a selection of exquisite beauties, allowing him to indulge in the tender embrace of the capital's charms. A glimmer of cunning dances in Limo's eyes. I have heard that traps have been laid for him. In comparison, do I not qualify as a virtuous individual? Beneath the red candlelight, the sound of rustling garments fills the air. In another residence, a heavy atmosphere prevails. Father, why has the emperor betrothed me to the sixth prince? Has he not doomed my entire life? Liang Jing gazes anxiously at her father. Alas, the emperor has issued a decree. As subjects, who dares to defy it? Liang Zi clenches the imperial edict, his face ashen, grappling with the suddenness of this command, utterly perplexed and powerless. Father, I refuse to marry. Tears stream down Liang Jing's cheeks. As if marrying Li Changqing were akin to leaping into a pit of fire. Refusal. Do you wish to see the Liang family face extermination? Liang Zi seethes with anger. I am, after all, one of the vice presidents of the Yingtian Academy. Who is behind this scheming that has resulted in such an edict from the emperor? Chapter 24. An imperial marriage and enmity with the powerful. Yingtian Academy is the cradle of talent for the great Zhou, where many lords have studied. Countless capable individuals have emerged from its halls. Asa Vice President Liang Zi, with his sage-like wisdom, possesses numerous connections to high-ranking officials, wielding considerable influence in the court. His daughter, Liang Jing, is renowned for her beauty in the capital, excelling in poetry, song, and cultivation. Considered a prodigy among the elite, given Liang Zi's status and Liang Jing's talents, suitors abound, all from prestigious families. The emperor's decree to wed her to Li Changqing is not only absurd but also replete with oddities. Father, is there someone in the court conspiring against you? Liang Jing is deeply reluctant to accept this imperial edict, knowing nothing of Li Changqing's character or appearance. Moreover, he is the son of the late Xuanyi. Over 20 years ago, he was a formidable figure in the palace, suppressed by Xuanyi. Now, he has risen to power. Can marrying Li Changqing ensure a prosperous future for me? I find this utterly perplexing. Liang Zi is at a loss. Though of high status, he is a man who values prudence, having never aligned himself with any prince. Those who sought his support were met with his evasive tactics. Liang Zi preferred to observe the unfolding events to maintain his own position. This very reason makes it difficult for him to discern who was behind the machinations. There are multiple possibilities. The eunuch who delivered the decree departed without revealing a word, shrouding the situation in mystery. I never anticipated that remaining neutral would lead to such misfortune. Liang Zi realizes that abstaining from choosing sides, while seemingly wise, has rendered him unacceptable to all factions. The bit of cleverness has backfired. Father, with so many students and connections to the royal family, could you not mediate on my behalf? I do not wish to marry. Liang Jing pleads, for although he bears the title of prince, he cannot compel me to marry him, a powerless royal, far inferior to a noble. No matter how influential a lord may be, he is still not a prince. While Li Changqing may be a mere figurehead, his title alone holds weight. Liang Zi replies sternly, do you dare claim that a prince is unworthy of the daughter of a vice president? I care not, father, you cannot force me to wed a mere commoner. How will you maintain your dignity in court thereafter? Liang Jing weeps, adamant in her refusal. Lower your voice. To refer to a prince as a commoner, who grants you such audacity? If word of this spreads, it would be disastrous. Liang Zi admonishes sharply. I can only put my pride on the line to investigate, but the decree has been issued. The die is cast, even if I uncover the truth. What can be done? He sighs heavily, acutely aware that this decree is a trap. Not only does marrying Liang Jing to Li Changqing humiliate him, but it also places his political career on the brink of disaster. One misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Plead with the emperor on my behalf. In any case, I refuse to marry. Liang Jing's stance is resolute. Refusal constitutes defiance of the imperial decree, unless the emperor retracts it or the sixth prince annuls the engagement. There is no other option. Liang Zi contemplates that whoever orchestrated the emperor's decree must be a figure of considerable power and influence. He must find a strong connection to investigate further. As vice president, the emperor ought to afford him some respect. Father, please appeal to the emperor. Liang Jing implores desperately. Liang Zi sighs. Liang Jing is his treasured jewel, and he is unwilling to see her wed Li Changqing. Moreover, marrying her to the sixth prince would essentially compel him to align with Li Changqing, making it difficult to extricate himself from the ensuing power struggles. After soothing Liang Jing, Liang Zi hastily departs the residence. Not long after, Liang Jing also leaves, seeking out a youth named Cui Hao. Liang Jing has turned down numerous marriage proposals, even defying the imperial decree to avoid marrying Li Changqing, not only because he is a powerless prince, but also due to her feelings for this man. She and Cui Hao share a deep affection, having privately pledged their lives to one another. Cui Hao, an outstanding student at Yingtian Academy, first met her there, and their romance blossomed. Due to his humble origins and lack of connections, Cui Hao relied solely on his own efforts and talent to make a name for himself at the academy. After Liang Jing secretly facilitated his entry into the Demon Suppression Division, he has since risen to the rank of 100 household through merit and obtained exceptional inheritance. The Demon Suppression Division values him highly, and Cui Hao's future looks promising. Upon learning of the emperor's decree, he is furious. How could a mere illegitimate child dare to marry you? Liang Jing, tears streaming like delicate flowers, implores, Cui Lang, he is a prince, and the emperor has issued a decree. How can we resolve this? I hold steadfast feelings for you, but if I must marry Li Changqing, I would rather die. Cui Hao cannot bear the thought of losing his beloved. Not to mention she is the daughter of the vice president. Claiming his woman would be akin to killing him. Rest assured, Jinger, I will not stand idly by. An illegitimate prince is nothing to fear. I have my ways to deal with him. Cui Lang, you must not act recklessly. If your career is adversely affected, I would rather marry him. It would be better to ruin my life than jeopardize your future. Liang Jing trembles, as if resolutely making a decision. Her words electrify Cui Hao, who feels immensely fortunate to have such an understanding partner. I will ensure he voluntarily annuls the engagement, otherwise I shall show him the might of the Demon Suppression Division. Just as sixth prince, I can guarantee that even if I were to kill him, no one would discover the truth. Cui Hao resolves fiercely. For the sake of the woman I love, even the heavens themselves shall not deter me. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. With Cui Lang by my side, I feel a sense of security. Liang Jing softly murmurs. Her words resonate deeply with Cui Hao, leaving him weak in the knees. Among the elite women of the capital, she truly possesses an irresistible allure, prompting him to embrace her impulsively. The next day, at the city gates of the capital, officials from the Zongjing mansion await Li Changqing's return. A group of 7 or 8 individuals approaches along the main street leading to the gates, exuding an intimidating presence. At the forefront stands a young man clad in fine silks, radiating wealth and arrogance. Young lord, are you truly going to confront him? he is a prince, his companions continually urge caution. A prince? What of it? He is merely an insignificant sixth prince who appeared from nowhere. Why should I fear him? This young lord, named Chen Xian, is the grandson of the brave Marquis Chen Changhe. Prior to Li Changqing's arrival in the capital, the palace had decreed the granting of a residence and land to him. While the residence matters little, the land bestowed upon him is ostensibly barren and without owner. However, all officials are aware it belongs to the Chen family, gifted by Chen Changhe to his grandson. That parcel of land is immensely valuable. The rental income allows Chen Xian to squander money freely, indulging in the most luxurious venues in the capital. Now, however, it has fallen to Li Changqing, effectively severing his financial lifeline. Spurred on by several unscrupulous friends, Chen Xian's anger surges, and he sets out to confront the sixth prince, demanding he return the land. The brave marquis is a stalwart of 3 dynasties, even if a true prince were to appear, he would not regard him highly. This brash and reckless young man fails to consider the implications of the emperor granting Li Changqing that land, who wouldn't find it suspicious. Upon reaching the city gates, Chen Xian and his group stand at a distance. Moments later, Lin Pofan and Jing Hushi arrive, escorting Li Changqing with the aid of magical artifacts. Your Highness, ahead lies the grand capital of the Great Zhou, and I trust the officials of the Zongjing Bureau are already awaiting your arrival. You may simply heed their arrangements. Lin Pofan informed General Lin. We are almost at the city gates. Shall we not enter? Li Changqing expressed his astonishment. Ha, I still have military affairs to attend to. I shall not enter and will return to the northern province. Lin Pofan chuckled. Moreover, as the godly might general entering the capital, I would be beset by all manner of social obligations, which is rather bothersome. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing did not insist on retaining him. Then let us part ways here. I am grateful for General Lin's company along the journey. Your Highness is too kind. Lin Pofan clasped his hands in salute and then soared into the sky. As Jing Hushi observed Lin Pofan depart, he drew closer, having intentions to ally with Li Changqing, thus adopting a much more respectful demeanor. Your Highness, I too must take my leave. You are departing as well? Li Changqing was perplexed. Having just arrived in the capital, why did both Lin and Jing seem to regard it as a den of tigers and dragons? Refusing to enter, Your Highness has tasked me with investigating the whereabouts of Qin Feng. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave immediately, Jing Hushi stated. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Lord Jing. Li Changqing nodded. To serve Your Highness is a privilege for me, Jing. With that, he too ascended into the air. Li Changqing descended from the skies as officials from the Zongjing Bureau approached gracefully. Recognizing him as the sixth prince at first glance, having received prior notice, indeed, may I inquire how you are addressed, my lord? Li Changqing inquired politely. This humble official is Li Gon. The official bowed and continued. Sixth Prince, please accompany us to the Zongjing Bureau for an identity verification. If all is in order, you may enter the Imperial Register. Lead the way, Master Li. Li Changqing gestured for him to proceed. Li Gon took the lead, with Li Changqing following. At this moment, Chen Xian approached. Is this the sixth prince? Chapter 25. The arrogant marquis, seeking trouble. Li Changqing halted, casting a glance at the person obstructing his path. Noticing his opulent attire and boisterous demeanor, reminiscent of a ruffian, he chose to ignore him. In his past life, while at the Divine King sect, he had lost all cultivation and was falsely accused of being a menial laborer. Having seen many such characters and holding them in disdain, Master Li, which direction does the Zongjing Bureau lie? A hint of disdain flickered in Li Changqing's eyes as he treated Chen Xian as if he were invisible. Inquiring directly of Li Gan. Li Gon pointed in a direction but did not continue leading, solemnly introducing Chen Xian to Li Changqing. This is the young lord of the Yanwu Marquisate. After your arrival in the capital, it would be wise to cultivate closer ties. Cultivating ties with him, Chen Xian retorted immediately, sizing Li Changqing up and responding with equal disdain. Master Li, we must prioritize important matters. Let us proceed. Li Changqing was unwilling to engage with him. Knowing that entangling with such a person was as troublesome as dealing with snot, it was most vexing. Yet Li Gon dared not move, standing in the middle. Quite awkwardly, Chen Xian was infamous in the capital for being unruly, and his grandfather, Chen Changhe, was a renowned marquis. He was not someone to offend. Young lord, I beg your understanding. This humble official shall visit your estate another day, if that pleases you. Chen Xian glowered at Li Changqing, pushing Li Gon aside and striding forward. Who needs your visit? I seek him, not you. You, a mere official of the Zongjing Bureau, are not worthy of a visit from me. We are not acquainted. What business does the young lord have with me? Li Changqing inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. Realizing there was no escaping this confrontation, Chen Xian raised his hand, and a retainer presented a piece of paper. Since you are a prince, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply sign this agreement, and should you encounter troubles in the capital, invoke my name, and I shall shield you. Li Changqing did not accept it, full of indifference towards his arrogance. Thank you for your kindness, but I require no protection. Before entering the city gates, he had merely been a lowly rogue, but once inside, he would be a prince. It would not be long before the name Li Changqing would echo throughout the capital. Not to mention he was merely a minor lord benefiting from ancestral blessings. Even if the Marquis of Yangwu were to arrive in person, he would maintain this attitude. Boy, do you truly consider yourself a prince? If you are wise, you will comply. If not, you shall experience my wrath firsthand. Chen Xian, accustomed to arrogance, felt his pride wounded when Li Changqing publicly rebuffed him before his subordinates. Li Gan, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. He had merely been tasked with escorting the sixth prince, not anticipating an encounter with Chen Xian. The little tyrant, young lord, please remain calm. Li Gan swallowed hard, fearing a brawl would ensue. Hastily taking the paper from Chen Xian and offering it to Li Changqing. Li Changqing still did not accept it. Li Gan felt despair, unfolding the paper and presenting it before him. Li Changqing glanced down. It bore a decree from the emperor granting him a parcel of land, a transfer agreement that was to be made without compensation. To put it simply, Chen Xian intended to seize it by force. And if I refused to sign? Li Changqing fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian, his eyes like an abyss, calm to the point of inducing fear. He had just arrived in the capital and was unaware of any rewards. Since it was a grant from his father, it rightfully belonged to him. There was no rationale for giving it away, nor for being coerced into a gratuitous transfer. Li Changqing keenly sensed that upon entering the capital, trouble had already found him, and it was over a piece of land. Clearly, the capital was not welcoming, as if an unseen hand loomed overhead, waiting to crush him into oblivion. If they would not allow him to arrive in peace, then let chaos reign in the capital. Even the hand that obscured the sky shall be severed by my sword. You show me respect, and I shall reciprocate. If you disrespect me, I shall retaliate. Chen Xian raised his hardened fist, completely oblivious to the chill in Li Changqing's eyes. In the capital, status mattered not, strength was paramount, or else no one would afford you respect. Do you understand, Master Li? Do enlighten me. Who holds greater esteem, I, a prince, or he, a mere young lord? Must I extend him respect? Li Changqing tilted his head to regard Li Gan. Well, that. Li Gan was momentarily stunned, his complexion paling. Why was he being dragged into this verbal sparring? Although the Zongjing Bureau managed the royal family, he too bore the surname Li, merely a marginalized royal offspring holding a minor position within the bureau. He dared not offend either party, caught awkwardly in the middle. In the Great Zhou Empire, naturally princes were esteemed. However, the Yangwu Marquis had contributed to the state, granting the young lord certain privileges. Thus, was this the reason he dared to threaten a prince? Li Changqing's fury ignited. The Great Zhou Empire was of the Li surname, not Chen's. No matter how great the contributions, they were still vassals of the Li family, who bestowed upon him the audacity to act against a prince. With that, he struck down the agreement, reducing it to mere dust. You bastard! The paper fluttered in the wind, landing on Chen Xian's face, inciting his wrath. What Li Changqing shattered was not merely the document, but his pride. Enraged, he raised his fist, akin to a massive sandbag, and struck. Li Changqing seized the moment, unleashing a formidable aura that shattered Chen Xian's true energy, sending him reeling. His sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that the newly arrived, utterly destitute sixth prince would dare to slap the Yangwu Marquis' young lord. Even among the 5 princes, none would dare such an affront. Chen Xian, stunned, took a while to regain his senses. His face aflame with pain, already swelling with a clear handprint. At present, Li Changqing had attained the 5th level of the divine realm, utterly overwhelming Chen Xian's cultivation in the divine concealment realm. Chen Xian gazed at Li Changqing, lost in confusion. Is this truly the capital? The one who struck him was the 6th prince standing before him. In the capital, none had dared to strike the face of this marquis. You are courting death. Chen Xian, seething with indignation, drew his long sword and lunged forward. The gleam of the blade flashed before Li Changqing's eyes, radiant as a shooting star. He merely lifted a hand, effortlessly blocking it with an air of nonchalance. Masterly, to attempt to murder a prince in broad daylight. This lord seems to have forgotten who is master and who is servant. What punishment is he to face? The earlier slap had left Li Gan trembling in fright, and now witnessing the cold light in Li Changqing's eyes, he shuddered. "What punishment, Your Highness? There is no need for concern, even if I were to slay him at this moment. It would be entirely justified. You may report it truthfully, Your Highness." "Do not," Li Gan snapped back to reality. The sixth prince intended to kill Qin Xian. He hastily shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Li Changqing unleashed a torrent of sword energy, ensnaring Qin Xian. The sword that had been thrust forward faltered, emitting a resounding hum as his arm trembled under tremendous force, like countless stars plummeting from the sky. The sword's brilliance crushed his momentum, the sharp tip poised against his chest. Qin Xian, gripped by fear, stood frozen as if carved from stone, paralyzed in place. In that instant, a wave of terror engulfed him, rendering him incapable of countering. "Sixth prince, please show mercy." Li Gan's hair stood on end as he bellowed, his eyes wide with fear. He was merely a minor official in the Zhongxing Bureau. If Li Changqing were to kill Qin Xian, he would not see the sun rise the next day. With a thunderous crash, Li Gan seemingly leaped forward. His cultivation was not weak, yet merely at the initial stage of the divine concealment realm. Inferior to Qin Xian, and he chose to shield him with his own body. After all, they were both facing death. If he were to die for Qin Xian, at least his family would be treated well by the Yanwu Marquisate. He had to gamble. Li Gan was also betting on whether Li Changqing would truly kill him. He had wagered correctly. Li Changqing's myriad sword techniques had been perfected, allowing for seamless control. Upon witnessing Li Gan in front of him, he swiftly sheathed his sword, yet the overwhelming aura still sent Li Gan reeling. "Thank you, sixth prince, for your mercy." Li Gan's face turned as pale as a corpse, his back soaked through, not daring to breathe. His heart tumultuous. From Li Changqing's presence, he sensed an insatiable force, and could not help but wonder, is this truly a legitimate cultivator? In the realm of princes, none practice such tyrannical and brutal martial arts. Moreover, the strength he exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. Ever since he learned of the sixth prince's arrival in the capital, he had heard numerous trivial conversations about him, filled with disdain and skepticism regarding his capabilities. However, after this encounter, Li Gan found his perspective altered. Li Changqing was no ordinary individual. To attempt to trip him up would likely require considerable cunning and caution in future interactions. "Who dares obstruct me? Step aside, or I shall kill you alongside him." Qin Xian narrowly escaped one calamity, yet he remained oblivious to the need for restraint. He could not believe that Li Changqing would truly dare to kill him. Li Gan, unable to endure any further, bellowed, "Young lord, have you caused enough chaos?" Though it was their first meeting, he had an overwhelming premonition that the sixth prince would show mercy this once, but there would be no second chance. With the well-being of his family and his own life at stake, even if it meant offending Qin Xian today, he had to intervene. Do you wish to assassinate a reigning prince, even if you are the young lord of the brave marquis? Do you truly believe the emperor would hesitate to eliminate you? That furious roar was akin to thunderclaps in a serene sky. Qin Xian staggered back, intimidated by this formidable presence, and dared not utter another word. His arrogance was genuine. His desire to kill Li Changqing was real, yet he discerned the truth in Li Gan's words. "Lordly, you indeed possess a measure of courage," Li Changqing remarked, his expression returning to its previous state, as if the recent incident had not troubled him at all, and he did not spare another glance at Qin Xian. "Lead the way." "Why, Your Highness, please follow me." Li Gan, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly escorted Li Changqing away, his legs trembling, nearly causing him to collapse. Young lord." After Li Changqing's departure, a retainer called out. Qin Xian, dazed, finally uttered, "If this grudge goes unavenged, I vow to forsake my humanity." In the distance, at a street corner, Cui Hao and Liang Jing witnessed the entire scene unfold. Cui Lang, the sixth prince, is exceedingly ruthless. Convincing him to annul the engagement will likely prove quite challenging. Liang Jing, having observed Li Changqing's demeanor, felt a profound fear welling up within her. Do not worry, Jinger. He is merely a brash fool. His willingness to strike at Qin Xian indicates his utter ignorance of the situation in the capital. Cui Hao said dismissively, stroking Liang Jing's shoulder. Before entering the capital, Li Changqing exhibited some reservations. Even if the son of the consort did not grow up in the palace, he likely would not be lacking in skills. After this encounter, Cui Hao was sorely disappointed, deeming such a person to be a simpleton. Having just acquired the title of prince, he looked down upon everything, seeking immediate gratification without regard for the consequences. Such behavior would render him nearly immobile in the capital. Liang Jing, perhaps still shaken by Li Changqing's actions, expressed concern. "Cui Lang, do you have confidence? He is still a prince. A prince like him is of no consequence." Cui Hao retorted angrily, recalling the imperial edict. Does he truly believe that being born a prince allows him to seize love by force? This time, Li Changqing has encountered a formidable opponent. Rumor has it that Cui Hao's ancestors were also from a prestigious family. But their fortunes declined, leaving him with a lingering attachment to their former glory while suffering hardships in his youth. He harbored a strong desire for power, coupled with an inherent animosity towards it, rendering him a paradox. Within the Demon Suppression Division, he had often taken advantage of his position, yet he held immense disdain for those who wielded their power oppressively. Liang Jing's engagement to Li Changqing was an imperial decree, not a matter of personal choice, and she could not afford to confront the emperor directly. Thus, all her resentment was directed towards Li Changqing. He gazed down at the worried Liang Jing, reassuring her. Do not fret, Jinger. I have already devised a strategy. This engagement will be annulled, whether he desires it or not. Is that truly so, Cui Lang? Liang Jing's demeanor softened as she looked at her beloved, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had always held unwavering faith in Cui Hao's abilities. Otherwise she would not have entrusted him with such a significant matter at such a young age, nor would he have gained esteemed recognition. Overcome with emotion, she nestled against Cui Hao, her face blooming with a rosy hue. Jinger, I swear, I shall never allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance, not even if it is at the hands of a prince. Cui Hao declared passionately, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. Today, having offended Chen Xian, I will take advantage of the situation. Chen Xian, that fool, will undoubtedly pursue vengeance relentlessly with the pressure from the brave Marquis household and my careful planning. We will tackle this matter from both ends, ensuring that the engagement is annulled. Liang Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement. I have already implored my father. He will seek a way out, and perhaps the emperor will show leniency. Ha, splendid! With three forces at play, let us see how this little princeling withstands the pressure. Cui Hao exclaimed joyfully. What other options does he have but to obediently annul the engagement? Liang Jing's worries dissipated as she envisioned a future where, upon the annulment of the engagement, she would immediately prompt Cui Hao to propose, lest the delay lead to unforeseen complications. However, Cui Hao pondered even further ahead. After all this effort, is it truly enough to merely have him annul the engagement? Would that not be too lenient? Cui Lang, what else do you desire? Liang Jing inquired, her eyes shimmering with affection, entirely supportive of his grand plans, aware that he was more than capable of accomplishing them. While Li Changqing may be a prince, he lacks a formidable backing. He certainly would not relinquish the opportunity to become the son-in-law of the vice-head of the academy easily. I must extinguish that aspiration. Cui Hao chuckled lightly. It would be best if he were to lose all the privileges befitting a prince. Even if it came to killing him, no one would dare to pursue the matter. Cui Lang, you intend to kill a prince? Liang Jing shivered at the thought. Despite her deep trust in Cui Hao, the act of murdering a prince was a grave offense. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of one's future, or worse, one's life. If he could accomplish such a feat, it would be ideal. Rest assured, even if I were to kill him, I would have a rational justification. If I could manage to use another's hand to do so, that would be even better. Cui Hao was well acquainted with the intricacies of power in the capital. Despite the current silence surrounding Li Changqing's return, if he were to eliminate him, various factions would swiftly come to his aid. The capital requires balance, and it certainly does not need the sixth prince. Whose hand shall we borrow? Liang Jing, a sheltered young lady, was unaware of these machinations, while Cui Hao, having clawed his way up from the lowest rungs, was well versed in such matters. Is there not a suitable candidate right before us? Cui Hao pointed toward Chen Chen. It seems I must share a drink with this young lord. Li Changqing accompanied Li Gan to the house of imperial ancestry, where, following the usual procedures, his bloodline was verified, confirming without a doubt that he was indeed the sixth prince of the Great Zhou. In truth, it was merely a formality. Lin Pofan had already used a jade pendant for verification, effectively sealing the deal regarding his royal lineage. With his identity confirmed, Li Changqing's name was inscribed into the genealogy of the Li royal family, though the column for his mother remained conspicuously empty. Li Changqing refrained from voicing his thoughts, harboring a deep-seated frustration. What had transpired in the past that even his mother's name was omitted from the genealogy? Was he merely a product of happenstance? Upon completion of the formalities, Li Changqing was escorted by a minor official of the House of Imperial Ancestry to the residence designated for him. Alas, what difference did it make whether such a prince was found or not? It merely added another mouth to feed. One of the deputy officials, Li Fong, shook his head repeatedly as he watched Li Changqing's departing figure. Deputy official, what prompts such a statement? Li Gan inquired, curious. As low-ranking officials, they were advised not to pry into matters beyond their purview, yet they had to be aware of certain things to navigate the complexities of their circles, although he bore royal blood. It was regrettably of a mundane nature. Li Fong scoffed. Mundane? Surely not, my lord. The sixth prince possesses mid-tier cultivation in the spirit realm, and his talent in swordsmanship is exceptionally strong. Li Gan had previously reported that at the city gate, Li Changqing had subdued Chen Shan with a single stroke. He must have consumed a considerable amount of rare treasures to attain his current level. Li Fong settled down to sip his tea. A cultivator's physique dictates their upper limits. Even with talent in swordsmanship, the spirit realm represents his pinnacle. Achieving the transcendent realm would be a miracle. The prospect of attaining the status of an emperor, such as the current ruler, is nothing more than a fantasy. In this world, only by becoming a sage could one gain a measure of authority. Those beneath the sage were akin to ants. Li Changqing's older brothers all possessed exceptional physiques, and given time, they would undoubtedly reach sagehood. As for who might attain the current emperor's level, it was too premature to make such a judgment. However, the path before Li Changqing was cleared. In a few days, during the Ascension Conference, it would likely be challenging for the sixth prince. Li Gan sighed. After the incident at the city gate, he believed Li Changqing, despite his impetuousness and confrontational nature with Chen Shan, possessed the spirit of a true man. He had thought that such boldness must stem from exceptional capabilities, but in retrospect, it seemed he was merely a faade. Li Gan, you have always been prudent in your endeavors. Do not involve yourself in the Ascension Conference, Li Fong cautioned him. Though Li Changqing may be a prince, he is still mundane. Be wary of unnecessary entanglements, lest they lead to repercussions. Should that occur, I cannot guarantee your safety, Your Excellency. I shall heed your advice. Li Gan bowed deeply. The officials within the House of Imperial Ancestry, regardless of their distance, were all descendants of the Li royal bloodline. Connected by kinship, many openly or covertly supported different princes or affiliated themselves with more powerful royal relatives. For any grand event involving the royal family, these royals would inevitably inquire at the House of Imperial Ancestry or leverage their connections. A careless act in support of one could easily offend another, which was no trivial matter. One might even vanish while walking down the street. Both men felt a sense of regret for Li Changqing, who had just returned to the capital only to become a target. It was fortunate that he was discovered after 20 years of wandering, yet his princely identity proved to be a misfortune. Leaving aside the fact that he had offended Chen Xian and would find it difficult to navigate future challenges, the upcoming Ascension Conference could very well lead to his downfall. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Li Changqing had reforged his mundane body. The methods employed by the House of Imperial Ancestry would not allow them to discern such an extraordinary physique. The minor official escorted Li Changqing out of the Zongjing mansion. A dashing young man approached, inquiring, "Is this your sixth brother?" Li Changqing lifted his gaze. "You are." The minor official knelt, exclaiming, "This humble servant pays respects to His Highness the fifth prince." "Rise," Li Mo commanded. "I shall personally send my sixth brother back to his residence shortly. This matter does not concern you any longer." Li Mo's eyes remained fixed on Li Changqing as he spoke. "Yes, Your Highness." The minor official stood and returned to the Zongjing mansion. Li Changqing remained silent, his eyes locked with Li Mo's, both seemingly testing one another. "Sixth brother, I am your fifth brother." Li Mo's eyes glistened with emotion. "Upon hearing that you had been found, I have been overjoyed for days and nights. For 20 years, you have endured hardships outside." He spoke on the verge of tears. "Thank you for your concern, brother," Li Changqing replied coolly, disinterested in theatrics. A weasel wishing a chicken well, no good intentions. Li Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. The cold reception from this sixth brother, devoid of social niceties, left him feeling awkward. At this moment, he should have engaged in some feigned sentimentality to avoid such discomfort. "Ahem, as brothers, how could we not be pained by your wandering in the world?" Li Mo quickly swallowed back his tears, insisting, "But I must host you properly, brother." "There is no need," Li Changqing began, but Li Mo enthusiastically draped an arm around him. "The finest tavern in the capital is all arranged. Let us go." Thus Li Mo forcibly led him to the Lanyue Tower. Chapter 27. A display of dominance. "Let us wait and see." Li Changqing accompanied Li Mo to the Lanyue Tower. Inside, there were no patrons. Only a few guards, suggesting that Li Mo had gone to great lengths to secure the entire establishment. A smirk crept onto Li Changqing's lips. This fifth brother was either innocently flattering or had ulterior motives. Sixth brother, the dishes are prepared. Please take a seat. Li Mo guided Li Changqing to the second floor, yet he felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing him from behind. A glance revealed a hulking figure. Li Mo's imposing companion, whose piercing gaze radiated palpable hostility. Li Changqing's expression hardened as he met the man's gaze, a menacing aura forged in bloodshed emanating from him, causing the man to instinctively avert his eyes. Once seated, Li Mo clapped his hands, and several graceful women entered, carrying exquisite dishes. Li Mo glanced sideways at Li Changqing, a coldness in his eyes, as if to suggest that this rustic brother had never encountered such women or cuisine. Today, consider it a treat, even if it is merely for a dog. Brother, you are too kind, Li Changqing replied flatly, not touching his chopsticks. Unaware of Li Mo's true intentions, he resolved to observe the situation quietly. A mere meal, how extravagant can it be? If you desire the moon, I shall fetch it for you. Li Mo spoke earnestly. Once all the dishes were served, the serving women remained close at hand, ready to attend to them. Is that so? Li Changqing scoffed, uninterested in flattery, countering with a question. What if your brother could indeed fetch the moon? What concern is it of mine, after days of travel? I merely wish to return home and rest. Sixth brother, enjoy your meal. Li Mo chuckled awkwardly, a flicker of displeasure passing over his face, but quickly fading. This naive brother not only lacked social grace but also brazenly undermined his authority. How had he reached the age of 20 without understanding such matters? Brother, you must understand, as brothers, how could we not feel heartache for your trials in the world? Li Mo attempted to regain some composure. I must treat you to a feast, there is truly no need. Brother, Li Changqing interjected, unyielding. You fear I may poison the food? Li Mo's expression darkened, reproaching. I conduct my affairs with honesty. How would I harm my own kin? Brother, you worry too much. I simply lack appetite. Li Changqing did not mince words. Having no intention of sparing Li Mo's feelings, he had no desire for this meal. Li Mo's demeanor grew increasingly stormy, and meeting his gaze, he directly picked up his chopsticks, shoving a piece of meat into his mouth with fervor. Li Changqing was well aware that there was no poison in the food. He was making a statement. If there was something to be said, let it be said plainly. He had no time for frivolous games. To your health, brother. Li Mo suppressed his simmering rage, raising his cup, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Do you have other matters to attend to, brother? Li Changqing still refused to grant him any leeway, asserting that even if today were a trap, he would maintain control of the situation. He set his cup down, getting straight to the point. Li Mo's smile faltered. To refuse a toast was an affront, and the prospect of a punitive drink made his gaze sharpen. Today, he had extended ample courtesy to Li Changqing, yet repeatedly felt his own dignity trampled underfoot. In the capital, no one dared to treat him this way. The burly man behind him, witnessing Li Mo's humiliation, clenched his fists, itching to retaliate, only to be quelled by a mere glance from Li Mo's sixth brother. Let me speak plainly. In a few days, there will be the ascension ceremony. I presume you are aware of it. What guidance do you offer, brother? Li Changqing smiled, realizing that this was the purpose of Li Mo's visit. With your brother's capabilities, there should be no need for concern regarding this matter. I am a prince. Naturally, I have no reason to worry, Li Mo replied, still focused on his food, his tone dripping with arrogance and confidence. What you may not know, sixth brother, is that at the Tsushan Tower's 9th level, there are 3 tiers, the Sky, Earth, and Humanity, where one may receive the Dragon's Blessing. The Sky tier originally had 5 positions. Now that you have returned, it has been increased to 6. The Earth tier has 8, and the Humanity tier has 16. The further one is from the Dragon's Wall, the weaker the effect of the Dragon's Blessing. Others dare not covet the Sky tier, only the Earth and Humanity tiers are sought after by other royal descendants. So what? Li Changqing gestured for him to continue. Li Mo raised his gaze slightly to regard the imposing man behind him. This is Li Biao, also of royal blood. By rank, he should address you as uncle. Therefore, nephew Li Biao sends his regards to the 6th uncle. Before Li Mo could finish, Li Biao clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, startling Li Mo as if in defiance. Ahem, Li Biao is quite courteous. As an uncle, should you not lend a hand to your nephew? Oh, how does my brother wish for me to assist? Li Changqing motioned for him to be direct, without pretense. Ascending the Tsushan Tower requires strength to reach the 9th level. Li Biao is formidable, having broken into the Divine Passage realm. He can lend a hand to you. Sixth brother, Li Mo set down his chopsticks. However, sixth brother must relinquish the position in the sky tier to Li Biao Da in return. He will surely help you secure a good position in the earth tier. What do you think? Li Changqing quickly grasped the implications. Li Mo sought to have him cede the most advantageous spot of the dragon's blessing to Li Biao, a rather ambitious request, leaning back in his chair. He gently shook his head. I find my brother's proposal lacking. You refuse even the face of your fifth brother. Li Mo's expression darkened. Li Biao is your junior. What harm is there in offering him some support? The competition at the Tsushan Tower is fierce, and you have just returned. The clan's younger generation may not extend you any courtesy, but they all know that Li Biao is under my protection. He will not make things difficult for you during the ascension, otherwise, with their ruthless natures, sixth brother, would you not suffer? Li Changqing shook his head helplessly, even against the formidable backdrop of the Divine King clan. He had never flinched and would not yield today. If he is a junior, why should I not yield? If you think to threaten me, you have chosen the wrong person, since strength is the measure. Let us speak with strength. Brother, you worry too much, perhaps consider how to educate this nephew of yours. Sixth brother, do reconsider. Li Mo had lost patience. He had given Li Changqing an opportunity, but if he did not cherish it, then it was beyond his control. With those words, an overwhelming aura surged from him, reaching the pinnacle of the divine passage realm, almost stepping into the realm of divine travel. Li Changqing remained seated, unperturbed, summoning the divine dragon cauldron, its phantom materializing with a resonating hum. The opposing aura was instantly quelled, shattering into fragments in mere moments. Li Mo's complexion darkened further, his aura stifled. He had not anticipated that this bastard would dare to confront him directly. Possessing a sacred artifact capable of dismantling his divine passage peak aura. Brother, I have considered this quite clearly. Perhaps you should reconsider. Do you still wish for me to yield? Li Changqing retracted the divine dragon cauldron, gazing at the now pale-faced Li Mo with a mocking tone. Li Mo clenched his fists, his eyes growing increasingly menacing. He had not foreseen that this sixth brother possessed considerable strength, capable of dismantling his aura in an instant. Moreover, he truly dared to oppose him. You dare to show disrespect to your fifth uncle. Li Biao, furious, reached for a mountain-splitting axe. I will cleave you. With that, a flurry of axe shadows enveloped the space. As if imbued with the power to split mountains, Li Biao's bravado stemmed from his mastery of a low-tier advanced technique, once bestowed by a skilled mentor, yet before Li Changqing it was nothing more than a monkey's trick. Destined to be crushed. Li Changqing extended his sword unfazed. With a resounding crash, the clash of sword and axe sent Li Biao's face pale, cold sweat cascading down. Subsequently, a piercing scream echoed through the air as Li Biao was violently hurled away. Plummeting from the second floor, crash. The furniture on the first floor was utterly shattered. Witnessing this, Li Mo could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the terrifying prowess of Li Changqing's sword technique. Despite the ferocious impact, the dishes on the table and even the wine in the cup remained untouched, clearly indicating that Li Changqing had not exerted his full strength in the confrontation with Li Biao. Leaving some of his spiritual energy to protect the table, was this a mere mortal body? Li Mo had intended to intervene but was thwarted by Li Changqing's swiftness. He had not yet had the chance when Li Biao was sent flying. Doubt crept into his mind. Had the Zhengfu misjudged him? Just as Li Changqing had emerged, Li Mo had received the verification result from Zhengfu, categorizing him as immortal. He had been so pleased, thinking his sixth brother a mere fool. Now, having shattered that pretense, he realized it was not some holy artifact but rather that Li Changqing's techniques were equally formidable. Li Biao, oblivious to the hierarchy, deserved to be struck. Lowering his gaze, Li Mo glanced at Li Biao, who lay unconscious on the ground below, resembling a dead dog. He subtly gestured for the accompanying guards to carry him away. As long as his elder brother did not lay blame, all would be well. Li Changqing, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, ultimately offered a polite remark, as if to honor the meal. Would I ever hold a grudge against a senior's reprimand? Come, let fifth brother raise a toast to you. Li Mo's eyes reflected a mixture of defeat and fierce determination. He had assumed that dealing with Li Changqing would be a simple matter. But without bringing a skilled fighter, he was left to feign a different expression. Would drinking this cup of wine allow me to depart? Sixth brother, your words suggest that this is merely a welcoming gesture. If there are matters at home, you are free to leave. Of course. Li Mo clinked glasses with him, asserting that there was a grand gift from him awaiting at the residence, urging sixth brother not to be dismissive. Li Changqing downed the drink in one go, expressing gratitude to his elder brother. After speaking, he set down his cup and departed with nary a word of pleasantry, the moment Li Changqing exited the tavern. Li Mo, in a fit of rage, kicked over the table, fury surging within him, seeking death. We shall see. Chapter 28. By G resolves the poison. A moment of indulgence. Your Highness, shall we summon skilled fighters to eliminate him? Hearing the commotion from above, the guards approached, surveying the scattered dishes, their expressions filled with indignation. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Mo's eyes. Indeed, they were brothers, yet he was even more arrogant than I. How delightful! Send someone to investigate his background, the more detailed the better. Following this meal, Li Mo concluded that this brother of his was not to be underestimated. If he lacked a powerful backing, he would never dare to act with such audacity. And a mere mortal frame could not possibly possess such overwhelming strength. What unsettled him further was Li Changqing's ostentatious demeanor, yet his actions and composure were remarkably steady, suggesting a depth like still waters. Once his anger subsided, he suddenly inquired, "Has Furong also gone?" "Yes, Your Highness," reported the attendant nearby, estimating that she was already at the sixth prince's residence. Li Mo sighed, accepting it as fate. He had previously underestimated Li Changqing, believing that sending Furong would suffice to deal with him. Now it appeared she had walked into a tiger's den. Furong was his most favored maid. Such a pity. On the way back to the residence, Li Changqing felt slightly dizzy. Could it be that the wine was tainted? He channeled his spiritual energy to suppress it, dismissing it as inconsequential. With his current cultivation, ordinary poison posed no threat. As he gazed upon the vibrant streets, adorned with blossoms and illuminated by dazzling lights, Li Changqing couldn't help but reflect deeply, as if he were in a dream. On his very first day in the capital, he had faced Chen Xian's wrath, followed by Li Mo's banquet of treachery. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and countless trials awaited him in the future. Li Changqing did not regret offending both Chen Xian and Li Mo consecutively. This was not only his attitude towards a second chance at life but also a deliberate choice. Entering the capital unnoticed, beneath the shadows of various factions, would only lead to a quiet demise. It was better to stir the waters of the capital, to offend those who deserved to be offended, so that those who plotted against him in the dark would inevitably reveal themselves. With everything laid bare, it became far easier to navigate. Furthermore, after today, his deeds would spread throughout the capital, garnering considerable attention. This had an advantage: those at the center of the storm often found themselves safer, for they tended to exercise restraint. After all, he was a prince. As Li Changqing returned to the residence bestowed upon him by the emperor, the guide took his leave. Before him stood a residence that, while not comparable to those of other princes, was nonetheless astonishing in its scale as a temporary abode. Upon entering, a throng of servants lined up, kneeling to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Greetings, sixth prince." Li Changqing felt somewhat disoriented. The treatment befitting a prince was indeed difficult to acclimate to. Even as a holy son in the divine king's sect, he had never experienced such privilege. It was clear how significant status was to a person. Rise. Li Changqing was unaccustomed to such strict hierarchies. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch delivered an imperial edict, granting him a residence, land, and even a fiancée, the daughter of the deputy head of Yingtian Academy. Li Changqing accepted the decree, bemused. Upon entering, "I already have a fiancée." "Eunuch, I am unfamiliar with Liang Jing. Why bestow a marriage upon me? If there are no feelings, why would I marry her?" The eunuch chuckled. "Is this prince foolish? Royal offspring marry without regard to affection. In due time, Your Highness will understand." Li Changqing was about to inquire further when dizziness returned. "Please, eunuch, allow me to fetch you some tea. I am not accustomed to drinking and need a moment to rest before we converse." The steward complied, taking the eunuch away. Naturally, to offer some form of reward, the eunuch, not in a hurry to return to the palace, followed suit. Upon entering his chamber, Li Changqing felt increasingly lightheaded, and his vision blurred. At that moment, the door creaked open, and several women entered, dressed rather revealingly. The foremost was draped in sheer fabric, exuding an alluring demeanor. "Who are you, and who permitted your entry?" Li Changqing demanded angrily of Furong, and the others bowed. "Greeting, we have come to pay our respects to His Highness, the sixth prince." Then, with a subtle raise of her eyelids, she added, "We were sent by fifth prince to attend to you. Are you feeling unwell?" Furong's gaze signaled for one of the women to step forward. "Shall I assist you in resting for a while?" Li Changqing felt a haze enveloping his mind, yet his awareness remained intact. Was this the extravagant gift Li Mo had bestowed upon him? He truly took him for a lecher. "I do not require attendance. You may all leave." feeling increasingly dizzy. Li Changqing had no desire to engage with them and attempted to dismiss the women. However, they were audacious enough to disregard his command, instead surging forward to assist him in undressing. Realizing the impending danger, Li Changqing relied on his fading clarity to push them away. "Are you poisoned?" came Bai Ji's voice through the sukandaling, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Can you refrain from prattling nonsense?" Li Changqing retorted. "I have battled across the lands. What poison have I not encountered? Why am I afflicted now?" He recalled that he had drunk from the same wine jug as Li Mo and had detected nothing unusual. How had he been poisoned? What were the symptoms of the poison? Bai Ji inquired. "Dizziness, heat, and..." Li Changqing hesitated, glancing at the alluring women advancing towards him, suddenly overwhelmed by an uncontrollable desire. "Oh no, it's an aphrodisiac," he exclaimed in alarm, realizing Li Mo's treachery, utilizing such underhanded tactics, attempting to weaken him with beauty. Or perhaps to drain him of his essence. Common aphrodisiacs could not affect him. Why was he reacting so strongly? Li Changqing found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, his throat dry as desire intensified in his eyes. He felt an overwhelming impulse to seize one of the women and claim her for himself. An aphrodisiac potent enough to ensnare a cultivator of the divine passage realm was indeed extraordinary. "Li Changqing, it seems today you are destined for a night of indulgence. Shut your foul mouth." Li Changqing felt his anger flare as Bai Ji continued to revel in his misfortune, a sudden thought striking him like a bolt of lightning. A night of indulgence, this is a drug from the Hahuan sect, extraordinarily potent, hundreds of times more effective than ordinary aphrodisiacs. Rage boiled within him as he realized Li Mo's malicious intent, to force him into compliance. He had resorted to the depraved Hahuan sect's methods, procuring the night of indulgence. A night of indulgence, what a fitting name. Can one withstand it? Bai Ji inquired with a teasing tone. "Spare me your sardonic remarks. We are one and the same, but if I fall victim, it will not bode well for you either." Li Changqing first activated his techniques and swiftly returned to the residence. The drug's effects had already been fully unleashed, and his powers were unable to counteract it. "Alas, I can only endure this humiliation." With that, he invoked the sukandaling, entering the dimensional space it offered. Before stepping inside, he exerted his utmost strength to expel a trace of poison. Infusing it into the wine on the table, which Furong had brought in. Seeing Bai Ji veiled in sheer fabric, her exquisite form tantalizingly concealed, the drug's effects surged within him, making it even more challenging to maintain his composure. Fortunately, Bai Ji was merely a spiritual entity, otherwise, the sukandaling rang out several times, intermingled with sounds that were difficult to describe. Before settling into silence, Bai Ji's face flushed crimson as she retreated into the sukandaling. While Li Changqing's expression returned to normal, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he felt remarkably clear-headed, his gaze sharp and profound as the depths of an abyss. The women halted in their tracks. Were left in shock. Just moments ago, Li Changqing had seemed to be lost in a haze. Now he appeared entirely lucid, showing no signs of having been poisoned. "Where is the steward?" he bellowed, with a creak. The door opened, revealing the steward lingering at the threshold. "Your Highness, what are your orders? Please summon the eunuch who delivered the decree." The steward, drenched in sweat, hurried away, and in a brief moment, the eunuch arrived. "Sixth Prince, what has transpired? These women have poisoned my wine with the night of indulgence and attempted to perpetrate illicit acts against me. Your Highness, we are wronged." The women immediately cried out, kneeling in protest. "The eunuch has served in the palace. Surely he can discern whether there is any foul play in this wine, correct?" Li Changqing fixed his gaze upon the eunuch. That is, naturally, the imperial envoy discerned at once that this was a trap. However, one who would dare to ensnare a prince must surely be a person of great power and influence. Although he initially wished to remain uninvolved, the command of the sixth prince and the unfolding scene compelled him to proceed. Gritting his teeth against the inevitable. As foretold by Li Changqing, the wine had been laced with a potent aphrodisiac. What audacity to adulterate the drink! Such a substance would lead His Highness to indulge excessively, thereby jeopardizing his vital essence. Furong was taken aback, her face pale with shock. The wine was supposed to be safe. How could it suddenly turn toxic? She cast a furtive glance at Li Changqing, disbelief clouding her gaze. It was clear he had fallen prey to the aphrodisiac's effects, but how had he managed to neutralize it in an instant? The wine she had brought was indeed untainted. The sudden appearance of the aphrodisiac was utterly perplexing. What sort of sorcery was the sixth prince engaged in? "Your Highness, we did not administer this poison," Furong exclaimed in a panic, prostrating herself repeatedly. Trembling as if struck by lightning, Chapter 29, Shattered Bodies, Captured Souls, renowned in the divine capital, Li Changqing cast a sidelong glance at her remaining indifferent. Esteemed envoy, could you kindly deliver this cask of wine to the Zongjing mansion? The imperial envoy hastily acquiesced. The servant obeys. He seized the wine cask and swiftly departed. This was no place for a mere servant to linger. Li Changqing was confident that once the poisoned wine reached the Zongjing mansion, Li Mo would be informed immediately. Not only would he face no repercussions, but he would also find a way to cover it up. However, the plot against Li Changqing would undoubtedly circulate among the clans and the powerful, striking a blow to Li Mo's reputation while serving as a warning. In the absence of a clear understanding of Li Changqing's capabilities, many would choose to observe rather than act rashly. Despite their disdain for the sixth prince, the sudden summons back to the divine capital left them uncertain of the palace's intentions. Everyone rise, Li Changqing commanded coldly from his chair. Furong and the other women stood, their voices trembling, expressing their gratitude for His Highness's mercy. Mercy, Li Changqing smirked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his sleeve, the candles in the room extinguished, plunging them into darkness. The bells at his waist chimed once more. A thin mist enveloped the room, and from within it emerged a woman, draped in sheer fabric, rendering the other women pale in comparison. In an instant, envy and jealousy radiated from them. What sort of woman possessed such an enchanting beauty, with a figure so alluring that even women found themselves captivated? It was no wonder the sixth prince succumbed to the aphrodisiac. He must be hiding a breathtakingly beautiful companion. As they regained their senses, a palpable aura of menace descended upon them, akin to the outstretched hand of death. Sixth prince, spare us! A shrill cry filled the room, echoing with desperation. You at least possess a semblance of conscience, Bai Ji exclaimed with delight. With a mere wave of her hand, she shattered the bodies of the women, their forms dissolving into ethereal wisps of smoke. Absorbed into her soul, the souls of these women, without exception, were cast into the divine Dragon King cauldron for nourishment. Li Changqing had no intention of killing them, however, as his mastery of the devouring heaven demon technique deepened, he unlocked a power that allowed him to perceive the realm and constitution of others. The women before him were no ordinary females, they possessed a rare allure, a trait uncommon even among disciples of most sections. They were likely from the He Huan sect. This particular constitution was favored by the devouring heaven demon technique. Since they wished to offer themselves to him, he would indulge them. As the mist dissipated, the room lay strewn with garments, leaving only Furong untouched, trembling violently, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. Sixth prince, the bizarre events had left even her in disbelief. Living beings had vanished in an instant, and she could not comprehend how it had occurred. You may leave. Li Changqing resumed his seat, dismissing her without a second glance. Thank you, sixth prince. Furong's complexion drained of color, her mind clouded as she exited the prince's residence. Still dazed, when a gust of evening wind brushed past, she regained her senses, realizing she had just brushed against death. The steward, who had been waiting at the entrance, hunched over, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Steward, wait a moment, Li Changqing called out lightly, halting him. What is your command, your highness? The steward trembled, beads of sweat cascading down his pale face. Li Changqing stepped forward. Steward, how dare these women enter my chamber without my permission? Why, your highness, these women were sent by the fifth prince. I had no idea they harbored ill intentions. The steward collapsed to his knees, weeping profusely. The recent events had already stirred the entire residence, drawing everyone to witness the unfolding drama. Are you my steward or the fifth prince's steward? Li Changqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Are you implying that my elder brother wishes to kill me? And no, the steward stuttered, his mind a cacophony of chaos. To answer affirmatively would implicate the fifth prince in a conspiracy. To deny it would mean he had allowed an assassin into the sixth prince's quarters, nearly leading to disaster, a fate he could not escape. Every possible response seemed to spell death. Your highness, spare me. I am at fault, the steward cried, his body convulsing in despair. Knowing your crime, you must face the consequences. If there is a next life, remember this: betraying your own master will only lead to a dire fate. With that, a flash of swordlight cut through the air. The steward's astonished gaze froze as his head was severed, his disbelief lingering until the end. Li Changqing had truly killed him. The onlooking servants fell silent, not daring to breathe, wishing to flee from the scene. The newly returned prince was ruthless, killing without a second thought. This residence has its own rules. Li Changqing raised the bloodied sword, addressing those below. Loyalty to this prince will be rewarded. Any hint of treachery, and you shall reckon with your own heads. A chorus of voices rose as they knelt, We heed your highness's decree, yet Li Changqing was not finished. I am aware that among you, others have been sent to infiltrate my residence. I advise you to leave quickly. You report back to your masters as you see fit. If you genuinely wish to seek refuge here, Li Changqing shall not treat you unfairly. The servants knelt, not daring to rise, exchanging glances, speculating on which powerful figure had dispatched the one before them. No one dared to leave. If discovered as spies, they would meet their demise on the spot. Li Changqing observed them for a time, but when no one moved, he opened the door. You have until tomorrow night. After that, should I uncover any spies among you, you know what awaits. That will be all. You may disperse. With that, Li Changqing turned and re-entered his room, shutting the door behind him. Outside, whispers filled the air, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing as they hastily gathered their belongings and fled. Once seated, Li Changqing understood that, following this night, the name of the sixth prince would resonate even more widely. These servants, in their attempts to evade responsibility, would undoubtedly embellish the events of the night, ultimately benefiting him by spreading his notoriety. As for the women who had come that evening, during his soul's transition, he had caught wind of matters concerning the dream-weaving palace. An elder named Meng Sha was entangled with the Hehuan sect. Having stirred considerable trouble, upon seeing Furong, he speculated that the divine capital might be rife with disciples from the Hehuan sect. Were they perhaps seeking to disrupt the city? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Concerning sects like the Hehuan sect and the dream-weaving palace, he could not fathom their motives. Such sects acted with mystery, often taking pleasure in wreaking havoc upon others, causing suffering among the populace. Surely, they would not dare to endanger the nation. Hopefully, there was no connection to Meng Sha. Li Changqing exhaled deeply. If it were merely the Hehuan sect, it would be manageable. However, if the dream-weaving palace became involved, the situation would be dire, for 100 Hehuan sects could not match even one of the dream-weaving palace's capabilities. He then resolved to focus inward, planning to cultivate for a couple of days. The devouring heaven demon technique had absorbed the constitutions and bloodlines of so many disciples from the Hehuan sect. It required thorough integration. The following day, the divine capital appeared tranquil, yet within the residences of the princes and the powerful, considerable turmoil brewed. What? Li Changqing struck Li Biao. Is he not slapping the fifth brother's face? Your Highness, that's not all. The exquisite women he sent were all slain by Li Changqing, leaving only a messenger. Ha! The fifth prince's cleverness has backfired. He was so arrogant and reckless, and now he has lost face. I must pay a visit to my fifth brother. Your Highness, the fifth prince has stumbled, and we may enjoy the spectacle. Yet this sixth prince is indeed savage, killing at the slightest provocation. He even attacked Chen Shen upon entering the divine capital. Let us observe the developments. The ascension banquet is approaching. It would be best not to stir up any trouble. Since someone has taken action against Li Changqing, it would be prudent to remain spectators. The informants embedded in the sixth prince's residence returned, having learned of Li Changqing's ruthless methods. This was an overt provocation. Now that their spies had been eliminated, they could only bide their time, seeking to uncover his weaknesses. In the fifth prince's residence, Li Mo's face was ashen, every servant cowering in fear, not daring to breathe. Scoundrel! Bastard! Unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted in a tirade. How dare he defile me so brazenly? A prince of noble birth, raised amidst etiquette and wisdom, now cast aside all decorum, spewing the most vile and vicious curses in a fit of rage. Only when he had exhausted his fury did he collapse into a chair, panting. Li Changqing, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me will be repaid 100-fold at the Ascension banquet. Someone, go to the Zongjing mansion. Pull every string possible. If Li Changqing cannot attend the banquet, I shall arrange for him a position worthy of a dragon's echo. After speaking, I turned my head to look at Furong, expressing my delight at your return with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, under the clear blue sky, chaos erupted within the confines of my chamber, akin to mountains collapsing and the earth splitting apart. News of Li Changqing's arrival in the capital reached the residence of Liang Zi, the vice president of Yingtian Academy, on the very first day. Ginger, have you truly entered into a secret engagement with Cui Hao from the Demon Suppression Division? Liang Zi thundered enraged. Chapter 30, Reactions from all sides. Crisis approaches. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Liang Zi's face turned ashen, his frigid gaze fixed upon Liang Jing. Is this true? In the past 2 days, Liang Jing had navigated among various influential figures and former acquaintances. acquiring numerous confidential pieces of information, including details of her affair with Cui Hao, having just received a marriage decree from the emperor. Engaging in an illicit relationship behind the back of the prince was tantamount to turning the prince into a laughingstock. Should this news spread, the imperial family would lose face, and his own head would be at stake. Father, please let me explain. At this juncture, Liang Jing resolved not to hide the truth any longer. Since Cui Hao already had a plan in place, it was better for her father to know and confront the situation directly. I do not wish to marry the sixth prince. My love for Cui Lang is genuine. I implore you to support us. Liang Jing appeared to plead, yet her demeanor was unmistakably coercive. What nonsense! I am the vice president of Yingtian Academy. Without parental consent or a proper matchmaker, how could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? Liang Zi was not only furious but also felt humiliated. His daughter had committed an act that tarnished their family's reputation, and he had been completely oblivious to it. Countless powerful figures must have been laughing at his expense. Cui Lang was a rising star in the Demon Suppression Division, destined for great accomplishments, far surpassing that foundling prince. Liang Jing was utterly infatuated, disregarding her father's feelings, entirely determined to be with Cui Hao. That foundling prince is nothing more than a wild child picked up from the streets. His marrying me would be the greatest insult to you as the vice president. Such words were instigated by Cui Hao, who had discreetly circulated their romance to apply pressure on Liang Zi. If he wished to avoid jeopardizing his future, he must persuade the emperor to legitimize their union, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Cui Hao believed that with Liang Zi's stature and reputation, he could undoubtedly succeed. In due course, he would also frame Li Changqing for a crime, giving Liang Zi ample justification to explain to the emperor. Liang Zi felt cornered by his own daughter and was tempted to strike her out of sheer anger, yet his hand halted midair. She was his only daughter, cherished since childhood. He had indeed spoiled her. Liang Zi had no sons. Having such an exceptional daughter was a source of pride, and he loved her dearly. However, her being idle in the boudoir was equally true given Liang Jing's beauty and talents. Marrying a powerful noble's son would have secured the Liang family's future. Who could have foreseen such a scandal, not only obliterating their chances of finding a patron but also tarnishing his own reputation? Are you not afraid I might act against you for the sake of righteousness? Liang Zi's eyes glinted with fury. Regardless, I refuse to marry him. You might as well kill me now. Liang Jing was resolute, her attitude bordering on defiance. Enough, I have secured an audience with the emperor. Whether I succeed or not is up to fate. Liang Zi sighed deeply. The reality was irreversible. He could not genuinely harm his own daughter. In these past few days, he had leveraged numerous connections and was confident he could persuade the emperor. He knew his father would not shove him into the abyss. Liang Jing clung to Liang Zi's arm. Enveloped in the safety of paternal affection, Liang Zi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Indeed, he had given rise to a remarkable daughter. The Zheng Shengfu had been unusually quiet of late, with the upcoming Ascension Conference. Those with any semblance of power had ventured out to socialize, establishing connections in advance, preparing for the event where leniency or severity would be required, with someone inevitably mediating. Li Fang, one of the vice ministers, wielded some influence, primarily managing the documentation and records of the Zheng Shengfu. However, during such a grand royal event, his authority was somewhat limited, leaving him with a rare sense of leisure. Li Gong, attending to Li Fang, felt a tinge of disappointment. They both shared the surname Li, yet the disparity was stark. Whenever there were royal affairs, every official in the Zheng Shengfu feasted heartily, yet he felt increasingly like an unrecognized talent. There is no need for envy. Everyone has their own fate. Those with powerful connections feast on delicacies, while those without settle for leftovers. Surviving in this world is already a blessing. Li Fang seemed to sense his thoughts and offered some consolation. Indeed, Vice Minister, Li Gong forced a smile in response, adding, however, that sixth prince does possess quite a character. His sharpness may not necessarily be advantageous, Li Fang remarked candidly, yet in this capital, it might not be entirely detrimental. Vice Minister appears to be unlike others, not entirely dismissive of the sixth prince. Do you believe he is not reckless? Li Gong probed cautiously. Reckless individuals act without considering the consequences. Young Lord Chen Xian is a prime example of a fool. The fifth prince has some intelligence, albeit limited, and enjoys employing clever tricks. His arrogance leads him to believe that power can resolve all matters, thus he ceases to think. Before Li Gong, Li Fang had no qualms about elaborating. Having spent years buried in documents, he prided himself on his ability to discern character. The sixth prince, though seemingly reckless, displayed remarkable calmness, clearly not a fool nor a brash individual. Hearing the vice minister's perspective, Li Gan found himself in agreement. Li Fang regarded him thoughtfully, suggesting that he might take charge of notifying the sixth prince about the Ascension Conference. Li Gan's eyes sparkled with joy, since Li Fang had seen through his subtle intentions. He felt no need to conceal them any longer. Thank you for your support, Vice Minister. At the sixth princess residence, Li Changqing utilized the celestial devouring magic to assimilate the physicality and bloodlines of the several women he had consumed. Each time he absorbed their essence, an array of strange and vivid voices and images flooded his mind, occasionally provoking certain reactions. Whenever this occurred, he would channel the divine Dragon King Cauldron to suppress these chaotic elements. With the assistance of Bai Ji through various means, the process gradually became smoother. The celestial devouring magic was an ancient technique from the Dream Construction Palace, rarely known even to Yi Linger. Let alone the palace's matriarch. However, being rooted in the palace's heritage, and having learned the dual cultivation technique from Yi Linger, the integration of the seductive forms from the Huanhe sect proceeded astonishingly well. Without any signs of rejection, it seems I am destined to be a devil cultivator, Li Changqing mused wryly. To gain divine inheritance yet enhance my transformative body through demonic arts such as the marvel of the cultivation realm. The women he had consumed were of low cultivation, yet the sheer number of them contributed to a slight enhancement of his sacred body. His expansive dantian now brimmed with spiritual energy, leaving him feeling invigorated. His cultivation level had even risen to the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. After 3 days of seclusion. As he emerged from his chamber, the estate was unusually quiet. Of nearly 100 servants, only a handful remained. Li Changqing scoffed, with a powerless prince like me, they managed to infiltrate 70 or 80 individuals. What an honor, your highness has emerged from seclusion. Do you have any commands? A young man in his 20s approached, bowing respectfully. What is your name? Li Changqing inquired. Those who remained were presumably not affiliated with the other powerful families. Scanning the man with his demonic vision, he discerned that he was not a cultivator but merely an ordinary individual with some martial proficiency, a clean slate. Reporting to your highness, I am Lu Changle. Very well, Changle, from this day forth, you shall be the steward of my 6th prince's residence. Li Changqing appointed him on the spot. Since many of the staff have departed, we shall need to hire some replacements. Also, the emperor has graciously bestowed upon me a parcel of land. You shall go inspect it, as it may be the sole source of income for the estate. Yes, your highness. Lu Changle trembled with excitement that he was merely a struggling individual barely scraping by, yet by some twist of fate, he now found himself elevated to the position of steward, an opportunity akin to a pie falling from the sky. Although he was unsure of how to fulfill Li Changqing's orders, he resolved to face the challenge head-on. Recognizing this as a chance to turn his fate around, just as Lu Changle received his orders and departed, someone arrived claiming to be from the Zhengshengfu, requesting Li Changqing's presence to clarify some details. Li Changqing followed the man. As dusk approached, upon reaching a narrow alley, the guide suddenly vanished. Li Changqing scanned his surroundings, finding the area eerily deserted. It was unusual for this time of day. A trap? He surmised. Li Changqing, we meet again. From a corner emerged a group of individuals, the very same ones who had previously bested him, led by the young lord of the Yangwu Marquisate, Chen Qian. Chapter 31, inside and outside the door. Two buffoons. The alleyways were blocked on both sides, each figure emanating a murderous aura. Li Changqing felt like a turtle caught in a jar. He had anticipated that Chen Qian would not let the previous humiliation slide, but he had not expected such a scheme. Does the young lord relish in such underhanded antics? Li Changqing wore a face devoid of fear, his tone dripping with disdain. To seek trouble on the streets upon entering the capital is one thing, but to set a trap this time is another. Does the grand capital truly deem me an easy target? His countenance darkened, yet a fierce killing intent surged within him. Clearly, the intimidation towards the capital's elite had not yet sufficed. Chen Qian, engulfed by the overwhelming killing intent, found his fragile pride inflamed with rage. In the capital of the divine realm, he would not permit such audacious individuals to exist. Today, you must die. Chen Qian glared at Li Changqing, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Do you dare to slay a prince? Li Changqing maintained a consistent expression throughout. His sole desire was to ascertain one matter: what did the identity of a prince truly signify for him? having wandered the world for 2 decades, why was he sought after, and who had informed the emperor of his continued existence, restored to his princely status, yet since entering the capital, he had never received a summons from the emperor. As if he were merely a neglected illegitimate child, individuals like Chen Xian, regardless of their immense power, what audacity did they possess to threaten a prince, unless the upper echelons of the capital chose to turn a blind eye and tacitly endorse his actions? There were only 5 princes. Merely possessing the emperor's bloodline did not guarantee recognition as a prince. Chen Xian remained as arrogant as ever. I can treat you as a prince, provided you act accordingly. Do you comprehend what I mean? If one were willing to be a dog, they would earn the recognition of the powerful in the capital, such as the esteemed Yangwu Marquis household. Correct? Li Changqing discerned the underlying implication in his words. You are not foolish, yet it is too late. From the moment you entered the capital, you have overestimated the significance of the princely title. Chen Xian was certain that Li Changqing was now entirely within his grasp. His demeanor growing increasingly domineering. On that day, you humiliated me, thereby slapping the faces of all the noble families in the capital. You have forfeited even the right to be a dog. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing could not help but laugh heartily. How absurd, a prince entering the capital merely to serve as a dog for the powerful. If he becomes a dog, what does that make the emperor, a dog as father? In my view, the great Zhou has enjoyed peace for too long. You so-called nobles believe you can overshadow the imperial authority, disregarding it, do you not? Li Changqing seemed to have an epiphany. The great Zhou's might was felt throughout the land. Yet internally, the nobility thrived, all seeking to erode the foundations of the great Zhou. What did it mean for him, a prince, to enter the capital, merely a test of waters, even if he were but a stone? With Li Changqing's character, it would inevitably provoke a tsunami and a landslide. Anyone daring to infringe upon him would not be innocent in his eyes. They would all meet their demise in the tsunami. Buried beneath the avalanche, you young man do not represent imperial authority. The 5 princes and the current emperor embody that power. Do not flatter yourself. Chen Xian's every word dripped with disdain. Li Changqing replied coolly. Then let me show you that even with my princely identity alone, it is sufficient to render you the little lord of Yangwu Marquis, without a grave. Is that so? Chen Xian scoffed, his expression laced with mockery. His gaze inadvertently drifting towards a certain direction. Not only will I kill you, but I will also have a reasonable justification for it. Li Changqing, possessing the eye of the demon, keenly detected the underlying threat. Besides Chen Xian, there were others lying in wait. Behind a door in the alley, someone was indeed concealed, shrouded by a magical artifact. They could only see outside but remained unseen from the outside. The mastermind presumably lurking behind that door. Is this the 6th prince? How arrogant. Behind the door a woman spoke. Liang Jing, of course. Cui Hao stood beside her, reassuringly stating, do not worry, his arrogance cannot last much longer. A flicker of jealousy passed through her eyes as she spoke. The arrogance displayed by Li Changqing and Chen Xian stirred her envy, the stark disparity in their status laid bare before her. While they appeared overbearing, her own status was merely a facade of bravado. In Liang Jing's eyes, Cui Hao resembled a hero. Even in the face of a prince, he remained composed, even orchestrating schemes to ensnare him in peril. Her admiration evident in the stars that filled her gaze. With Cui Lang here, I feel secure. Cui Hao's eyes shimmered with pride, embracing the daughter of the vice president of the Yingtian Academy. Witnessing the prince perish in his trap was exceedingly satisfying. Nobility, nonsense. Chen Xian believed Li Changqing would capitulate, yet he was mistaken, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation, which made him chuckle inwardly. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin not go. This time, he was somewhat wiser, aware he could not contend with Li Changqing. He retreated with a shot. Li Changqing had once emerged from a storm of bloodshed as a holy son. And upon their arrival in the alley, he had been silently observing, including Chen Xian. There were a total of 7 individuals. 4 in the front, 3 in the back, with a transcendent level practitioner on either side. The rest were at least at the hidden realm. With his own strength at the 7th level of the hidden realm, he could perhaps take on one opponent, but if they all charged at once, theoretically, he would perish. As he assessed the strength of his opponents, 2 practitioners from the hidden realm flanked him. Their imposing presence filled the narrow alley, their murderous intent surging like a tide in the tranquil dusk. Is this all? Li Changqing remained as steady as a rock amidst the tempest, slowly drawing his long sword, executing a move that shattered the incoming momentum. The perfected myriad form sword technique was invincible. rending the residual force of their attack and carving dozens of sword marks into the walls of the alley, stone debris scattering. As the dust settled, Li Changqing stood like a god of death. Two headless corpses lay 3 feet before him, their weapons barely raised. Thud, the cool breeze swept by, and the two collapsed with a resounding thud, their severed heads rolled a few times, leaving 2 bloody trails. After the slaughter, Li Changqing's piercing gaze turned towards a door within the alley. He sensed a treacherous aura emanating from within. Liang Jing met Li Changqing's gaze through the door, a shiver coursing through her, causing her to retreat a few steps. Jinger, do not be afraid, he cannot see you, Cui Hao gently reassured her, caressing her body. Yes, Liang Jing, feeling a sense of security from Cui Hao's warm touch, gradually nodded. Her eyes fixed on Li Changqing. This person is truly terrifying. She had never witnessed such decisiveness and ruthlessness in murder as Li Changqing displayed. He was more ruthless than any noble scion she had encountered. Li Changqing's ferocity radiated from his very core. Imbued with an overwhelming dominance, Liang Jing realized he was indeed a prince. Ordinary individuals lacked his imposing presence, even their arrogance was imbued with a hint of confidence. Li Changqing redirected his gaze back to Chen Qianiful. He concluded that this mindless little lord was being used as a pawn by others, completely oblivious. Cui Lang, do you think Chen Chen might be killed in return? Liang Jing voiced her concern. Does it matter? If he kills Chen Qian, will it not render my actions justifiable? I am, after all, a captain of the Demon Suppression Division. Cui Hao's words were icy and bloodthirsty. I have inquired. Li Changqing killed several women sent to the 5th prince at his residence, all of whom bore demonic energy. When Chen Chen forces him into a corner, he will undoubtedly reveal his trump card. Cui Lang, is this your trap? Liang Jing's gaze flickered as she regarded Cui Hao's sharply defined features. Indeed, Cui Hao's face beamed with pride. The duty of the Demon Suppression Division is to maintain stability in the Great Zhou, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. If the 6th prince succumbs to darkness and kills the little lord of Yanwu Marquis household, my killing of Li Changqing would be out of necessity. Is this justification not sufficient? It is more than enough. Liang Jing felt a surge of admiration for Cui Hao, realizing how he thrived in the Demon Suppression Division, his intellect sharp. To succumb to darkness and become a demon, yet still be a prince, would be a profound insult to the imperial dignity, and killing him would uphold the honor of the royal family. Outside, Qin Xian's face was pale with rage, witnessing Li Changqing's brutal execution of his subordinates. This was an unabashed provocation. Yet, as Li Changqing raised his hand to slay 2 practitioners of the hidden realm, he remained a figure of terror. Qin Xian felt his own momentum stifled, unable to gauge the extent of Li Changqing's power. All of you, together, kill him, Qin Xian bellowed, his exasperation palpable. The louder he shouted, the more he revealed his deep-seated fear of Li Changqing. Only by slaying Li Changqing could he hope to rid himself of this dread. As soon as the command was issued, the alley erupted with a ferocious energy, the murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. Li Changqing found himself amidst an oceanic tempest, yet his heart gradually calmed. His momentum surged in an instant, akin to a mountain. The sky-eating demon technique devoured the incoming forces, and a resonating hum echoed as a phantom of a cauldron appeared above him. Ha! Indeed, it has forced out his demonic power. Inside the door, Cui Hao pushed Liang Jing aside, waiting for Li Changqing to be severely injured before rushing out to deliver the final blow. To die by his hand would be the ultimate satisfaction. Chapter 32. How does the alley battle unfold? Let us observe the dissection. Chen Chen intercepted Li Changqing, initiating the alley combat. Meanwhile, at another location, the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Liang Zi, the Marquis of Liang, awaited the Emperor's summons outside the hall. The specific matter had already been conveyed to the Emperor through a messenger, and he felt extremely anxious. After waiting for over an hour without being summoned, he began to suspect he had angered the Emperor. At this moment, Liang Zi was filled with regret, having been a goody two-shoes in the officialdom for half a lifetime. Due to the misconduct of his daughter Liang Jing, he had sought connections everywhere, resulting in a significant decline in his reputation. Relationships must be repaid. In the future, if he wished to maintain a low profile, it would likely be far more challenging. Just as he felt his back growing damp from waiting, a eunuch leisurely emerged. Master Liang, the Emperor requests your presence. Liang Zi wiped the sweat from his brow, adjusted his official robes, and stepped inside with small, cautious strides. Within the room, a gauzy curtain obscured the view. The Emperor reclined on a couch engrossed in a scroll, completely ignoring Liang Zi. Liang Zi, pay my respects to your majesty. Liang Zi knelt, seeing the Emperor unresponsive, too afraid to speak, remaining silent as he awaited the Emperor's words. His knees grew sore from kneeling, and finally the emperor spoke in a rather indifferent tone. "Rise, Master Liang." Liang Zi expressed his gratitude, trembling as he stood awaiting the emperor's inquiry. "Is it regarding your daughter's marriage?" The emperor asked, his gaze still fixed on the pages of the book, his expression devoid of emotion. "Yes, your majesty." Liang Zi swallowed hard, responding truthfully. The emperor had merely issued a decree regarding Liang Jing's betrothal. Without widely disseminating the news, however, it spread among the influential. Coupled with Liang Zi's wanderings, it inevitably sparked a flurry of discussions. Privately, many believed that a prince of humble origins marrying the daughter of the vice president of Yingtian Academy was indeed an ill match. The Great Zhou was founded on martial prowess. Even as a prince, his esteemed status was subordinate to strength. This held true not only in the imperial court but also among the common folk. If he were a weakling despite his royal blood, he would still be looked down upon. Matters of public sentiment were beyond the emperor's control, especially with news from the ancestral court indicating that Li Changqing was of mortal constitution. Destined to remain a mere mortal throughout his life, he was almost deemed useless. This undoubtedly bolstered Liang Zi's confidence in marrying Liang Jing, perhaps a sign of the emperor's protection of Li Changqing. However, upon receiving the edict, Li Changqing appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The scions of the aristocracy were indignant, as both strength and status far surpassed Li Changqing's. What right did he have to wed an exceptional lady like Liang Jing? Envy brewed, and they rallied in support of Liang Zi's request for an annulment, covertly assisting him in this endeavor. "Do you believe the sixth prince is unworthy of your daughter?" the emperor inquired softly. No, your majesty, it is my daughter who cannot aspire to the sixth prince." Liang Zi was instantly rendered speechless. The emperor's authority was palpable, and despite the calmness of his tone, it resonated deeply, nearly causing him to lose control. "I have heard the rumors circulating, Master Liang, why not elaborate?" The emperor sat up. Liang Zi, mustering his courage, recounted everything with utmost tact. Within the palace, he professed his loyalty to the court while occasionally lamenting his plight. Whereas in a narrow alley of the capital, an ancient resonant hum filled the space. Through the door, Chuihao's magical artifact trembled in response to the sound, prompting him to hastily channel his spiritual energy to suppress it. How could he possess such a formidable artifact? Chuihao's thoughts were in turmoil, bewildered by the sixth prince's hidden prowess. His own artifact, being of the 8th rank, was already considered high quality, yet was so significantly affected by the residual vibrations of the sound. Just how powerful must Li Changqing's artifact be? He had only learned that Li Changqing had violated the sect's regulations and was forced to withdraw, had the divine general not arrived in time. The sixth prince might no longer exist. Could a former disciple truly wield such an artifact? In truth, this was merely a message intentionally released by the Divine King's sect. After all, family disgrace must not be aired, as exposing it would tarnish the sect's reputation. "Chui Lang, could there be unexpected developments?" Liang Jing expressed her concern, fully aware of the formidable power of the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, given her status as a practitioner of the Divine Concealment realm. "Absolutely not." Chuihao's expression, once calm, now turned increasingly sinister as he suddenly realized that the seemingly useless prince was merely playing the fool, hiding a depth of strength that was unfathomable. Tonight, he could not afford to let him live. Even if he were reluctantly forced into a rival's role, he must eliminate him. Xin Xian had brought along formidable cultivators, including 2 experts of the divine travel realm. Even with his artifact, he would not stand a chance. Chuihao brandished his weapon, ever ready to deliver a lethal blow. Li Changqing activated the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, shattering several waves of energy, causing the minds of the cultivators of the Divine Concealment realm to splatter. The walls on either side became drenched in crimson. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his comrades, Xin Xian suddenly felt a wave of unease. With his prowess in the Divine Passage realm, how could he possibly unleash a sacred level technique? Moreover, judging by the sword's momentum, it seemed to have reached perfection. Could it be that the ancestral court's evaluation of him had been flawed, that he was not of mortal constitution? In the arena, only 2 cultivators of the divine travel realm remained, unprepared for Li Changqing's ferocious combat strength, as he unleashed his full cultivation, pressing forward with relentless force. Li Changqing, facing 2 opponents, gradually felt the strain. The veins in his neck bulged. "It is your turn." He spoke to the fragmentary bell at his waist. Instantly, amidst the flying pressure, a thin mist emerged, from which a lithe figure walked forth, veiled in delicate gauze. She moved slowly, exuding an aura of profound temptation and languor, yet, the murderous intent and predatory gaze she bore sent chills down one's spine. The two divine travel cultivators were taken aback, trembling uncontrollably. Stammering, "G Great Saint," as they witnessed the rising aura of Bai Ji, terror seeped into their very pores. Challenging the realm of the Great Saint was akin to courting death. They lacked the courage to confront him, only wishing to flee, but as they turned, two alabaster hands had already reached for them. Shadows enveloped them from all sides, accompanied by an enchanting laughter that raised the hairs on their bodies. A voice echoing from their souls, "It is over." In an instant, the sound of shattering flesh resounded, their bodies fracturing into countless pieces within mere moments. So swift was their demise that they had no time to scream. "Chui Lang, what transpired outside?" Liang Jing asked, straining to hear the faint sounds of shattering, utterly unaware of what had occurred. It was this uncertainty that filled her with dread. Chui Hao's brow furrowed, shaking his head repeatedly. The fog had obscured his artifact, rendering him blind to the unfolding events. Anxiety began to swell within him. That fool Chen Qian, had he forgotten the prearranged signal? Prior to ambushing Li Changqing, they had agreed that Chen Qian would provide him with a signal, prompting him to rush out and eliminate Li Changqing. Then, they would conspire to testify that Li Changqing had practiced evil techniques and harbored ill will against Chen Qian, leading to an act of self-defense resulting in Li Changqing's death. Now he was wide awake yet as blind as a bat. Outside, Li Changqing remained unperturbed, channeling the devouring heaven demon technique, consuming the essence and bloodlines of the slain cultivators, subsequently casting their souls into the divine Dragon King's cauldron. Chen Qian, in a bid for absolute certainty, had deliberately summoned the most powerful cultivators from his residence, only to become sustenance for Li Changqing. As their physiques and bloodlines were absorbed, his Dantian's energy surged wildly, breaking open broad channels and propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine passage realm. Li Changqing could no longer contain the explosive energy within, releasing a torrent that reverberated through his organs, instantly breaking through to the 8th layer of the divine passage realm, shooting forth two beams of brilliance. The breakthrough unleashed a cyclone of air, dissipating the mist. Bai Ji, having acquired several bodies of cultivators above the divine concealment realm, returned contentedly to the fragmentary bell. Meanwhile, Chen Qian found himself pinned against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. His earlier arrogance completely evaporated. Li Changqing, sword in hand, advanced step by step, each stride summoning a gust of wind, casting ominous shadows as if the harbinger of death. "Stop, do not approach." Chen Qian finally felt fear, his body hair standing on end. "I am the young lord of the Marquis of Yangwu, you know." "I almost forgot. I genuinely thought you were the heavenly king." Li Changqing scoffed. "Is this still the young lord I once knew? My grandfather is." Chen Qian, seeing the intensifying malice in Li Changqing's gaze, realized he could not utter another word. He had intended to invoke his grandfather's name, but halted. At that moment, he profoundly understood that the 6th prince before him was no mere man but a demon. Indifferent to who his grandfather was. "6th, your highness, spare my life." Chen Qian slumped against the wall. Any person faced with death would exhibit the same cowardice. No matter his status as a noble or young lord. "You just stated that on my first day in the capital, I was not even worthy to be a dog. Is that so?" Li Changqing's eyelids drooped as he looked down at him. Chapter 33, Caught in the Act, Still Dare to Quibble. "No, it is not." Chen Qian's every pore quivered. Logically, as a descendant of a military family, he should possess some semblance of courage inherited from his ancestors. Even in the face of life and death, one would not be reduced to a quivering coward. However, placed in his circumstances, it was easy to comprehend. Merely surviving the encounter was already a stroke of fortune. What Li Changqing bestowed upon Chen Qian was not only fear. The overwhelming might he exuded was sufficient to penetrate the very soul, shattering all of Chen Qian's sense of superiority and belief. As every halo of privilege around Chen Qian shattered, he was revealed to be nothing more than an ordinary base ruffian. "6th prince, I was blind and have offended you. I implore you to show mercy. Whatever you desire, I will grant you." He wept bitterly, his mind racing with thoughts as he sought to offer any virtuous deeds he had ever performed in hopes of a sliver of mercy from the heavens. Yet, absurdly, in nearly 20 years, not a single righteous act was worthy of divine favor, leaving him utterly lost. "What you possess, I shall acquire in the future. Do you think I need your charity?" Li Changqing replied with indifference. He had once basked in glory, conquering vast territories, with countless treasures passing before him, never lingering even a moment, all given to the disciples and followers of the divine King's sect in this second life. He understood that all was but fleeting. To the strong, the world is theirs for the taking, regardless of status, identity, or treasures. Whatever he desired, he could seize at any moment. The present Chen Chen, in the most degrading manner, begged for his life, no longer qualified to enter Li Changqing's gaze. What he once prided himself on had been utterly obliterated. This man was now a waste. Even if he lived, he would be a mere shell of a man. To kill you or not to kill you is of little consequence to me. I merely lament your fate. A young lord, treated as a pawn, manipulated at will. Li Changqing lost interest in Chen Xian. A mere pile of discarded flesh, for he posed no threat for him. Slaughter was merely a means, not an end. To annihilate a notorious young lord of the capital would be enough to instill fear in those lurking vipers. Chen Xian's survival would serve as a sword suspended over the heads of the aristocracy, a constant reminder that a prince is indeed a prince, and even in destitution, he remains a prince. Li Changqing shifted his gaze to the door, behind which lay the instigator of today's alley conflict. Young lord, even if you were to die, you would remain oblivious to the manner of your demise. Then, what significance does your existence hold? Li Changqing let out a cold snort, addressing the void ahead as he strode towards the door, exuding an overwhelming aura that suffocated the atmosphere of the alley to its utmost. Cui Lang, could he truly perceive our presence? Despite the barrier of a door, Liang Jing could still feel Li Changqing's piercing gaze, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She had never witnessed, in an instant, 6 lives extinguished without a trace. Who but a demon could accomplish such a feat? It cannot be. This is utterly impossible. Cui Hao seemed resolute, his tone betraying a desperate self-reassurance. Just moments ago, he had contemplated rushing out to end Li Changqing with a single stroke of his sword. But upon witnessing the demise of the 2 formidable masters of the Divine Wanderer realm, he hesitated, discarding his impractical thoughts. How those 2 masters perished remained a mystery to him. Who knows what hidden cards Li Changqing still holds? His formerly steadfast beliefs now crumbled into fragility as the magical artifact quivered incessantly, its power gradually eroded. Panic seized him. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed. Cui Hao beheld a flickering shadow of a tripod. Trembling as if a voice from the heavens reverberated, disturbing his very soul. Li Changqing's visage suddenly appeared before him, calm yet sharp, radiating confidence and a ruthless decisiveness, particularly with the bloodied sword he grasped, which was a sight to behold. Liang Jing, unable to withstand her inner terror, let out a shriek and flung herself into Cui Hao's embrace, akin to a frightened kitten. At last, Li Changqing had identified the conspirators lurking in the shadows. Narrowing his eyes as he regarded Cui Hao, then shifting his gaze to Liang Jing. Young lord, you are acquainted with these 2, are you not? It is he who incited me to assassinate His Highness. I have been but a pawn in another's game. Chen Xian appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, pointing an accusatory finger at Cui Hao, unleashing a torrent of despair. Cui Hao's fierce gaze pierced through Chen Xian. Inwardly cursing the inept fool, what had once been a meticulously crafted plan lay in ruins, and he abruptly realized that this was not Chen Xian's fault, but rather his own underestimation of Li Changqing that had led to today's debacle. Who is he? Li Changqing stood directly before Cui Hao, his eyes fixed upon him, yet he posed no inquiries, instead addressing Chen Xian. He is Cui Hao, 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division. That woman is Liang Zi's daughter, the vice president of the Yingtian Academy. Liang Jing. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Changqing's eyes. She is the betrothed bestowed upon me by the emperor. Indeed, it is she. The affair between Cui Hao and Liang Jing had long ceased to be a secret among their elite circle, a piece of gossip Cui Hao himself had disseminated. As he listened to Chen Xian's reproaches, a myriad of exceedingly complex emotions surfaced within Cui Hao. The scheme to coerce Liang Zi felt as though it had come full circle back to ensnare him, upon hearing his identity. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Li Changqing's lips. A mere 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division dares to plot against a prince. Just how insignificant is this so-called 6th prince? And this fiancée, whom I have only heard of through imperial decree, who has neither entered my home nor met me, am I to wear the green cap? Liang miss, such habits are rather unbecoming. Li Changqing found the situation laughable. Within the Divine King's sect, he had been betrayed by a comrade of 2 decades, and upon entering the capital, his unseen fiancée had betrayed him as well. In moments of vulnerability, it seemed as though all would abandon him. When one is impoverished in a bustling city, none inquire, yet when one is wealthy in the depths of mountains, even distant relatives appear. The stark reality had imparted a lesson upon him. Li Changqing, with a composure as deep as the mountains, radiated an imposing aura in stark contrast to Cui Hao, whose scalp prickled with tension merely passing by. I happened to witness your highness under siege, hence I came to your aid. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. Cui Hao spoke with his head lowered, yet his eyes burned with indignation. Veins protruding from his neck. As a rival, he yearned to crush Li Changqing with sheer strength, forcing him to kneel and plead for mercy before the woman he adored, yet, regrettably, he lacked the assurance of victory. Moreover, he felt dwarfed by the noble blood coursing through Li Changqing's veins, his subconscious sinking into a state of self-deprecation. And now, you wish to depart. Just moments ago, it seemed that the young lord had indicated the matter was far from settled. Does Cui Baitu intend to offer no explanations? Li Changqing stepped forward, blocking his path. The commoner feels unwell, and the hour grows late. I implore your Sixth Highness to grant us a moment's respite. Liang Jing, trembling with anxiety, desperately sought to flee, her voice quivering. As the fiancée of the sixth prince, being cornered here by her betrothed alongside her lover was a source of profound shame. I would indeed wish to grant you a respite, yet it seems this Cui Baitu was disinclined to offer me any. Li Changqing cast a scornful glance, disregarding Cui Hao entirely. Cui Hao gritted his teeth, his face pale, questioning why the sixth prince would utter such words. Today was merely a chance encounter, and he must not overthink it. You speak nonsense. It was you who incited me to assassinate the sixth prince. So that you might be with Liang Jing, Chen Xian exclaimed vehemently as the truth unraveled, revealing Cui Hao's attempts to distance himself, leaving him to fend for himself. So it is clear, if I perish, you two wretched lovers shall live unabashedly. Is that not so? Li Changqing, as if catching them in the act, towered above them. Sixth prince, I urge you to choose your words with caution. Cui Hao was enveloped in a palpable tension. On the brink of eruption. He had known Liang Jing before. How had they become the wretched couple? Clearly, it was Li Changqing who had emerged to ruin his plans. The intense jealousy and unbearable frustration simmered within him, akin to being scorched by flames. I am a prince. Must I contemplate the repercussions of speaking with a mere 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division? Li Changqing relentlessly provoked Cui Hao. You just happened to pass by, and yet fortuitously found yourselves embracing behind this door. Is it the wind in this alley that is too fierce, or has Miss Liang suddenly succumbed to desire? Each word cut like a blade, causing the expressions of both Cui and Liang to grow increasingly mortified, wishing they could burrow into the earth. Liang Jing, a renowned socialite of the capital, found herself humiliated by Li Changqing's derision. Likening her to a mere dog, she could no longer endure. Cui Lang and I share mutual affection. Sixth prince, your words are exceedingly harsh. You have intruded upon our bond, ruining our destiny. Liang Jing, in a moment of folly, berated Li Changqing, completely oblivious to the deceased cultivators in the alley and Li Changqing's status not only as a prince but also as her rightful fiancé. Chapter 34, The Divine Wanderer Realm? It must be a grand supplement. What a tale of mutual affection. Li Changqing cast a frosty gaze. So because you share mutual affection, I must perish? He was curious as to how she could utter such shameless words. Willing to sacrifice a prince for the sake of a clandestine liaison, Cui Hao felt a surge of anger. His mind had raced to prepare a suitable response, only to be interrupted by Liang Jing's reckless outburst, rendering his efforts futile. A sixth prince, you have wandered the world for 20 years. We have never met, nor do we know each other. Can a single imperial decree truly sever the bond between two lovers? Liang Jing, in a fit of defiance, unleashed her pent-up grievances. The royal family is too tyrannical. Must I ruin my entire life for this absurd decree? Cui Hao's face contorted in disgust. He abhorred this situation. Yet Liang Jing's reckless words were ill-timed. It would be prudent to extricate themselves from this predicament. Any matters could be dealt with later. Why exacerbate the tension? Yet under Li Changqing's piercing gaze, he dared not intervene. Well said. Li Changqing clapped his hands. You are heartless. I am ungrateful. Our union was always absurd. I had intended to settle down in the capital and then annul this engagement. Ah, Cui and Liang gasped in disbelief. Sixth prince, is this truly your intention? If so, everything we have done is in vain. Their expressions reflecting a complex array of emotions. Perhaps they had been too hasty. Why provoke him? Liang Jing swiftly adopted a new demeanor. Sixth prince, if that is the case, however, I have changed my mind. Li Changqing interjected. Since you have harbored murderous intent against me, how could I allow an enemy to remain at large? Better to keep you close. From now on, you shall be but a concubine, never to be the prince's wife, and regardless of how many concubines I take, you shall always be the last. we shall have no conjugal relations. And you shall not step beyond the gates of the sixth prince's residence, destined to live and die within." His eyes brimmed with disdain. The origin of this debacle lay in that imperial decree. With him, too, being maneuvered like a mere pawn, instead of seeking the root of the problem, Cui and Liang had contrived to eliminate him, their intentions exceedingly malicious, this pair of wretched lovers, along with several elder brothers and the powerful figures in court, likely shared the same mindset, believing his very existence was a transgression, deserving of wandering the world, forever ignorant of his lineage. On the day he entered the capital, there were those who sought to oppress him. And these lofty individuals stood idly by. They seemed to have forgotten that he was the son of Xin Fei, the emperor's own flesh and blood. Sixth prince, your heart is far too malicious. Should you refuse to dissolve the engagement, I would rather die than wed you." Liang Jing, having briefly entertained hope, found it shattered by Li Changqing, as if she were but a pawn in his game, and could not help but unleash her wrath. She looked at Cui Hao. In this life, there was but one man for her, the one before her, the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division. Li Changqing's tone grew stern. "You defy the imperial decree, dishonoring the great Zhou royal family. Do you believe I could slay you in an instant, with none daring to champion your cause?" Each word was sharp as a blade, rendering Liang Jing's complexion pale. At a loss for words, "Your Highness, although Miss Liang and I share mutual affection, our relationship remains pure and untainted. We have not engaged in any impropriety. It is truly excessive for you to hurl accusations of debauchery at us." At this moment, the suppressed fury within Cui Hao erupted. Liang Jing's trust bestowed upon him immense courage. She was right. "How dare you, a mere prince, attempt to disrupt our happiness?" Cui Hao refused to accept such fate. "So is your plan to conspire to kill me?" Li Changqing, with a menacing demeanor, retorted sharply, his royal authority pressing down upon Cui Hao. "Indeed, I do intend to kill you," Cui Hao declared with righteous indignation. Unable to tolerate Li Changqing's condescending attitude, which rendered him as insignificant as an insect, over the years, he had clawed his way up from a commoner to a 100-man captain in the Demon Suppression Division. All to escape his lowly status. Li Changqing's disdain cut deeply, and Cui Hao's vision began to blur, showing signs of madness. Liang Jing, in contrast, felt fear. Since their acquaintance, Cui Hao had always appeared composed in the face of any challenge. Never before had he lost his composure to such a degree. She scarcely recognized him. Cui Lang." Liang Jing's voice trembled, stuttering. "Do not fear him. What is he but a pretentious prince, a wild child picked up from who knows where, within the realm of spirits, who regards him as a prince?" Cui Hao unleashed his frustrations. Li Changqing's stance was evidently clear. There would be no reconciliation, thus he would tear the mask off civility. "Just because no one acknowledges me as a prince, does that mean I am not one? You are merely a 100-man captain. What audacity grants you the right to speak such words?" Li Changqing, unfazed by Cui Hao's outburst, merely stated the facts. As if everyone regards you as a 100-man captain, that is precisely what you are. No one will ever recognize you as a prince, and therein lies the chasm between us. Cui Hao's resentment intensified. He would never allow Li Changqing to walk out of this alley alive, not after being so scorned by his rival. So I shall ensure that this prince vanishes from this world forever. To show you that a powerless prince holds no comparison to my authority as a 100-man captain, although Chen Xian had been defeated and leaned against the wall like a dead dog. The alley had been meticulously arranged beforehand, with no one present. Even if he killed Li Changqing, he could spin any tale he wished afterward. Li Changqing regarded him with suspicion. A 100-man captain in the Demon Suppression Division should be formidable and not so easily rattled. At this moment, the fragmented sky bell trembled slightly. He bore a legacy. The protector was lurking in the shadows. Bai Ji keenly sensed an unusual aura. The protector would not reveal themselves unless in dire circumstances. So that was it. No wonder he appeared so unyielding. Li Changqing's interest in Cui Hao piqued. With his demonic eyes, he scanned him, discovering that he possessed a top-tier diamond shield body. Should it be consumed, it would surely serve as an exceptional tonic. "With your words, I shall certainly slay you." With that, he thrust forth his sword. The heavenly river of the myriad forms sword technique cascaded down, transforming into a torrential rain of swords. Li Changqing did not comprehend Cui Hao's techniques, but deduced from his physique that he must be a body cultivator. First, he would ensnare him with the heavenly river, then shatter his defenses, as the flood of sword light descended. Cui Hao's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated such a formidable sword intent from Li Changqing. Based on his knowledge, the opponents he had previously faced, such as Chen Xian, were not particularly powerful cultivators. Even the two soul-traveling realm practitioners he had just slain relied on their magical artifacts. His own strength did not seem overwhelmingly strong. Chen Xian, propped against the wall, felt a flicker of hope. The sword intent was complete, he exclaimed inwardly, his tone laced with barely contained awe. More so, he felt a glimmer of chance. Just moments ago, Cui Hao had harbored murderous intent toward Li Changqing, out of fear. He had refrained from colluding with him, which was undoubtedly his wisest decision. Anyone capable of mastering a technique to such perfection, especially one as extraordinary as the sacred rank, was undoubtedly a genius. With a single move of his sword technique, Chen Xian concluded that this sixth prince possessed a swordsmanship talent that was truly 1 in 10,000. Cui Hao roared, golden light erupting from his body, rendering him as formidable as a wall of bronze and iron. 9 turns golden body, let us see how you shall break it. Having said that, he laughed heartily, swinging his fist with the accompanying 9 turns golden body fist technique, mountain splitter fist. The air crackled with sounds of impact. The force of the mountain splitter fist shattered Li Changqing's myriad form sword intent layer by layer. Soul-traveling realm, Li Changqing found this surprising. His initial judgment had led him to believe Cui Hao was merely in the soul-traveling mortal realm. Yet now he was even more intrigued by him. No wonder he garnered attention within the Demon Suppression Division. It turned out he had already entered the ranks of significant cultivators. After the soul-traveling realm comes the celestial realm, and beyond that lies the path to sainthood. It seems the Demon Suppression Division intends to cultivate another saint. Alas, he had the misfortune of encountering Li Changqing today. Soon after, several streams of sword intent fell like meteors from the heavens. And as the myriad form sword technique filled the alley, the Divine Dragon King's cauldron was activated. A resounding crash echoed. The force of the mountain splitter fist was shattered, the sound resonating like a spear, incessantly assaulting Cui Hao's 9 turns golden body. The golden light surrounding Cui Hao dimmed, his awareness momentarily fading. The 9 turns golden body was a sacred rank technique, the strongest defensive technique in the world. Impervious to ordinary magical artifacts, the Divine Dragon King's cauldron in Li Changqing's hand was clearly of sacred rank, albeit of inferior quality, and his cultivation level could not fully unleash the cauldron's power. This bizarre phenomenon exceeded his understanding. Observing the weakening of the 9 turns golden body, Li Changqing executed a piercing blade technique, thrusting directly forward like a comet racing toward the moon, with a thunderous boom. The impact reverberated. Cui Hao staggered back in shock, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The 9 turns golden body was beginning to show cracks. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron wielded by Li Changqing was an ancient legacy obtained from the void. It could not be judged by ordinary standards. Even with his cultivation in the divine powers realm, he could still breach Cui Hao's soul-traveling realm aura. Cui Hao's expression twisted with rage, golden light shooting from his eyes as he frantically circulated his physique. Just as Li Changqing's sword intent descended once more, this strike bore the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones. If Cui Hao did not summon a more potent technique, his 9 turns golden body would be utterly destroyed. Not so fast, a voice suddenly descended from the air, reverberating like thunder. In an instant, a formidable aura materialized between Li Changqing and Cui Hao, forcibly separating the two. Under the Emperor's domain, who dares to oppose the Demon Suppression Division? Who grants you such audacity? Chapter 35. Commander Yutsang, a man who knows no bounds. Li Changqing sheathed his sword, gazing skyward. 7 or 8 individuals clad in formal attire descended like meteorites, stirring up clouds of dust as they rested their hands upon their sword hilts. Following that, a tremendous sound erupted as a large figure descended from the clouds like a fluttering leaf. Upon seeing the leader, Cui Hao's face lit up with joy, as if he had spotted a lifeline. And he loudly saluted. Cui Hao of the Demon Suppression Division greets Commander Yu. The leader was a high-ranking official of the Demon Suppression Division, a commander named Yutsang, one of the 8 commanders in the division. The highest-ranking official aside from the director and the deputy commanders. As he landed, Yutsang scrutinized Cui Hao, exclaiming, "You have broken through to the soul-traveling realm. Well done, a promising student indeed." The cultivation of the soul-traveling realm was not only befitting a 100-man captain in the Demon Suppression Division. It would also suit a 1,000-man captain. Seeing his prodigy achieve such success brought Yutsang immense satisfaction. Cui Hao pulled Liang Jing closer and approached, saying, "I owe my gratitude to Commander Yu and Commander Yu for your meticulous guidance." With that, he shot a cold glance at Li Changqing, the confidence that had been shattered by the Divine Dragon King's cauldron returning to him. Following his gaze, Yutsang looked over. Li Changqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura that surpassed his own. A high-level cultivator in the divine powers realm, Yu Tsang felt a tremor run through his body, and a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Our great Zhou is truly prosperous. Producing talents like you at such a young age, it is indeed rare. However, Yu Tsang was perplexed. Cui, how is it that a cultivator in the divine powers realm can corner you, a practitioner of the soul-traveling realm? Cui Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment. The outcome had yet to be determined. Commander, you held him in too high regard. The reason he could compete with me was due to his magical artifact and demonic techniques. Is he a demon? A glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Yu Tsang's eyes. Li Changqing merely lifted his eyelids, dissipating the killing intent like mist. The bloodshed he had endured in the past was far beyond what Yu Tsang could compare. I am Li Changqing, the sixth prince of the Great Zhou Empire. Since you are the commander, you should preside over the matter fairly, Li Changqing stated indifferently, dismissing the need for a rebuttal. The Demon Suppression Division's reach was extensive. Yu Tsang would surely be aware of his identity. To deliberately label him as a demon was likely an attempt to frame Cui Hao's actions tonight as a routine operation of the division. He is the sixth prince. Yu Tsang's killing intent was quelled. He regained composure in the blink of an eye, feigning surprise as he turned to Cui Hao. I have heard rumors recently that a sixth prince has arrived in the capital and accomplished several significant feats. Could it be you? Yes, Commander, you. He is indeed the sixth prince. Today's events are merely coincidences, a misunderstanding. I implore you to see clearly. Cui Hao, emboldened, cast a provocative glance at Li Changqing. The significant deeds mentioned by Yu Tsang were merely the beating of Chen Xian and the execution of the songstress sent by the fifth prince. None of these were truly noteworthy. Was it truly a coincidence? I think not. A smile crept upon Li Changqing's lips. Timing is everything, and had Yu Tsang not appeared earlier or later, Cui Hao's 9 turns golden body would have been shattered. It seems Yu Tsang is here to extract someone. To dare shield a prince from the capital crime of murder. It appears the Demon Suppression Division has indeed become lawless. Young Marquis, perhaps you should explain. Li Changqing seized Chen Xian, who was no longer the defiant little tyrant of the capital but rather a mere puppet. Is this the young Marquis of the brave Martial Marquis' estate? Yu Tsang scrutinized him closely, confirming multiple times that the individual before him could only be the young Marquis Chen Xian, who has inflicted such injuries upon you. A trace of shock inadvertently flickered in his eyes. Chen Qianghao was one of the most powerful nobles in the capital, and Chen Xian had always been arrogant and overbearing, even causing princes to shake their heads and retreat. In this current state, akin to a bereft dog, he was dragged over by Li Changqing as if he were a mere chick. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. Even under duress, it was I who struck. The young lord was incited by others and thus fell into a misunderstanding with me, so I sought to bring him to his senses. Li Changqing spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Viewing the young lord of the brave Martial Duke's mansion as insignificant. As for the Demon Suppression Division, he paid no heed. Yu Tsang could not help but swallow hard. He had only received word that Cui Hao was in danger, prompting his hasty arrival, unaware that Chen Xian was also present. A grave expression crept across his face. With the young lord of the brave Martial Duke's mansion in attendance, he could not afford to turn a blind eye. When the time came for Changha to inquire, he would need a plausible explanation. Moreover, this sixth prince, lacking decorum, displayed excessive arrogance before the head of the Demon Suppression Division. Even a favored prince would at least show respect to 3 of them. Young lord, what on earth is happening? It would be best to speak plainly. Yu Tsang shall certainly seek justice on your behalf. His tone was heavy, seemingly hinting at deeper implications. Li Changqing, astute as ever, immediately discerned the underlying message. He sought to have Chen Xian align with Cui Hao. With him, the head of the Demon Suppression Division present, Chen Xian's safety would be assured, and he could reclaim lost honor. Chen Xian resembled a plucked phoenix, utterly devoid of spirit. In former times, he would have dismissed the head of the Demon Suppression Division entirely. Now, having lost his 7 souls and 6 spirits, he clung to a single belief: survival. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Li Changqing, his demeanor composed, as if indifferent to whether he would betray him or remain loyal. The assassination of the sixth prince was indeed instigated by Cui Hao. Should Li Changqing be killed, he could reclaim that territory, cleanse himself of past humiliation, and simultaneously facilitate the clandestine affair between Cui Hao and Liang Jing, a twofold benefit. After much internal struggle, Chen Xian resolved to speak the truth. His fear of Li Changqing was deeply ingrained, and he dared not fabricate accusations. Furthermore, after skirting the edge of death, his mind seemed clearer. Even if he were to falsely accuse Li Changqing, Yu Tsang would not dare to harm a sitting prince. He was certain that even if Yu Tsong wished to kill, he lacked the capability. Though Yu Tsong's cultivation surpassed Li Changqing's, the secrets surrounding the sixth prince were too numerous. Even a sage might not be able to slay him. Accusations were merely fabrications. Cui Hao grew anxious at once. He had never anticipated the extent of Li Changqing's influence, transforming Chen Qian, a local tyrant, into a compliant lamb. However, the scales of victory had already tipped in Yu Tsong's favor upon his arrival. Regardless of Chen Qian's statements, truth would forever reside in the hands of the powerful. Commander Yu, the young lord, has been intimidated by Li Changqing and is now in a state of confusion. His words cannot be taken at face value. Yu Tsong understood and seized the opportunity. Your Highness, I perceive that the young lord is in poor spirits and may indeed be speaking nonsensically. Our Demon Suppression Division is the guardian force of the nation, loyal to His Majesty. Since Cui Hao is aware of your princely status, he would not dare to ambush you. This is likely a misunderstanding. Li Changqing had anticipated this bias. Then what shall we say about my fiancée's secret meetings with Cui Hao? Such an affront to the royal dignity cannot simply be overlooked. Is there such an incident? Yu Tsong turned and questioned sharply. Absolutely not. Cui Hao lied through gritted teeth, casting a glance at Liang Jing to restrain her emotions and prevent her from speaking out of turn. I have previously studied at the Yingtian Academy. Miss Liang is the daughter of Vice President Liang Zi. I happened upon her this evening and exchanged a few words, intending to escort her home, when we coincidentally encountered the ambush on the sixth prince. Yu Tsong nodded. I am aware of your studies at Yingtian Academy, thus your explanation holds merit. He turned his attention to the matter at hand, offering a perfunctory remark. Your Highness, the situation is now clear. It is a mere misunderstanding. I surmise the young lord, having had a quarrel with the sixth prince a few days prior, was unable to contain his emotions and acted out of desperation. Why not let bygones be bygones? We are all in the capital, after all. It is not wise to harbor animosity, wouldn't you agree? Li Changqing let out a cold laugh. The design to frame and murder a prince had been brushed aside so lightly. Reduced to a mere youthful quarrel, the Demon Suppression Division certainly prides itself on its impartiality. What if I refuse to let this matter rest? Li Changqing glared at Yu Tsang, seeking to probe the standing of the Demon Suppression Division within the capital and its true power. Your Highness must not press the matter. The Demon Suppression Division cannot act so hastily or allow me to conduct an investigation, and I shall provide you with a report. Yu Tsang spoke with an air of disdain rather than politeness, openly indicating his intent to dismiss the issue and not allowing Li Changqing to interject. The implication here is that tonight's events shall be forgotten. Li Changqing questioned, displeased. Yu Tsong laughed heartily. Your Highness is unaware. The Demon Suppression Division operates differently from other offices, reporting directly to His Majesty, and other departments must not interfere, even if it involves a prince. Li Changqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Yu Tsong remained unperturbed, meeting Li Changqing's gaze with unwavering resolve. Even if it involves a prince, regardless of how formidable his influence may be, it is all for naught, for the backing of the Demon Suppression Division is His Majesty himself. Thus, I cannot take your Highness's word alone. I must investigate thoroughly and will present the compiled documents to you afterward. Li Changqing understood the implications. Even a powerful prince could not sway the Demon Suppression Division, let alone a newly emerged prince still reeking of the earth. However, when a prince and the Demon Suppression Division stood side by side, even the most basic fairness became difficult to guarantee, revealing a blatant bias. Li Changqing quickly realized that the claim of loyalty solely to the emperor, free from the influence of other factions, was far from the truth. The internal rot of the Demon Suppression Division was likely already extensive. Allow me to speculate. The final outcome will be to downplay the situation, reducing major issues to trivial matters, while those who sought my demise continue to thrive, leaving me, the sixth prince, utterly humiliated and ridiculed throughout the capital. Li Changqing unleashed a surge of energy, imbued with the essence of the celestial devouring demon technique and the power of the divine Dragon King's cauldron. It is hardly a significant matter. Yu Tsang responded with casual indifference, pushing back with his own aura, only to realize he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, hastily exerting more strength. Li Changqing tested Yu Tsang's depth before retracting his force, while Yu Tsang's expression shifted suddenly, prompting him to quickly withdraw his own energy. The ebb and flow transpired in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Yu Tsang felt a tremor course through his body, his face betraying a hint of ferocity. Had he not reined in his aura, it would have fully surged towards Li Changqing, placing him under suspicion of attempting to murder a prince. In that instant, Yu Tsang contemplated the notion of simply going along with it and eliminating Li Changqing, yet he ultimately refrained. Li Changqing wielded a seamless blend of artifact and demonic power, signaling to him that even if he unleashed his full strength, he would still be able to retreat unscathed. Moreover, his identity as a prince made it unwise to act against him. Li Changqing's response was merely a temporary measure, nearly reversing the situation in his favor. Yu Tsang, seasoned in the political arena, almost fell into the trap. Should he be accused of attempting to murder a prince, he would have no defense. In contrast, Li Changqing maintained his composure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, effortlessly controlling the situation while harboring no fear. Your Highness possesses remarkable skills. Yu Tsang's expression darkened, yet he still offered a respectful acknowledgement, realizing this sixth prince was not as reckless and boorish as rumored. Rather, he displayed profound cunning. Since Commander Yu intends to investigate, I cannot, in my capacity as a prince, interfere with the operations of the Demon Suppression Division. Please proceed as you see fit. Li Changqing gestured for him to continue. Acknowledging the intricacies of the situation, though discontent lingered, he exchanged a knowing glance with Cui Hao, signaling that it was time to take their leave. He then inquired of Chen Xian, young lord, do you require our assistance to escort you home? No, I shall return alone. Chen Xian, thoroughly traumatized, uttered a single sentence before scrambling away. This alley felt like a hell he would never revisit in his lifetime. As he watched Yu Tsang depart with Cui Hao and Liang Jing, Li Changqing turned towards the sixth princess residence. In the ethereal chime of the fragmented bell by Ji was filled with confusion. Li Changqing, why did you let them go? This is not your usual manner of operation. This saint is of no concern. If you release me, I could easily tear him apart. The meat on the chopping block is always there. Why rush? Li Changqing mused, finding the capital increasingly intriguing. If he were to eliminate them, the matter would conclude, but he had no desire for such an immediate resolution. What exactly are you scheming? Bai Ji found Li Changqing increasingly inscrutable. When she first encountered his soul, he had been a person of pure heart. Why had he undergone such a transformation upon rebirth, becoming not only ruthless but also profoundly cunning? Even she, an ancient fox deity, felt a twinge of fear. Cui Hao has protectors. Eliminating him is no simple task. Moreover, through my demonic eye, I discerned that he possesses the legacy of a great emperor and is a practitioner of the celestial talisman path. Li Changqing recounted the details. The celestial talisman path was one of the 7 paths spoken of in ancient Eastern texts. And Cui Hao held the legacy of an emperor. Bai Ji was perplexed. Isn't that precisely advantageous? If you absorb his essence, your cultivation will surely ascend. Patience. I wish to wait until he grows stronger. A smile akin to that of a cunning old fox graced Li Changqing's face. He was intimately familiar with the type of character Cui Hao represented. After suffering a significant loss today, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. At that point, he could absorb his essence without fear of repercussions. Furthermore, this setback would compel Cui Hao to diligently pursue his cultivation. With his legacy, he would surely make rapid advancements. And at that time, his Vajra shield body would be optimal. You are truly terrifying. Bai Ji gasped, relieved to be Li Changqing's ally, for his schemes seemed solely directed at those treacherous individuals. Otherwise, even if he failed to fulfill her 3 requests, she would find herself at a loss against him. After exiting the alley, Yu Tsang felt a dampness on his back. In his esteemed position as the leader of the Demon Suppression Division and with the cultivation of a sage, it had been quite some time since anyone had exerted such profound pressure upon him. After sending Liang Jing away, Yu Tsang stated solemnly, the sixth prince is no ordinary individual. Do not provoke him again in the future. Commander Yu, although Li Changqing is a prince, he is nonetheless the son of concubine Shen, and from the moment he entered the divine capital, he has been unwelcome among the city's elite. What is there to fear? Cui Hao replied, still wearing an expression of disdain towards Li Changqing. Despite having been acknowledged as a prince for several days, he had yet to be summoned, which was indicative of the emperor's attitude. If he were to be killed, it would only bring applause from the divine capital. Short-sighted, Yu Tsang chastised, even if Li Changqing is no longer favored, he remains a prince. To take his life would be a slap in the emperor's face. The fate of princes is to perish amidst the struggles for power, not at our hands. As the leader of the Demon Suppression Division, Yu Tsang was well acquainted with the intricacies of imperial power struggles. Cui Hao fell silent, yet the murderous intent radiating from him grew ever more intense. While Yu Tsang spoke the truth, Cui Hao could not swallow the indignation festering within him, believing Yu Tsang to be overly cautious. If I were to eliminate Li Changqing, the royal relatives and concubines who have been wronged by concubine Xian would surely rally to my side. Perhaps I could even forge new alliances with the powerful. Solidifying my own ascent, noticing the shift in Cui Hao's demeanor, Yu Tsang issued a warning: Liang Jing's marriage to Li Changqing is decreed by the emperor. It would be prudent for you to refrain from entangling yourself with him. It is a perilous endeavor. Commander Yu, are you suggesting that I relinquish my woman to this contemptible prince? Cui Hao's eyes blazed with fury. My affair with Liang Jing has already spread throughout the divine capital. If I were to lose her to him, how could I maintain my standing here? Cui Hao, you are but a 100-man captain in the Demon Suppression Division. You have no business meddling in the affairs of someone of Li Changqing's stature. Not even I would dare. Yu Tsang understood his temperament well. I will find a reason to transfer you out of the capital. Once the storm has passed, you may return. Cui Hao's face darkened, and he remained silent. Yu Tsang's words struck deep. What stature does Li Changqing truly possess? Am I to be humiliated simply because he is a prince? After receiving the emperor's legacy, I have soared above the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. I have never faced such a setback. The thought of his beloved becoming another's plaything filled him with uncontainable rage. Control your emotions. He is merely a prince. The world does not revolve solely around the great Zhou. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Holy Master, the skirmish in the alley has concluded. Inside the palace, Liang Zi implored the emperor to reconsider the marriage decree. Emperor Li Zhan had heard numerous whispers, both subtle and overt, regarding Li Changqing's actions in recent days. Notably, even the most influential nobles were wary of the sixth prince's arrival in the capital. It seems I have acted rashly. Liang Daren's daughter is renowned in the divine capital. It is indeed a mismatch for her to be wed to the sixth prince. Upon hearing this, Liang Zi's face turned pale with fear, and he hastily knelt. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is my daughter who is unworthy of the prince. Your words are a great humiliation to me. Though he could not see the emperor behind the gauzy curtain, the tone suggested that there was indeed room for negotiation, and he sighed in relief. Beads of sweat trickling down to the floor. At that moment, a eunuch entered, whispering something to Li Zhan. The emperor waved his hand lightly, signaling the eunuch to withdraw. After all, he is my blood. Someone must watch over him. Liang Daren is loyal to the throne, and I trust he would not deny me this favor, would he? What? Liang Zi's expression shifted dramatically. Unsure of what had transpired, the emperor's words had taken a sudden turn, leaving him anxious and unsettled. However, with Li Zhan having said this, he dared not voice any objections. His eyes filled with disappointment. I would not dare. Good. In this secluded palace, the curtains on the bed fluttered as if moved by an unseen force, exuding an aura of imperial might. Then let us further inconvenience Liang Daren. Let his daughter become a concubine to the sixth prince. Liang Zi was struck as if by lightning, trembling all over. What? To make Liang Jing a concubine for Li Changqing? This, his face drained of color. The imperial presence emanating from behind the curtain signaled that Li Zhan was genuinely enraged. What had the eunuch whispered to him? Why had the situation worsened? Despite the powerful figures advising the emperor, the daughter of the vice president of the Yingtian Academy, to be a mere concubine, how could such absurdity befall me? Is Liang Daren unwilling? Li Zhan set down his book and sat up, inquiring softly. No, I would not dare to refuse. Liang Zi felt as though the air had been taken from him, realizing that there would be no possibility of negotiation this time. After expressing gratitude, he left in a daze. The eunuch who had whispered to him escorted him out, only to return shortly thereafter. They say accompanying the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. These people never truly understand, especially those who have served for a few days and believe themselves to be tigers. Li Zhan clenched his fist, reducing the book in his hand to dust. Eunuch Zhao Wujie offered some words of comfort. Your Majesty, do not be angered. A single stone can disrupt a multitude of paper tigers. It is a good thing. Do you mean the sixth prince is a stone? Or that the nobles are merely paper tigers? Li Zhan chuckled as Zhao Wujie grinned sheepishly. From my observations, the powerful figures in the divine capital seem quite hostile towards the sixth prince. His arrival has stirred many into action. He resembles a stone. Wujie, do you think I am being too ruthless towards the sixth prince? Li Zhan's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, the fifth princes each have their own factions deeply entwined with these nobles. The sixth prince, lacking any foundation, is indeed a commendable choice. Considering recent events, he appears to possess some of concubine Xian's former flair, but can he truly maneuver the entire divine capital on his own? Whether he can or cannot, it serves as a trial balloon. it is certainly preferable to a stagnant situation. Li Jian sighed deeply. I can only hope he does not become a person I fear. Like his mother, at this moment, Zhao Wujie dared not speak further. To Li Jian, concubine Xian was a thorn in his side. Had he heeded her advice 20 years ago, perhaps he would not have been so passive amidst the power struggles. Yet it would have shaken his authority. Li Jian chose to forsake concubine Xian. After lying low for 2 decades, the emergence of Li Changqing seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Li Jian himself could not discern whether he viewed him as a pawn or as a son. Zhao Wujie cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, if Yifei were to ask about the old servant, how should I respond? Yifei, Li Jian pondered for a moment, just recount the events. There is no need for further elaboration. I understand, Zhao Wujie replied, then casually mentioned, before the 6th prince entered the divine capital, the Department of Rights found a plot of land for him, which, unexpectedly, belonged to the young marquis of the brave martial house. The Department of Rights, I wonder if they are testing me or the 6th prince by pushing the young scion of the brave martial house forward. Li Jian scoffed, the Department of Rights has long been divided among the 5 princes. As for who initiated this ploy, I cannot be bothered to concern myself with it. When the time comes for the truth to surface, it will naturally come to light. Knowing too much only leads to trouble. Nevertheless, the 6th prince's method of handling matters has indeed exceeded my expectations. I did not foresee him being so resolute. Zhao Wujie expressed a degree of admiration for you, Zhao Wujie, to say such a thing. It seems this prince, having lived a rustic life for 2 decades, possesses some courage. He is indeed my son. Li Jian was in high spirits, but Zhao Wujie interjected, Your Majesty, the hour is late. It is time for rest. Already, Li Jian glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed quite late. Zhao Wujie withdrew, and shortly after 2 graceful women entered to serve the emperor. At this hour, the Liang residence was ablaze with light. Liang Zi had just returned home when he learned that Liang Jing had been escorted back by the Demon Suppression Division. Aside from the matter of arranging a marriage, he instructed his disciples to pay closer attention to Liang Jing's movements, insisting that she should exercise restraint. Little did he know that upon learning of her father's plea on her behalf in the palace, Liang Jing had been eagerly awaiting Liang Zi's return. Father Liang Jing looked at him with earnest anticipation, yet Liang Zi's face was ashen, and he bellowed, Have you been meeting with Cui Hao again? What on earth transpired tonight? Liang Zi, with keen insight, realized that the whispers of the eunuchs in the palace must certainly be tied to Liang Jing. Father, why are you so furious? Has His Majesty refused? Liang Jing asked anxiously. The Emperor just told me personally that you need not assume the role of a prince's consort. Is that truly the case? Father, Liang Jing exclaimed with overwhelming joy, rushing to embrace Liang Zi, convinced that her father would not allow her to fall into a pit of despair. The Emperor has ordered you to become a concubine to the 6th prince. Liang Zi pushed her away, his pent-up rage erupting, sending her crashing to the ground. After tonight, I shall become the laughingstock of all. A fine daughter I have raised, and my life of caution has culminated in this, my illustrious name tarnished by my very own flesh and blood. Liang Jing, struck as if by a thunderclap, remained motionless on the ground, forgetting to rise. Father, what do you mean, a concubine? A wave of humiliation surged through her. She sprang to her feet, indignant. How dare you make me a concubine? This is utterly intolerable. No, I must seek out Cui Lang. Panic-stricken Liang Jing recalled that Li Changqing had previously insisted she become the lowest of concubines, forbidding her from stepping outside the 6th prince's residence, even suggesting she die there. To her disbelief, nearly an hour had passed, and his words had seemingly transformed into reality. Liang Jing's first instinct was to find Cui Hao. Dare you seek out Cui Hao? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Liang family? Liang Zi roared in fury, slapping Liang Jing to the ground. He was truly enraged, and the force of his strike caused blood to trickle from her lips. Leaving a distinct handprint on her face, Liang Jing lay on the ground, her mind buzzing and blank. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her senses, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is His Majesty truly ordering me to be a concubine to the 6th prince? Is my life now ruined? Liang Zi lamented. Tell me, what transpired tonight that has so incensed His Majesty, to the point of humiliating me, the Vice President of the Yingtian Academy, by forcing you to serve as a concubine to the 6th prince? At that moment, fear gripped Liang Jing. She had misjudged the 6th prince. He was indeed a prince, even without the Emperor summoning him. His Majesty was still keenly observing his every move, and she spoke hurriedly of the events of the evening. Liang Zi stumbled, nearly falling. Have you lost your mind, daring to assassinate a prince, you wretched child? Do you wish to bring death upon the entire Liang family? In his wrath, he nearly struck her down. Father, I was wrong. Liang Jing felt the murderous intent radiating from him, hurriedly kneeling to plead for mercy, overwhelmed with regret. Why did I provoke the sixth prince without cause? If this is discovered, how will I survive? What of the hundreds of lives in the Liang household? If I perish, we all perish, do you understand? Yet the emperor has decreed that I must become a concubine to the sixth prince. If you kill me, would that not be defying the imperial order? Liang Jing clung to Liang Zi's legs, crying, Father, I do not wish to die. I am willing to be a concubine to the sixth prince. With that, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Liang Zi, filled with sorrow, replied, Now you understand that defying the emperor is punishable by death. How did you speak of it before? Liang Jing sobbed, Father, it was all arranged by Cui Hao. I merely went to the scene and did not participate. Moreover, Cui Hao has been taken away by Captain Yu. He will surely suppress this matter. At that moment, she suddenly felt disoriented. Her bond with Cui Hao seemed far less solid than she had imagined. Compared to death, it seemed to lose its significance. Liang Jing slumped to the ground. Gazing helplessly and vacantly at the sky once renowned in the capital, Liang Jing was now to be married off as a concubine, her former glory extinguished. Was her life truly to end in such a manner? Liang Zi felt utterly drained. Enough, the events have transpired, and I am powerless to change them. God, if your actions bring calamity upon the Liang residents, do not blame me for being merciless. He staggered back to his chambers. Unable to foresee the calamity that awaited the Liang family the following day, Chapter 38, The Ruthless Prince, yet beneath lies kindness, Li Changqing returned to the estate, where Lu Changle awaited him. Your Highness. You have returned. Since being appointed steward, Lu Changle had diligently organized the expansive prince's residence with great care. As the night grew late and Li Changqing had yet to return, he had been anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Finally feeling relieved upon seeing him, but he had heard of the recent events, aware that his master was surrounded by wolves, yet he insisted on carving a bloody path forward. This had led to his precarious situation, which was far from optimistic. Li Changqing nodded, his expression somewhat fatigued. Lu Changle, ever observant, noticed some slight tears in the fabric of his clothing and inquired, Your Highness, what happened here? Li Changqing looked down, noting the area Lu pointed to. It had been torn during his confrontation with Yu Tsang, a detail he had not noticed at the time. Realizing this now, he felt a surge of alarm. The cultivation of a saint was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for the backing of Bai Ji, it would have been exceedingly difficult to contend with Yu Tsang. No matter, Li Changqing replied nonchalantly as he walked toward the house. Noticing Lu Changle standing still, he turned back and asked, Is there something you need? I see you are tired. Perhaps it would be better to wait until tomorrow. Lu Changle, having toiled for years in the lower ranks, was adept at reading the room and did not wish to waste his master's rest. Come in and speak, Li Changqing said, unperturbed, beckoning him to follow. As he entered the house, Lu Changle hurriedly followed. Your Highness, I have completed the tasks you assigned me. Lu Changle pulled out 2 ledgers and handed them to Li Changqing, leaning in to say, Your Highness, this is. Li Changqing accepted the ledgers, which contained the estate's accounts and the roster of household servants. He glanced at them and then sat down. Lu Changle appeared somewhat flustered. Your Highness, there is a distinction between master and servant. I dare not presume to sit in your presence, in a world marked by strict hierarchy. Lu Changle's ability to enter Li Changqing's chamber was a significant privilege, and he felt unworthy to sit. He understood that such opportunities were rare and did not wish to jeopardize his position by breaching decorum. Moreover, he had witnessed Li Changqing's ruthlessness and knew better than to risk his life over a minor infraction. I am the sixth prince's residence. We have no such rules. Anyone who stands with me will be my brother. Sit and speak. Li Changqing's demeanor was devoid of displeasure, contrasting starkly with his attitude toward the women and former steward. He appeared entirely at ease. Lu Changle found himself momentarily dazed. The sixth prince before him was vastly different from the one he had previously known. He sat down, albeit hesitantly. Your Highness, this ledger contains the names of 12 newly summoned maidservants, 20 household servants, and 15 miscellaneous kitchen workers, totaling 48 individuals. Li Changqing remained silent as he perused the roster. Your Highness, as a prince, this estate is among the most prominent in the capital, and the number of people is indeed too few. Once the estate begins to generate income, I shall recruit more. Lu Changle said, his face tense, wiping away sweat. You arrange it. Are these people reliable? Li Changqing patted the ledger, unconcerned about the quantity. He was a cultivator who had fought his way through bloodshed and did not require servants. Your Highness, I recruited them from the nearby countryside. I have been observing them over the past few days and have found no abnormalities, Lu Chang'e added. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep a close watch. Any anomalies will be dealt with immediately. Li Changqing nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They all come from humble backgrounds. We must pay them fairly, ensure their food and accommodation are adequate, and offer rewards during festivals. If any of them are particularly diligent, we should take care of them. Lu Chang'e was momentarily stunned, as if he had misheard. After a pause, he replied with a slight choke in his voice. Yes, Your Highness. He understood all too well the hardships faced by those at the bottom and the cruelty of the upper class. Hearing Li Changqing's words brought forth a flood of past grievances. Li Changqing noticed Lu Chang'e's emotional shift, flipping through the accounts deliberately without looking at him, allowing him to process his feelings. After a moment, once Lu had regained his composure, Li Changqing spoke again. This land once belonged to Chen Xian. He managed it for many years, and there are surely people from the Yangwu marquis residence overseeing the area. Taking over now might lead to complications, Lu Chang'e replied candidly. This land is fertile, comprising 1,000 acres, with thousands more of undeveloped wasteland. The young marquis was not adept at management, hence it has remained fallow. These issues can be addressed. After all, the farmers are just that. Farmers.as for the street with approximately 100 or 200 shops. They are all merchants, deeply entrenched in the capital's networks. Li Changqing understood. No rush, we will proceed step by step. We can invite some vagrants and the unemployed to cultivate the wasteland. Reducing the rent for them. As for the shops, we will collect some rent initially. If we encounter any stubborn opposition, simply mention my name. If they still refuse to cooperate, we shall find a way to settle the matter later. Understood, Your Highness, Lu Chang'e responded promptly. I will transform this place into a treasure trove, living up to your trust. Li Changqing glanced at him, asking, Do you wish to become a cultivator? The question caught Lu Chang'e off guard. Leaving him bewildered. A cultivator? Could someone like him ever become one? The depths of the capital's waters were profound. In the eyes of the powerful, he was but an insignificant prince, and as his steward, Lu would inevitably encounter the claws of those in power. One cannot lack any cultivation. I see that your innate talent is quite commendable. I shall impart to you a few introductory techniques for you to practice gradually. When your estate flourishes, you may attract some wandering cultivators. Lu Chang'e could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees with a thud, choking back tears as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sixth Prince, for your nurturing. His entry into the Sixth Prince's residence was merely to secure a livelihood and avoid starvation on the streets. He never anticipated that, not only would he suddenly rise to the position of steward with a newfound identity and status, but he would also be granted the opportunity to learn techniques, a prospect he had never dared to dream of. Opportunities in this world are stratified. The powerful rely on their connections, the wealthy on their gold, and the talented on their patrons. As for someone like him, devoid of background, wealth, or talent, his only hope for a turnaround lay in fortuitous encounters. Such fortune comes from noble benefactors. The prince, rumored to be a ruthless killer, turned out to be his benefactor. Rise. Li Changqing was not accustomed to having anyone kneel before him. He then stood and retrieved several small volumes from the bookshelf, handing them to Lu Chang'e. Your Highness, Lu Chang'e exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Take them. I prepared these in advance for the training of the household. Li Changqing spoke nonchalantly. Since entering the residence, he had taken the time to organize several volumes of cultivation methods during his leisure. During his time at the Divine King's sect, he had perused the sacred techniques extensively and gleaned numerous insights into cultivation. The volumes in his hands were based on his own realizations. Unrelated to the Divine King's sect, he had already distanced himself from the sect and held no interest in its techniques. He possessed something far superior. Those past insights had lost their significance. Trembling, Lu Chang'e accepted the volumes, unable to articulate his gratitude. Li Changqing turned his head away and resumed his seat. If you achieve progress in your cultivation, you may pass on what you learn to the disciples of the estate. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. As you wish, Your Highness, Lu Chang'e replied hoarsely. I see that the day is drawing to a close. You should rest now, Li Changqing said. Lu Chang'e bowed and retreated. At the moment he closed the door, he noticed Lu Chang'e's body was trembling, and faint sobs could be heard from his throat. Li Changqing, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of emotions wash over him. He recalled his time in the battle hall of the Divine King sect, living and dining with the disciples, bloodied in the secret realms, where he had taught them techniques, despite the constant threat of life and death. It had been the most relaxed and hardest time for him to part with. They all possessed pure hearts, and each would shield their comrades from the blades aimed at them. Alas, all had dissipated like smoke. He and his brothers, who had once shared life and death, had parted ways. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Li Changqing's mouth as he temporarily suppressed his memories and began to cultivate. Having devoured several powerful cultivators earlier, after over an hour of integration, all fatigue was swept away, and he felt invigorated. His vast dantian was now significantly replenished. The next day, news that Liang Jing was to become Li Changqing's concubine spread rapidly among the nobility of the capital. And it was set to occur in just 5 days. Those who had once coveted Liang Jing, a prominent daughter of a noble family, lamented that such a prized flower had fallen into the hands of an insignificant pig. Her affair with Cui Hao was somewhat understandable, as the Demon Suppression Division was under the direct command of the Emperor, and Cui Hao was a rising star now. However, the daughter of the deputy head of the Yingtian Academy was to become a concubine to a mere 6th prince, who had risen from the dirt. When the news reached the 5th prince's residence, Li Mo burst into laughter. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 39. Cui Hao's Breakthrough and Revenge Plot. 5th Uncle, I believe this is not a good thing. Beside him, Li Biao expressed his discontent upon hearing the emperor's decree that Liang Jing should become Li Changqing's concubine. Limo replied with a nonchalant "Oh," taking a sip of tea. Li Biao, observing his demeanor, found it perplexing, thinking perhaps he had not explained clearly. Liang Zi was the deputy head of the Yingtian Academy. The emperor would rather sacrifice his own dignity than let Li Changqing off the hook. Indicating how much he cared for this prince, last time at the tavern Li Changqing had given him a sound thrashing, and he still harbored resentment, unable to bear even a hint of his good fortune. A noblewoman of the capital becoming a concubine to Li Changqing was a privilege even the highest-ranking nobles did not enjoy. Why should he be worthy of it, if Li Changqing gained favor? It would be a humiliation for them all. Li Mo set down his teacup. Although he was surprised by this outcome, once he understood the implications, he was at ease. Even if the 6th prince had fallen from grace, he was still the emperor's own son. To have no kinship at all would be inappropriate, but there did not seem to be much affection. Li Biao was confused by his words, his face a mask of bewilderment. 5th Uncle, what do you mean by that? The emperor is putting him on the hot seat. Li Mo chuckled, for Li Biao, not being in the center of power, could not grasp these matters. Someone had likely incited the emperor to bestow Liang Jing upon Li Changqing, and the emperor had simply gone along with it. This was no simple affair. Liang Jing represented the nobility of the capital, the emperor having been slapped in the face by the 6th prince. Wondered how this prince would survive in the capital. Li Biao was not privy to such intricacies, scratching his head in confusion. I don't understand all this. What exactly does the emperor want? A ripple of chaos ensued. Li Mo lifted his teacup once more. In 5 days, my 6th brother marries a concubine. I must prepare a grand gift to congratulate him. The emperor intends to stir turmoil in the capital, and I cannot just stand by and watch. Li Biao leaned closer and whispered, 5th Uncle, the emperor must have made Liang Jing a concubine due to last night's events. The leader of the Demon Suppression Division, Yu Tsang, has mobilized. The division, thinking itself untouchable as the emperor's elite guards, has now suffered a setback. Do you think they will let it rest? Last night, had Li Changqing perished in the alley, someone would have suppressed the news, quietly burying the matter. After all, this 6th prince was no different from a foundling. Should he die, it would be of little consequence, a brief stir, and then forgotten. Yet, he had survived, and the word would undoubtedly spread. In the capital, there were no walls that could completely muffle sound. Those wishing to stir up trouble would surely try to escalate the situation, perhaps hoping to profit from the chaos, and even if they did not relent, would they dare rebel? Li Mo took pleasure in their misfortune. Let them engage in their infighting. We shall merely be spectators. The Demon Suppression Division had grown too arrogant over the past 2 years. A mere 100 households dared to assassinate a prince. It was time for them to stumble. Cui Hao's desire to kill Li Changqing brought him joy, though the method he chose was not particularly wise. While it seemed to be a means of removing a thorn from the side of the other princes and nobles, the Demon Suppression Division's disregard for the powerful would also stir discontent among many. Cui Hao was indeed young and impetuous, unaware of his own limitations. His approach was flawed and counterproductive. Li Mo sipped his tea, chewing on a tea leaf before spitting it out. The Demon Suppression Division Why had Cui Hao not been seen in recent days? Yu Tsang inquired, his expression grim. The duty of the Demon Suppression Division was to exterminate demons and safeguard the imperial authority. It was not unusual for them to be absent for days or even months while on missions. However, since the failed assassination of Li Changqing, Yu Tsang had instructed him to refrain from any actions and to find an opportunity to transfer him out of the capital, yet, with the days passing without a trace, Yu Tsang began to worry. "We do not know," was the reply from one of Cui Hao's subordinates. "We too have not seen Cui Baihu for several days. We went to his residence to inquire, but they all claimed ignorance." That Cui Hao, Yu Tsang ground his teeth, his expression a mix of fury and helplessness. Firstly, Cui Hao was a key figure in training. Secondly, there were concerns regarding the legacy he carried. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to become so unruly, disregarding even his commands as captain. "What are you all doing? Send someone to search for Cui Hao. Bring him back to the Demon Suppression Division immediately." Yu Tsang barked, instructing them to seek him out. He feared that Cui Hao might act irrationally. Should he cause trouble for himself or implicate the Demon Suppression Division, it would inevitably lead to complications. In truth, Cui Hao had not gone anywhere. He had remained at home, though no one was aware of it. He was in a secret chamber, cultivating his techniques and breaking through his limits. The decree allowing Liang Jing to become a concubine was known to Cui Hao the very next day, and in a fit of rage, he nearly demolished his abode. "This is too humiliating. My son dares to disgrace me. Does he think that just because he is a prince, he can dictate my fate?" Cui Hao's neck bulged with veins, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity akin to a devil emerging from the abyss. "I refuse to accept my fate." From that day forth, Cui Hao silently vowed to settle this score. Especially after the emperor's decree, Liang Jing seemed to have vanished from existence, severing all contact with him. In normal circumstances, such a situation would necessitate a discussion with him. Liang Jing had once declared that she would rather die than be apart from him. It was likely that she had succumbed to the emperor's authority. "Liang Jing is my woman. No one shall take her from me, and I will not allow him to marry her." For this reason, Cui Hao was willing to leverage the power of his sect, forging the strongest alliances to thwart Li Changqing's marriage. Moreover, he intended to personally defeat Li Changqing and reclaim Liang Jing, even if he had to do so over her corpse. His foremost priority was to elevate his own cultivation. The day Li Changqing had nearly shattered his 9-turn golden body with his magical artifacts and techniques, and Cui Hao found it unacceptable that he would not allow a rival to surpass him. In recent days, with the assistance of the Guardians, he had consumed numerous potent elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Howard, do not worry. With your sect as your backing, even if he is a prince, you need not regard him highly. With your help, Holy Sovereign, I am absolutely confident that I can bring this prince to his knees. My disciples dare to insult me. This prince's days are numbered. The only reason you can stay in the Demon Suppression Division is that the sect is giving the division face. Do not concern yourself with the title of prince. We have an agreement with them. You must not suffer losses. At worst, we shall leave the capital, or even the Great Zhou altogether, returning to the sect. You will still be a prodigy, and they will have to weigh their options carefully regarding how to treat you. With the strong support of his sect, Cui Hao brimmed with confidence, fully devoted to his cultivation. The following day, with a thunderous sound, Cui Hao's body erupted with intense noise as he opened his eyes, shooting forth 2 beams of brilliance, transcending the heavens. "I have broken through. My disciple truly possesses the legacy of the great emperors." Achieving a breakthrough in just a few short days, Cui Hao rose, enveloped by an overwhelming aura, a stark contrast to the days prior. "I am immensely grateful for the assistance of the Holy One. Had it not been for your support, it would have been a formidable challenge for me to advance my realm in such a brief period. Well done, my dear disciple. Take this opportunity to shine and let me bestow upon you a magical artifact." Ensuring your triumph, with a grand flourish of his sleeves, he presented a magical artifact to Cui Hao. Cui Hao grasped it, his entire being trembled. "Holy One, this, thank you so much." He realized it was a sacred tier artifact, and his excitement made him quiver. With the cultivation of transcending the heavens and the sacred tier artifact, Li Changqing's downfall was imminent, for tomorrow marked the day of his marriage to a concubine. At the Lu Wangfu, the atmosphere was festively adorned, as it was the day of the concubine's wedding. Chen Changhe, with reddened eyes, unleashed a peak of minor saintly might, reducing all furniture in the room to dust. Is it the 6th Prince, Li Changqing? Chapter 40. The myriad individuals in the palace harbor ulterior motives. Outside the Lu Wangfu, the streets were bustling with activity. Lu Changle welcomed guests arriving to offer their congratulations. beside a large table designated for gifts, yet the guests wore expressions of indignation. What does His Highness the Sixth Prince intend? Is he attempting to humiliate us? Countless piercing gazes were directed at Lu Changle. As if they wished to tear him apart, Lu Changle, drenched in sweat and encircled, wiped his brow while maintaining a calm demeanor as he explained, this scenario had been anticipated by Li Changqing. Lu Changle was merely carrying out orders, and with an understanding of the situation, he felt no fear. The main entrance of the residence was under repair, thus only the side entrance was accessible. His Highness was marrying a concubine, not a wife, so it was unreasonable to enter through the main gate. For the sixth prince's nuptials, all the attendees were nobles from the palace, yet Li Changqing only opened the side entrance, which appeared rather excessive. Even more absurd was the fact that the Lu Wangfu neither hung decorations nor posted joyful characters, showing a blatant disregard. We understand that the concubines enter through the side, but guests entering through the side entrance is unprecedented. His Highness trampling upon the nobility of the divine capital. A voice of protest rose loudly, soon met with a chorus of agreement. Lu Changle remained composed, stating, "If you feel that the residence has been negligent, you may leave at your discretion." This statement only incited further discontent. To be slow in receiving guests while also being unapologetic was a first in the entire divine capital. Yet, despite their anger, none dared to depart. The sixth prince's marriage to a concubine was sanctioned by the emperor. Leaving would be an affront to the emperor's dignity. Lu Changle, witnessing their fury, felt an inexplicable thrill. For only the sixth prince had the audacity to make the entire divine capital's nobility suffer. If you wish to partake in the wedding feast, simply place your gifts on the table and take your seats. If you prefer not to, feel free to leave your gifts and depart. My lord is marrying a concubine, and the main figure is absent. All the household stewards have come. Is that not a slight against His Highness? The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, none of the nobility from the divine capital had come. They were merely stewards sent by their masters, compelled to attend due to the prince's marriage. Though they were filled with resentment, they placed their gifts down and obediently entered the residence, casting menacing glances at Lu Changle. Meanwhile, news of the situation outside the Lu Wangfu swiftly reached various households. Even the imperial palace. In the divine palace, after the morning court had adjourned, Li Zhan remained in the Yangxin hall. Awake, Zhao Wujing attended him, pouring tea after receiving a report from his subordinate eunuchs about the events at Lu Wangfu. Li Zhan scoffed at the tea foam, pondering, is it necessary for the sixth prince to act so ostentatiously, making enemies of all the nobility in the divine capital? Zhao Wujing, ever observant, noted that while the sixth prince was indeed somewhat reckless, there must be a purpose behind his actions. Li Zhan glanced at him. What insight have you gleaned, you old rascal? Zhao Wujing chuckled lightly. How could I not see it? His Majesty appears displeased, yet I suspect he is secretly amused. Your Majesty, you summoned him to the divine capital and restored his princely title precisely to stir the stagnant waters here. Could it be that the sixth prince has caught on to your intentions? Is he truly so astute? Li Zhan raised an eyebrow, his expression subtly shifting. If Zhao Wujing's speculation held any truth, he found himself uncertain whether to be pleased or alarmed. Li Changqing's actions had indeed surprised him. However, to discern the underlying intentions behind the reactions of the nobility upon his arrival was something that even he, as a father, found somewhat daunting. It appeared he had inherited more than just Xian Fei's intelligence. He seemed to possess a more ruthless and flamboyant approach. By drawing Li Changqing into the fray, the emperor had initially intended to test the waters, yet now he saw a potential for a significant shift in power dynamics. Regardless of the havoc Li Changqing might wreak, he would need to discreetly manage the fallout. Losing this son would mean the difficulty of finding another like him. As Li Zhan turned the tea lid, his heart was filled with conflicting emotions regarding the re-emergence of a son who had been lost for 20 years. What if Li Changqing seized this opportunity to grow powerful and become a formidable force in the divine capital? Akin to Xian Fei in years past, what then? Would he need to take drastic measures? After all, he was his own flesh and blood. A tiger does not consume its young, and the pain of Xian Fei's past actions had haunted him for 2 decades. This remaining child was the last vestige of his lineage, and how could he bear to harm him? Your Majesty, what thoughts occupy your mind? Zhao Wujing inquired softly. Li Zhan sighed. In the Great Zhou, there are 4 feudal kings, commanding 800 lords entrenched for centuries, their roots deep and wide. The connections in the divine capital are intricately woven, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Even I, as emperor, cannot breach a seeing the emperor's concern. Zhao Wujing offered reassurance. Your Majesty, these palace nobles and lords all heed your command. Ultimately, they merely seek to maintain their wealth and status under your rule. However, alliances forged for profit are inherently fragile. The delicate balance of relationships in the divine capital is currently tenuous. The timing of the sixth prince's arrival is indeed fortuitous. Humph, you have discerned that, Li Zhan scoffed. Then let us shatter this balance. Forcing them to contend with one another for their own interests, only through chaos can we rebuild our former glory. Zhao Wujing chuckled. Rest assured, old servants are watching the Lu Wangfu. Please take a moment to rest. I shall inform you of any new developments. Li Zhan waved his hand dismissively. No need for rest. I shall go to the Empress. Perhaps Yi Fei is also present. Zhao Wujing nodded in agreement and accompanied Li Zhan as they departed. In the imperial palace, Empress Xiaoyu and Yi Fei Song Yichuan sat facing each other. Yi Fei, you had plans to propose the marriage of Liang Zi's daughter to the sixth prince. But alas, it seems your calculations have fallen short. That girl from the Liang family is truly disappointing. Instead of becoming a proper princess, she foolishly set her sights on a mere captain from the demon-subduing division. Even daring to attempt an assassination, your scheme has come to naught. Song Yichuan, having orchestrated the marriage proposal, had initially valued Liang Zi's influence at the Yingtian Academy. For many years, Liang Zi had been like an old fox, with various factions vying for his favor, always waiting to see how events would unfold. Upon Li Changqing's entry into the capital, Song Yichuan immediately devised a counterplan. No matter what, it was imperative to draw Liang Zi into the fray. An uncertain ally is ultimately a hidden danger, more threatening than an open enemy. Her initial strategy relied on the fact that the sixth prince had no power or influence, thus she intended to provide him with protection and integrate him into her camp. The key was to win over Liang Zi. However, her first move had barely been made before the assassination attempt on the prince erupted, inciting the emperor's wrath and resulting in the Liang girl becoming Li Changqing's concubine. This miscalculation not only failed to bring Liang Zi into her fold but also risked offending him, potentially allowing others to exploit the situation to his detriment. How unfortunate that your plans have backfired. Dear sister, spare me your sarcastic remarks. We are both past our prime, and relying on beauty to secure the emperor's heart is no longer feasible. If we wish to maintain our positions, our influence must surpass that of others. Those two breathtaking beauties you presented to the emperor were merely to ensnare his affections. One must tread carefully around these treacherous individuals, for they may turn against us when they gain the upper hand. Xiaoyu cautioned him. Sister, rest assured, I am well aware, Song Yichuan replied confidently, insisting they discuss their next steps to ensure they do not lose their advantage. Xiaoyu responded, as for Liang Zi, I have already dispatched someone to address him. As for the sixth prince, I doubt he will manage to marry today. Sister, what do you mean by that? Song Yichuan inquired, her face filled with confusion. A life has been lost, and with it, the involvement of the sixth prince. The Zhengfu should take action today. I am curious to see how the sixth prince will respond. At the fifth prince's residence, Liu Mo was well informed, having learned of impending events, since no one was showing the sixth prince any respect. He decided to personally deliver a gift to bolster his brother's stature. Fifth uncle, are you going to watch the spectacle? Li Biao scoffed. Do you not wish to see? Liu Mo waved his hand, insisting on accompanying his uncle, eager to witness whether his brother could maintain his previous arrogance. Upon arriving at the sixth prince's residence, they found the timing impeccable. Without any fanfare, a sedan chair quietly delivered Liang Jing to the side entrance of the sixth prince's estate. Liang Jing was overwhelmed with humiliation. As a woman, and the daughter of the esteemed vice president of the Xintian Academy, her first marriage was to become a concubine. Devoid of any grandeur, tears could not be restrained from cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 41, The Prince Marries a Concubine. Cui Hao interrupts the wedding. Liang Jing emerged from the sedan chair, greeted by no welcoming party, nor anyone to receive her, only a few gatekeepers casting her strange glances. Enveloped in shame and fury, she entered through the side door with a stoic expression. Inside, Li Changqing stood at the forefront, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction, igniting Liang Jing's rage to the point of nearly combusting. He had succeeded in avenging the grievances from days prior, repaying her 100-fold. Suppressing her tears, Liang Jing felt as if her legs were weighed down by 1,000 pounds as she approached Li Changqing. The room filled with guests, yet enveloped in an eerie silence. They wore expressions akin to hers, as if they had suffered even greater indignities, seeing her on what should be a day of joy. Li Changqing approached her with a sullen expression as if mourning a lost loved one and rudely wrapped his arms around her waist. What's the matter? Not happy? The touch of his skin against hers felt like a thunderstrike, sending shivers throughout her body. Li Changqing's hold ignited within her a profound sense of resistance, a desire to smash her head against the ground in despair, yet, recalling the lives of hundreds in the Liang family, she begrudgingly yielded. She had no choice. After all, she had provoked Li Changqing, and there was no remedy for regret in this world. Your Highness, you worry too much. The feelings of a concubine are beyond description. Tears brimmed in Liang Jing's eyes. She had once conspired with Cui Hao against Li Changqing. What torment awaited her that evening? The thought filled her heart with desolation. My sixth brother is getting married today. How delightful! Outside, a burst of hearty laughter resonated. Li Mo, accompanied by Li Biao, strode in, loudly offering congratulations. Upon seeing him, Li Changqing felt a surge of disdain. Thank you, fifth brother, for your kind presents. Please take a seat. Li Mo approached, surveying Liang Jing, unable to suppress his teasing. Sister-in-law appears quite troubled. Have you endured some grievances? Would you like your elder brother to defend your honor? He observed the plain courtyard, devoid of any celebratory decor, and noted the absence of any prominent figures among the guests. Li Changqing knew that with Li Mo's arrival, trouble was afoot. After their previous encounter at the tavern, he had come to settle the score. Today, I take you as my concubine. Do you consent? Li Changqing's eyes gleamed frostily, his cold gaze fixed upon Liang Jing's humiliated face. Consent. Liang Jing gritted her teeth, uttering the words against her will. Li Changqing glanced aside. Fifth brother, you think too much. It is an honor for the Liang family to receive a royal decree for marriage. How could Miss Liang feel wronged? Li Mo feigned disappointment, forcing a smile. As long as that's the case, my sixth brother truly knows how to manage his concubines. Li Changqing dismissed the banter, promptly ordering the feast to commence. This meal would mark the conclusion of the marriage to his concubine. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Hold on, I do not consent." A gust of wind seemed to sweep through the courtyard as everyone looked up in silence. Cui Hao stood in the yard, his formidable aura radiating fiercely, his eyes gleaming with icy resolve. Cui Lang, Liang Jing trembled, her previously restrained tears finally flooding forth. Why has he come? Cui Lang, this is the Emperor's decree. I have consented, our fates have diverged. Why must you appear? Li Changqing remained impassive. He had anticipated this. You do not consent. This is a royal marriage decree. Do you possess any documentation to annul the engagement? On what grounds do you object? On the grounds that she is my woman. Cui Hao clenched his fists, glaring at Liang Jing, who was ensnared in Li Changqing's embrace. Release her. The thought of his daughter in another man's arms was intolerable. Igniting his fury, Li Changqing raised an eyebrow at Cui Hao, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Today, I am marrying this concubine, and she is now my woman. Surely you cannot object. Cui Hao's anger, long suppressed, erupted at the sight of Li Changqing's smug expression. If you do not release her, I shall make you bleed here. The onlookers were taken aback. Such a scene of a wedding interruption was rare, especially one involving a prince. Limo could hardly contain his amusement. This visit to the sixth prince's residence was proving more thrilling than anticipated. He regarded Cui Hao with admiration, impressed by the young hero of the Demon Suppression Division's audacity to disrupt a royal wedding. I see you wear the garb of the Demon Suppression Division. Is this a matter of personal affection, or has my fifth brother caused you trouble? Li Mo goaded. I and Miss Liang share mutual affection. Even if it is a royal decree, I must ask the sixth prince if he dares to compete with me in accordance with the rules of the cultivation world. If I win, you shall petition the emperor to annul the engagement and return Miss Liang. If I lose, consider it as if I never came. Cui Hao issued his challenge to Li Changqing. Very well, you possess courage. The previously silent guests erupted in cheers, their faces reflecting admiration. Cui Hao was indeed a savior sent to vent their frustrations. Li Changqing turned, his piercing gaze silencing the crowd, their excitement quelled by his imposing presence. Yet they fervently wished for Cui Hao's victory. I and the great Zhou, we uphold martial prowess, though the emperor has decreed, as long as my sixth brother dares to accept the challenge should he lose, the emperor will surely consent to the annulment. Li Mo, relishing the unfolding drama, provoked further. Should you show cowardice, it would bring shame upon the royal family. Li Changqing surveyed the assembly, a cold smile curling his lips. If you win, I shall annul the engagement. If I win, we shall pretend you never came. Truly laughable. Is that all the courage you possess? Cui Hao's earlier bravado faltered slightly. Then tell me, what are the stakes? Li Changqing declared, since you seek to challenge me, let us engage in a life and death duel. If you win, I perish. If I win, you perish. Do you dare? Rest assured, I shall not perform the ceremonial rites with Liang Jing. If I die, she may marry whomever she pleases. You seek a life and death battle. Cui Hao's brow furrowed at Li Changqing's fierce proposition. He had not anticipated such a relentless challenge. The stakes of life and death caused him to waver. Lacking the same resolution as Li Changqing, will you fight for me? Cui Lang, Liang Jing, filled with hope, gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, yearning for his unyielding spirit to rescue their love. Which woman could resist a hero? She believed Cui Hao would surely lead her away from this suffering, fulfilling their shared vows. Cui Hao met Liang Jing's gaze, his fears dissipating. Jinger, I will. Very well, then I shall bear witness. Liamo, eager for chaos, sensed the tension and was determined to facilitate this climactic showdown. Liang Jing, weary of being apart from her beloved, fiercely broke free from Li Changqing's grasp and leaped into Cui Hao's arms. Cui Lang, promise me, kill him. We shall be together for eternity, never to part. Cui Hao was ignited by the intensity of her love, his battle spirit surging. He leaned down, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Rest assured, he shall die. Li Changqing, observing their intimate exchange, spoke with a heavy tone. Miss Liang, even disregarding whether Cui Hao can defeat me, should you achieve your wish to be with him, what then? Have you considered that if the emperor grants your request to annul the marriage? Even if the Liang family remains intact, will they not incur the emperor's wrath, jeopardizing your future? Liang Jing's heart sank at his words, as if struck by lightning. What do you mean? What do I mean? Miss Liang, it is time for you to awaken to reality. Li Changqing scoffed at her naivety. Yet if I die, it will merely be the loss of one prince. The royal family's dignity would be tarnished by a mere captain of the demon suppression division. Do you truly believe the Liang family can escape unscathed? Liang Jing's expression shifted through various stages of realization. The thought of a prince being abducted and possibly slain during the duel would undoubtedly implicate the Liang family. No, Cui Lang, I cannot leave with you. Fear gripped her as she took several steps back. I cannot allow you to jeopardize the entire Liang family. Torn within, her tears fell like pearls scattered upon the ground. Jinger, what of the oaths we once exchanged? Should I kill Li Changqing if the great Zhou Empire dares to harm the Liang family, we shall flee to distant lands far from this great Zhou. With the strength of my sect, the vastness of the world cannot hinder the prosperity and wealth of the Liang family. Cui Hao pounded his chest in assurance. As soon as his words fell, an uproar erupted in the hall. Cui Hao's remarks were astonishingly audacious. Was he not inciting the Liang family to rebel? If this were to be pursued, regardless of victory or defeat, it would lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Ha! Liang Jing, have you heard clearly? Cui Hao intends to drag your entire Liang family into the depths of despair. If you do not sever ties, I guarantee that by the end of today, the Liang family will vanish from the divine capital. Li Changqing advanced step by step, pressing. Miss Liang, are you certain you will not make a choice? Liang Jing felt as though struck by lightning. Stammering, hi. Chapter 42, Tension mounts as the princess arrives. The air in the sixth prince's residence fell into a suffocating silence. All eyes were fixed upon Liang Jing, and Li Changqing's words rang out like the clang of a bell. As if a butcheress knife loomed over the Liang residence, would Liang Jing sacrifice her family for her beloved? Her sixth brother possessed a ruthless talent for heart-wrenching manipulation. Even fifth brother began to admire him. The sharpness in Li Mo's gaze could not be concealed. He confirmed that Li Changqing was no mere brute. He could swiftly locate the weakest points of the heart and dismantle them with mere words. A formidable adversary. Liang Jing's complexion turned pale, and ultimately she succumbed, speaking with a heavy heart. Forgive me, Cui Lang, you must leave from this day forth. I sever our connection, willingly becoming the consort of the sixth prince. What the Jinger, you want me to leave? Cui Hao's eyes widened in shock. I have used all my connections for you, even daring to confront a prince, and you casually tell me to leave. He felt betrayed by Liang Jing. Spiraling into madness, you would rather be a concubine than leave with me. Then I shall kill him today and see for whom you will be a concubine. With a resolute step forward, Cui Hao unleashed the power of his 9 transformations golden body, his aura surging like a raging storm. Li Changqing's expression turned grave as he sensed the overwhelming wrath contained within, not daring to hesitate. He immediately activated the myriad form sword technique, yet Cui Hao laughed maniacally, thinking that if a sage were to intervene, he might be wary, but a mere 7th layer of divine power was nothing more than a stepping stone beneath his feet. His previous defeat was merely a fluke. Now, with the strength of the divine travel realm and the divine artifact bestowed by the sage, he was ready to show Li Changqing the futility of resistance. Cui Hao was filled with fury, his fierce mountain fist radiating a ferocious intent to kill. Li Changqing's eyes reflected the cataclysmic force, the myriad formed sword's imposing might being forcibly driven back. The immense pressure caused the dantian of the transformational holy body to swell like a tsunami, spiritual energy flooding his body, and the myriad-formed sword technique grew ever more ferocious. As the momentum peaked, Li Changqing summoned the divine dragon king cauldron, its ancient hum resonating, shattering Cui Hao's momentum to pieces. You have made progress these past few days. Cui Hao's eyes flashed with disdain. It was this very artifact that nearly broke his 9 transformations golden body last time. Now, bolstered by the strength of the divine travel realm, he remained unscathed even under the artifact's assault. I used only a third of my strength. Li Changqing flicked his wrist, the divine dragon king cauldron spinning violently. Its power amplified after being nourished by dozens of divine souls, becoming increasingly ferocious. The explosion echoed throughout the entire Sixth Prince's residence, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. Cui Hao recognized the peril and dared not be careless. Frantically pushing his body to withstand the onslaught, yet Li Changqing unleashed another strike, the myriad forms unbounded, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword energy that moved everyone. Even Li Mo had to concede that this sixth brother's talent was astonishingly high, far surpassing his own. Just days after their last encounter in the tavern, Li Changqing's cultivation had soared to such heights. The violent clash sent forth a whirlwind of air, shattering countless tiles that fell to the ground. Cui Hao staggered back a few steps, his expression fierce. Upon inspecting his own body, he found it battered, his chest marred by several sword wounds. Had it not been for the protection of his 9 transformations golden body, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by the ferocity of the sword energy. Holy tier techniques are nothing, even perfected, they cannot breach my 9 transformations golden body. A hint of arrogance surged on Cui Hao's face. I suppose you have exhausted your means. Now it is my turn. As soon as the words left his lips, Cui Hao struck with lightning speed, grasping a pitch-black shield emanating a chilling darkness. The momentum of the divine king cauldron was completely thwarted, while the sharp edge of his shield bore down like a ruthless blade, piercing through layers of defense. This is the Celestial Guard shield. In the shattered sky bell, Bai Ji gasped in astonishment. He possesses a celestial tier artifact. Your divine dragon king cauldron cannot match it now. Li Changqing's lips curled into a cold smile. What if we add your divine soul from the great sage? Humph, I knew you were eyeing my power. Bai Ji smiled, her interest in Cui Hao's body piquing her desire to fight. Immediately a veil of mist emanated from Li Changqing's body, through which emerged an alluring figure. Cui Hao vaguely recognized her silhouette. Was she not the one who had slain several powerful figures of the divine travel realm last time? He realized the terrifying nature of this divine soul. Clearly, his guardian was also aware of it. Just as he was about to reveal himself, another voice rang out from within the residence. Hold on. With that, an aura of a sage swept in, positioning itself between the two. Revealing Yu Tsong, he had intended to separate the two with his sage-level cultivation, but soon realized the presence of an exceedingly powerful divine soul within Li Changqing's mist. Within mere moments, he was forced back, a chill running down his spine. Sixth Prince, cease your actions. I come on behalf of the Demon Suppression Office's commanding officer to handle a case. Yu Tsong's voice boomed. Handle a case? Li Changqing's fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to kill Cui Hao, Yu Tsong had appeared to Fox Sovereign. Return, return, Li Changqing. Though the Celestial Guard shield is formidable, I could destroy it in no time. Seeing the feast almost within her grasp, she could not relent, preparing to strike again. Do you wish to taste the soul whip? Li Changqing's demeanor turned icy, his words leaving no room for Bai Ji's objections. Li Changqing, if I assist you again, I shall be your grandson. Bai Ji, intimidated by Li Changqing's imposing presence, retreated into the shattered sky bell. What, commander you? Are you here to rescue someone? Li Changqing maintained his imposing aura, glaring at Yu Tsong, his words laced with royal authority. That if there is no reasonable explanation today, Cui Hao's life will undoubtedly remain here in the Sixth Prince's residence. Why Yu Tsong showed no signs of fear. Cui Hao came at my command to question the Sixth Prince, but due to personal matters interfering with official duties, I will handle it. Sixth Prince, come with me. Li Changqing stood firm. Commander Yu, is this how the Demon Suppression Office conducts its investigations? You wish to take the prince without stating your reasons, Yu Tsang bellowed. Sixth Prince, the Demon Suppression Office is under the Emperor's command. regardless of royal lineage or commoner, all must comply, if you wish to know. I have no objection to telling you, the young Marquis of the brave Marshal Duke's residence has been killed, and the Demon Suppression Office suspects the sixth prince is involved, hence the need to question him. Oh, Qin Xian has been killed. Li Changqing's expression remained indifferent. On what basis does Commander you suspect me? Is it suspicion or certainty? If it is merely suspicion, who gave you the audacity to summon me? Furthermore, I am a prince. Even if I did kill someone, it should be the ancestral court's business, not yours to meddle. Yu Tsang, emboldened, declared, Qin Xian died from a particularly potent demonic technique. I suspect it was the work of a demon. Is that reason sufficient for the Demon Suppression Office to intervene? A demon? What does that have to do with me? Are you suggesting that a prince of Dezhou is a demon? Li Changqing asked coldly. The Demon Suppression Office has truly become lawless. To interrogate a prince, there must be solid evidence, otherwise, it is a blatant insult to royal authority. Isn't it enough to just follow me for a brief questioning? Yu Tsang was too impatient to explain further, insisting on taking him away. Apologies, but without the ancestral court's document, I cannot comply unless Commander Yu has the ability to take me. Li Changqing had no regard for a commander of the Demon Suppression Office. If they wanted to take someone, they would have to defeat him first. Does the sixth prince truly intend to defy the rules of the Demon Suppression Office? Yu Tsang drew his weapon, ready to forcibly take him away, convinced he had a 7 or 8 out of 10 chance with Cui Hao's assistance. This is the sixth prince's residence. I have my own rules. As for the Demon Suppression Office's rules, they are worthless in my eyes, Li Changqing declared with authority. Commander, you may take Li Changqing, but only to the ancestral court. Both offices can jointly investigate this case, just as the two were at an impasse. On the brink of violence, a woman's voice broke through. Li Changqing's heart tightened. Who was this person with such a strong presence, and why had he not sensed her before? Greetings, Princess Changping. Upon recognizing the visitor, all guests in the residence knelt in respect. Limo hurried forward. What has happened that Auntie has personally come? The woman was adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of authority. She was none other than the emperor's sister, Princess Changping. Li Changping. As the chief deputy of the ancestral court, she stood as the second in command beneath the lord of the ancestral court. Her husband, the Duke of Northern Suppression, commanded the northern territories, his power not to be underestimated. Sixth brother, this is our dear aunt. Do you not plan to pay your respects? Liamo reminded him as he noticed Li Changqing standing still. Chapter 43, Judging the Prince, at the ancestral court. Li Changqing's expression grew serious. Ignoring Liamo, the seemingly benevolent aunt approached with fierce intent, not treating him as a nephew. There was no need to ingratiate himself. He continuously observed the subtle changes among those present, quickly deducing the situation. Cui Hao, it appears your connections run deep. To have summoned such a formidable deity. Li Changqing's gaze fell upon Cui Hao, filled with mockery. Cui Hao's countenance was darkened, for Li Changping was summoned by his revered master. Yet her timing was most inappropriate. Had she arrived a moment later, he was certain he could have slain Li Changqing without hesitation. Does the princess believe I am a murderer? Li Changqing inquired coldly. To him, the bonds of royal kinship were utterly insignificant, worth less than the gratitude of a beggar on the street. Li Changping abruptly turned. The imposing aura of a sage surged forth, forcing Li Changqing back several steps. Matters of the royal family are private and should not stir the city into a frenzy. Let us return to the Zongjing mansion. The princess's condescending demeanor brooked no dissent, and with that, she turned to leave. Yu Tsang, complying with her command, raised his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. Your Highness, do you require my guidance to the Zongjing mansion? Li Changqing cast his gaze downward, dismissively retorting that the leader of the Demon Suppression Division was merely a lackey wielding the power of others. Longlu, see to our guests, ensure they are well attended. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Changel was already rendered speechless by the unfolding events. With Princess Changping involved, he could not help but worry for the sixth prince's safety. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes, fearing that his recent ascent might be swiftly shattered, and after a brief acknowledgement, he went to attend to the guests present. Li Changqing, meanwhile, departed with Yu Tsang and others towards the Zongjing mansion. At the Liang residence, Liang Zi coldly bid farewell to Liang Jing before retreating indoors. Unable to endure the judgmental gazes of his peers, shortly thereafter another vice president from the Yingtian Academy, Chao Chun, arrived to pay a visit, or perhaps more aptly to persuade Brother Chao. Are you suggesting that my daughter was betrothed at the behest of the Empress Yi? Liang Zi's expression darkened from the moment Li Changqing entered the capital. Had these individuals begun to conspire against the Liang family, the reach of the harem was alarmingly extensive. Brother Liang, do not be overly agitated. Li Changqing's entrance into the capital as a prince is evident to all as an act of disruption. The Empress's actions are merely preemptive, Xiao Chun explained. Liang Zi's fury boiled over. So you would drag my Liang family into this maelstrom of power? That is indeed ruthless, Brother Liang. It is hardly a secret that vice presidents at Yingtian Academy each have their own affiliations. And the headmaster turns a blind eye. Only you, Brother Liang, have tried to remain above it all. In this treacherous capital, no one can escape the whirlpool of power. Do you not understand? Liang Zi found the logic in Xiao Chun's words. His complexion darkening further. Even if they sought to ensnare him, why involve a marriage to the sixth prince? That was undeniably treacherous. Xiao Chun cleared his throat. The emperor has allowed Li Changqing into the capital. Treating him as a pawn, holding this piece in one's hand increases one's odds of victory. The sixth prince, without power or influence, would find refuge within the crown prince's camp. With such protection, how could the Liang family not benefit? And yet, what is the outcome? The emperor's wrath has led him to decree that my daughter become a concubine. The empress's schemes have failed, and now my Liang family suffers. Liang Zi slammed his palm against the table. Spilling tea across the surface, Xiao Chun remained composed. Do you not realize that the young lady has acted recklessly, associating with a minor official from the Demon Suppression Division? How could this not tarnish the royal family's reputation? It is she who has brought ruin upon the Liang family. Liang Zi hung his head in silence. Xiao Chun's assertions rang true. From the moment Li Changqing stepped into the capital, the dynamics of power had shifted dramatically. He had been foolish to think he could remain unscathed. Coupled with this disobedient daughter, the Liang family had indeed brought this upon themselves. Xiao Chun observed the changing expressions on Liang Zi's face. The emperor has decreed that the young lady marry the sixth prince as a concubine, and his stance is unmistakable. Brother Liang, you may very well find yourself losing power because of this. Am I correct? Anxiety finally surfaced on Liang Zi's face. Following this edict, former colleagues and acquaintances would likely distance themselves from him, jeopardizing his future career, even knowing it was the Empress who orchestrated this. He had already been drawn into the fray and had to confront reality. Brother Chao, are you here to revel in my misfortune? Brother Liang, we have worked together for many years. How could I stand idly by while you face such adversity? Liang Zi suppressed his boiling anger, bowing to the machinations at play. Brother Chao, your counsel is greatly appreciated. Xiao Chun lifted his teacup, taking a sip of the Empress has bestowed tremendous wealth upon the sixth prince. His refusal indicates substantial ambition. He must be regarded as an adversary. With the Princess Changping now involved, Li Changqing cannot marry as a concubine. The young lady remains free, and the Empress and the consort will surely arrange another match. How about the son of the Minister of War? Is this true? Liang Zi, having already been submerged in troubles, recognized the urgency of securing an exit, but would Princess Changping heed the Empress's arrangements? Xiao Chun laughed heartily. Brother Liang, are you truly so obtuse, or are you merely pretending to be a fool? Although the Empress and Princess Changping are rivals, they share a mutual wariness of Li Changqing. They collaborated most effectively against Xian Fei in the past. Now that Xian Fei's son has returned, their alliance is unsurprising. The difference lies in the fact that the Empress has seized the Emperor as a piece on the board. While Princess Changping seeks to destroy that piece, the fief granted to Li Changqing was subtly indicated by Princess Changping to the Ministry of Revenue, intending to use her foolish grandson as an instrument of murder while the valiant Marquis is absent from the capital. In the end, both the Empress and Princess Changping miscalculated and experienced the sixth prince's wrath. Would they dare to let him live? Liang Zi ventured a question. Xiao Chun merely smiled. Let us await the news together. Shall we? At the Zongjing mansion, the trial of Li Changqing was presided over by Li Changping. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to that at the Divine King sect, prompting Li Changqing to conclude that he was surrounded by predators. At the Divine King sect, he had faced ostracism from peers after 2 decades of camaraderie. Here, he was besieged by unfamiliar nobles. The difference in mindset was profound. At the Divine King sect, he had yearned to escape that vile place. Now, in this grand capital, he sought to carve a bloody path to the summit. Was this truly the fabled sixth prince? It was only then that Li Changping truly saw Li Changqing, as if she could glimpse Xian Fei in the lines of his brow. Though she had lost her beloved over 2 decades ago, the resentment in her heart surged anew, her eyes reflecting the hatred of years past. Now that we have arrived at the Zongjing mansion, will my dear aunt consider our blood ties and advocate for me? Li Changqing met Li Changping's piercing gaze without flinching, retorting with a hint of mockery, advocate for you? You have stirred chaos in the capital in such a brief time. Do you still require my advocacy? Li Changping could not contain her derision. The emperor has decreed a marriage, yet my fiancée clandestinely meets with another, even abducting her on the day of the wedding. Should not the Zongjing mansion intervene in such an affront to royal dignity? Li Changqing countered, eager to see how this aunt would show favoritism between her nephew and the unrelated Cui Hao. At that moment, Liang Jing understood that Princess Changping's intervention was undoubtedly orchestrated by Cui Hao, and she felt bolstered in her confidence to escape Li Changqing's grasp. She promptly interjected, before you entered the capital, I had already forged a bond with Cui Lang, pledging our lives together. How could there be any clandestine meetings? Oh, is there a marriage contract? Were there parental orders? Was there a matchmaker's promise? Dare you claim this is not a clandestine meeting? Li Changqing bombarded her with questions, causing Liang Jing's face to flush with shame. Within the Zongjing mansion, all present were dignitaries. Her secret romance with Cui Hao was akin to an affair, and now her reputation was of little concern. As long as she could sever ties with Li Changqing, she would endure any scandal. After all, with Cui Hao's support, she cared not for others' opinions. A glint of malevolence crossed Li Changqing's eyes as he struck her hard across the face. A wretch is a wretch, utterly shameless, Liang Jing gasped, falling to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth as she glared at Li Changqing. At this juncture, you still dare to act so arrogantly? Li Changqing, do not push me too far. Cui Hao erupted, his aura radiating power as he pointed an accusing finger at Li Changqing. If I do not slay you today, my heart will be restless. Impudent, the princess is present. How dare you act so recklessly? Yu Xing admonished, stand down, everything shall be decided by the princess. Chapter 44, Liang Jing is struck, Cui Hao endures humiliation. Commander Yu, Li Changqing has killed someone and usurped my wife. Should he not be punished for both public and private offenses? Cui Hao, before Yu Xing, adopted an imposing demeanor, speaking the words usurp my wife without a hint of shame. Why Yu Xing understood that today's trial was instigated by Cui Hao himself. Despite being his superior, he dared not chastise him too harshly. The princess will advocate for you. If Li Changqing is found guilty beyond redemption, you shall see a satisfactory outcome. Cui Hao stifled his fury, sensing the princess's displeasure, and quickly added, I defer entirely to the princess's judgment. Li Changping's expression was grave as her piercing gaze fell upon the assembled individuals. Liang Jing, do you truly have an affair with Cui Hao? Liang Jing, upon hearing the princess's inquiry, immediately panicked. Your Highness, such behavior is a disgrace to the royal family, deserving of extermination of your entire clan, Li Changping declared sternly, refusing to allow Liang Jing to finish her sentence. Nor did she care for her acknowledgement, asserting her conclusion as absolute. After all, she was of royal lineage, and hearing of Liang Jing's actions filled her with disdain, offering her no favor. Your Highness, that is not how it is. Liang Jing attempted to explain but was interrupted by Li Changping. I do not care for the specifics. Although the emperor has issued a decree, you have not yet performed the wedding rites. Hence you cannot be considered his concubine. However, it is a fact that Li Changqing has killed Chen Xian. Whether he can live or die is another matter altogether, since you are unworthy of marrying into the royal family. I shall petition the emperor to annul this betrothal. Upon hearing this, Liang Jing trembled with excitement and knelt, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence. Do not be so quick to express thanks. You have sullied the royal family's honor and shall still be punished. Guards, take her away and administer 30 strikes. Li Changping's countenance was icy and unyielding, with a sweeping gesture of his hand. Several guards immediately seized Liang Jing and forced her to the ground. The sound of clubs cracking against her body echoed through the hall. Liang Jing's anguished screams pierced the air. Your Highness, this treatment is exceedingly unjust, Cui Hao exclaimed in desperation, questioning the allegiance of Li Changping, who dared to brutalize his woman in his presence. Do you speak of fairness? Li Changping retorted with ire. I ask you, was it Liang Jing who seduced you, or were you the one who enticed Liang Jing? After the emperor's decree of marriage, you still dared to meet in secret. Who granted you such audacity? Fury radiated from Li Changping, who regarded Cui Hao with disdain. It was inconceivable that a mere 100 household of the Demon Suppression Department would dare to defy her. Cui Hao, intimidated by her fierce presence, Humbly conceded, "I have been disrespectful, I beg your forgiveness, your highness." Li Changping raised her gaze, seemingly addressing an unseen figure within the ranks of the Zhongjinjia side. "It was Liang Jing who actively seduced you. Is that not so, your highness? Our feelings are mutual." Cui Hao attempted to defend himself, but Li Changping's booming voice interrupted, demanding a clear answer. Was it he who seduced her or vice versa? "Yes," a voice echoed within Cui Hao's mind, compelling him to respond affirmatively. He dared not defy it, nor could he bear to look at Liang Jing, and he uttered the word without hesitation. The moment the words escaped his lips, he was engulfed in a haze of confusion. In the conflict between avenging Li Changqing and defending Liang Jing, he had inexplicably chosen the former over the latter. Cui Hao suddenly grasped the truth. His pursuit of Liang Jing had stemmed from a desire for vanity. To embrace a renowned beauty of the capital, an indescribable satisfaction, especially when indulging in forbidden pleasures that left one ensnared. His opposition to Li Changqing arose from a potent mix of possessiveness and insecurity. He could not bear the thought of his woman being tainted, particularly by those of high status. Ultimately, he loved himself more than he loved Liang Jing. "Then let there be 30 more strikes," Li Changping commanded, and the guards obeyed, striking down with renewed fervor as Liang Jing's cries grew ever more desperate. "Cui Lang, help me plead with the princess." The executioners, all cultivators, were relentless. Liang Jing's meager cultivation could not withstand such punishment, and her skin was soon shredded, her pleas for mercy echoing in the hall. Cui Hao's heart ached at the sight, yet he understood that if he wished to eliminate Li Changqing today, he had to rely on Li Changping. He could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. "Jinger, endure for a moment longer. I swear I will kill Li Changqing and avenge you." He grit his teeth, his veins bulging. For the sake of killing Li Changqing, he was willing to allow Liang Jing to endure this humiliation. Yet, resentment toward Li Changping brewed within him. Her actions were clearly intentional. With her power, she could have spared Liang Jing the punishment. It seemed she was merely performing for the sect's scrutiny, as the holy master lurked in the shadows, observing everything transpiring in the hall. Cui Hao's sect had ties with Li Changping and the Demon Suppression Department, supporting the current second prince. If they could successfully assist the second prince in claiming the crown, the sect would gain dominion over the martial world. However, to protect Cui Hao, the sect had pressured Li Changping, leading to her dissatisfaction. Li Changping believed cooperation was acceptable, provided one understood their own place and did not overstep boundaries. She continued to strike Liang Jing, using the punishment to chastise Cui Hao's sect. Li Changqing stood still, relishing the sound of Liang Jing's tormenting wails. Did she not have a paramour? Had he ever uttered a word in her defense during her punishment? Awaken, foolish woman. The exchange between Li Changping and Cui Hao was akin to a theatrical performance, and Li Changqing held them both in contempt. If there are any schemes at play, merely reveal them. There is no need for this charade. It's a waste of time, your highness. Insulting the royal family warrants 60 strikes to absolve oneself, and you need not take a concubine. You truly uphold the dignity of the royal lineage. Li Changping's anger flared at such words. "How I choose to deal with this matter is at my discretion, and it is not for you to question. First, clarify your own transgressions. Where is the documentation? In the matter of Li Changqing's trial, let a record be formed, and upon conclusion, let him be expelled from the royal genealogy." The task of recording fell to Li Gan, a position others typically shunned. Li Gan, lacking connections, had no choice but to undertake it. "The princess has spoken," he nodded. "You shall proceed as her highness wishes." After stating this, he feigned closing his eyes, opting to remain uninvolved. While Li Gan was indeed a deputy in the Zhongzhengxi, his power paled in comparison to Li Changping's, and his position was not one of authority. It was better to avoid conflict. Li Changping's handling of the marriage decree was hasty, treating it as though she wielded absolute power. Li Changqing despised the shamelessness born of such tyranny. Was the princess intent on judging, or merely eager to convict? With no evidence or witnesses, to declare me a murderer was not a quest for justice but a desire to eliminate me. I have already informed Duke Yanguo Chenshanghe. He will soon arrive with evidence. Let us see how you will argue against that. Li Changping was unshaken, her fury ignited at the sight of Li Changqing's familiar visage. Yearning to end his life immediately. "Uncle, is it true that sixth brother killed the young marquis? They certainly have a history." "What, nephew, are you interested in this matter?" Li Changping coldly interjected. Li Mo was in competition with the second prince, and though she felt compelled to engage, she could not afford to ignore him. Moreover, any discourse that might harm Li Changqing could temporarily forge an alliance. Her expression softened slightly. "After all, he is my brother. I must show some concern, Liamo smiled. Sixth brother has been lost for 20 years and has only just returned. I truly hope this is not true. Fifth prince, it is indisputable that sixth prince is guilty of murder. And he has succumbed to the demonic path. He is a demon, Treihao asserted, firmly intent on not only killing Li Changqing but also displaying his corpse on a pillar of shame. Oh, Trebai, who was privy to the details, could it be regarding that night in the alley? No wonder, Liamo feigned curiosity. So it seems sixth brother indeed had a motive for murder. He turned to Li Changqing. Tell me honestly, did you kill Qin Xian? Li Changqing regarded him with a cold demeanor, responding with a frosty tone. I said I did not. Do you believe me? Liamo chuckled awkwardly, regardless of whether it is the Zhongzhengxi or the Demon Suppression Department. The investigation must be impartial. I do not dare to show favoritism. I merely hope it is not sixth brother. Li Changqing felt as though he were being manipulated, finding Liamo's antics amusingly absurd. What purpose do these empty words serve? Infuriated by the ridicule, Liamo retorted, Sixth brother, I am looking out for you. Do not mistake my good intentions. Spare me. You should concern yourself with whether your nephew can ascend to the Kaixian Tower. If I were to perish today, would it not create an open position? No wonder you have been stirring the pot. Li Changqing struck at his vulnerabilities, recalling how Liamo had been publicly humiliated last time at the tavern. He had intended to trample Li Changqing, only to find himself the object of scorn. Li Changqing, you are on the brink of being imprisoned, yet you dare to act with such arrogance. How can someone like you even step foot in the capital? Li Biao interjected, defending him. Li Changqing dismissed the remark, unwilling to engage. He deemed Liamo unworthy of his attention. Li Changping, observing their incessant bickering, declared, Enough, this is the Zhongzhengxi conducting a trial, not a farce. Moments later, a thunderous sound echoed from outside. Who is Li Changqing? As the words fell, a figure burst in like the wind, white hair and a beard streaked with gray, shouldering a corpse, his face twisted with rage. Duke, you have arrived. Li Changping maintained her composure, greeting him and pointing at Li Changqing. This is the sixth prince. The newcomer was none other than Duke Yangu, Chen Changhe. He turned, his piercing gaze fixed upon Li Changqing. His aura chilling. You killed my grandson. Chapter 45, The Trial Site, a Stirring Stick. No, Li Changqing's expression was solemn as he met Chen Changhe's glare, responding calmly, offering no further defense. Today's trial was a trap set by Li Changping in collusion with the Demon Suppression Department. And no amount of explanation would suffice. No one would believe him. Your Highness, the Demon Suppression Department has established that Li Changqing, in retaliation for Chen Xian's earlier provocation, cruelly murdered him and discarded his body in the wilderness. Chen Xian's corpse is the evidence, Treihao accused, pointing at Li Changqing with a loud rebuke. Li Changqing, with both witnesses and evidence present, what further words do you have? Perhaps it is time to admit your guilt. Li Changping's eyes were as cold as frost, casting a frigid gaze as she spoke in a tone of finality. Chen Changhe gazed sorrowfully upon Chen Xian's lifeless body, consumed with grief. What deep-seated enmity could drive one to such an act? This was my only grandson. He slowly rose, fury radiating from him. Now that the culprit has been found, I shall avenge my grandson today. Your Highness, I shall act freely within the Zhongzhengxi. Do not be hasty. Duke. If you seek vengeance, you ought to ensure I am left with no arguments to refute your claims. Why assume I am the murderer? Within the capital, am I the only one capable of killing the young marquis? Li Changqing did not raise his voice nor argue vehemently. He simply maintained a calm demeanor, inviting them to point out any flaws. He was no longer the person he once was. He was tempered by the passage of time. No longer easily swayed by emotions or ensnared in the trap set by his enemies. Whether sixth brother is the killer, I do not know. I can only speculate on his motives. May I? Aunt, Liamo eagerly stepped forward, determined not to be left out of the chaos. The trial of Li Changqing was an opportunity not to be missed. He had yet to unleash the pent-up frustration from the previous humiliation at the tavern. Oh, fifth prince, do share your thoughts. Li Changping knew well that Liamo's tongue was adept at stirring discord. Having him act as a troublemaker was most fitting. Liamo approached the center of the hall, wearing a mischievous grin as he regarded Li Changqing. The young lord has developed enmity with the sixth brother over a piece of land that, due to the lack of records in the Ministry of Revenue, was unjustly granted to the sixth brother. This land, however, belongs to the Duke of Yongwu's estate and is immensely valuable. The young lord, filled with indignation, sought to have the sixth brother sign an agreement for an uncompensated transfer. The sixth brother, known for his volatile temper, brazenly struck the young lord in public, thus solidifying their grudge. after recounting this incident, he gleefully looked over, asking, "Am I not right about the sixth brother?" Li Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. Wary of the chaos that such words could incite, the power struggles among the elite of the empire have always been devoid of compassion. When the opportunity arises to throw someone into the abyss, they all rush to seize it. From the moment he entered the capital, he understood that Li Mo's words should be dismissed as mere barking from a dog. It is true that he struck the young lord, but it does not warrant enmity. The land was duly approved by the ministry and bears the official seal, and besides, it was I who struck the young lord without incurring any loss. Is there truly a need for animosity? Li Mo, taken aback by his meticulous reasoning, found himself at a loss for words. Those who benefit from such circumstances harbor no grievances. To kill my grandson over a piece of land, does that mean my grandson's life is worth less than that land? Chen Qianhe found this notion even more absurd. His own grandson, the young lord of the Duke of Yanwu, murdered over a mere plot of land? Wouldn't that be laughable? Does his status in the court mean he has no dignity? I did not kill him. Whether Chen Xian's life is worth that plot of land, I cannot say, but to take it from me is out of the question. Li Changqing spoke candidly, one afraid of the ominous implications that could arise from his words. He had already become a target for the powerful in the capital. What harm could a little more chaos bring? Chen Qianhe's hatred for himself deepened, knowing that his future assistance would be greater. Li Changqing had no qualms about escalating the conflict. If one were to kill over a piece of land, would I be responsible if the fifth brother were to die on the streets someday? Li Changqing let out a cold laugh, recalling that he had indeed struck Li Biao, the young lord's nephew, and killed the singer sent by Chen. Hearing this, Li Mo's expression darkened, and Li Biao cursed vehemently. How dare you curse my fifth uncle? I merely followed his line of reasoning. Li Changqing had no intention of allowing Li Mo to easily extricate himself from the situation. With the fifth brother's temperament, dying on the streets was a distinct possibility. Li Mo's face turned ashen, a torrent of the most extreme nationalist rhetoric surged within him, but the words caught in his throat, thanks to the sixth brother's kind words. No one dares to lay a hand on me in this capital. What you fear will not come to pass. Li Changqing snorted coldly. Since the fifth prince has mentioned the land, why did the ministry allocate the Duke of Yangwu's land to me? Even if that land is unrecorded, given the Duke of Yangwu's status in the court, how could the ministry be unaware? Chen Qianhe focused intently. What do you mean by that? Is someone stirring discord, inciting hatred between the Duke of Yanwu and yourself? Li Changqing sighed. If you are interested, feel free to investigate. It should be quite easy. He believed that anyone capable of reaching Chen Qianhe's position could not possibly be a fool. The fifth prince sent me a few singers, brought a jar of wine, and indulged in a night of pleasure. I subsequently took that wine to the Imperial Ancestral Office. Afterward, nothing was done about it, and I nearly fell victim to a plot, yet the Imperial Ancestral Office remained indifferent to my plight, revealing their deep-seated prejudice against me. My lord, from this, it is evident that the Imperial Ancestral Office's judgment against me, with the fifth prince as a witness, lacks credibility. Chen Qianhe, being an old hand in the game, though deeply pained by Chen Xian's death, did not lose his composure and began to harbor suspicions. Even if that land were the result of someone intentionally sowing discord, Li Mo's remarks about that land did indeed create a rift. Li Changqing's eyes flickered with malice. This Li Mo was undoubtedly a troublemaker, attempting to drag her down with him. Fifth prince, do not change the subject. Today we discuss Li Changqing's murder, since it has nothing to do with you. Merely listen. Li Mo chuckled. Why is my aunt still angry? Surely it can't be that I'm just joking. Since my aunt does not wish to hear it, I shall refrain. The day the young lord was killed, it couldn't have been the day he ambushed the sixth brother in the alley, could it? It seems that Cui Baihu was also present. Whether he was lurking there or having a clandestine meeting with Liang Jing, he just happened to pass by. Either way, he qualifies as a witness. Cui Hao, hearing Li Mo's nonsensical claims, solemnly interjected. Fifth prince, do not make baseless accusations. The reason for my presence at the scene has already been explained to the Imperial Ancestral Office. I happened to encounter Miss Liang and was escorting her home when I heard a commotion in the alley. Out of a sense of justice, I went to the scene. Li Mo covered his face and laughed heartily. Cui Baihu, if so, there is no need for your involvement. The princess has already made her determination. You two have engaged in illicit relations, scandalizing the royal family. Cui Hao gritted his teeth. But as Li Mo was a prince, he refrained from exploding in anger. Fifth prince, you should exercise caution. Li Mo dismissively raised both hands. Alright, I shall be cautious. It was Liang Jing who seduced you. She just received 60 strikes as punishment. Liang Jing, who had been in the corner, was filled with shame and anger. Why did Cui Hao not defend her even once? Did he no longer care for her? A glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. No, Cui Lang must have his reasons that he must have killed Li Changqing for my sake. He surely loves me dearly. Cui Hao clearly did not wish to discuss the matter. Upon catching sight of Liang Jing's punishment, his complexion turned pale, and an inexplicable sense of humiliation surged within him. He suppressed the overwhelming hatred. On that day, the young lord had led a group to corner Li Changqing in the alley, seeking vengeance for the earlier beating, but the cultivators he brought were instead killed by Li Changqing. He knew that as a member of the Demon Suppression Division, he could not kill anyone on the spot. After the young lord departed, he seized the opportunity to take his life. Li Mo clapped his hands. That night, the sixth brother, fearing the young lord's power and potential retaliation, resolved to eliminate him entirely to prevent future troubles. Fifth prince is indeed correct. Both the motive and timing of the murder sufficiently prove that the young lord was killed by Li Changqing. Cui Hao pointed at Li Changqing, a victorious smile playing at his lips. Li Changqing shrugged. Is it not possible that Chen Xian stumbled upon your secret meeting with Liang Jing, leading to a deadly calamity? The princess has just stated that scandalizing the royal family is a grave crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. You were spouting nonsense. Cui Hao had not anticipated that Li Changqing would turn his own logic against him in such a manner. Li Changqing's tone was unnervingly calm, his expression eerily composed. As you have said, the timing and motive align perfectly. How could it not be you who committed the murder? Chapter 46. Who dares to step forward and let me kill? Cui Hao furious exclaimed, Princess, even now he dares to speak recklessly. He is utterly deranged. Li Changping felt a wave of irritation. How had someone with such flawed reasoning risen to a position in the Demon Suppression Division? If one falls into a trap of their own making, how can they blame others? It is incomprehensible that someone like him, despite having talent, could be so utterly lacking in intelligence. Alright, you once claimed that from Chen Xian's corpse. One could ascertain that he was killed by Li Changqing, correct? Cui Hao was momentarily stunned, finally regaining his senses. In the midst of being enraged by Li Changqing, he had completely forgotten this matter. To the princess, indeed, he swallowed hard. As you can see from the state of the young lord's corpse, he was killed by a form of demonic technique. His face is withered, indicating he was devoured of his very essence. And Li Changqing possesses such a demonic skill. Hearing this, Li Mo interjected with urgency, Sixth brother, is what he says true? Are you a demon? How could a prince of the great Zhou have a demon among his ranks? He spoke with heartfelt sorrow, abandoning his earlier jesting demeanor. When I learned of your return after 20 years, my heart was filled with joy, even if you misunderstood me and struck Li Biao. Killing the singer, I still regard you as my dear brother. Tell me, are you truly a demon? Li Changqing found himself disgusted by such hypocritical words, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The sheer audacity of such feigned righteousness was truly revolting, opening his eyes to the depths of deceit. I have practiced demonic arts, but I am not a demon. My brother has never regarded me as a true sibling. You would harm me without a second thought, so spare me your insincerity. It is utterly ghastly. He directly exposed the duplicity of the situation, stating that while it appeared they had ample evidence to condemn him, their hypocrisy rendered the entire charade rather tedious. Sixth brother, you. Li Mo's face twisted with malice, but Li Changqing coldly interrupted. If you wish to put on a performance, do so elsewhere. My lord, since Cui Hao claims that the evidence on the corpse indicates I killed the young lord, then please, let them clarify. Chen Qianhe regarded Li Changqing with suspicion. His current predicament was one of being besieged, yet he managed to maintain such composure, an exceptionally rare sight. Either he did not kill the young lord, or this sixth prince is indeed a remarkably ruthless character, possessing a profound depth of cunning. Cui Hao elaborate further, let us ensure that Li Changqing is thoroughly convinced. Document the evidence, Li Changping declared, as the trial approached its conclusion. The executioner's blade hovering over Li Changqing, her anticipation palpable. To the princess, I have clashed with Li Changqing. He has indeed mastered a form of demonic technique capable of devouring flesh and blood. Observe the young lord's corpse. The evidence is clear. Cui Hao pointed to several areas on the corpse, indicating dark patches, skin shrinkage, and wrinkles, clear signs of having succumbed to a demonic technique, as evidenced by the significant depletion of its essence. It is indeed demonic. Chen Shanghe, esteemed as the Duke of Yanguo and at the pinnacle of the minor saint realm, immediately recognized the signs, a wave of pain and hatred surging within him. To have one's essence devoured, how excruciating must Chen Xian's death have been. The iron-willed man could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Li Changqing, do you have anything left to say? Chen Shanghe rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity, evidently prepared to slay Li Changqing, yet Li Changqing remained unfazed, asserting that the young lord had not succumbed to his demonic powers. Dare you still quibble? Cui Hao thundered, to which Li Yimou promptly retorted, Heavens, I recall now. On that day, my sixth brother murdered the songstress I gifted him, deliberately sparing one to humiliate me, upon her return to the estate. She recounted the gruesome fate of the other songstresses, devoured by demonic powers, leaving no traces behind. Other officials from the Zhengfu echoed an agreement, confirming the truth of the matter, which had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Elevating the sixth prince's notoriety, little did we know that the hubris of that day would become the evidence of today. Your Highness, you have woven yourself into a snare. Li Changqing surveyed the cacophonous crowd and mused. So, it follows that the servants from my estate were all placed there by you, is that correct? The witnesses felt a momentary awkwardness. What began as a raucous uproar had turned against them. Those who were not present in the sixth princess residence could hardly know the details. We merely heard rumors, they protested, yet, merely hearing rumors and presenting them as fact, have you not considered this amounts to slandering a prince? Li Changqing's admonishment, imbued with an air of authority, silenced them, leaving them mute with fear. The sixth prince is indeed tyrannical. Even under the scrutiny of the Zhengfu, he dares to flaunt his princely might. Cui Hao, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the nobility, derisively remarked, a plucked phoenix is no more than a common chicken. Who are you attempting to impress? Plucked phoenix remains a phoenix, while a chicken is simply a chicken. Cui Baihu, you are unworthy to compare statuses with me. Li Changqing's grasp of public sentiment was astute. He precisely targeted Cui Hao's vulnerabilities. Cui Hao swallowed hard, the innate feelings of inferiority and humiliation resurfacing. Even a dead phoenix is still a phoenix. Sixth prince, carry your dreams of grandeur down to hell. Your Highness, the young lord's corpse serves as material evidence, while you and the esteemed officials can testify that the sixth prince indeed possesses the ability to consume flesh and blood through his demonic powers. It is without doubt that he killed the young lord. Please render your judgment. I shall reiterate, I have practiced demonic arts, yet I did not kill the young lord. If you wish to accuse me, first prove that the method used to slay him is identical to mine. Li Changqing scoffed at the folly of his accusers, bemused that they would dare inscribe such a flimsy, flawed accusation into the records. Moreover, to prove that only I in all the world possess such powers, let us do it this way. He once more scanned the assembly, finally fixing his gaze on Cui Hao. Permit me to slay someone, and you shall determine whether the young lord was killed by me. Who among you would be willing to be my target? Enough, Li Changqing, you are clearly contemptuous of this court. Do you truly believe I am powerless against your denials? Li Changping seethed with fury. Cui Hao, seizing the moment, eagerly volunteered, Your Highness, allow me to force him to reveal his demonic powers, rendering him speechless. Cui Hao, intent on framing Li Changqing, failed to comprehend why Li Changping was pursuing such formalities. Li Changqing, being shrewd, would not allow himself to be cornered. Instead, he could simply eliminate him under the guise of testing his powers, and end to the matter. Very well, let us bear witness. My lord, do remain nearby and observe whether the young lord was indeed slain by him. Li Changping consented, brimming with confidence that Li Changqing's demonic powers could certainly inflict the injuries observed on Chen Xian's corpse. No sooner had the words left her lips than Cui Hao could no longer contain himself. He had nearly killed Li Changqing at the sixth prince's residence and was eager to rectify that oversight. He stepped forward, his aura of transcendence surging towards Li Changqing, having experienced the might of the divine Dragon King's cauldron at the sixth prince's estate. Cui Hao launched a lethal assault, leaving no opportunity for Li Changqing to retaliate. As the formidable energy surged forth, he brandished the Heavenly Gang Divine Shield, intent on shattering Li Changqing's momentum in one fell swoop. Li Changping's brow furrowed at the sight. It was astonishing that Cui Hao's sect had afforded him such substantial support, even bestowing upon him a sacred artifact. If all went as expected, victory would surely be his. Li Changqing casually tossed out the Divine King's cauldron, its ancient resonance echoing as it hurtled towards Cui Hao. The cacophony of collisions resounded, as the Divine King's cauldron clashed with the Heavenly Gang Divine Shield. unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent those of lesser cultivation spiraling through the air. The thuds of bodies hitting the ground and the shattering of windows reverberated throughout the hall. The divine Dragon King's cauldron was an artifact of ancient origin, theoretically far surpassing the heavenly gang divine shield in potency, yet Li Changqing's current abilities had not been fully realized. The heavenly gang divine shield, having been enhanced over millennia, had reached the celestial tier under the stewardship of successive sect leaders. While Cui Hao's transcendent cultivation further amplified its might, Chen Changhe squinted, feeling a prickling unease at the confrontation before him. Were the youth of today so well equipped that they wielded celestial tier artifacts upon their arrival? He scrutinized Li Changqing's techniques closely. Though he could not ascertain the exact nature of the powers that had slain Chen Qian, he could discern a general outline of their essence. The two artifacts clashed, one yielding to the other, and ultimately the divine Dragon King's cauldron found itself at a disadvantage. Li Changqing then unleashed the myriad forms sword technique against its master. A torrential downpour of swords descended, the sheer force of which left all present in awe. The perfection of the celestial tier technique solidified the perception that while Li Changqing was indeed arrogant, he possessed the merit to be so. However, the formidable Cui Hao, infused with the essence of the heavenly gang divine shield, remained physically robust. Thus, the myriad forms sword technique failed to breach his defenses. Consequently, Li Changqing struck forth with an open palm, the might of the sky-devouring demonic art erupting, swallowing a significant portion of Cui Hao's vigor. You see, this is the essence of my demonic powers. Upon witnessing Li Changqing wield the sky-devouring demonic art, Cui Hao bellowed, "To exterminate demons is the duty of my Demon Suppression Division." Chapter 47, The Heavenly Gang Divine Shield. Nearly so, Cui Hao, relying on the Heavenly Gang Divine Shield, dismissed the sky-devouring demonic art entirely. Pressing forward with relentless determination, once Li Changqing's demonic powers were unleashed, he found a legitimate justification for exterminating him, and the Heavenly Gang Divine Shield became even more formidable under Cui Hao's command. Amidst the howling energy, the assembly turned their gazes. Indeed, the sixth prince was a demon. Furthermore, his demonic powers were extraordinary. I have never witnessed such a force capable of devouring even the might of artifacts. It seems the accusation against Li Changqing for the murder of the young lord is now substantiated. The prince has fallen into the demonic path, a disgrace to the imperial family of Dezhou. As the sky-devouring demonic art tore open a rift, the shattered space bell began to chime, and a thin mist enveloped Li Changqing. Bai Ji emerged from the mist, draped in ethereal veils, her stunning form and enchanting voice sending a shiver through Cui Hao. This real-life enchantress seemed far more potent than any intoxicating potion from the Hehuan sect. Cui Hao struggled to suppress his racing heart. He recognized that this woman was Li Changqing's most formidable weapon. With the diamond shield body and transcendence, such a corporeal form I greatly admire. I shall feast upon it. Bai Ji immediately locked her gaze upon Cui Hao. The overwhelming aura of the great sage bore down upon him, causing his countenance to twist in distress. Li Changqing, not only have you strayed into the demonic path, but you have also enlisted a great demon as your protector. Anyone may seek your demise. He shouted in anger, seeking aid. The spirit of the great sage was beyond what a single transcendent could withstand, yet those present felt the weight of the aura. Who would dare come forth to assist him? Li Changping possessed the capability to contend, yet she perceived her chances of victory as slim. Unwilling to take personal risks, Chen Changhe remained an observer. Li Changqing's demonic powers were indeed capable of devouring flesh, leaving behind injuries akin to those on Chen Qian's corpse. However, he discerned that the demonic arts could obliterate a body entirely. Why then would the perpetrator leave a corpse instead of erasing all traces? This was indeed suspicious. Unless the murderer was a fool, Chen Changhe concluded that Li Changqing could not be so easily deemed a fool. Bai Ji's laughter resonated. To the mortal realm, the Heavenly Gang Divine Shield was a supreme artifact. Yet to her, the ancient fox sovereign, it was but trivial. With a single hand, she grasped it, the sound of shattering echoing as the artifact's aura crumbled like tofu. Cui Hao's expression shifted to one of alarm. As he found himself enveloped by this overwhelming force, feeling utterly cornered, suddenly a phantom hand pressed against his back, a surge of violent energy flooding him. The Holy Sovereign. Cui Hao rejoiced. The Holy Sovereign had finally acted. Harnessing this power, he charged forward. Another explosive clash resounded, causing Bai Ji to take a step back, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Such a strong protector. Although Cui Hao managed to repel Bai Ji, he remained cautious, aware that Li Changqing's demonic powers lurked nearby, ready to strike. Casting a wary glance around him, he acted swiftly, seizing a colleague from the Demon Suppression Division nearby and hurling him forward. Only for the unfortunate soul to be ensnared by the sky-devouring demonic art. Li Changqing's strength remained relentless, a surge of ire rising within him. In the heat of battle, comrades were brothers in life and death. Yet Cui Hao shamelessly used his fellow as a shield. With a rustling sound, amidst the horrified gazes of those in the hall, the body of the attendant began to shrink, confirming that indeed Chen Xian had perished under such demonic powers. Someone cried out loudly. Accompanying Cui Hao, Yu Tsung, fearing collateral damage, kept his distance, witnessing Cui Hao's despicable act of using a comrade as a meat shield. A fierce light shone in his eyes. This was truly ruthless. Fox Sovereign, seize his heavenly gang divine shield. Li Changqing calmly issued commands. Cui Hao relied entirely on the heavenly gang divine shield for defense. While his own vigor had nearly been consumed by the sky-devouring demonic art, Bai Ji comprehended this instantly. Although Cui Hao had a protector behind him, he may not necessarily prove a match for her. Moreover, transmitting power over distance would incur losses. Realizing this, she reached out and grasped the heavenly gang divine shield, feeling a surge of tremendous strength emanate from it. Indeed, it was an exceptional item, imbued with restrictions. Bai Ji, with her eyes narrowed, displayed a smile that was nothing short of insipid. Alas, she had encountered me. No sooner had the words left her lips than Cui Hao spat forth a substantial volume of blood. The restraints within the Tiangang divine shield were shattered by Bai Ji's palm, sending Cui Hao reeling as cracks began to appear in his 9 turns golden body. Holy Lord, save me, the Holy Lord! Hidden behind Cui Hao was in a state of acute anxiety, for it was not prudent for him to reveal his true form within the Zhangfu. Lord Li Changqing is the murderer of Chen Xian. Shall we allow him to escape unscathed? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Changping felt a knot tighten in his throat. The Tiangang divine shield had failed to subdue Li Changqing, and should he remain unvanquished today, he would undoubtedly pose a future threat. Let us join forces to apprehend him. Chen Xian had discerned that Cui Hao was utterly defenseless. If they delayed any longer, it was likely that no one would be able to contain Li Changqing. Agreed, the two saints unleashed their power simultaneously, a dual force converging upon their target. Limo furrowed his brow in disbelief, pondering the depth of Li Changqing's strength as he witnessed the collaboration of two formidable saints. Captain, do you not intend to join this fray? If Li Changqing escapes today, it would be a significant embarrassment for the Demon Suppression Division, he observed Yu Tsung, whose power, though commendable, paled in comparison to that of Li Changping and Chen Shanghe. For he was still merely a saint. Limo could not fathom how 3 saints could fail to capture him. Yu Tsung's gaze flickered, revealing a complex expression. Within the Zhengfu, all were of royal blood and eminent nobility. Should he become entangled in these affairs, he would tread a treacherous path. This trial against Li Changqing had been ordered by the left commander of the Demon Suppression Division, in collusion with Cui Hao. He had long suspected that this was an attempt to frame Li Changqing, while other matters could be managed if Chen Shanghe were to uncover the truth, having acted as the vanguard for the Demon Suppression Division. Would he not be the first to face retaliation? Would the Demon Suppression Division not sacrifice him to bear the blame? Liamo chuckled dryly. Captain, you have found yourself in a predicament. There is no path for a graceful exit. Should we succeed, all will rejoice, but should we fail, we will be caught between 2 fires. Yu Tsung suddenly raised his head, steeling his resolve, and unsheathed his sword. Joining the assault on Li Changqing. Limo burst into laughter. Today's Zhengfu is truly entertaining. Li Biao, let us enjoy the spectacle. With that, he procured a chair and sat down nonchalantly amidst the swirling energies. Exuding an air of calm confidence, this moment marked his most triumphant confrontation with Li Changqing. As Yu Tsung joined the fray, Bai Ji found herself overwhelmed by the 3 saints, swiftly losing her advantage. Though she was a great saint, her power exceeded that of any one individual. She was still merely a spirit, and under this combined assault, it was fortunate that she remained undefeated. The gravity on Li Changqing's brow deepened. As the ferocity within his blood began to surge, in a moment of desperation, he plunged his sword into his chest, drawing forth a drop of heart's blood, which he immediately infused into the Dragon King cauldron. In this lifetime, he vowed never to bow to power. Even if it meant total annihilation, he would uphold the conviction within his heart. Had he been a tad more accommodating, he believed that amidst the vastness of the divine capital, he could secure a place for himself, replete with boundless wealth and glory, ruling over territories. Yet, even so, he would be beholden to others, reduced to servitude. Such a fate was not his ambition. If he were to act It would be to dominate the world, otherwise, he would prefer death. As his heart's blood soaked into the Dragon King cauldron, a resplendent golden light erupted forth, resonating as if it were in communion with his spirit. The once ancient hum transformed into a deafening roar, akin to an enraged deity. The three saints who were besieging him felt their minds unsettled by the sound of this sacred artifact, prompting them to unleash their full prowess. A foe of such caliber could not be allowed to exist. Though Li Changqing's expenditure of vital essence briefly reversed the tide, it could not be sustained, and his complexion gradually turned pale. Memories and faces flooded his mind, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To live without regret was sufficient. What was there to fear in life or death, my child? A sigh resonated within the Zhengfu. Moved by the courage he displayed, hearing this, Li Changqing's expression shifted. His eyes reddened. At the Dreamweaver Saint, did Linger send you to rescue me? The already charged atmosphere of the trial hall thickened as the presence of a new generation of saints surged, nearly toppling the chamber. Take Li Changqing away. Bai Ji sensed the arrival of reinforcements. It was the same saint from the Divine King sect. Hastily, she spoke up. With Li Changqing freed, she had her own means of retreat, and thus she unleashed her full aura to block the three saints. Xan Shui seized the opportunity to grasp Li Changqing's hand, smashing through the roof of the Zhengfu and soaring toward the heavens. Thinking of escaping? It shan't be so easy. Chapter 48. An unexpected turn of events. Chen Qianghua roared, seizing the moment to thrust upwards. Chen Qian was the sole hope of the Chen family in this generation. Having failed to avenge him, how could he allow Li Changqing to roam free? Bai Ji, witnessing this, could not afford to linger with Li Changping and Yuzong like a wisp of white smoke. She vanished in an instant, pursuing Chen Changhe. Li Changping's face turned ashen. The spawn of Xuanfei, what kind of background does he possess to enter the divine capital? The Demon Suppression Division and the Zhengfu combined could not capture him. The murderous glint in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Captain, we cannot let him get away. Two more figures shot through the sky like meteors, landing atop a large cloud. Li Changping pointed at Xan Shui, his voice laced with fury. Who are you? Xan Shui smiled sweetly from the demon land of Yunmeng's dream-weaving palace. I am the Dreamweaver Saint. Xan Shui. Li Changping's brows furrowed slightly. She had heard of Xan Shui's illustrious name and was witnessing her in the flesh for the first time. This individual held a prestigious status within the demon realm, and the dream-weaving palace wielded immense power within the demonic sects, making her a formidable opponent. Senior Xan, why have you come? Does Linger know? Li Changqing was stirred. There were few matters or individuals capable of stirring his heart, and Knight Linger was undoubtedly the most significant. She does not know. Xan Shui sighed. I had thought that your fate would change upon entering the divine capital. But now it seems that it has changed, albeit in this manner. You appear as a stubborn blockhead, daring to confront every circumstance with sheer fervor. I am not certain whether to admire your courage or to deem you a fool. Having emerged from the dream-weaving palace, Xan Shui first visited the Divine King's sect, only to learn of his departure. Unable to ascertain his whereabouts, she later discovered that Shen Qingtong had married the young lord of the Qingyun sect, Chai Yunfei, and from there, she learned that Li Changqing was in fact the sixth prince of the Dezhou Empire, having restored his identity and entered the divine capital. Thus, she followed him to observe his current state so that she could report back to Knight Linger. Having long heard of the dream-weaving palace's supremacy in the demon realm, Li Changping's icy gaze fell upon Xan Shui. If it were confirmed that Li Changqing was indeed a demon, she could rally the might of the divine capital to slay him on the spot. Regardless of how great the influence of the dream-weaving palace might be, it would still fall short of contending with the Dezhou. Even if Li Zhan were to consider familial ties, he would have to accept the reality. Li Changqing has shown kindness to our dream-weaving saint. The saint has decreed that since he has survived, he shall not perish again. Xan Shui replied helplessly. Thus, Princess Changping, I must apologize. I intend to take Li Changqing away. As for the intrigues of the Dezhou royal family, I have no interest. Li Changping could not help but scoff. The dream-weaving palace is exceedingly arrogant, is it not? Li Changqing is the sixth prince of the Dezhou. His matters are inherently the royal family's concerns. Do you dare interfere? I only recognize Li Changqing, not the sixth prince. His affairs are my concern. What can you do about it? With the backing of the dream-weaving palace, Xan Shui, even if somewhat weak, remained exceedingly formidable. I, Chen Qianghua, have fought alongside the late emperor, sweeping across the realms, annihilating countless demon sects and holy lands. You, a mere dream-weaving palace, dare to act so brazenly here. treating my Dezhou as if it were not. The aura emanating from Chen Changhe was reminiscent of the invincible spirit he once wielded on the battlefield. I advise you to withdraw at once, otherwise the divine capital of Dezhou shall become your burial ground. During the previous encounter at the Divine King sect, retreating had been an option, however, having received Nightlinger's order this time, there was no possibility of backing down. If that were the case, even at the cost of his life, he would ensure Li Changqing's safety. No more words, let us engage together. Xian Shui resolved to stand with Li Changqing. Thank you, Senior Xian. Li Changqing felt a rush of emotions welling up within him. Those who appeared to be closest to him often betrayed and conspired against him. In contrast, a demonic sect like the Dream-Weaving Palace was willing to risk everything to protect him. Why did the principles of the world seem inverted in his case? Fox Sovereign, I implore you and Senior Xian to hold off Li Changping and Yu Tsong. Leave Chen Changhe to me. He conveyed this to Bai Ji in a hushed tone. You must persuade Chen Changhe. Having just been besieged by those three, I have already sustained injuries and cannot hold on much longer. While Xian Shui was no weakling, taking on two saints might still prove challenging. Li Changqing nodded. My lord, do you not seek vengeance for Chen Shen? I am here. Can you kill me? Chen Changhe's face contorted with rage. A minor saint at his peak was being humiliated by a mere youth. It was his own folly, and now he would seek vengeance for his grandson. With that, he surged forth like lightning. Howling as he approached, Li Changqing turned to flee, unwilling to confront Chen Changhe head-on, for he was no match. Thinking of escaping, a chilling glimmer appeared in Chen Changhe's eyes as he pursued Li Changqing instantaneously. Li Changping and Yu Tsong had just intended to jointly intercept Li Changqing when they were blocked by Bai Ji and Xian Shui. Li Changqing barely managed to escape 100 paces before being overtaken by Chen Changhe. You cannot escape. Chen Changhe's overwhelming aura had sealed off all of Li Changqing's avenues of retreat. His eyes glistened with moisture. Shen'er, today I shall avenge you. His visage seemed to age a decade as he lamented his years spent battling for the Dezhou. Neglecting his grandson. Not if there is a next life, I shall ensure to teach you well, so that you may possess the strength to protect yourself, and not be the victim of treachery. Li Changqing stood solemnly. Lord Shen, the young marquis was not killed by my hand. Please allow me to speak. At this moment, Chen Changhe had little faith in him. It would be better for you to plead your case in the underworld. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding clouds swirled like a tempest, enveloping the two men. Li Changqing retreated several steps but was forced back by an overwhelming aura. The formidable presence of a peak minor saint surged through him, causing a tumult within his very core. My lord, he strained his voice, his shoulders feeling as if they bore the weight of a mountain, his eyes reddened with blood. It would not be long before he would burst from the pressure. Completely suppressed, Li Changqing exerted all his strength to execute a faint manifestation of the myriad form sword technique, as the phantom of the divine Dragon King Cauldron began to materialize around him. Though your sacred artifact is extraordinary, it is of little use now. When the body is subdued, even the strongest artifact is futile. Chen Changhe, possessing keen insight, recognized that the divine Dragon King Cauldron was one with Li Changqing. By suppressing Li Changqing with all his might, he aimed to neutralize the threat posed by his sacred artifact. This was a preemptive strike. I do not intend to confront you with my sacred artifact. Rather, I wish to show you something, Li Changqing managed to say with great difficulty, then directed his consciousness into the divine Dragon King Cauldron. Grandfather, do not act rashly. It was not Li Changqing who killed me. A wisp of spirit emerged from the divine Dragon King Cauldron, semi-transparent, evidently having coalesced not long ago. Chen Changhe's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing this spirit, which was none other than his grandson. Chen Xian, no wonder he had discovered that Chen Xian's 7 souls and 6 spirits had been extracted. In a fit of rage, he had wondered who could be so cruel as to murder his grandson and devour his soul. Little did he know, it had been nurtured within Li Changqing's sacred artifact. In another location, for saints were embroiled in a fierce battle. Bai Ji had been away from the shattered sky bell for too long, her spirit beginning to weaken, compounded by injuries sustained during the recent ambush, leaving her with only defensive capabilities. Xian Shui was formidable, almost single-handedly facing 2 opponents. Yu Tsong was somewhat better off, as Li Changping possessed a legacy, his cultivation nearing the high tier of a minor saint. Just a notch below her, she couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the royal offspring of the great Zhou, whose cultivation was indeed of such high caliber. The dream-building saint Li Changqing shall not leave today. Do not resist stubbornly, return to your dream-building palace. as Li Changqing slipped from her line of sight, Li Changping felt a nagging unease, with Xian Shui suppressed and defeat seemingly inevitable. Overcoming her was not an endeavor to be accomplished in a mere moment, and anxiety welled up within her. I apologize, Princess Changping, but today I have only two paths: either I take Li Changqing with me or perish here. Xian Shui stood her ground resolutely. Li Changqing must have his own plans in facing Chen Changha alone, and all she could do was buy him more time. Li Changping, incensed, noticed that in the capital there were still those who dared to obstruct her. She signaled to Yu Tsong to join her in eliminating Xian Shui. Even if it meant provoking the dream-building palace, they could always resort to arms. At this moment, Chen Changha and Li Changqing descended from the sky. Princess Changping, new evidence has emerged in this case. My grandson was not killed by Li Changqing. I implore you to reconsider. The others halted upon hearing this. My lord, what do you mean? Li Changping's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Li Changqing. What had he said to Chen Changha that had so drastically altered his stance? Repeat that he did not commit murder. Chen Changha declared coolly, Princess, please accompany me to the office of the clan justice. There are matters I must discuss. Li Changping was momentarily stunned, realizing that the look in Chen Changha's eyes was one of resentment. What had Li Changqing just said to him? My lord, now is the perfect moment for revenge. Do not be swayed. Li Changqing is deeply scheming. Do not trust him. Chen Changha cast a cold glance but paid no heed. Pulling Li Changqing down toward the office of Clan Justice's judgment hall. Princess, this Yu Tsong appeared bewildered, the sudden turn of events leaving him at a loss. Earlier, it seemed as though Li Changqing and Chen Changha were aligned. Haha, you little rascal, it seems you had this planned all along and made me worry for nothing. Let me see how you will turn the tides. Xian Shui laughed heartily as she descended from the clouds. Amidst the hazy mist, Bai Ji's complexion was pale, having reached the limits of her spirit's endurance. One more moment, and my spirit would dissipate. If there is no recompense, I will not let this rest. The mist in the clouds dissipated as Bai Ji returned to the shattered sky bell, sitting cross-legged to restore her spirit. Lord Chen has taken action. How could he fail? Sixth brother, you first resisted stubbornly, then fled in fear of being guilty. What kind of game are you playing? Liamo remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm upon seeing Chen Changha bring Li Changqing back to the office of clan justice. Li Changqing sensed his malice but merely regarded him with a look akin to that of a monkey, respectfully saying, My lord, please take a seat. Chen Changha's expression was grave as he responded politely. Very well. Liamo was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been fierce adversaries, yet now they appeared to treat each other with mutual respect. Why, having previously anticipated ridicule, Liamo suddenly felt like a fool. My lord, Li Changqing is the murderer of the young marquis. Do not be swayed by his words. Am I a fool at this age? Chen Changha had long been suppressing his intense anger. Although Liamo was a prince, if he did not understand the importance of decorum, he would not receive a kind expression from Chen Changhe. Liamo's face was filled with doubt, unaware of what had transpired. Only feeling the disdain directed at him, which was a tremendous insult. Li Changping returned with an air of suppressed fury, and as Liamo approached to inquire, cousin, humph, Li Changping coldly snorted, brushing past him to return to her seat as the deputy clan justice. Her frigid demeanor silencing the hall. Liamo, once again ignored, could no longer maintain his composure, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. After all, he was the fifth prince, fifth uncle. Do not let this anger affect your health. This matter has nothing to do with us. Why not let your nephew join you for a drink? Li Biao, observing the atmosphere, advised Liamo to withdraw to avoid further humiliation, suspecting his mental state was on the verge of breaking. Am I angry? I am quite pleased. Liamo forced a smile, insisting, I will stay here and see how my sixth brother turns the tides. Even the formidable martial marquis has been subdued by him. What is there he cannot accomplish? As he spoke, his back teeth ground together. Yu Tsong soon returned to the hall, while Chuihao felt a sense of unease. How could the seemingly doomed Li Changqing experience such a turn of events? Now that the Tiangang Divine Shield had been seized by Li Changqing, his own 9 transformations golden body had nearly been shattered, and he had also sustained injuries. If he could not bring Li Changqing to justice this time, how would the sect view him, the one with the legacy of the great emperor? Captain Yu, he began to speak, but Yu Tsong shook his head helplessly. Do not ask me. I know nothing. When he spoke, his eyes were filled with resignation. Even seated in his current position, as one of the 8 leaders of the Demon Suppression Division, a saint in cultivation, he remained merely a pawn in the struggles between the royal family and the top-tier aristocracy. My lord, did you not have something to say? Why not share it? Li Changping exerted all her effort to control her emotions. She could easily disregard others obstructing her, but to directly eliminate Li Changqing was another matter. With the martial marquis present, she felt a degree of trepidation. My grandson was not killed by Li Changqing's demonic arts, thus he is not the murderer. Chen Changhe spoke up. Li Changping's expression shifted slightly. My lord, you witnessed Li Changqing employing demonic arts just now. Could there be any doubt? During the night of the alley battle, Cui Hao had been present, and many among them could attest that Li Changqing had indeed killed with such arts. Eager to reverse the tide, Cui Hao interjected, I personally experienced that night, and it was as he says. Miss Liang can also attest. He glanced at Liang Jinger. Speak up. Liang Jing remained in a daze. Feeling that Cui Hao had changed, no longer resembling the Cui Lang she once knew, seeing her lost in thought, Cui Hao's expression darkened. The princess has already made it clear. She will petition the emperor to annul the engagement. Do you not yearn for us to be together? Liang Jing looked at Cui Hao, her face filled with confusion. I do hope for that. Indeed, on that night, the sixth prince did slay the young marquis's subordinates using a technique that could devour flesh. Cui Hao nodded in satisfaction. Previously, Liang Jing had been the daughter of the deputy head of the Yingtian Academy, but now she was labeled as a debauched royal poisoness. Her reputation greatly diminished. Being with him was a step up for Liang Jing, and her attitude had naturally changed. Princess, Captain, you can also confirm. That night, he received intelligence about a great demon, otherwise I might have also fallen victim. Li Changping spread her arms. My lord, do you still harbor doubts? I believe we can conclude this matter. Where is the documentation? Li Gan, having witnessed the entire process, hesitated for a moment when Li Changping shot him a furious glare. He finally spoke. This official is here. Record according to my words. Li Changping wished to avoid further delay and was ready to pin the crime on Li Changqing. Your Highness, wait, I have stated that my grandson was not killed by Li Changqing. Do you wish for the true murderer to escape justice? Chen Changhe spoke with gravity, no longer concerned with her status as a princess. My lord, Li Changping attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Changhe. His displeasure evident. My grandson, Chen Xian, was dried of his blood and bones by the fire-scorching technique and eroded by the ice-soft palm, creating the illusion of being devoured by demonic arts. The effects of these two techniques, when employed simultaneously, are nearly indistinguishable from those of demonic arts. Chen Changhe stated truthfully. Cui Hao's complexion paled. This was undoubtedly something Li Changqing had told Chen Changhe. But how could he know? The fire-scorching technique and ice-soft palm were rarely seen in the martial world, and those who had witnessed them were exceedingly few. How had Li Changqing discerned the true cause of the damage? My lord, this is merely Li Changqing's ruse to evade responsibility. How could he determine that it was the fire-scorching technique and ice-soft palm that caused it? Cui Hao countered, Your Highness. The lord must have been deceived by Li Changqing. Li Changping seizes the opportunity to launch an attack. What a bold Li Changqing, still daring to obfuscate the truth at this late hour. If I do not eliminate you, will you not cause chaos in our great Zhou in the future? Someone, Chen Changhe sprang to his feet, proclaiming, I have stated before, my grandson Chen Xian was not killed by Li Changqing, but by another. Princess, to hastily draw such conclusions is to wish my grandson eternal unrest. Li Changping's face twitched. Regardless of her desire to kill Li Changqing, she did not dare to act recklessly under the wrath of the Marquis of Yangwu. Marquis, did you fail to comprehend what Cui Hao said? I am not deaf. I simply do not understand how the Zhongzhen court can handle a case with such carelessness, for Li Changqing is the princess's own nephew. Chen Changhe's face was filled with rage. To judge Li Changqing for murder, one must present evidence of his guilt. Forcing him to provide proof that he did not commit the act is utterly ludicrous. How then can you prove that my grandson Chen Xian was not killed by the techniques of fiery combustion and icy palm? Marquis, this Li Changping was rendered speechless, unable to refute. Chen Changhe suppressed his sorrow and fury. Wishing to avenge his grandson, yet determined to find the true culprit. He surveyed the room, unwilling to allow those with ulterior motives to exploit his grandson's death to eliminate political foes. This case I shall personally report to His Majesty for a retrial. If the princess has any dissent, she may accompany me to meet the emperor. The atmosphere in the Zhongzhen court fell into an instant silence. Li Changping trembled all over. Was it truly so difficult to kill the son of Xuanfei? With no backing in the capital and various factions deterred by his presence, how could he maintain such audacity? In the palace, Li Zhan and the Empress Yifei were engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, a eunuch entered, and upon seeing Li Zhan present, discreetly stood aside, hesitating to speak. "What is it? Is it something even I cannot hear?" Li Zhan casually inquired. The eunuch immediately knelt, reporting, "Your Majesty, it is merely a trivial matter, and I feared it might disrupt your leisure." The Empress Xiaoyu and Yifei Zhaoichuan exchanged awkward glances. Unable to express their discomfort, Li Zhan chuckled. "Speak, let us hear. You have served in the palace long enough, surely you would not deceive me." The eunuch, terrified, hastily knelt, declaring, "I dare not, it is just that the Zongjin court has conveyed some news which I thought to share with the Empress." Li Zhan set down his teacup. "Very well, I shall listen alongside the Empress and Yifei. It may provide us with some amusement." Chapter 50. Do you call me a wretched person? The atmosphere in the Empress's palace grew increasingly delicate. Xiaoyu and Song Yichuan exchanged glances, wishing to caution the eunuch to speak of what should be spoken and refrain from what should not. Words formed on their lips but were swallowed back. "What, is it inconvenient to speak?" Li Zhan lightly fixed his gaze upon the eunuch, who suddenly felt as if pricked by a thorn, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was but a servant. If he spoke out of turn, it would either be the emperor or the empress who would bring his end. His complexion turned pale as his mind raced to devise a way to evade blame. "It is merely idle chatter. There is nothing that cannot be said, as long as it is the truth. The masters would not hold it against you." Zhao Wuji, observing the emperor's expression growing more stern, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Li Zhan had come to probe the depths of the Empress Xiao's sentiments. He was already discontent with the current state of the court, and further obfuscation would only provoke his ire. Moreover, he understood the type of person Empress Xiao was. Should she harbor a bellyful of anger, it would inevitably be unleashed upon her subordinates. "These servants have it tough. Speak, your Majesty has the grace to enjoy a joke." Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Zhao Wuji was a trusted confidant of Li Zhan, and his words would carry the emperor's intent. Furthermore, Li Zhan's arrival at this hour was suspicious, suggesting he was already aware of matters concerning the Zongjin court, merely using the eunuch as a mouthpiece. With the emperor's approval, the eunuch let out a sigh of relief and recounted the events surrounding the Zongjin court in detail. Li Zhan's expression grew grave. The Marquis of Yangwu was a seasoned veteran of 3 reigns, highly esteemed in court, and now his only grandson had been murdered. The court must offer him an explanation. After speaking, he turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu offered a few dismissive remarks, failing to engage, pondering how to provide an explanation and who would deliver it. She could not fathom Li Zhan's ulterior motives. He was undoubtedly concocting a strategic move. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, exclaiming that the Ministry of Revenue had been careless in granting land belonging to the Marquis of Yangwu to the 6th prince. Unregistered lands are well documented in the ministry's secret accounts. Who would not be aware of whose property it is? He preemptively voiced this, for these words were Li Zhan's intent, yet could not be uttered directly by him. Those with ulterior motives would only blame this servant for his loose tongue. Thus Li Zhan would have a plausible story when the time came. Zhao Wuji's trust in Li Zhan extended beyond mere martial prowess. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to interject. "Perhaps the Ministry of Revenue feigning ignorance is not impossible." She was well aware that it was Li Changping's machinations. At this moment, she aimed to create a stumbling block. Testing the waters, among the 5 princes, the first and second princes held significant power. The first prince, as the crown prince, was supported by the Empress and Yifei, and many scholars rallied behind him. The second prince, having fought many battles, was greatly esteemed in the military. With the assistance of Princess Changping, his supporter, the King of the North, was the most formidable among the 4 vassal kings. The third prince was the son of Yifei. Naturally aligned with the crown prince, the 4th princess' mother had passed away early, appearing indifferent to fame and fortune, yet Xiaoyu believed he was more profound than he appeared. As for the 5th prince, he was the son of Yin Fei, brash and overbearing, the most talked about among the princes, harboring the greatest ambition. Li Zhan offered no further comments, letting out a hearty laugh. Someone was indeed attempting to gain the upper hand. The son of Xuanfei, sensitive to the political climate, was cleverly rallying a group of court officials based on past grievances. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted subtly, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. It seemed Li Changping was targeting the first prince, intending to sway those with past grievances against Xuanfei, who were undecided. Since she had made the first move, she should not blame herself for retaliating. If Li Changping had disrupted the balance, she would use this opportunity to remove her from the game. If she dared to wage war, she must be prepared to face the consequences. "Your Majesty," There are indeed those in the court whose secret schemes are hardly concealed. Song Ichuan seized the moment to make a sarcastic remark. Lijian chose not to delve further into it. He hoped these individuals would turn against one another. Anything else, stand and respond. The eunuch stood trembling, briefly summarizing the Zongjin court's judgment regarding Chen Xian's death. So the sixth prince is a demon. Xiaoyu cast a gratified glance at the eunuch, who from start to finish had not implicated her. Clever lad. However, Li Zhan's expression darkened. Xiaoyu's words were directed at him. If the crown prince was deemed a demon, this piece on the chessboard would essentially be rendered useless. The empress was reminding him that this prince must be dealt with accordingly. How to protect Li Changqing would require considerable effort. The son of Xuanfei, who knows? Song Ichuan began to speak but faltered mid-sentence. Li Zhan's expression soured. During the past 20 years, Xuanfei's influence had been thoroughly eradicated. The sudden emergence of a son could only be considered a fish that slipped through the net. Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. Song Ichuan, in a panic, hastily apologized, trembling all over. After Xuanfei's fall, the bloody methods employed in court had drawn Li Zhan's ire, nearly leading to a rift with the officials. To bring up old grievances at this time was akin to courting disaster. Enough. I fear you are not the only one with such thoughts, but others dare not voice them to me. Li Zhan sighed, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Soon after, Zhao Wuji whispered a few words to Li Zhan. He has arrived? Li Zhan inquired. Zhao Wuji affirmed, yes, and it seems Princess Changping's scheme is about to fall through. In the Zongjin court, Chen Changhe clarified that Chen Xian was not killed by Li Changqing. He did not wish to pursue past grievances. The Zongjin court could no longer exploit Chen Xian's death for their advantage. If there were disputes over the death of the young marquis, they would await the emperor's decree. Li Changping pointed the finger at Xian Shui. She secretly hoped that the arrival of the Saint of Dream Building would provide her with an excuse to punish Li Changqing. In matters concerning the royal family, Chen Changhe could not intervene. So what if he is a demon? At worst, this pathetic prince of Zhou need not reign. I shall return to the Dream Building Palace. Live freely and avoid facing these lowly individuals daily, Xian Shui boldly declared. She held the Zhou imperial court in disdain and cared little for Li Changqing's aspirations, employing the methods of the martial world. Ha, Li Changqing, even the Saint of Xian acknowledges you as a demon. Do you still have anything to say? Li Changping seized upon this point, hammering it home. If Elder Xian claims I am a demon, must I then accept that the princess is a wretched person? Li Changqing retaliated with Li Changping's own logic, his words sharp enough to nearly pierce through Li Changping's defenses. You dare to insult me? Li Changping could never comprehend where this sixth prince derived his confidence. He insulted everyone without fear, immediately exuding an intimidating aura. The princess employs cunning tactics, seeking to coerce a confession through coercion? Li Changqing was unafraid of her intimidation, standing firm against her pressure. If you wish to place me in peril, come openly and strike me down. Resorting to underhanded tactics would not make you my match. Upon hearing this, Li Changping was seized by thoughts of murder. Even Xuanfei had never dared to treat her with such disdain. This brash young man, unaware of his limits. Li Changqing, cease your insolence. If you admit your guilt, I may consider sparing your life, allowing you to live as a wealthy idler without any concerns. Li Changping offered him a chance at life, devoid of cultivation. Even a prince would be rendered virtually powerless. Attracting no court officials to his side, holding no official position, and living no differently than an ordinary local gentry, he would stir no further turmoil. The princess could very well become a virtuous wife and mother. Why not devote herself to nurturing her husband and children instead of stirring up the winds and waves in the Zongjin court? Li Changqing retorted with scorn. Indeed, is it not true that the princess has no children? The child she raised was born of a concubine from the heir of the northern town marquis, and she had entrusted him to Li Changping to rear as his son. This was a matter she found too shameful to disclose. Li Changqing, I shall flay you alive. Li Changping, struck at his most vulnerable point, instantly became furious, his murderous intent intensifying. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Hao interjected, Princess, rather than let your anger fester, why not allow me to slay this demon and avenge you? You boy, do you know your own limitations? Do you dare to question me before attempting to kill him? Xian Shui raised her hand, delivering several resounding slaps that caused Cui Hao to spit blood. You vile witch, you court death. Xian Shui showed no mercy, landing a few more slaps that left Cui Hao reeling, his vision swimming with stars, too frightened to utter another word. The holy master behind them. Restrained by the fact that they were within the Great Zhou's orthodox government, nearly lost his composure, almost betraying his presence and alerting those within the estate. Is practicing demonic arts synonymous with being a demon? Among the many saints of Great Zhou, is there none who have practiced such arts? And what of your marital family, the two carefree saints of the northern town Marquis estate? What kind of techniques do they cultivate? Li Changqing directly exposed the truth, leaving Li Changping speechless. The two carefree saints are indeed practitioners of demonic arts, having established a sect and slaughtered righteous path practitioners, labeling them as demons. Can I not found a demonic sect? Can I not hunt the innocent? Li Changqing pressed on relentlessly. And what of that dreamweaver saint? How do you explain her? Li Changping shouted in anger, though you may have founded a sect. Your dealings with the infamous Dreamweaver Palace are shrouded in mystery. Perhaps you hold a significant status there. Chapter 51. At the end of the road, spiritually ascending to the saints, Xian Shui suddenly realized. Her expression turning apologetic. Have I brought trouble to the orthodox government? She had not anticipated the insidious nature of the Great Zhou royalty, and her temper flared immediately. He is a prince, you are a princess. By all rights, you are blood relatives, yet you were so ruthless as to seek his death. Li Changqing had long since ceased to care about the wounds inflicted by Qin, his calm demeanor evoking a sense of heart-wrenching pain in others. I cannot choose my bloodline, but I can choose my kin for whom I would lay down my life. She is unworthy. Lin Pofan retrieved him from the Divine King sect, and though Li Changqing harbored a flicker of hope, the moment he entered the divine capital, he comprehended the reality. His life was destined to be drenched in blood and strife, leaving no room for mercy, even from so-called blood relatives. His true kin were those who bravely faced the storm of bloodshed alongside him. You slander me, claiming I killed the young Marquis. You have failed. If you wish to prove I am a demon, you have miscalculated. Would the orthodox government dare record the proceedings? Li Changqing regarded Li Gan, who had been unable to put pen to paper. But since I have arrived, I cannot allow you to unjustly accuse me. Li Changping's face, once pale, turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron as he spoke in a low voice. What do you intend to do? What can you do? By the time Xian Shui arrived, you had already become a demon. I need not document any records to kill you. If you die, the records will simply reflect the truth. Do you truly believe you can write the narrative as you please? Li Changqing did not look down upon her. Within the orthodox government, not everyone was her ally, including the emperor, the empress, and even the favored consort's faction. All observing her closely, the fifth prince was present at the orthodox government at this moment. If Li Changqing's guilt were substantiated and he were slain, it would bring great joy to them, eliminating a threat. But with Chen Changhe's betrayal, the accusation held no weight. She knew that any misstep would allow her political adversaries to seize on the matter, creating a storm of controversy throughout the city. Li Changping did not dare employ extreme measures against Li Changqing, for he was wary of the intricate web of factions within the divine capital. You are the Great Zhou's Princess Changping. Judging royal matters, at most, it would be seen as negligence, leading to a few reprimands. It would not topple you, yet the one who slanders me is merely 100 households of the Demon Suppression Department. Li Changqing understood the implications. Li Changping was a saint, deputy of the orthodox government. Regardless of whether reasons were sufficient to execute her, even if he harbored murderous intent, he lacked the capability to carry it out. How many saints resided in the divine capital? With just him, Xian Shui, and the injured by Ji, did the sixth prince intend to kill me? Chuihao sensed Li Changqing's murderous aura approaching him, causing his entire body to tremble. First, you defile the royal family, then you slander me as a murderer. I would like to ask, was this your idea or that of the Demon Suppression Department? Li Changqing turned his gaze to Yu Tsong. Yu Tsong felt a chill run down his spine under Li Changqing's scrutiny, desperately racking his brain for words. The matter involving Chen Shen, now backed by Chen Changhe, would likely provoke the wrath of the brave Marquis should the Demon Suppression Department dare to show favoritism. To accuse Li Changqing of being a demon without sufficient evidence was risky. This was the orthodox government, not the Demon Suppression Department. Upon receiving reports about the case involving 100 households, Chuihao, the Demon Suppression Department had concluded that young Marquis Chen Shen had died at the hands of the sixth prince, with fatal wounds clearly inflicted by demonic arts, hence the joint investigation with the orthodox government today. His words were meticulously crafted, and Chuihao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, Commander? Are you suggesting that I am framing Li Changqing? Yu Tsong sighed, aware that in the court strife, failure would lead to abandoning the chariot to save the commander. could this truly be the business of the left commander of the Demon Suppression Department? Lord Shin would report to the Emperor for a re-investigation, and whether you are guilty or not remains to be seen. If you are innocent, the Demon Suppression Department will surely protect you. Chui Hao's face turned pale, unable to suppress a dry laugh. If it were determined that Li Changqing did not commit the murder, would he not face death? Did the entire Demon Suppression Department, including the left commander, not know that this was a scheme targeting Li Changqing, and now they wished to distance themselves from it? A look of despair washed over Chui Hao's face. From the very beginning, Chui Hao had orchestrated this, and the Demon Suppression Department had followed procedure to investigate, only pretending ignorance, knowing it was a frame-up. Everything had a seemingly reasonable justification for being uninvolved. Instead, he had become the weapon for murder. And should things go awry, he would be discarded as a pawn. In terms of political maneuvering, the sects could never rival the royal family. Chui Hao, today's outcome is your own doing. You have forgotten your identity and meddled in affairs that were not yours to touch. You can only blame your own foolishness. Li Changqing towered above, both disdainful and indifferent, delivering a heart-wrenching insult that shattered Chui Hao's defenses. He had always believed himself clever, volunteering to toy with a prince like Li Changqing, only to end up being the one played. In the end, it was he who was manipulated by the Demon Suppression Department and Li Changping, while the onlookers found amusement in Li Changqing's plight. Chui Hao's eyes brimmed with despair, all his illusions shattered like fragile bubbles. In the divine capital, in the orthodox government, which sect would dare to stand up for him? Tomorrow, the armies of Great Zhou could march into the sect, leaving no survivors. Would the sect risk its face for him against Great Zhou? Li Changqing, I wish to challenge you to a fair duel. If I win, I shall take Liang Jing with me. If you win, you may kill me. Chui Hao resolved to stake everything, for all that remained of his pride was Liang Jing. Li Changqing, intent on crushing him into dust, turned to Liang Jing with a smile. Miss Liang, do you wish to accompany him? Liang Jing hesitated, the pain from the wounds on her body still fresh and stinging, the lives of hundreds from the Liang family weighing heavily upon her. The stark contrast in Chui Hao's demeanor left her questioning whether their past love had ever been pure. Chui Lang, I am sorry. Liang Jing shed 2 streams of tears, unable to discern whether she was bowing to reality or regretting their past connection. Is it that you see me fallen and no longer wish to be with me? Chui Hao was shocked, his voice hoarse, teetering on the brink of explosion. I have fallen to this point, all for you, Jinger, and now you wish to abandon me. Liang Jing's mind was clouded, unable to bear the internal struggle, covering her face and weeping. I'm sorry, Chui Lang, I do not know, but I cannot go with you. I cannot go with you, you wretched woman, a vain and sycophantic person, and I offered my sincere heart only to have it thrown to the dogs. Chui Hao's eyes turned red, his voice hoarse and strained, as he found himself stripped of all remaining dignity. What remained for him? Desire, dignity, ambition, all dissipated like smoke. Liang Jing looked at him through tear-filled eyes. Chui Lang, you call me a wretched woman, you have never spoken such harsh words. She felt her heart shatter. The years that Li Changqing had traversed had imparted upon him a sense of indifference to worldly affairs, and he felt a profound sorrow watching their self-deceiving performance. Enough, Chui Hao, you have received your answer, you have won, yet I too cannot have Liang Jing, only death can grant me release. Moreover, his body, possessing the diamond shield physique as a nourishing substance, did not render him entirely useless. There was still some value. Chui Hao let out a long howl, his grief and fury soaring to the heavens, declaring, even in death, I shall perish alongside you. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a torrential flood. Can you truly handle this? Xian Shui furrowed her brow, sensing the intensity of Chui Hao's spirit, which seemed poised for mutual destruction and should not be underestimated. Senior Xian, please enjoy the spectacle. Li Changqing's figure unfurled as he advanced. Having already stripped Chui Hao of his heavenly shield, he was now devoid of support. The resonating hum of the divine Dragon King's cauldron instantly shattered Chui Hao's ethereal momentum, while the perfected myriad forms sword technique unleashed a barrage of strikes. With explosive sounds akin to firecrackers, nearly all the sword energies descended upon Chui Hao. Amidst the cracking noises, Chui Hao's 9 turns golden body began to fracture, blood seeping from countless wounds. The onlookers fell silent, brows furrowed, as the 6th prince's methods against his foes appeared excessively ruthless. If one were to become his enemy in the future, one could only imagine the torturous fate that awaited them. The thought alone sent chills down their spines. Li Changping and Li Mo were equally astonished, their faces paling at the sight of such an individual. One could either employ them or face their destruction. Clearly, the former was not an option, and the latter, concern etched deeply into their features. They foresaw that the emergence of this individual would bring about earth-shattering changes to the situation in the divine capital. Just as Li Changqing was on the verge of shattering Cui Hao's 9 turns golden body, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. "This is bad." Li Changqing swiftly retreated, realizing that Cui Hao was forcibly burning his essence to elevate his realm. The orthodox government erupted in an uproar. Stunned by the scene before them, Cui Hao's aura soared to unprecedented heights, momentarily transcending into the realm of the saints, achieving a saintly state. "Ha, Li Changqing, what do you possess now to slay me?" Chapter 52. Burning Essence, a fight to the death. The hall of judgment fell into an eerie silence. Below, Cui Hao's hair was disheveled, his garments torn apart, revealing a chest marred by sword wounds, his visage radiating a chilling intent to kill. "Li Changqing, do you dare to engage me in a fight to the death?" Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Cui Hao's formidable presence coalesced into an aura of sanctity, continuously heightened by his burning essence. In an instant, he could transcend into the saintly realm. This commander of the Demon Suppression Division was indeed a genius. Burning his essence, he stirred the blood within him. Though perilous, not everyone could achieve such a feat. Those present were cultivators with notable accomplishments, unable to restrain themselves from commenting, prompting a chorus of agreement. Limo applauded, exclaiming, "What a bold commander of the Demon Suppression Division, with such courage to sever his retreat. Even in death it is a glorious end." Li Changqing, witnessing his opponent at the end of the road, remained unrepentant and lightly uttered 4 words, "A cornered beast fights back," after a prolonged silence following his defeat. Li Changping seemed to seize this opportunity, casting a mocking glance at Li Changqing. "Cui Hao has colluded with Liang Jing, indulging in debauchery with the royal family. He ought to be sentenced to severe punishment. Yet, as a cultivator, he issues you a challenge. Will you accept or decline? Should you accept, all present must adhere to the rules of the cultivation world, refraining from offering assistance. If you show cowardice and refuse, I shall take him down myself." Li Changqing lowered his gaze, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Cui Hao, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Li Changping, with his insidious schemes, would seize any opportunity to bring him to his demise. Their enmity likely stemmed from his own mother. Even after 20 years, the animosity could still ignite her wrath. Perhaps Li Changping was the one who bore the deepest grudge against her and had suffered her punishments the most. In light of this, why not initiate a cycle? 20 years later, Xian Fei's son would eventually tread upon her. "Princess, since Cui Hao is oblivious to his peril, I shall accept." Li Changqing raised his eyelids. 2 piercing gazes seemingly transcending time, fixating on Li Changping. "Very well, I look forward to your survival." Li Changping trembled. Such a gaze was eerily reminiscent of Xian Fei from 20 years past. He was courting death. "I accept Cui Hao's challenge. Should anyone offer assistance, it would be a violation of the cultivation world's principles." Li Changqing proclaimed loudly. Xan Shui and Chen Changhe were taken aback. "A fool, he has transcended into the saintly realm while you are merely at the 8th level of divine powers. Your realm's vastly disparate. You are courting death," Xan Shui admonished. With Li Changqing's declaration, she knew she could not intervene. She had witnessed his ruthlessness and courage firsthand. However, the situation dictated that one should not challenge a mountain with an egg. Such folly. "Linger calls you Shui, and I shall do so as well. If I cannot contend with such insignificant creatures, would it not betray Linger's faith in me?" Li Changqing's commanding words were imbued with a depth of emotion that could captivate all women. Even Liang Jing trembled as if electrified. The cold and ruthless 6th prince, known for his mercilessness, exhibited such a side. What kind of woman could inspire such behavior? Why had Cui Lang transformed to the point of being unrecognizable to her? Xian Shui found herself lost in thought. Had he not only shared a brief encounter with Yi Linger, their interactions had been minimal, yet his tone suggested they had endured much together, perhaps even life and death experiences. Truly perplexing. "Fool, you have saved the saintess's life and wished for her to attain great mastery. The saintess harbors guilt towards you and has specifically sent me. If you die, how shall I explain it?" "Shui, I shall not perish. Even if I do, should Linger learn how I met my end, she would not be disappointed," Li Changqing declared solemnly. The decisions he made were resolute, and he would not regret them even in the face of death. Accepting this challenge, even if it was like an egg confronting a stone, he would carve a pit in the stone. Should he falter now, he would only deserve to live the remainder of his life as a mere cur. Saint Xin, I find this young man admirable. Since he has made his decision, let us honor his will. Chen Qinghai's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Although Chun Xian had perished, his soul remained within the Divine Dragon King's cauldron, effectively leaving him half alive. Kindling his hopes, he had long since freed himself from sorrow. Alas, Xian Shui sighed in resignation. Ah, indeed, my sixth brother is a fierce one. Fear not, if you were to perish, I shall ensure your grand burial. Li Mo's delight was palpable, his grin nearly uncontainable. A cultivator at the divine powers stage challenging a saint, what a delusion! Does he believe himself a hero? Li Changqing's protective spirit was injured, he had sensed it from the outset. And with that sacred artifact, how could a practitioner at the divine powers stage hope to contend with a saint? Prepare your own coffin, Li Changqing scoffed, disdainful of the instigator who would only find comfort in being scorned. Enough chatter, come. Cui Hao's features contorted into a ghastly visage as he thought, as my essence is depleted, perhaps that will be the moment of my demise, if I can drag the prince down with me. Then my life has not been in vain. For all these years, he had been torn between inferiority and pride, yearning for power while scornful of those in high places. To perish alongside a prince would serve as his final act of defiance against a world that had forsaken him. My life is beyond the grasp of hell. Li Changqing unsheathed his sword, the myriad sword intentions enveloping the space, as the energy from his cultivation surged like a flood, branching out through his meridians. Come forth, Cui Hao laughed maniacally, his damaged nine-turn golden body quickly healing after transcending into the saintly realm, radiating even more golden light than before. A punch surged forth, akin to the force of a collapsing sky. In an instant, Li Changqing's momentum shattered, as Cui Hao's fist, undiminished in power, struck the Divine Dragon King's cauldron. A resonant hum echoed, shaking the hearts and minds of all present in the Hall of Judgment. Causing blood to seep from Li Changqing's lips, Cui Hao had burned his essence too fervently, and could not sustain it for long. He needed a swift conclusion, like a specter closing eye. And Li Changqing unleashed a series of strikes from the myriad sword techniques, embodying the essence of all things, shattering defenses as if the Milky Way hung upside down. An unyielding force, the immense pressure ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Every maneuver and technique wielded far surpassed his previous capabilities. Li Changqing reveled in this sensation. Battling against overwhelming odds, he pushed the limits of body and mind. With each defensive action, he felt his heart grow clearer, the body of creation, born of creation, defying death to embrace life. Just as his body of creation had been forged anew in the face of death's threat, as all momentum shattered under Cui Hao's ferocious onslaught, the Divine Dragon King's cauldron nearly flew off its pedestal. Li Changqing laughed heartily, drawing forth his blood and pouring it onto the cauldron. You seek death with such fervor, wagering your life against mine. I admire your ultimate madness, but do you know, in this world, there exists a courage that embraces life through death. The Divine Dragon King's cauldron, drenched in Li Changqing's essence, suddenly radiated golden light, resonating with a divine sound as if it were a heavenly decree. Cui Hao's punch was met with an unforeseen force, akin to a flower blooming upon a sheer cliff, embodying an indomitable spirit that refused to bow to the winds of adversity, that which he could only yearn for. Why can a mere prince possess such resolute courage? The heavens are unjust. Cui Hao's resentment surged, nearly consuming his essence in an instant. Determined to perish alongside Li Changqing, he could not allow even the last shred of his pride to be crushed by such a rival. Thus, he resolved to descend into death together. Li Mo, who had always thrived on chaos, was now gripped by a profound fear. How could there exist someone as deranged as Cui Hao? Li Changqing, pushed into a corner once more by this madness, understood that as long as he could push the Divine Dragon King's cauldron to its utmost limits, enduring for a moment or two, Cui Hao would exhaust himself to death. Yet, he did not choose this path. Cui Hao dared to challenge him, and he intended to let him taste defeat in the most formidable manner. Even if he were to kill Cui Hao, he would ensure he bore the remnants of his shattered pride. Deep fear and respect into the underworld. In this moment, the body of creation surged with fervor, acutely sensing Li Changqing's emotions. Even if it risked collapse, it would fulfill his desires. Such a solitary and determined individual would either reach the pinnacle of existence or fall into oblivion. There was no third option. Devouring heaven's demonic arts, consumed, Li Changqing began to absorb the heavenly shield he had seized, aiming to merge all its power. Cui Hao, a bearer of the heavenly Gang's legacy, was now attempting to fuse it with demonic arts. A perilous endeavor indeed. Xian Shui was struck with alarm. A fool, Cui Hao has gone mad. Do you wish to join him in his madness? Chapter 53, Embracing Death to Achieve Life, the Nine Suns' Golden Body. Though Xin Shui had never practiced the devouring heaven's demonic arts, she could perceive its inherent dangers. Every technique in the world followed its own path, forcibly merging them would undoubtedly damage the meridians, potentially even obliterating the foundation. That Li Changqing was a gambler, a true gambler. Ha, the heavenly gang's shield is a sacred artifact of my sect. You wish to devour it with demonic arts? Very well, take this sacred artifact with you. Cui Hao's laughter grew more frenzied. At his wits' end, feeling abandoned by his sect, resentment filled his heart. Let the heavenly gang's shield be destroyed in the process. It would serve as retribution against the sect. The shield's restrictions had been shattered by Bai Ji, significantly reducing the resistance. Li Changqing activated the devouring heaven's demonic arts, voraciously absorbing the shield's power, which began to crack ominously. The fragments of the shield, like streaks of light, pierced Li Changqing's skin, coursing through his body, releasing the power of the sacred artifact as they traversed his meridians. As the demonic arts dissolved, they met with fierce resistance, akin to countless hammers striking his body. Attempting to forcefully release this power. Li Changqing furrowed his brow as intense pain assaulted him. His body began to swell, turning crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Ha ha ha, you have been bitten by your own scheme. Cui Hao laughed maniacally, delivering punch after punch to Li Changqing's swollen body. With a splatter, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The excruciating expansion of his body pushed him to the brink of agony. Approaching the edge of unbearable inflation, even the ancient lineage of the transformation body began to show signs of cracking under the relentless collision of demonic energy and divine shield. Yet, Cui Hao's assault did not relent. Rather, it intensified as his vital essence burned rapidly. I shall see if the divine inheritance bestowed upon me can suppress this demonic power. Li Changqing's expression hardened as he leapt into the ethereal shadow of the Dragon King cauldron. A resonant hum erupted, far more profound and soul-stirring than what was heard from outside. Was Li Changqing truly seeking a rebirth through death, or was he merely hastening his demise? Such an act was akin to offering himself as a sacrificial ingredient. Plunging into the furnace, potentially becoming nourishment for the Dragon King cauldron. Like a frenzied beast, Cui Hao rained down the power of a sage upon the cauldron with relentless fists. Li Changqing's consciousness gradually dimmed. Relying solely on his dwindling willpower to channel the energy within him, his soul lingered around his corporeal form, ever so close yet distant, continuously refined by the cauldron. Unexpectedly, he discovered that his soul could detach. And his body, free from the protective duty of the soul, began to heal itself furiously. Shattered meridians were filled by fragments of the divine shield, gradually dissolving and merging into one. The energy within his dantian surged forth unbidden, flowing like nurturing rain upon parched earth. Inside the Dragon King cauldron, the soul and body were refined separately, triggering an extraordinary phenomenon. Above the Zongjing mansion, tempestuous winds arose, and countless white vapors cascaded down from the rooftops, pouring into the cauldron. Li Changqing's soul, summoned by his body, was instantly drawn back, every sinew of his exposed skin accentuated. It was as if streams of true yang energy infused his veins, radiant as golden threads. Before vanishing beneath his skin, the Nine Yang Golden Body technique, a thunderbolt seemed to strike Li Changqing's mind, and as he opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shot forth, desperate for survival. He had comprehended a technique even more formidable than the Nine Turns Golden Body, the Nine Yang Golden Body technique. If only he could acquire Cui Hao's diamond shield body, he would achieve perfection. With a mighty roar, Li Changqing soared out from the Dragon King cauldron, his momentum propelling him beyond the realm of the mundane. The force of his breakthrough conjured a tempestuous aura. The hum of the Dragon King cauldron shifted, breaking through the high saint tier to reach the initial stage of the immortal tier. No, this cannot be, Cui Hao screamed hoarsely, throwing a punch, only for Li Changqing's newly comprehended Nine Yang Golden Body technique to withstand it. Your doom has arrived. Li Changqing slowly raised his gaze, the chilling stare directed at Cui Hao, uttering softly, and then gestured, channeling the power of his breakthrough to activate the initial stage of the sacred artifact. With a thunderous boom, Cui Hao's momentum was shattered. The burning essence, a desperate bid for transcendence, was ultimately a futile endeavor, lacking a solid foundation. Though it erupted fiercely, it bore no lasting strength. Cui Hao, reeling from the impact, coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. You abhor my demonic energy, then let it consume your very being. I shall not allow you to die with dignity, but rather leave you with nothing. A piercing howl reverberated as Cui Hao's diamond shield body was ruthlessly devoured. Having grasped the Nine Yang true technique, Li Changqing no longer rejected the Tiangang body, instead absorbing it with great ease. Li Changping watched the scene unfold before him, collapsing into his chair. Was this not akin to a devil? He claimed he was not a demon, yet this was far more terrifying. The offspring of Xin Fei cannot be allowed to remain in this world. The murderous intent resurfaced in Li Changping's eyes. It seemed he would forever be ensnared in the vendetta against Xin Fei and her progeny. 20 years had passed, and her specter lingered on. The devoured Cui Hao appeared listless, crumpled on the ground. His cultivation was gone, his physique shattered. He had become a mere husk. Li Changqing, you may as well kill me. Cui Hao's voice was hoarse, having lost the will to live. Even the courage to embrace death. He had thought that exhausting his essence would lead to a glorious end, yet at the moment of utter consumption Li Changqing had interrupted him. He had somehow retained a breath of life. Becoming a living corpse, Li Changqing stood before him, looking down from a height. I have suddenly changed my mind. I will not kill you. I will even forgive your slander against me and your debauchery within the royal family. I shall allow you to live. Ha ha ha! Debauchery within the royal family. Do you think forgiveness is so easily granted? I am to be exterminated along with my entire lineage, yet I have no lineage left. I will still die, and you shall not have your way. Cui Hao laughed maniacally, his voice tinged with desperation. You wish for my demise, yet I insist on dying, for this is my revenge against you. Li Changqing found himself at the end of his patience with the maniacal figure before him. Your life or death is of no concern to me. It is ludicrous that you would seek to retaliate against me through your own death. However, I can indulge you briefly. I shall petition the emperor to annul my engagement with Liang Jing. Even if you and Liang Jing were to reconcile, it would bear no relation to the de Zhou royal family. You shall be scorned but not slain. Cui Hao's face turned pale, his feeble body unable to rise. No, I conspired with that harlot Liang Jing to ensure the royal prince would be a fool. Kill me, he cried out, imploring Li Changqing. Kill me. Li Changqing kicked him aside, for I have never shown mercy to my enemies. I only wish for them to regret ever drawing breath, to regret opposing me. You must live, for only by your survival will the world know that opposing me leads to such a fate. No, Cui Hao loathed himself, all his courage and confidence shattered. He wished for death but lacked the resolve. Li Changqing cast him one last glance, coldly regarding the pale-faced Li Changping, who stood high above. Your Highness, may the judgment come to an end. The venomous resentment in Li Changping's eyes brimmed, as she pointed a trembling finger at him. The offspring of a harlot, so cruel. What did you say? Li Changqing's expression darkened, his gaze like a blade fixated upon her. In public, she dared to insult his deceased mother. In an instant, his aura surged. And should she speak another word, Li Changqing would not hesitate to engage in battle once more. Li Changping, undeterred by his threat, stood abruptly, declaring loudly, I said the offspring of a harlot is as cruel as this. Do you wish to kill me? It is not that she looked down upon Li Changqing. Defeating Cui Hao, this pseudo-saint, did not imply she could vanquish her. A true saint slap her, just as Li Changqing was about to erupt. A voice whispered in his ear, and suddenly an energy not belonging to him surged forth. To insult my mother, a slap is in order. Li Changqing delivered a resounding slap, and as Li Changping raised her hand to block, her pupils suddenly constricted. With a loud crack, a resounding slap landed on her face. Li Changping was momentarily stunned, and even those present in the judgment hall were taken aback. After such a prolonged battle, Li Changqing still had strength to spare. No, this is wrong. Even at his peak, he could not best Li Changping. How could he injure her with a single slap, who was hiding in the shadows? Come forth! Li Changping, filled with shame and fury, shouted, realizing that this power did not emanate from Li Changqing but from another source. It was I who struck you, Li Changping. Do you dare to defy me? As the words fell, a figure with white hair and beard materialized, cloaked in an aura that was unmistakably that of a grand sage at its pinnacle. You are Jiang Xingzhou. Li Changping's face drained of color. Trembling in shock, you are still alive. Did you not expect this? I am indeed alive, Jiang Boizhou proclaimed. I am the father of Xin Fei Jiang Yao, and the maternal grandfather of the sixth prince, Li Changqing Jiang Xingzhou. Chapter 54. The prince is innocent. Each returns to their own home. Li Changqing stood rooted to the spot, as if struck dumb. Some of the elder relatives in the Zongjing mansion gaped in astonishment. Jiang Sage, he is still among the living. 20 years ago, he evaded the net of slaughter. Jiang Xingzhou, grandfather. Li Changqing's mind went blank, the sudden appearance of kin catching him off guard. Do I still have family in this world? Jiang Xingzhou approached the stunned Li Changqing, and in his features, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of Jiang Yao. Overcome with emotion, his eyes reddened as he choked out, Child, I am your grandfather. The bond of blood stirred within Li Changqing. confirming without a doubt that the person before him was indeed his grandfather. This sense of familiarity was irreplaceable by anyone else's grandfather. Li Changqing called out hoarsely, perhaps only in the presence of one's closest kin could one reveal their vulnerable side. Reflecting on the past 20 years, cultivation, battling for the Divine King's sect, being wronged, and ultimately expelled from the sect, he had entered the treacherous capital, where danger lurked at every turn, with schemes laid against him at every step. Today, he had nearly lost his life. Li Changqing had relied on sheer bravado to establish the reputation of the sixth prince within the capital, yet he felt utterly exhausted, like walking on thin ice. Alas, child, Jiang Xingzhou could no longer contain his emotions, pulling Li Changqing into an embrace, weeping uncontrollably. 20 years have passed, my child, you have suffered. Grandfather, I am fine, those who have caused me suffering shall be repaid tenfold. Li Changqing spoke in the gentlest tone, uttering the most formidable words. Good grandson, just like your mother. Jiang Xingzhou rejoiced at this, patting Li Changqing's shoulder firmly. Now that your grandfather has returned, let us see who dares to bully you. With that, he surveyed the royal relatives present, finally fixing his gaze upon Li Changping. The members of the hall lowered their heads. Those who had participated in the extermination of Xianfei's faction, whether directly or through their forebears, felt a surge of fear upon seeing Jiang Xingzhou return to the capital. 2 decades ago, Jiang Xingzhou was already considered a sage, and now his cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Firmly positioned as a half-step emperor. My daughter was driven to her demise by your hands. 20 years have elapsed, and you still dare to tarnish her name. Do you truly believe the Jiang family has been extinguished? Jiang Xingzhou bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, as he swept his large sleeve, sending Li Changping hurtling through the air to crash heavily onto the ground. Should I hear another disrespectful word regarding my daughter, I shall strip you of your entire cultivation and relish in witnessing your arrogance crumble. Li Changping, shaken by this overwhelming aura of the great sage, coughed up blood, struggling to rise as he met Jiang Xingzhou's seething gaze. This strike was fueled by 20 years of pent-up resentment. With just a bit more force, it could have claimed her life on the spot. Your daughter's demise has nothing to do with me. Jiang Shang, you have just returned to the capital and already resort to threats against this princess. How imposing you are. Though her words were harsh, she could not help but take a few steps back. In the realm of emperors, there are but a handful in the entire world. At the pinnacle of the great sage realm, one stands invincible beneath the emperors. As a mere sage, she dared not confront him directly. Even as the emperor's own sister and the fiancée of the Prince of Jinbei, she still did not dare. With the current situation, even Li Changping refrained from challenging Jiang Xingzhou's might. Who else would dare to act recklessly? Li Mo felt a suffocating frustration. Li Changqing was already domineering enough, and now he had to contend with a great sage of even greater authority. Li Biao, we must take our leave. He saw no reason to linger here. With his sharp tongue, he might inadvertently utter words he should not, risking a severe beating. Before a great sage, even a prince is insignificant. Unless the emperor himself intervenes, not many in the entire Qin Empire could stand against Jiang Xingzhou. Limo departed in disgrace, his face a mask of loathing. Jiang Xingzhou stepped forward, his voice sharp as he demanded, I have heard that you are judging my grandson. Is this true? Li Changping, still reeling from the blow, suppressed his humiliation and replied solemnly, It pertains to the life of the young Marquis of Yanwu. We merely sought to inquire. I have already stated that my grandson's death is unrelated to Li Changqing. Do not mention this matter again, Chen Changha responded with authority, turning to Jiang Xingzhou. It has been 20 years since we last met. Jiang Shang, you have grown even more formidable. Jiang Xingzhou nodded amicably. Although Chen Changha had not supported Jiang Yao in the past, he had not acted against her either. After all, he was a man forged in battle, disdainful of petty schemes, and had no desire to be embroiled in the chaos of the capital, preferring to campaign abroad. If that is the case, I shall take my grandson and depart. Jiang Xingzhou grasped Li Changqing and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Jiang Shang. This is the residence of the great Zhou Zongjing, and we must adhere to protocol to confirm innocence and document this matter. To leave so hastily undermines the authority of our Zongjing. Li Changping sought to salvage his last shred of dignity. With a venomous woman like you at the helm of the Zongjing, what authority remains? I will take her away. Do you dare to stop me? Jiang Xingzhou raised his hand for another strike. With a resounding boom, within the Zongjing, a vague shadow materialized, startling Jiang Xingzhou back a step. It turned out to be the return of Jiang Shang to the capital. No wonder I sensed a powerful presence descending upon the skies of the capital. It has been 20 years. How have you been, Jiang Shang? Upon seeing the apparition, the Zongjing's officials fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Everyone rise. This shadow belonged to Li Zhan, who sensed the aura of the great sage and projected his essence here. Hearing his words, the crowd stood, hands at their sides. However, Jiang Xingzhou regarded him not as the emperor. After all, he was, in a sense, her son-in-law, fortunate to still be alive thanks to the emperor. Li Zhan chuckled awkwardly. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Changqing, this was the first time he had seen this son. Throughout the encounter, Li Changqing had not knelt, causing Li Zhan to feel a stir within. Indeed, he bore the spirit of Jiang Yao. "Jiang Shang, now that you have come to the capital, why not visit the palace? It has been 20 years, and I have greatly missed you." I suspect the emperor is more concerned about whether I am still alive." Jiang Xingzhou scoffed. "If that is the case, I shall accompany you to the palace and see how those old acquaintances fare." With that, she vanished in a flash. Li Changqing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet soon regained his composure. The current emperor was merely his nominal father, having never raised him even for a day. Li Zhan said not a word to Li Changqing, who likewise ignored him. He held no regard for the basic principles of ruler and subject. The judgment hall remained enveloped in a deathly silence following the departure of Li Zhan and Jiang Xingzhou. Everyone understood the significance of Jiang Xingzhou's return to the capital. The previously powerless and insignificant sixth prince now seemed destined to witness a reshuffling of power among the influential in the capital. Li Changping's gaze turned vacant, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he fell into an abyss of silence. Silently sharing in this silence was Cui Hao, for whom life and death had become inconsequential, as if time had rendered him but a speck of dust without essence. Only Liang Jing felt a deep-seated anxiety. Uncertain of the fate that awaited her, filled with dread of the unknown. Moments later, when Jiang Xingzhou did not return, Li Zhan's personal eunuch Zhao Wuji arrived with an imperial decree. Liang Jing, daughter of Liang Zi, vice principal of Yingtian Academy, and Cui Hao, 100 House of the Demon Suppression Division, for personal misconduct towards the royal family, are henceforth demoted to commoners and expelled from the capital. Chen Qin, grandson of the Yangwu Marquis Chen Changhe, has been investigated and found not to have killed the sixth prince, thus is innocent. The circumstances surrounding Chen Qian's death will be investigated separately after the Ascending the Tower event. Upon hearing the decree, Liang Jing felt a thunderous roar in her mind, nearly fainting from shock. Demoted to a commoner and expelled from the capital, where would she go? Zhao Gongdang, has my father been implicated? Liang Jing sat on the ground, the brutal blows of fate leaving her despondent, her hopes extinguished. This departure would lead her to wander the rivers and lakes, ending her wretched existence. Miss Liang, the emperor has decreed, you dared to carry on with the prince. How could Lord Liang escape unscathed? Zhao Wuji sneered. The decree has been issued, stripping Liang Zi of his vice principal position and demoting him to an ordinary attendant. With that, he approached Li Changqing. Sixth prince, you must be weary today. The emperor has been preoccupied with state affairs and could not meet you. As father and son, there is no need for distance or resentment. The right moment will surely come for him to summon you. Zhao Wuji offered, urging him to return to his residence to rest, for the Ascending the Tower event approaches, and we wish to see the sixth prince's prowess. Li Changqing nodded slightly and turned to leave. What difference does it make whether this father is seen or not? In a place where his mother is unwelcome, he held no desire to return. Upon arriving at the royal residence, the guests had yet to disperse. Lu Changle, upon seeing his master return unscathed, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Your Highness, you have returned? Li Changqing nodded. How was the reception for the guests? He glanced over the courtyard filled with guests, all of whom were stewards from the great noble families of the capital. Chapter 55. The Liang residence falls from grace, plotting revenge. Li Changqing returned from the Zongjing, safe and sound. The previously boisterous crowd fell into silence, shock and even panic evident on their faces. The scheme of Princess Changping, aided by the Demon Suppression Division, had failed, and Li Changqing had managed to escape unscathed, which had caught everyone by surprise. The emperor's decree demoted Liang Jing to a commoner and expelled her from the capital, effectively putting an end to the matter of marrying a concubine. Today's farce could no longer be entertained. Li Changqing exposed their thoughts. The collective humiliation faced by those in the capital who sought to bully him filled him with satisfaction, the smile on his lips impossible to suppress. Since my entry into the capital, I have yet to pay my respects to your masters. Consider this meal a meeting. However, the gifts you brought cannot be returned. At his words, their faces darkened, anger mixing with a sense of helplessness. With Princess Changping's downfall, what could they, as stewards, possibly do? Listening to Li Changqing's mocking words, they felt as if they were sitting on needles. Li Changqing cast a glance at Lu Changel. Everyone, if you wish to continue dining. There is plenty of fine food and wine. If you are full, feel free to leave. Lu Changel, emboldened by Li Changqing's authority, grew increasingly arrogant. His master had been taken away by those from the Zhongzheng, and he had endured much ridicule from these people. Their words had been harsh, and had he not been newly cultivating with insufficient power, he would have drawn his sword in anger. With the conversation reaching this point, for anyone to remain and continue dining would be utterly shameless. Lu Changel sent off each guest, returning all the insults they had hurled at him, their faces turning ashen, yet they dared not retaliate. Leaving in disgrace as they climbed onto their carriages, the farcical affair of the sixth prince marrying a concubine ended abruptly. Li Changqing then returned to his quarters. Shortly thereafter, Xian Shui sought him out. With Jiang Xingzhou as such a formidable backing, she felt reassured and prepared to return to report to Yi Linger, leaving behind some rare treasures. As dusk approached, Li Changqing personally escorted her out of the estate. You have courage and integrity. I am a demon, yet you treat me as an honored guest. Are you not afraid of inciting scandal? Through their two encounters, Xian Shui had grown increasingly fond of this junior. Her tone gentle. If I have a clear conscience, what can others do to me? Li Changqing smiled lightly, his usual bravado intact. Even if he allied with the demon sect, who could do anything to him? Farewell, until we meet again. Senior Xian, I have a favor to ask, if you would be willing. Li Changqing suddenly called out to her. Xian Shui turned, saying, Speak your mind. If it is within my ability, I shall assist you. Liang Jing has been expelled from the capital. If there is an opportunity, Senior Xian, would you lend her a hand? Li Changqing clasped his hands in respect. Xian Shui was taken aback. That reckless girl? You who detest evil, how can you be so kind? Li Changqing shrugged. To speak frankly, Liang Jing is a pitiful soul caught in the turmoil. While she wished for my demise, she did not conspire to kill me. I, Li Changqing, am clear about my grievances. Now that she has fallen to such depths, extending a helping hand is no trouble at all. Xian Shui agreed. Young man, you are destined for greatness. I know what to do. For the dream building palace, this is not a significant matter, and besides, Liang Jing is quite beautiful. With a bit of guidance, she may very well overshadow the martial world. After Xian Yue departed, Li Changqing secluded himself within his chamber. He consumed the Tiangang Divine Shield and Cui Hao's diamond body, striving for their complete fusion to solidify his realm further. Only 2 or 3 days remained until the Ascension Conference. At the Liang residence, Liang Zi received the imperial edict, which struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing him to stumble and collapse into his chair, his face ashen. Has my Liang family fallen from grace as of today? Beside him, Chao Chun felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He too was taken aback by this outcome. He had intended to offer some words of consolation, but recalling the boastful claims he made just moments prior, he found himself at a loss, rendered speechless. Is this the result you wish to show me? In a fit of rage, Liang Yizi demanded, Is the sixth prince dead? You are truly heartless, bringing my Liang family to such ruin. Brother Liang, at this juncture, blaming anyone is futile. I shall return to inform the Empress, and surely she will provide a resolution for the Liang family. Chao Chun could only offer a perfunctory remark, devoid of any real remedy. Began, you shall consider me, Liang Zi, as having never known any of you. In his fury, Liang Zi issued an eviction order to Chao Chun, the vice president of the Yingtian Academy. Anger surged in Chao Chun's heart. Liang Zi remained as oblivious to the situation as ever. The Liang family had suffered defeat. Instead of seeking new avenues, he chose to vent his wrath upon him, sealing his own fate. Once, they were both vice presidents, treating each other with respect, but now Liang Zi was merely a steward, his status incomparable to Chao Chun's. Then I shall take my leave. Brother Liang, take care. Chao Chun swept away, realizing that with Liang Zi's fall from grace, there was no reason to linger or attempt to win him over. Liang Zi was engulfed in despair. Having gained a daughter late in life, Liang Jing was his beloved jewel, yet she was a source of great concern. She insisted on consorting with a captain from the Demon Suppression Division, and he had gone so far as to disgrace himself before the emperor, even agreeing to take the sixth prince as a concubine. Yet she still brought calamity upon the Liang family. Liang Jing was demoted to commoner status and banished from the capital. How would she survive in the future, with her pampered upbringing and lackluster cultivation? Could she endure? Contemplating this, he spat a mouthful of blood. The steward hurriedly approached to offer comfort but was halted by Liang Zi's command. Leave, Li Changqing, you are truly merciless. Liang Zi clutched his chest, his heart laden with grief, his hatred for Li Changqing reaching its zenith. The vice president of the Yingtian Academy, a sage of unparalleled prowess, had never wronged anyone, yet he could not protect his own daughter or the Liang family. He felt a profound sense of defeat. As thoughts of Jiang Xingzhou's return to the capital filled him with desolation, he lamented, "Can the grievances of the Liang family ever be avenged? Master, the young lady is kneeling outside the residence, requesting to see you one last time. What do you think?" The steward entered cautiously. "She dares to return. The Liang family has been ruined because of her." Liang Zi's rage flared as he recalled this unfilial daughter. "Tell her to leave. I have no daughter like her." No sooner had he spoken than another wave of heartache washed over him. Liang Jing was now a criminal, banished from the capital, no matter how much he had once cherished her. He was powerless to change their circumstances. The Liang family had suffered such a fate that he could no longer allow her to be a burden. As you wish, master. The steward sighed deeply and exited. Liang Jing had already been kneeling for over an hour, her heartache and physical exhaustion leaving her utterly drained. The Liang family was now her last refuge. "Miss, the master does not wish to see you. It would be best if you left. The world is vast, and I wish you well." After speaking, he closed the gates of the residence. "Even my father has forsaken me." Liang Jing collapsed to the ground, uncertain whether today's outcome was a consequence of her own actions or if she should blame Li Changqing's cruelty. It mattered little. She stood up, staggering toward the outskirts of the capital, like a drifting reed. Liang Zi closed his eyes, his heart burdened with unrelenting resentment. Even with Jiang Xingzhou's support, offending Princess Changping and the powerful figures of the capital presented ample opportunities for retribution. "Master, you cannot be." The steward's face revealed a myriad of concerns. One marriage decree had reduced the Liang family to a state of decline. The sixth prince was no trifling opponent. After the Ascension Conference, the emperor would undoubtedly make arrangements for him, though I may have fallen from grace. My former students and acquaintances remain. Those indebted to me in the past will surely repay me now. As long as I can have him removed from the capital, there will always be ways to eliminate him. In the world of Jianghu, who cares if he is a prince? Upon leaving the sixth prince's residence, Xinue was intercepted midway by a strikingly beautiful woman. So, Snowand has also arrived in the Great Zhou's capital? Dreamkill. Xinue's expression darkened. "You have shown yourself. I heard you have been consorting with the Hehuan sect. What brings you to the Great Zhou's capital?" "Just looking for some fun." Dreamkill pulled Xinue into a tavern. "How is Linger? It has been ages since I last saw her." "You still remember the Saintess? I thought you would forget the sect once you stepped out." "It seems the Saintess is still thinking of you daily." Xinue's anger flared. "Oh, what is my temperament? Linger knows me well. After having my fill of fun outside, I will naturally return." Dreamkill shrugged nonchalantly. "Xinue, you don't intend to stir up trouble in the Great Zhou's capital, do you? I advise you to keep a low profile. The capital is not a place for you to act recklessly." "Which dynasty has Dream Palace ever feared?" Dreamkill scoffed. "That divine King Sect's holy son saved by Linger. He is the sixth prince? Do not set your sights on the sixth prince. I warn you." Xinue's expression turned icy. Dreamkill laughed heartily. "Xinue, where are your thoughts wandering? There are numerous men in the world. Why would I choose Linger's man? The Great Zhou's capital treats Li Changqing so poorly. Is it too much for me to bring disaster upon the Great Zhou Empire?" Xinue replied fiercely. "You have a point today. I have indeed experienced the imperial family's shamelessness. It matters little if I bring ruin upon the Great Zhou, as long as it serves as a means to vent my frustrations towards Li Changqing. Perhaps we can have Li Changqing ascend to the throne." "Who would dare to bully him then?" Back in the Zhengzheng residence, they dared to disrespect my dream palace. They are simply courting death. Isn't that even better?" Dreamkill laughed exuberantly. "I have chosen two stunning beauties to serve the Great Zhou Emperor. Throughout history, beautiful women have brought calamity. I foresee the Great Zhou's downfall at my hands." "You are referring to those from the Hehuan sect, aren't you?" Xinue quickly guessed. "Play with fire if you must, but do not let it burn my dream palace. Let those two wanton women from the Hehuan sect have their fun. Just do not show yourself in the capital." Dreamkill downed another cup of wine. Her complexion flushed and even more enchanting. "There is nothing amusing in the capital. In a couple of days, I shall head north for some excitement. The men there are wild and intriguing. Just do not drag the sixth prince into your mess." "I will not concern myself with your actions." Xinua only cautioned slightly to I and the sixth prince's residence. Late at night, grandfather, you have returned? Li Changqing exclaimed joyfully upon seeing a figure emerge from the shadows. Do not move, continue your cultivation. Jiang Xingzhou handed him a vial of qi condensation liquid. This is a gift from your father, consume it. Li Changqing nodded, accepting it and swallowing it down, resuming his meditation. Jiang Xingzhou gazed in astonishment. His grandson had acquired a rare opportunity, manifesting such profound spiritual energy, causing his eyes to well with tears. After the death of Jiang Yao, he was crushed with grief. Believing himself to be without kin in this life, yet he did not anticipate that Jiang Yao had left behind bloodline. Witnessing Li Changqing's demeanor, he silently vowed to protect his grandson at all costs, ensuring that history would not repeat itself. As Li Changqing delved deeper into the fusion of the Tiangang Divine Shield and the Diamond Body, he faced numerous rejections. Each time, Jiang Xingzhou would infuse a surge of peak state-level energy to assist him in overcoming the obstacles. After over an hour, he had nearly completed the fusion of Cui Hao's physique and the sacred artifact, solidifying his cultivation at the mid-level of the Divine Journey realm. Grandson, your current realm is exceptionally solid. It won't be long before you break through to the divine journey of Earth. Jiang Xingzhou reflected with a mix of emotions, noting that Li Changqing's talent far surpassed that of his late daughter. Jiang Yao, thank you, grandfather, for your assistance. At this moment, Li Changqing was entirely deferential, embodying the role of a junior. The emperor will vindicate you, acknowledging your identity and status as the sixth prince, thus granting you access to the royal cultivation techniques. The Great Zhou is a martial nation, and the treasures within the imperial treasury far exceed those of ordinary sects. Jiang Xingzhou's mind raced. The royal family had squandered much from the Jiang family. This was an opportunity to reclaim some of it, and Li Zhan would be powerless to object. As a prince, Li Changqing was entitled to methods and treasures above the saint level. This is what I rightfully deserve. Li Changqing was not shy about accepting. After all, these resources were free to him, so why not take advantage? He was not so high-minded. Grandfather, how did my mother perish all those years ago? He remained fixated on this matter, unable to come to terms with it even now. It is a long story. Being in the royal family, given your mother's temperament, it was to be expected that she would be ostracized by the powerful. However, their methods were exceedingly ruthless. Jiang Xingzhou sighed. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Xingzhou had pressed Jiang Yao for the identity of her assailants but had never received an answer. After years of seclusion, upon learning of Jiang Yao's persecution, he rushed to the capital, only to hear news of the Jiang family being massacred along the way. He arrived too late. The series of events had struck like thunder, and they had been conducted in secrecy. Li Zhan was unwilling to divulge details, leaving him in the dark about the culprit. Jiang Xingzhou suspected that it was inextricably linked to the Empress Xiaoyu and Princess Li Changping, as well as the forces behind them, yet he was hindered by the lack of evidence. Then please, tell me all the details. Li Changqing's expression was urgent. Now that he had entered the capital, he was determined to avenge his mother's death. Child, you are still inexperienced. You are not their match just yet. First, strengthen yourself, and in time I will reveal all to you. Jiang Xingzhou's face bore a look of reluctance. He longed to share the deep-seated grievances with him, but after observing Li Changqing's temperament today, he decided that delaying the discussion would be more beneficial for him. Grandfather, even without your words, I can surmise quite a bit. A fierce glint shot from Li Changqing's eyes. None of those who once targeted my mother shall escape. Jiang Xingzhou's expression turned grave. His presence in the capital undoubtedly posed a significant threat to those old adversaries. Yet like a fierce tiger facing a pack of wolves, he ultimately found himself outnumbered. After the Ascension gathering, we should find a way to retreat from the capital, to avoid the storm before returning, he suggested. Li Changqing did not oppose, chuckling, Grandfather, I happen to have the same intention. During my days in the capital, various factions have been stirring restlessly against me. How could I remain oblivious, be it land grants or marriage alliances? All are traps laid against me, which have now failed, with the Empress and Li Changping utilizing me to undermine each other. The two factions have truly bared their fangs, fully aware of each other's intentions. The infighting within the capital is about to commence. They can fight amongst themselves while I accumulate my strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingzhou burst into hearty laughter. My dear grandson, I initially thought your brilliance was merely a trait of youth. Yet it appears you possess such profound foresight. If I were not so audacious, would they dare to take such desperate risks in an attempt to eliminate me? In the capital, the emperor reigns supreme. Would they truly assassinate a prince upon his arrival? The emperor would not stand idly by. from the outset, they were mistaken. Next, it is likely that Princess Changping will accuse the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights of colluding with the sixth prince to form cliques for personal gain. Directly targeting the Empress's faction will retaliate against Princess Changping, claiming she has falsely accused the sixth prince and incited the Ministry of Revenue to sow discord between the princes and the Marquis of Yangwu. Jiang Xingzhou envisaged the chaotic scene in the court in the days to come, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Let them tear each other apart, with the Grand Tutor battling in the South Sea. They are currently devoid of any formidable adversaries and are exceedingly brazen, he scoffed. The King of the North has persistently demanded funding from the court under the pretext of resisting the Northern Mang. And the Emperor has long since grown displeased. The first prince is also in a precarious position, maintaining close ties with the King of the South and the King of Pingxi, attempting to counterbalance the military strength of the King of the North. All these will serve as leverage for mutual attacks. Jiang Xingzhou then inquired, after the Ascension gathering, do you have any thoughts? Grandfather will speak on your behalf, as long as it is not excessive. The Emperor should grant me some consideration. Li Changqing smiled mysteriously. I do have thoughts, previously uncertain, but now with grandfather's presence, it should be secure. In a separate courtyard, Cui Hao, having had his cultivation abolished by Li Changqing, lay like a pool of mud. The holy venerable who had been lurking behind revealed himself as Wei Wuya, an elder of the Tiankong sect, and upon realizing that Cui Hao's foundation had been utterly destroyed, his face was filled with despair. He sighed deeply. Cui Hao, what a waste of your immense talent, yet you allowed your romantic entanglements to lead to your ruin. Alas, the Tiankong sect mourned the loss of a genius. Wei Wuya felt an overwhelming sense of grief, for Cui Hao was a disciple with the legacy of an emperor. Cui Hao had long since become indifferent. It was only when he fell into the quagmire of love that Wei Wuya had ever attempted to counsel him. Relying on the Tiankong sect's influence, dismissing Li Changqing with disdain and plotting the frame-up, he had been more active than anyone else. At that moment Li Changping was also present. The plan had been sound. But it was lamentable that Jiang Xingzhou had suddenly appeared, otherwise Li Changqing would surely have perished. Her resentment had yet to dissipate. Wei Wuya exclaimed in frustration, Princess, why did you not act when Cui Hao was ruined? We had an alliance, how could I act? Li Changping replied impatiently, already feeling vexed. Princess, do not tell me you consider my Tiankong sect mere pawns, that would be quite insulting. Wei Wuya glared coldly at Li Changping. Elder Wei, we are scheming for great matters. Do you wish to jeopardize this plan for one disciple? For Li Changping, as long as the grand enterprise could be achieved, anyone could be sacrificed, especially someone as insignificant as Cui Hao. To the royal family, the death of one or two geniuses mattered little, but for a sect, the emergence of a disciple bearing the legacy of an emperor was crucial to its future development. Wei Wuya felt indignant. At this point, Elder Wei, does it serve any purpose to blame me? You should think about what to do next. Li Changping was unwilling to waste time over Cui Hao's matter. She could not allow Li Changqing to rise in power, as the crown prince's faction was troublesome enough. Wei Wuya shook his head. The affairs of the Zhou royal family are beyond the capabilities of my Tiankong sect. Though I may be concealed within the Zhengfu, I suspect Jiang Xingzhou has already sensed my presence. I should leave the capital to avoid implicating the sect. Li Changping's expression darkened. Elder Wei, if you depart now, will not your previous efforts have been in vain? The losses incurred thus far are minimal. If we continue, we may suffer even greater losses. I must report truthfully to the sect. Wei Wuya felt despondent. Li Changping was like a wolf cub that could never be satisfied. This time, sacrificing Cui Hao, would she not sacrifice the Tiankong sect next? He could not say for certain. Princess, it would be better for you to speak directly with our sect master. Whatever plans he has, we shall follow. After speaking, he turned to Cui Hao. Cui Hao, my talented disciple, whether you can recover now depends on faith. This night, I shall take you back to the Tiankong sect to see if the sect master is willing to use that treasure to save you. By ordinary means, you shall never regain your cultivation. Li Changping watched as Wei Wuya departed, her fists clenched tightly. It was all Li Changqing's doing. I shall never allow you to rise to power. Prepare for all possibilities. Find a way to eliminate him at the Ascension gathering, or at the very least, cripple him. Investigate what arrangements the Emperor has for the sixth prince. He must not gain power. Either send him to the frontier army, or assign him a minor position in the local administration. This would make it easier to deal with him. Chapter 57. I possess the courage and am willing to serve. The day before the Ascension gathering, Li Gan, a minor official from the Zhengfu, arrived at the estate. Your Highness, tomorrow is the Ascension gathering. Now I have come on the orders of Vice Sect Master Li Fang to inform you. This was Li Gan's first visit to the 6th Prince's residence, and he appeared somewhat apprehensive. Li Daran, please take a seat and have some tea. Li Changqing gestured, remembering that Li Gan had come to receive him on the first day he entered the capital. The strength he displayed when confronting Chen Qian remained vivid in Li Changqing's memory. Though his demeanor was amiable, he was, at his core, a tenacious individual. This is my first time attending the Ascension gathering. May I ask what I should pay attention to? Understanding the purpose of the visit, Li Changqing got straight to the point, his gaze discreetly assessing Li Gan. According to the rules, one must ascend from the 1st to the 9th floor with their own ability. During the process, the use of magical artifacts is prohibited, and summoning guardians is also forbidden. Li Gan replied earnestly. No magical artifacts, no summoning guardians? Li Changqing frowned. His trump cards happened to be the Divine Dragon King Cauldron and Bai Ji, which posed a bit of a dilemma. The capital was a place where dragons lay hidden and tigers crouched. Even a prince like Li Mo, who frequented the brothels, had reached the spirit travel realm. And among the other royal descendants, there must be formidable experts. If magical artifacts were allowed, or if guardians could be summoned, then the assessment would not be one's personal capability, but rather the power of the forces behind them. Li Gan smiled lightly. The Ascension gathering is for the gifted to undergo the dragon's roar cleansing, relying on their own strength. Li Daran, what about the other rules? Li Changqing observed Li Gan's expression, sensing a desire for camaraderie, and thus asked earnestly. Hearing of Li Changqing's recent actions and witnessing his demeanor at the Zhengfu, Li Gan held him in great esteem. In the capital, it had been many years since a prince with such spirit as Li Changqing had appeared. Most either sought to attach themselves to a powerful faction, stirring up trouble, or, like him, kept a low profile, cautiously navigating the treacherous waters of the capital, seeking only to avoid mistakes rather than achieve merit. Li Gan, being a member of the royal family, shared the blood of the Li family, and during his time at the Zhengfu, he had felt a surge of passion, nearly exclaiming in excitement, "The Ascension is based on strength," which applies to the royal descendants other than princes. For princes, the Cassian Tower has a special passage prepared specifically for them, allowing them to ascend to the 9th floor without engaging in competition. Li Gan disclosed everything he knew about the Ascension gathering, noting that various factions would take the opportunity to suppress others, leading to inevitable casualties. I should not be included in this passage. Correct, Li Changqing quickly understood. These nobles were adept at employing underhanded tactics. 1 Casualty is inevitable. Is this not an excellent opportunity to eliminate rivals, with the losses unable to voice their grievances, as your highness surmised? You will need to compete with other royal descendants for the positions on the Cassian Tower. If a position on the 9th floor becomes vacant, it belongs to whoever has the capability. If you lose, it will belong to another, Li Gan concluded, carefully observing Li Changqing's expression. I suspect as much. If I were to die, the capital would merely lose one prince. After years of fighting, Li Changqing understood a fundamental truth: injustice is enormous in the world. What one must do is use their fists to hammer the so-called principles into their favor. Then I shall ascend from the 1st to the 9th floor. By that time, I doubt anyone will question my worth. Upon hearing this, Li Gan's expression lit up with excitement. He stood up and clasped his fists. Your Highness's bravery is truly admirable. Li Changqing waved his hand. Li Daran, no need for flattery. I am already aware of the matters concerning the Ascension gathering. Lu Changdal understood that this meant to provide a token of appreciation. Li Gan stood to refuse, recognizing that Li Fang had granted him this opportunity to connect with Li Changqing, and he needed to seize it firmly. Sensing the hint to dismiss him, Li Gan did not leave. Instead, he knelt on the ground and clasped his fists. Such an action might seem abrupt, but without it, he might never have another chance. Your Highness, I admire your courage and wisdom. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I am willing to serve you like a loyal hound. Li Changqing raised his hand, signaling him to rise. Among the princes, my influence is the weakest, or rather, I have no influence at all. Why do you wish to ally with me? Li Gan summoned his courage, acknowledging that he possessed neither strength nor a formidable background. Even if he sought refuge with a powerful figure, he would merely remain an ordinary lackey, unlikely to gain any significant favor. Li Changqing laughed heartily, inquiring if Li Gan intended to ally with him in a gamble. You wish to be taken in by someone who others refuse? To put it bluntly, am I to become a collector of refuse? Li Gan's expression turned cold, a wave of humiliation washing over him as he replied solemnly. Your Highness, I am not refuse. If I were to content myself as a mere clerk, in a decade or two I could still achieve promotion, support my family, and live a peaceful life. Yet a man, if he accomplishes nothing in this world, has he not wasted his existence? I am taking a gamble. Oh, betting on whether your luck is sufficient, Li Changqing remarked coolly. As you said, without strength and without backing. Why would I take you in? I am wagering on my own discernment, on my absolute confidence in your Highness. Should I fail, I would have no regrets in death. Li Gan resolved firmly, understanding that the thoughts of His Highness were unfathomable, and he need not comprehend them. He would simply follow like a loyal steed. Though I lack profound martial skills and possess no powerful connections, do my vision and audacity not merit serving your Highness? Li Changqing replied, let me tell you this. Those who follow me need not possess a background, I am their foundation. His expression remained composed, asserting that strength was unnecessary, for he would cultivate it within them. Li Gan's pupils constricted. While he might not believe others, he believed His Highness. Rest assured, in the Zongjing mansion, at the right moment, I shall employ you, Li Changqing declared. Li Gan trembled all over, grasping the meaning. He would keep a keen eye on the movements in the capital and await His Highness's orders. With a wave, Li Changqing instructed him to depart. Changdal, Lu Changdal personally escorted Li Gan out of the mansion, providing him with a token of appreciation, stating that since he was under the protection of His Highness, he ought to accept it. Li Gan took it gratefully, bowing in farewell, his steps brisk, imbued with newfound vigor. Gazing at the skies above the capital, filled with ambition, upon returning, Lu Changdal queried, Your Highness, it seems Li Gan is engaging in speculation. Is this individual reliable? Those surrounding the strong are inherently trustworthy, for no one can offer them more. Even in speculation, they lean towards the powerful. If I were a weakling, betrayal would be expected. Li Changqing showed no concern. How many powerful figures exist in this world? No more than 20%. What if I were to gather the 80% of those who have faced misfortune under my banner? The outcome would be remarkable. Those who have faced adversity cherish opportunities more dearly. Your Highness is indeed astute. Lu Changdal felt a deep resonance, for he himself was among the countless who had faced disappointment. The following day at Kaizen Tower, Li Changqing stood out in the crowd, for he was the only prince among them, attracting a fair amount of whispering. So what if he is a prince? He still competes with us for a position. This alone indicated that the emperor paid little heed to the sixth prince. The other 5 princes were likely sipping tea, awaiting the grand event to commence. Poised to ascend to the 9th level and receive the dragon's pulse cleansing, Li Biao, standing not far off, navigated through the throng, casting a sharp gaze towards Li Changqing. Do you understand what the 5th prince intends? Brother, I understand. There are only a few positions on the 9th level. We have never had a chance. If we can push Li Changqing down, it would be worth it. Moments later, an announcement rang out. The ascent had begun. The royal offspring surged upwards in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the 5 princes rarely gathered together, each wearing a smile that concealed daggers. Limo maintained his usual debonair demeanor. Oh, has the ascent already begun? Brothers, shall we proceed? The first prince, Li Yuan, scoffed. 5th brother, you act like a monkey. As a prince, do you fear there won't be a place for you? Li Mo's expression darkened slightly. Elder brother, your words are misguided. If I resemble a monkey, does that mean father is also a monkey? Li Yuan replied coldly. You twist words and stir up trouble. 5th brother excels in such matters, interpreted however you wish. 5th brother, when will your mouth ever be quiet? You may find it leads to your ruin one day. The 3rd prince, Li Long, son of the consort Yi and an ally of Li Yuan, half-jokingly remarked while casting a flattering glance at Li Yuan. Li Mo, realizing he could not outtalk 2 others, noticed their unyielding demeanor and felt a sense of futility. 2nd brother, returning from the northern frontier for the ascent meeting must have been arduous. I heard you received the support of the king of the north and achieved victory. The 2nd prince, Li Chen, clad in armor, bore the stern countenance of a soldier. Bandits and marauders are not worth mentioning. Li Yuan cast a sinister glance. 2nd brother's reputation in the military is rising. Even I envy you. Elder brother flatters me. The crown prince resides in the eastern palace, and the court scholars look to you as their leader. I am envious. Among the princes, only the 4th remained taciturn, feeling out of place. He only ascended the tower when Li Yuan did. Meanwhile, Li Changqing ascended leisurely. Upon reaching the 2nd level, he sensed a murderous intent. Chapter 58. The talented scholar unassailable. Li Changqing looked up to see several hostile gazes aimed at him, blocking his path. Are you here to impede my progress? He inquired, scrutinizing them. Just a few insignificant rats. Unaware of which faction they belonged to, the Cassian Tower had 6 positions on the top level, 12 on the ground level, and 18 on the human level. The first 36 to reach the top could receive the Dragon's Pulse cleansing. I trust you are aware of this, one of them spoke with a provocative tone. Li Changqing raised an eyebrow, and, thus, we kindly request the 6th prince to enjoy a cup of tea on the side and exit the tower peacefully. Allowing you to remain your princely self, the individual gestured. Each level's main hall was occupied by several individuals, all skilled court practitioners in medicine and martial arts. Those injured during the ascent could receive treatment. But it also meant losing their chance to ascend. If one chose to forego the ascent, they could enter the main hall and exit from the side pavilion. Once inside, no one could pursue them. Li Changqing acknowledged this with a nod, aware of the ill intentions directed at him, and continued his ascent. The group felt openly disdained as they filled with determination, preparing to work together to cast Li Changqing down. As he climbed the stairs, shadows flickered, and in a moment, several cries of distress were drowned in the noise as those individuals tumbled down the stairs. When they looked again at Li Changqing, he had already reached the entrance of the 3rd floor. The cries of the fallen were particularly pitiful, as they were surrounded by newcomers from a rival faction, receiving a thorough beating. The Cassian Tower was designed in a circular manner, allowing visibility of the 9th floor from every level's staircase. The other 5 princes stood on the 9th floor, leaning against the gilded railing, gazing downwards. 6th brother is as fierce as ever, having already witnessed his prowess in the Zongjing mansion. My brothers must be cautious in the future. Li Mo observed the battered individuals, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Those individuals, do you recognize them, brother? Li Yuan's expression darkened at the remark. The hired thugs he arranged were utterly ineffective against Li Changqing. Hearing Li Mo's gleeful tone, he scoffed. The ones ascending are all scions of the Li family. Does 6th brother not know them? He then shot a venomous glance at Li Changqing, thinking that this brother, with no foundation in the capital, dared to refuse his recruitment, a clear path to his own demise. Merely familiar faces. I find those who take advantage of others quite amusing. Their skills in fists and kicks seem to have originated from the military. Li Mo's peripheral vision caught on, stirring the pot. Previously humiliated by Li Changqing, these brothers had not let up on him. Now it was their turn, merely indulging in a moment of satisfaction, yet unable to swallow their grievances entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Li Long remarked, "What, 5th brother would not think those are 2nd brother's men, would you? I haven't claimed so. It merely seems I have seen these individuals at Auntie's residence, 2nd brother." Do you know them? Li Mo's meddling nature remained unchanged, provoking dissatisfaction from Li Chen. Regardless of whose men they are, all who ascend the Cassian Tower are good sons of the Li family. Li Chen had thoroughly prepared for this ascent meeting, intending to outnumber Li Yuan in the tally of successful ascenders. He had also arranged for those who opposed Li Changqing, aiming to demonstrate to the entire capital that his influence remained strong despite years of warfare. The rivalry between Li Yuan and Li Chen was well known, and most others anticipated their mutual destruction, waiting to reap the rewards. 2nd brother's broad-mindedness earns my respect. Li Yuan's face twitched, filled with ire as he bitterly reflected on his subordinate's incompetence. Li Chen, a martial general, had followers whose abilities and realms far surpassed his own, a fact he could not deny. His gaze fell upon the staircase, observing Li Changqing ascend with composure, step by step. Toward the 4th floor, suddenly he exclaimed, 6th brother is indeed ruthless. No wonder he made Auntie suffer a loss and lost face in the Zongjing mansion. Hearing this, Li Chen's expression darkened. The events in the Zongjing mansion had seen Li Changping suffer a devastating defeat. And the emperor's decree clearly bore the intention of reprimanding Li Changping. Cui Hao, a minor official in the Demon Suppression Office, was only a small player in the capital, even if he bore the blame. It would be dealt with internally. However, the emperor's personal decree to expel him from the capital conveyed a clear message. The Demon Suppression Office served as the emperor's personal guard, with several officials closely aligned with the second prince. I will naturally seek to restore Auntie's dignity. As 6th brother enters the capital, he must learn to interact with his elders. Li Chen's words bore dual meanings. Li Changping's defeat would undoubtedly invite the crown prince's retaliatory strike. His return to the capital was not merely for the ascent meeting but also to intimidate the crown prince's faction. My 2 brothers, it seems you both wish to teach 6th brother a lesson. Let us spare the banter today. The instigator Li Mo took on the role of peacemaker, while Li Yuan and Li Chen shot him sideways glances, choosing to ignore him. At a considerable distance from the others stood the 4th prince. Li Su, who refrained from joining their conversation, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Li Changqing. He had already ascended to the 4th floor, below the 8th floor. It was a matter of survival of the fittest. The true challenge lay at the 8th floor, for it bore the formidable aura of Mu Yunshan, the head of the Ying Tian Academy. Only by penetrating that aura could one ascend to the 9th floor. In previous competitions, there had even been instances where the 9th floor dragon's pulse position remained unoccupied. Li Changqing climbed the stairs, deliberately avoiding the most intense battlegrounds to conserve his strength, dispatching any obstacles with decisive strikes. Without hesitation, upon reaching the entrance to the 5th floor, he sensed a hint of murderous intent descending from the 9th floor, emanating from Li Chen, who looked down upon him. Li Zhangyang, a fierce general under Li Chen, ranked among the elite within the royal family and was a prominent figure at the Ying Tian Academy, having already stepped onto the threshold of the ethereal realm. Li Chen had placed significant emphasis on his training. Within 3 to 5 years, he would undoubtedly ascend to the saintly realm, thereby adding a saint to his ranks. Li Changqing paused, a grave expression clouding his eyes. A master, he looked up, though perhaps a level behind in terms of cultivation. In terms of killing intent, there was no one within the divine city who could rival him. In his heart, Li Zhangyang mused, "You are the 6th prince," a question asked with full awareness. "If I were not, would you dare to stop me? If you wish to make a move, then come." Li Changqing emanated an overwhelming aura, psychologically gaining the upper hand as he cast a sidelong glance. Li Biao and a few others lingered midway up to the 6th floor. Their intentions unmistakable. They waited for Li Changqing and Li Zhangyang's conflict to conclude, planning to swoop in like mantises catching cicadas, with the yellow sparrow lurking behind. Truly, they were of the same ilk as Li Mo. Unworthy of the stage, 6th prince, I must apologize. The tower ascension event is predicated upon strength. Should I injure you later, do not hold me accountable. Li Zhangyang sneered dismissively, having grown accustomed to arrogance at the Ying Tian Academy. He regarded the younger generation with contempt. Li Chen's arrangement for him to intercept Li Changqing felt like a waste of talent to Li Zhangyang. You could kill me without issue, but can you? Li Changqing coldly retorted, his words laced with disdain. Encountering me, your path of cultivation is effectively severed. Consider how you shall continue to live. You are but a trifling matter. Li Zhangyang conceded a verbal defeat. Just as he was about to retaliate with scorn, Li Changqing's sword unleashed a sweeping aura. Was this not an ambush, such a breach of martial ethics? Li Zhangyang frowned, instantly condensing his aura into a thunderous strike, prompting those around to hastily retreat, fearing collateral damage. At that moment, Li Changqing's cultivation was firmly established at the ethereal realm, a level shy of full mastery, yet for those capable of entering the ethereal realm, each tier was a vast chasm. Li Yuan gripped the railing tightly. His second brother had truly spared no expense in allowing Li Zhangyang to intercept the 6th brother. Li Chen wore a smug expression. Intercepting Li Changqing was merely a convenient task for Zhangyang, not hindering his ascent. Let us hope it is as my second brother claims. In an instant, Li Yuan found himself pondering. He would rather see Li Changqing defeat Li Zhangyang, if only to witness Li Chen's humiliation. As for dealing with Li Changqing, there would be ample opportunities in the future. 4th brother, you truly possess remarkable patience. Not a word has escaped your lips for such a length of time. What do you think? Li Yuan suddenly took notice of Li Su, eldest brother. In terms of cultivation, you all surpass me. I shall refrain from flaunting my limited insight, Li Su humbly remarked, his eyes never straying from Li Changqing. Lost in thought, the 4th brother remained low-key, always leaving others in the dark. Li Long shot him a glance. Among the princes, Li Su was the most unassuming, widely acknowledged as the weakest prior to Li Changqing's arrival in the Divine City. However, his maternal family, the Yi clan, was a long-standing lineage that had produced emperors and formidable figures, rendering their strength not to be underestimated, hence the rumors of the 4th prince's calm demeanor amidst turmoil. Li Long remained unconvinced. In the staircase of the 5th floor, the aura of Li Zhangyang surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable. Li Changqing felt the pressure mounting, as though his feet were cemented to the stairs, movement becoming exceedingly arduous. Without relying on the divine Dragon King's cauldron or Bai Ji, he could only engage Li Zhangyang with his ethereal realm cultivation, seemingly akin to striking a stone with an egg. The moment Li Zhangyang's aura crashed down upon him, Li Changqing drew his sword. Chapter 59. Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Unlocking the mystical passage, the spiral staircase of K Sien Tower fell into silence. Those ascending the tower halted their steps, and combatants sheathed their weapons, all eyes turning toward Li Changqing, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. The factions within the Li family belonged to different princes, rife with internal strife. Yet one truth remained: the divine city permitted only 5 royal factions. Any more posed a potential threat. Li Changqing's ambitions must be nipped in the bud. Li Chen's deployment of Li Zhengyang took everyone by surprise. Their curiosity piqued to see what manner of genius this famed student of Tian Academy would display, and in what fashion Li Changqing would meet his downfall. Was this the divine king's technique? Li Chen scrutinized, his gaze returning with renewed interest, eager to witness how, within the Zongjing mansion, Li Changqing had previously bested Cui Hao. The prowess Li Changqing exhibited would determine how Li Chen would treat him henceforth. If he was merely an empty vessel, his cultivation dismantled, today he would be granted a chance at survival, living as a wealthy prince, a concession to Li Zhan's expectations. If, however, he truly possessed the rumored prowess, he would pay for his youthful arrogance. Li Changqing's peripheral vision swept over the individuals on the 9th floor, observing them from their elevated vantage, instantly provoking feelings of disgust. Since entering the divine city, he had never instigated anyone simply because he might tread upon their interests, yet they had schemed to eliminate him at every turn. Did they truly believe a prince returning from the wilderness was a soft target? Li Changqing swung his long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent. With a resounding bang, his aura shattered against Li Zhengyang's, forcing him to take a step back. Ha! Excellent! Li Chen clapped in approval, the sound echoing in Li Changqing's ears. Those years at Tian Academy were not in vain. Li Chen believed that even he could not confront such overwhelming aura without flinching. Having spoken, he regarded Li Changqing with the demeanor of a king. Li Changqing's expression darkened. Having become their public enemy in the divine city, he saw no reason to maintain a facade. At that moment, Li Zhengyang followed suit, launching a punch. Unexpectedly, Li Changqing did not evade, but strode onward, step by step, reclaiming his original position. In a gathering of the divine city's elite youth, he was unwilling to cede even an inch, mirroring his unwavering resolve in coming to the divine city. A thunderous crash resounded. Li Zhengyang's fist struck solidly against Li Changqing's chest, a surge of internal energy erupting within him as the Nine Suns Golden Body technique commenced its wild activation. This was a fusion of the celestial-grade sacred artifact, the Tiangang Divine Shield, and the Nine Suns Golden Body technique, no less formidable than the Myriad Forms Sword technique. The latter was a premier offensive technique, while the Nine Suns Golden Body technique stood as a top-tier defensive technique, surpassing even the Tian Lu Bell that Qin Feng had used against him in the Divine King sect. A low-pressure aura enveloped Li Changqing, his gaze sharp as a blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. Under the operation of the Nine Suns Golden Body technique, his chest was suffused with a golden light, akin to the radiant sun rising in the east. The moment Li Zhengyang's fist made contact, it dissipated like dew under the morning sun, revealing a flicker of doubt in his eyes. How could this be possible? Li Chen, at the pinnacle of the 9th floor, wore an expression of disbelief. What stroke of fortune had allowed him to cultivate such a technique, one that could be described as akin to bronze skin and iron bones? In his fury, he clenched his fists tightly, discreetly signaling to Li Zhengyang, "Do not hold back. Incapacitate him, eldest brother. This child, if not eliminated, will pose endless troubles. The Tower Ascension event forbids the use of artifacts." Yet his body appears to be an artifact itself. Li Long's brows knitted tightly, seemingly more anxious than Li Yuan, and of no low rank, at least above the saintly tier. He had witnessed Li Changqing withstand Li Zhengyang's onslaught, capable of shattering the ethereal realm's aura, an utterly inconceivable feat. Hearing this, Li Chen's expression darkened even further, his silence betraying his focus on Li Changqing in the staircase, facing the advancing Li Changqing, who did not retreat but pressed forward. Li Zhengyang's eyes glinted with a fierce determination, sweat beading on his forehead. He had underestimated his opponent. This defensive technique of Li Changqing's, he could not name, was clearly of high saintly grade, possibly nearing celestial grade. Li Biao, poised to strike, felt a chill run down his spine as he looked up at Li Mo from a distance. Previously, Li Mo had instructed him to wait until Li Changqing was injured, seizing the opportunity to strike. Now, he felt a twinge of trepidation. This technique was new to him. Li Mo ground his teeth, yet he had ascended several steps, progressing from entry-level to minor accomplishments. The effort required to ascend to the saintly tier is akin to shedding layers of skin with each breakthrough. Having traversed only a few steps, breaking through 2 realms, even a seasoned witness of prodigies like him could scarcely fathom the level of talent required. Fifth brother, do not speak in alarm. even if a practitioner at the ethereal realm learns formidable techniques. How could they contend with someone at the ethereal heaven realm? Li Yuan shook his head in denial. His reasoning was sound. Indeed, for practitioners who had entered the ethereal realm, each level up constituted a formidable barrier. Yet he remained unaware that Li Changqing had inherited the ancient divine path's legacy, forging a body of creation. Such a physique allowed his dantian to expand like a vast ocean, the depth of his spiritual power far surpassing that of Li Zhengyang. Even rivaling lesser saints. As long as he remained unvanquished, he could leverage his extraordinary physique to triumph through attrition. The Nine Suns Golden Body technique was his ultimate defense. Li Zhengyang, enveloped in the aura of the ethereal heaven realm, was still shaken by Li Changqing's relentless advance. With a tearing sound, a beam of sword light pierced through his protective barrier, followed immediately by a torrential downpour of sword intent. No, this is impossible. Li Jingyan's aura shattered, and he began to spiral into chaos.